I've already made him wear protection. What more do you want from me? She continued, her voice trembling. I never wanted something like that to happen. You know how I get when I drink too much? I lose my senses. I thought he was you, and by the time I realized something was wrong, I no longer had the strength to resist. But don't worry, I was thinking only of you the whole time, so I didn't truly betray you. Baby, you have to believe me. I promise you I'll never go out drinking with my girlfriends again. I love you so much. I only made the kind of mistake any ordinary woman might make. Just forgive me this once, okay? Besides, setting my problem aside for a moment, are you sure you're completely blameless? As the elevator doors slid open, Lin Bei stepped out with a takeout bag in hand and immediately heard a jaw-dropping conversation. At the door of Unit 501 stood a man and a woman. The woman looked as if she had just woken up, her hair slightly disheveled, last night's ruined makeup still clinging to her face, silently attesting to the madness of the previous night. Her words were outrageous, yet Lin Bei had to admit she was quite attractive. Just then something strange happened. In Lin Bei's field of vision, a bizarre information panel appeared beside the woman. Name: Lu Qiuling. Appearance score 80. Overall rating 90. Bond. Innate cheating physique 1. After the bond is activated, you and the illustrated member will have an increased probability of being cheated on 153 75 100. Innate lying physique 1. After the bond is activated, you and the illustrated member will have an increased probability of being deceived 110 53 100. Impure relationships 1. After the bond is activated, when you and the illustrated member engage in intimacy, the probability of contracting diseases increases 1 to 52 100. Countless men experienced 1 has had relations with at least 10 men. After the bond is activated, you will obtain a high-quality, fashionable green hat. What? What the hell is this? Lin Bei was dumbfounded. Answering the master, this is the function of your system. As long as you register her into the illustration book, you and she will share these bond abilities. Of course, whether she shares yours is under your control. You can decide which one she has. To enhance a bond ability, you only need to register a specified number of women who possess the same bond. Since you often play chess and those auto-battler games, you should find this easy to understand. I get it, Lin Bei muttered, but what the hell are you? Wait, do I have a system now? Perhaps the master was too absorbed in eavesdropping just now. Let me repeat, there are 5 hours left before the apocalypse descends. Because of your occupation, the mortality rate during the initial outbreak will be extremely high. You are now awakening early, and the beginner's gift pack is being issued in advance. Please make good use of these 5 hours. Beginner's Gift Pack Classic Desert Eagle Infinite Ammunition Suppressed Body Enhancement Agent. Upon consumption, the body is immediately strengthened to the limit of ordinary human system space, 1 cubic meter. Lin Bei no longer felt like eating melons. His entire focus locked onto the words apocalypse and Desert Eagle. The corners of his lips involuntarily lifted, and his body trembled slightly with irrepressible excitement. The apocalypse was coming. The cheat had arrived. His wild daytime fantasies might actually come true. He had long since had enough of this exhausting life of running around all day, yet had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure for the sake of survival. But in 5 hours, everything would change. So how do I register someone into the illustration book? Make her willingly let you consume her. You know what that means. Nice. Wicked but nice. I like it. What kind of apocalypse is it? Lin Bei asked inwardly. As a longtime reader of Doomsday novels, he knew there were many types: extreme cold, extreme heat, acid rain, zombies, deadly fog, even deceptively sweet, homey worlds. Each required different preparations. Zombies. Classic, he murmured. What kind of zombies? Like the shambling corpses from The Walking Dead, or the ones from Train to Busan? Or those in certain shows that can fly and teleport? Master, I am not authorized to answer that. You will have to discover it for yourself. Rather than wasting time on questions whose answers you'll know in 5 hours, it would be better to stock up on supplies and find a safe place to await the apocalypse. You're right. 5 hours, neither long nor short. His consciousness slipped back to reality. Lin Bei glanced at the takeout in his hand, the corners of his mouth lifting. He strode over to the still arguing couple and said, "Hello, are you Mr. Zhang Yang? This is the abortion pill you ordered. Oh no, the contraceptive pill." The moment he spoke, both their expressions changed. The woman shot him a vicious glare. She had just barely managed to calm her boyfriend down, and now he had wrecked all her effort in one sentence. All those tears and sobs had been wasted. The man couldn't help blurting out, "Didn't you say you made him wear protection? Then why did he buy this for you?" "Baby, listen to me." Halfway through, Lin Bei lost interest in the rest of their quarrel. He set down the pills, turned around, and stepped into the elevator to leave. If you wanted to get by in life, you had to put up with a lot. He had been delivering food for nearly a year now and had seen this kind of thing many times. The most common scene was a long-distance boyfriend ordering flowers for his girlfriend, only for a man in a bathrobe to open the door. Inside the elevator, Lin Bei pondered whether, with the apocalypse only 5 hours away, he should inform the people close to him so they could prepare. But then again, he was the innate protagonist physique. His college classmates. Forget it. After a year without contact, they were practically strangers. Her. Yes. Her. Of course, his girlfriend. Come on, who hasn't been in love? Surely no one has graduated without ever having had a girlfriend. That said, the two of them were currently separated. He called her, chatted, briefly learned she was at home, and then hung up. Their breakup had been the same old cliché her family disdained, an ordinary man like him with no background and no future. They had even tried to give him money to make him leave, too proud to accept he had refused. In the days before they parted, she had secretly stayed with him for 3 days and 3 nights, giving him everything she could give. Before leaving, she insisted that this wasn't a breakup, only a temporary separation for the sake of a better reunion. That once she became truly independent, she would come back for him. He had said nothing then, but he knew all too well that long-distance love usually marked the beginning of the end. But now the apocalypse was coming. Time to stock up. Step 1, stocking up. Open the app. Place orders. Save time and effort. Rice. Let's start with 100 bags of 10 kilos each. Damn, rice on these delivery platforms is expensive. The cheapest 10-kilo bag is over 50. There goes 5 grand, he muttered. Drinking water. 5-liter containers at 10 yuan each. Let's get a few hundred of those first. To be fair, it was probably too much. With a cheat like his, he wasn't afraid of going out to scavenge supplies later. Still, it was better to stockpile as much as he could now. He ordered dozens of sets of takeout he normally couldn't bear to splurge on. When he ran out of money, he went to various platforms to take out loans. He had once thought he would never touch such things, yet now he maxed out every bit of credit he could find. System, he said. A system space of 1 cubic meter is a little too abstract. Can't you expand it for me? I'm not asking for much, just 1 million cubic meters. In those web novels people complain even tens of billions of cubic meters are too small. The system fell silent, its silence deafening. It's fine, Lin Bei chuckled. Small things can be cute too. He ordered rice and water from different vendors. If nothing else, the platform had no shortage of stores. After ordering a pile of meat from a butcher, he headed home and stuffed the refrigerator's fresh-keeping compartment full of vegetables. Looking at the brimming fridge, Lin Bei smiled. Back when they'd chosen to rent this apartment, and you had fallen in love with this double-door refrigerator, saying she liked stocking up and filling it to the brim, so that if the world ever ended they wouldn't starve. Her words now felt like a prophecy come true. The power would certainly go out eventually, but probably not immediately. For the first few days after the apocalypse broke out, he should still be able to eat fresh vegetables. Meanwhile, the rice and drinking water he had ordered began arriving one after another. To be honest, they had been intimate long ago. When couples move out to rent a place, 1 bedroom is usually enough, but she insisted on renting this 3-bedroom apartment just for the large refrigerator. The other 2 rooms were empty, and now they came in handy for storing supplies. She was a rich girl, unfazed by such petty expenses. At the time, she paid the rent for 3 years up front. Little did they expect that they would be forced to separate right after graduation. He had to continue living there alone and never rented out the other rooms. After all, they were all memories. Delivery workers came upstairs one after another. A few hours later, the 2 empty rooms were filled to the brim. Looking at the abundant supplies, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. With the last delivery arriving, the time was around 3:50 p.m. There was still a little over an hour before the apocalypse broke out. Enough time to enjoy a nice meal at the restaurant downstairs. He still had some balance left, and not spending it felt uncomfortable. The bustling streets would soon be no more. After eating and drinking his fill, he rested for a while, then packed several of his favorite dishes to take home. He couldn't stay outside any longer, because there were only 20 minutes left until the apocalypse broke out. Wait. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a very pleasant female voice called out. Being the helpful person he was, Lin Bei pressed the button. There was still plenty of time, a few seconds wouldn't matter. No doubt about it. This person was really lucky to be coming home at this time. But when the owner of the voice came into view, he was stunned. She was beautiful. She wore a standard flight attendant uniform and pulled a suitcase, clearly having just landed without even changing clothes. The standard uniform accentuated her figure perfectly, golden proportions. It could only be said that she was a flight attendant's physique enough to defeat 99 of girls worldwide. A pair of long legs was also eye-catching. Her facial features were perfectly proportioned and exquisite. Even among flight attendants, she was absolutely top tier. Her skin was glowing white, and she exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance. She leaned against the elevator wall, breathing heavily. That wasn't the point. The point was that her rapid breathing indicated she was in a hurry to get home. Did she know that the apocalypse was coming soon? Thank you, the woman politely thanked him, then continued her phone call. All right, stop rushing me, I'm almost home. I'm already in the elevator, I'll log on and start playing immediately. You've been nagging me since I got off the plane. When did you become such a gaming addict? The woman was on the phone. Never mind that. Lin Bei examined her bonds. Name Jiang Shiyu, identity flight attendant, appearance score 96, overall score 99, ability space SSS, unawakened note, after becoming a member of the illustration the master will share her talent. Bonds premium flight attendant 1, after bond activation you and illustration members temperament and appearance increase by 100. Innate Stocking Saint 1 after bond activation when the illustration member wears stockings their original effect is doubled. 1 double 2 triple 3 quadruple 4 quintuple 5 sextuple. And so on. Foodie 1 after bond activation when you or illustration member consume a food or drink it will return double. 1 double 2 triple 3 quadruple 4 quintuple 5 sextuple. And so on. Fitness Enthusiast 1 after bond activation you and illustration member gain double strength. 1 double 2 triple 3 quadruple. And so on. And so on. Untouched 1 after bond activation, you will receive a random small gift. Each additional member adds one more gift. Lin Bei breathing quickened. Space ability. Classic. As everyone knows, time is the sovereign, space is the king. In these nearly 5 hours he had seen many people, but this was the first with such magnificent bonds. What surprised him even more was that this woman lived right across from him. No reason. Because after she got on the elevator, she only glanced at the buttons and didn't press any, and only the 13th floor was lit. In this era, even if you live across the hall, it's normal not to meet for a year. And such a beautiful woman still untouched. Extremely rare in this day and age. Alright, I'm home now. I've opened the door. I'll log on soon. Honestly, you rushed me so much I didn't even have time to eat after getting off the plane. Lin Bei smiled and entered his own home. Such high-quality women usually pay great attention to their management, preferring fresh and small meals. That meant she wouldn't have many supplies at home. When she got too hungry to bear it, she would naturally come to him for help. Then, hee. That's how it's written in novels. I'm so evil. Lin Bei was already looking forward to the apocalypse. To prevent boredom, he had downloaded a huge number of TV series and movies from various countries. It would take years to watch them all. Perfect. Everything was ready. View attributes. Master Lin Bei level human limit system space, 1 cubic meter speed, 10 strength 10. Vitality 10 physique, 10 refers to muscle bone internal organs etc. Strength recovery endurance etc. Combat rating good psychological quality and judgment. As long as you don't lose your head, the Desert Eagle with infinite bullets is enough to survive in this chaotic world. Collected illustration members, none bond benefits, none 45959. 500 sharp. Lin Bei stood on the balcony looking down. Everything was as usual except that there was a subtle change in the air. 501. Lin Bei saw a man suddenly fall to the ground for no reason. Then countless people fell one after another. Companions rushed over to check, followed by a piercing scream. What the hell, are you crazy? Why are you biting me? Do you have rabies? Someone is dead. Honey, what's wrong with you? Ah, zombies. It's zombies. In this era, various zombie movies and novels are widely spread with countless classics. Now seeing symptoms identical to those in the movies, it's easy to connect the dots. Screech. Bang. Beep. Are you crazy? Do you want to die? Get out of the way. The screech of brakes. The sound of impact. The honking of horns. Curses. Urgent shouts. 1 second the street was peaceful and orderly, the next it was chaos. People of all kinds fled frantically. A thick smell of blood instantly permeated the air. Order in this moment was completely gone. Get out. Don't come near me. Honey, run, don't worry about me. Some people pushed others toward zombies to save themselves, some voluntarily threw themselves at zombies to save loved ones, some picked up a terrified child on the roadside, some turned a blind eye, some helped the elderly, some dragged beautiful young women and charming wives into dark alleys to commit atrocities. The most beautiful and evil sides of human nature were fully displayed in this moment. At this moment, they didn't have to bear any consequences for their actions because nothing would restrain them anymore. If anything, only the bottom line in their hearts. What's going on? Next door, Jiang Xiyu, who had just ordered takeout and was gaming with friends, also heard the commotion. She hurried to the window and saw the chaos, looking utterly bewildered. What happened? At the same time, she noticed Lin Bei on the balcony next door. Handsome, what's going on down there? I don't know. It should be a zombie apocalypse breaking out, Lin Bei said without turning his head. Zombie apocalypse breaking out. Even if she had never watched that type of movie or novel, she had heard of zombies. The bloody scene below made Jiang Xiyu's legs go weak. She lost her balance and fell heavily to the floor. The screams weren't just below. They were also above. Everywhere. The zombie apocalypse had broken out across. How could this be? Why did it suddenly turn into this ghastly scene? Jiang Xiyu collapsed weakly on the balcony, her gaze filled with terror, helplessness, and confusion as she looked down. The 13th floor was neither too low nor too high, and with normal vision, she could clearly see the nauseating details below. They saw a large obese man being tackled by a horde of zombies who frenziedly tore at his belly, pulling out his intestines and organs to devour with relish. The sight churned their stomachs. Jiang Xiyu retched on the spot. Fortunately, she hadn't eaten for a long time, and the takeout she ordered hadn't arrived yet, so nothing came up. But she wasn't sure if this was a blessing or a curse because there was little food in her home. Lin Bei forced down his nausea and continued watching. No other reason. This would be the new normal from now on. He had to adapt whether he liked it or not. He dragged a chair to the balcony, even grabbed some snacks to munch on while observing. As for Jiang Xiu next door, she had already left. To be fair, an unprepared ordinary person would be stunned into shock at such a sight, not thinking about adapting quickly. Next door. Yu, what's happening on your end? Everyone on my street has gone mad. My neighbor says it's a zombie outbreak. Is that true? Even though Jiang Xiu was safe at home, her body trembled uncontrollably as she spoke on the phone. The scene outside shattered her worldview. She could still clearly hear the commotion upstairs. Wife, have you gone mad? Why are you biting me? That's our child. Are you insane? No, my wife. Even so, she still refused to believe the zombie apocalypse had arrived. She clung to hope, thinking perhaps only her area was infected with some unknown virus. All she had to do was stay put and wait for rescue. She desperately needed her best friend's confirmation. Xiao Yu, as hard as it is to believe, I have to tell you, the zombie crisis might have truly erupted. People here have gone mad too, biting everyone. Even police bullets don't faze them. They're exactly like zombies in the movies. The sky had fallen. Jiang Xiu curled up on the sofa in despair. Her best friend lived thousands of kilometers away, and the same thing was happening there. This could only mean the apocalypse had truly arrived. The woman on the other end knew Jiang Xiu was terrified and disoriented. She quickly said, Xiao Yu, listen to me. Don't panic. Whatever you do, don't panic. The apocalypse has just begun. The water sources aren't contaminated yet. Even if they are, it hasn't spread to your place. Fill every container you can with water. To be safe, boil it before drinking. Oh, okay. Jiang Xiu complied. She filled every basin, bowl, and anything that could hold water to the brim. Xiao Yu, do you have any food? Even with water, you won't last long. Jiang Xiu rummaged through everything edible in her home and laid it out on the coffee table. She reported to her best friend 2 packs of hawthorn strips and some digestive tablets. That's it. That's all. Yu, how long do you think I can survive on this? Jiang Xiu asked weakly. Personally, I think you might live longer if you didn't eat those. Seriously, even if you only came home a few times a month, how could you have so little food? Jiang Xiu grimaced. I can't control myself. If there's any food at home, I'll eat it all, so I just don't buy anything. Oh, I just ordered takeout. Maybe the delivery guy is already in the elevator. At this, the line fell silent for a long moment. Sis, it's the end of the world, and you're still expecting your takeout to arrive on time. What if he's dedicated? Jiang Xiu clung to a sliver of hope. Sis, take my advice. Don't get your hopes up. Even if your takeout arrives, don't go out to get it. Unless the delivery person is a woman. If it's a man, never ever open the door. Just now I saw men on the street dragging women into alleys to do unspeakable things. You're so beautiful. Opening the door would only make you a victim. Remember this, in the apocalypse, human hearts are more terrifying than zombies. Yu, how do you know so much? And you don't seem scared at all. Both were women of the same age, yet their psychological resilience was worlds apart. I think it's okay. Maybe it's because I've watched so many zombie movies over the years. Jiang Xiu understood. Everyone had different hobbies. She had never watched such graphic films before. She sighed deeply. Yu, if the world really ends up ruled by zombies, I think I'd choose to jump off a building. Don't be so pessimistic. I was just browsing a forum, and someone said they awakened a special ability. Maybe you have one too, Xiao Yu. I've got another call coming in. He'll talk to you later. Remember, don't lose hope. If your takeout arrives, and it's a man, do not open the door no matter what he says. Even if he leaves it at the door, don't go out to get it. He might rush in when you open it. Got it. Jiang Xiu hung up. Her best friend's words piqued her interest. She started browsing forums and videos and discovered that some people had actually awakened superpowers. Such an absurd thing was happening. Well, if a zombie crisis could erupt, why couldn't anything else be possible? For now, this was her only way to understand the outside world. She watched several videos. It was the same across the country, zombies everywhere, chaos in the streets, shops, and malls. 99% of people fled in terror, but 1% picked up nearby weapons and fought back. She saw a muscular man wielding a baseball bat taking down a zombie with a single blow to the head. Honestly, she admired these people for daring to face such monsters head-on. If it were her, she would have collapsed on the spot, paralyzed with fear. The next video. The way to overcome fear is to face it. Folks, zombies really aren't that scary. They have no brains, not even as aggressive as a dog. A new era has arrived. Whoa, 10 kills in a row. Folks, I think I have a serious violent streak. I just blew a zombie's head off, and not only am I not scared, I'm actually a little excited. It feels amazing. How dare these people do that? Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, your takeout has arrived. Is anyone home? Hello, your takeout is here. The knocking drew Jiang Xiu's attention from her phone as she curled up on the sofa. After talking to her best friend, her fear had subsided somewhat, and hunger was creeping back. The takeout had arrived. She couldn't help but swallow. There was nothing to eat at home, and this meal would at least help her hold out a few more days. At that moment, her phone rang, displaying the delivery number. Without a second thought, she answered. Hello, your delivery has arrived. Please come get it. Delivery? I'm at the office, not home. Just leave it by the door. She thought nothing was wrong with what she said. All right. The call ended. Soon on the app, she received a photo showing her meal placed just behind the door, accessible the moment she stepped out. Gazing at the food, her hunger intensified. Barefoot, she crept cautiously to the door. Peering through the peephole for over a minute, she saw no one. The delivery driver must have left. Gently gripping the handle, a memory of her best friend's warning flashed through her mind. But she had already said she wasn't home. Surely the delivery guy wouldn't still be lurking outside. Yes, he must be gone. She reassured herself silently. With that thought, she abruptly pressed down the handle, then swiftly released it, opening and closing the door in a split second. She hurried back to the peephole, thinking better safe than sorry. What if he was still out there? She had no desire to be toyed with. The next moment, her pupils contracted sharply. A figure rose from below and she stumbled backward in terror. Oh my God! He was hiding right under the peephole. Thankfully, she had tested it. Otherwise, as a beautiful, high-quality single woman living alone, she would have been in grave danger. Miss Jiang, I know you're home. Please just open the door and let me hide in there. It's too dangerous outside. Monsters are everywhere eating people. The delivery guy outside began pounding on the door, begging frantically. He knew Jiang Shiyu was home. From his frequent deliveries, he knew many people claimed to be out and asked him to leave food at the door. Given the chaos outside was now common knowledge, her insistence on leaving it at the door meant she was definitely inside. Miss Jiang, I beg you, please open up. There are so many monsters out there. Just let me hide for a while, and I'll leave as soon as it's safe. Please. Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang. Jiang Shiyu didn't reply. In normal times she might have helped, but this was the apocalypse. She couldn't put herself in danger. Sorry. Fend for yourself. Her silence was deafening. Jiang Shiyu, can't you hear me? Open the damn door. How can you be so heartless? The delivery guy grew frantic, kicking the door with all his might. Startled, Jiang Shiyu stumbled backward, scanning for a weapon. A thought struck her, and she dashed into the kitchen, grabbing a fruit knife and clutching it tightly. Staring at the shuddering door, she swallowed hard. She had watched some self-defense tutorials for women. Even with the knife in hand, she was terrified. She did nothing, her breaths growing quicker. She feared her self-defense moves might only excite him further. Open the door. If I get in there, I'll kill you. The kicks grew more violent. What should she do? What should she do? What should she do? Just as she was at her wits' end, the kicking suddenly stopped, replaced by voices. Are you an idiot? Making all that noise. You'll lure every zombie from the fire escape over here. She recognized that voice. It was the neighbor across the hall. Bro, I didn't mean to. It's terrifying out here. The lady won't let me in. Take her food. Just let me hide in your place. Folks, who gets this? Come on in. Damn. You're not refusing. My food. Through the peephole, Jiang Shiyu watched the delivery guy carry her meal to the neighbor's door. The danger had passed. But so had her food. Hungry. So hungry. The baby wants to eat. She could already picture the two men across the hall devouring her steak and broccoli. Boo-hoo. So hungry. Across the hall, Lin Bei stared at the delivery guy who had entered his home, a flicker of pity and cruelty in his eyes. Kindness. No. Training. Yes. In this apocalypse, besides adapting to grotesque scenes, thick blood and foul stench, one must also get used to facing zombies. Suddenly, he noticed a deep bite mark on the delivery guy's arm and smiled with relief. Saved him the trouble. Good. You've been bitten. The delivery guy, setting down the food, panicked and hid his bitten arm behind his back. Just some crazy person bit me. It's fine. Probably won't spread that virus. Is that so? Lin Bei watched him with keen interest. At this moment, all his physical attributes had reached human peak, not to mention the Desert Eagle with infinite ammo. What was there to fear from a single zombie? He was waiting for him to turn. Seeing no sign of being kicked out, the delivery guy sighed in relief, then shook his head. A bit dizzy. Must be from running too fast. He tried to reassure himself. But his head shaking grew more frequent, his vision darker, his consciousness fainter, until everything went black, and he collapsed with a thud. Lin Bei smiled. Perfect. Meanwhile, Jiang Shiyu pressed her ear to the door. This wasn't a high-end complex. The two doors were barely 10 meters apart, and she could clearly hear the conversation from across the hall. So she knew about the bite. She was worried about her neighbor's safety, knowing she would inevitably need his help. Apart from water, she had absolutely nothing to eat. Hawthorn sticks. Please. Those only made her hungrier. They were for her diet. HRR. Soon she heard a low, guttural roar. The delivery guy had turned into a zombie. Across the hall, Lin Bei watched the risen man. His face was ashen, veins bulging, his eyes were cloudy like advanced cataracts, his mouth gaped like a beast as he lunged. Lin Bei kicked him away. The force sent him flying. He could clearly feel several ribs break from the kick, but the guy felt nothing, got up, and charged again. Another kick. This repeated several times. Like a bot, Lin Bei pulled out a prepared fruit knife and stabbed it through his temple into the brain. Easy. No pressure. Whoosh. To be safe, he drew his pistol and fired several shots into the head before hoisting the corpse and tossing it out the window. No feeling. After finishing, Lin Bei felt it was too easy. He knew this was a shift in mindset. All fear came from insufficient firepower. Forget his physique. With that Desert Eagle of infinite ammo, this zombie was destined to be nothing more than a bot. What's happening? Is he bitten or not? Jiang Shiyu, ear pressed to the door, was extremely tense. Suddenly the sound stopped. the zombies' roars, and the fight. She thought she heard a few strange noises, but didn't pay much attention. She just wanted to know if her neighbor was safe. Forget it'll just toss it. Lin Bei glanced at the takeout the delivery guy had brought and thought for a moment, and threw it out the window. Who knew if it had been contaminated, especially now that the apocalypse had begun? Then he peered through the peephole at the hallway. Good. The delivery guy's door kicking hadn't attracted any zombies. The hallway was safe. That was why Jiang Xiyu from across the hall had come to him when she was at her wit's end. Lin Bei lay on the sofa scrolling through videos. Suddenly someone DM'd him. It was the owner's group for Building 30. Owner of 1302, Building 30. Owner of 1301, Building 30. Handsome, I heard some scuffling from your place earlier. You okay? Lin Bei, I'm fine. Handled it. Jiang Xiyu, impressive. Jiang Xiyu, handsome, about that the delivery guy brought my takeout into your place. If it's convenient. Can you give it back? Lin Bei. You should have said something earlier. I was afraid it was contaminated, so I just tossed it out the window. Tell you what'll transfer you $100 as an apology. He was all about politeness. Lin Bei sent a red packet to Jiang Xiyu in the group chat. Might as well have some fun while the internet still worked. Jiang Xiyu's face turned black on the spot. Wow, this guy was so disgusting. What good was money at a time like this? What the hell? Owner of 1201, nice one, bro. It's the apocalypse, and you throw away food. Aren't you afraid of starving? Owner of 1001, anyone got extra food and water? He'll pay top dollar. He'll take as much as you have. Owner of 202, he'll pay top dollar too. Jiang Xiyu, me too. Owner of 1201, I just went to the supermarket today. Besides 2 bags of rice, I've got plenty of veggies and meat. I live alone, so I can handle feeding one more person. Anyone interested, come to my place. Women only though. Add me on WeChat, and send a selfie first. Owner of 1601, damn, how can someone as disgusting as you live in our building? We should stick together and wait for rescue. Acting like this now, aren't you afraid of being held accountable later? Owner of 1201, sis, are you kidding me? Wait for rescue. You don't think this zombie crisis is just in our area, do you? It's nationwide. I've got friends studying abroad, and it's broken out there too. And you still want to wait for rescue? Take your time. They'll say it again, anyone interested, add me, and send a selfie. Only one spot available. Lin Bei laughed. He didn't expect everyone to catch on so fast about how important food was. Normal households usually had some stock, except for those who only came home a few times a month, or those used to ordering takeout, or those who had just run out and hadn't restocked yet. Hunger could break a person. He had experienced it before. One day without eating was bearable, but by the second day your body would send signals. You'd crave carbs and protein like crazy. By the third day that craving would become so intense you'd search everywhere for food, and you'd do almost anything for a single bite. Owner of 1201, image. To prove his point, he sent several photos showing all kinds of stock. Besides regular food, there were plenty of vegetarian options, several boxes of instant noodles in various flavors, whole boxes of Snickers bars and meat floss cakes. Lin Bei shook his head with a smile. This guy was a bit foolish. Didn't he know the principle of not flaunting your wealth? In the apocalypse, food was wealth. Either he was an idiot or he had the capital to show off without fearing anyone in the building. Either way, it had nothing to do with him, because his eyes were only on Jiang Xiyu across the hall. As for Jiang Xiyu, at that moment, after drinking a little plain water, she was lying peacefully on her bed, listening to music. She was learning the turtle's art of stillness to reduce her boda's consumption. The less she moved, the longer she could survive. Day 2 of the apocalypse. Dawn. As the July breeze blew and sunlight spilled across the window panes, Lin Bei woke from his slumber. After a long-awaited phone call with his little girlfriend, he hung up and got out of bed. A beautiful day. He got up, fried 2 eggs, brewed a cup of black coffee, pan-seared a steak, made a chicken burger, and boiled a pack of instant noodles. He took it all to the balcony, and gazing at the zombies below, savored his meal with delight. Adaptation started with the little things in daily life. After the most chaotic and darkest day yesterday, there were no more screams today. Instead, there was silence, an eerie silence. The zombies below wandered aimlessly without making a sound, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and a nauseating foulness. Master only by taking the initiative will there be a story. Don't you want to unlock bonds and gain power? It's the second day of the apocalypse, and you still haven't gone to charm the beauty across the hall. Lin Bei leisurely cut a piece of steak and brought it to his mouth. System. You know, during my year as a delivery driver, I learned one thing: a simp ends up with nothing in the end. I, Lin Bei, will never be a simp. I want take the initiative. But this morning you took the initiative to call by Enyu and gave her all kinds of advice. Note this. She and I are mutual. Our separation was only temporary and unavoidable. Besides, wasn't it her who called me first last night saying she was scared and wanted to hear my voice to fall asleep? Master by Enyu is your girlfriend from before the system awakened. Even if you've had intimate contact of over 20 centimeters, even if you're her only man, you still can't activate the collection. You want kill zombies and you want pick up new girls. Aren't you in any hurry to improve your strength? Take my advice. While the internet still works, learn from the owner of 1201. Post your supplies in the group and plenty of women will DM you. Lin Bei shook his head. Quality over quantity, my friend. I don't fancy ordinary women. So picky, it's not about being picky. A truly high-quality woman won't easily humble herself for a bite to eat. When their supplies run out and their bodies reach their limits, they'd rather choose suicide. Next door. Jiang Xiu also woke from her slumber. After groaning a few times, she habitually ordered breakfast, got up, and went to the balcony to enjoy the morning sun. Of course, she had to enjoy her days off. Last night, she had a nightmare. She dreamed of the apocalypse. Ridiculous, right? Wait. The apocalypse. It didn't seem like a dream. She sat up abruptly and looked down below. Dense figures were wandering endlessly. Upon closer inspection, each one was a terrifying zombie. Gulp at the same time her stomach growled. An intense hunger pulled her back to reality. It had been nearly 20 hours since she last ate. For an ordinary person it might be bearable, but she usually ate only to 3 or 5% fullness, which made her hunger now excruciating. Her gaze drifted to the next balcony. Holy crap. What the hell? Eating so much this early? Steak. Fried eggs. Instant noodles. A burger. Jiang Xiu swallowed her saliva uncontrollably. Instant noodles were something she barely ate once a year, unhealthy. But now even if she could only have the soup, she'd swear to lick the bowl clean. She sniffed the air wildly. It was as if she could already smell the tantalizing aroma of the noodles. Seriously, who eats breakfast like this during the apocalypse? What kind of conditions did he have? To be honest, she hadn't believed Lin Bei yesterday, when he said he threw away her takeout. But after seeing this breakfast, she believed him. Lin Bei looked about her age, was very handsome, and couldn't be so stupid as to not plan for future consumption. It could only mean one thing: his food supplies were extremely abundant. Or, this was his final indulgence. No, she couldn't look. Jiang Xiu quickly closed her eyes and chanted in her mind, he's eating shit, he's eating shit, he's eating shit. Only then could she achieve some psychological balance. But, even if it was shit, she wanted to eat it so badly. Jiang Xiu, am so hungry. At noon, Lin Bei's lunch consisted of braised spare ribs, sweet and sour fish, blackfish soup, and a shredded cabbage dish. After his body had been strengthened, he craved meat, intensely devouring 2 full bowls of rice. Satisfied and full, he lay down on the balcony for a nap. Next door, Jiang Xiu, basking in the sun in her tortoise-like posture, heard her stomach growl repeatedly. Though her eyes were closed, she squinted open, a slit fixated on the leftover food on Lin Bei's small table. Wow, how could this man be so wasteful? Why didn't he clean the meat off the ribs? What is he going to do? Hey, there's still meat on them. He's not going to toss them out the window, is he? Leave them for me to suck on. Hey, those bones could still make a soup with some water. How can this man be so wasteful? Doesn't he know how to live? Whoa. Why? We're both human. Why can one person eat until they're full while she has to mimic a tortoise just to survive a little longer? It's only the second day of the apocalypse, and she already feels she can't hold on. Though she has water to drink, it can't replace the satisfaction of food. Her entire body is signaling her to find sustenance to replenish her energy. Strictly speaking, it's the first day since the apocalypse broke out because it started at 5 yesterday afternoon. Hasn't even been 24 hours yet. She pulls out her phone to call her best friend. She can't hold on any longer. There's a message in the group chat. Owner 1201 image. JPG image. JPG image. JPG. Made braised pork today. Any beauties want to come try it? Just be my girlfriend for an hour in exchange for a meal. Pretty good deal, right? 1502 disgusting. Where's the group admin? Kick this person out. He's a disgrace to building 30. Owner 1201. I like how tough you talk. Hope you won't be the first to come begging in a few days. Enough, I'm off to enjoy my lunch. Staring at the images the man sent, Jiang Xiu swallowed hard, greedily licking her lips. The braised pork with its fatty bits. She wouldn't have given it a second glance before, but now she felt sure the meat must be tender. Paired with a mouthful of rice and some of the rich sauce, it would be pure satisfying calories. The meat is rancid. The rice is spoiled. Tears of frustration streamed down Jiang Xiu's face as she dialed her best friend's number. Yu, I'm so hungry. I'm dying from hunger. It's so hard. I feel like jumping off the building. Her voice carried a hint of despair. This hunger was different. Before, when she managed her figure, she could still eat whenever she wanted. But now she would remain hungry indefinitely. On top of that, she had to worry about the zombies outside breaking in. Xiaoyu, if it's really that bad, why not ask your neighbor for some food? Jiang Xiu's voice trembled with fear. Didn't you say that in the apocalypse men are the ones to be most wary of? My neighbor is a guy around my age. He looks handsome, but who knows if he might lose control and pounce on me. The thought terrifies me. Xiaoyu, it's wise to be cautious of men, but first you need to survive. You've always been alone, but sometimes having someone to lean on isn't a bad thing. If you say he's handsome, your neighbor must be very good looking. Have you thought about becoming his woman? His woman? Jiang Xiu was stunned, never expecting her best friend to say such a thing. But after a moment's thought, if she became his woman, she could sit beside him and enjoy the food. She swore. She would gnaw those ribs clean and then boil the bones into a soup. But I only know he's handsome. I don't know his personality, Whether he's abusive or emotionally cold. What if he's not a good person? What if he's a womanizer? Her best friend fell silent. After a long pause, she spoke softly. Sis, you're going to him to survive, not to be a princess. This is the apocalypse now. He's not just your boyfriend. He's your meal ticket and your protector. To be precise, he's your lifeline. True. And honestly, I hope he's a bad guy. In these times, only the wicked live long. As long as he doesn't trade you away, you can stay by his side. But you need to make sure he has the ability to provide food and safety, and that he can survive long-term in this apocalypse. Feelings can grow over time. Living is better than dying. You're so young and beautiful. There's so much in this world you haven't seen, things you haven't tried, places you haven't been. To die like this, are you truly willing to let that go? Thank you, Yu. You always look out for me. You're truly my best friend. I'm so glad I met you. If it weren't for you, I'd probably choose to jump in a few days. Of course, you're the sister I've chosen. I hope we both survive until we meet again. She hung up. Jiang Xiyu now had a goal and the motivation to live. She tilted her head, slightly squinting through the gap, toward the man next door. Sunlight bathed him, making him look remarkably handsome. To be honest, his appearance perfectly matched her taste, and she was quite satisfied with his physique and height. The fact that he had taken down a zombie alone proved he had the ability to survive in the apocalypse. She just didn't know what kind of person he was. She thought again. She felt she could endure a little longer. Maybe the authorities would send help to rescue them. She still clung to a sliver of hope. Time passed. By the third day at 5 in the afternoon, 48 hours had passed since the apocalypse began. Excluding water, she hadn't consumed any carbs or protein for over 50 hours. She felt her body was reaching its limit. Outside, things were the same as usual. Zombies still filled the streets and the neighborhood with occasional piercing screams. Who would have thought I'd end up like this? Jiang Xiyu laughed bitterly. She had always believed herself to be independent and strong, yet after the apocalypse, she was so fragile that she had to offer herself for a bite to eat. Pathetic. Pitiful. Miserable. She went to the bathroom, applied a light layer of makeup. Her features and skin were beautiful even with minimal effort, and took a fruit knife from the kitchen, hiding it in her clothes. If he was too repulsive, too eager, if he tried to touch her immediately, if he sought her body right away, if he wanted to take everything from her, then she would have no choice but to take another path. Come on, Jiang Xiyu, you can definitely do it. Jiang Xiyu looked at herself in the mirror with great satisfaction. Her white short-sleeved shirt and pale blue jeans made her appear exceptionally pure and adorable. Come on. She approached the door. First, she peered through the peephole to ensure the corridor was free of zombies. Then she carefully opened the door, trying not to make a single sound, stepped outside, and locked the fire escape door shut. She wasn't afraid of anything else. She was only afraid that zombies might emerge from the fire escape while she was knocking. In the past dozens of hours, she had mentally prepared for every possibility and didn't want to be bitten due to such a minor oversight. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, Lin Bei, can you hear me? It's Jiang Xiyu, your neighbor across the hall. Jiang Xiyu gently knocked on Lin Bei's door while keeping an eye on the fire escape door. With a creak, the door opened. Lin Bei looked slightly surprised at the captivating Jiang Xiyu at his doorstep. He was a man of great patience, having already prepared for a long standoff, intending to wait until she came begging to him. But he never expected her to show up just 3 days into the apocalypse. Did she have so few supplies at home? As the door swung open, a rich aroma wafted over. Jiang Xiyu greedily inhaled the air, the scent of fish, the scent of meat. Every cell in her body reveled in these fragrances. Is there something you need? Jiang Xiyu shyly lowered her head, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Well, I don't have any food left at home. I've been hungry for days. Is it possible? Is it possible to? Let me have a meal. Come on in. Once inside, Jiang Xiyu surveyed his living room, clean, minimalist with no clutter. A tidy room surely reflected a decent person. A few days ago, I heard the delivery guy who entered your place turned into a zombie. Where's his body? I threw it out the window, Lin Bei said as he carried a freshly stewed pork rib soup from the kitchen to the small dining table on the balcony. As he passed Jiang Xiyu, her eyes locked onto the dish, and tears of longing once again betrayed her, trickling from the corners of her mouth. Pork rib and corn soup. My absolute favorite. Meat. So much meat. Not those scrawny little ribs, but huge ones loaded with meat, even sprinkled with some chopped green onions. Next came a sweet and sour fish. Then braised pork belly. Stir-fried chives with eggs. Finally, a cold cucumber salad. The rice in the bowl was packed solid. Oh my god. 3 dishes, 1 soup, plus a cold appetizer. Was this really the kind of meal one could have during the apocalypse? His fridge. Just how many supplies did he have? Jiang Xiyu stood still, waiting for Lin Bei's invitation because she noticed 2 bowls of rice on the table. She was thrilled. The moment Lin Bei said the word, she would rush to the table. In her imagination, they would slowly get along, develop mutual feelings, and naturally come together with her giving everything to him. That was the normal way of things. After preparing dinner, Lin Bei stretched lazily and looked at Jiang Xiyu. Today her outfit lacked seduction, but was brimming with youthful charm, like a pure college girl. He even thought of a title, Pure Long-Legged College Girl's Night at a Delivery Guy's Home. MP4. Want something to eat? Lin Bei asked, sitting on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, leaning back against the cushion with a hint of laziness. Jiang Shiyu stood obediently before the coffee table, her head bowed. Have you figured out what you're going to trade for it? Lin Bai's flat voice shattered Jiang Shiyu's beautiful fantasies. I can do housework. I can cook for you. I can exchange my labor, she replied, her expression slightly strained, but forcing a smile. She knew exactly what Lin Bei truly wanted. She had known all along. But she hadn't expected him to be so blunt that it deeply unsettled her. After all, she was an innocent girl. Though she had prepared herself before coming, she truly didn't want her first time to be used as a transaction. I can do all those things myself. Your existence is meaningless. It would only waste my food reserves. They'll only eat a little, just a little. And just one meal, that's all. You have so much food, a tiny bit won't matter. Come on, we're neighbors, hee. Jiang Shiyu gestured placatingly, forcing a smile. One had to bow when under another's roof. I truly don't lack a little, but why should I give it to you for nothing? We're neighbors, yes, but we've never interacted. There's no goodwill here. Fair exchange. If you want to eat, bring something of equal value. Hearing Lin Bai's emotionless words, Jiang Shiyu's last glimmer of hope died. She removed a delicate necklace from her fair neck and forced a smile. This was a birthday gift from my best friend. It cost tens of thousands back then. Surely it's worth one meal. Lin Bei laughed a mocking laugh. Miss Jiang, it might have been valuable before the apocalypse, but now? Do you think it's worth even a pack of instant noodles? Jiang Shiyu's face darkened. Glancing at the boxes of instant food by the living room wall, she said, then he'll trade it for a pack of noodles and a sausage. How about that? That's nothing to you. Lin Bai's smile widened. Miss Jiang, I was just giving an example. You really latch on, don't you? Do you think if you took that necklace to the owner of 1201, what could you get in return? Then what do you want? Don't you already know what I want? When you decided to knock on a man's door begging for food, weren't you already mentally prepared? This haggling of yours is just trying to hold onto your last shred of dignity. You don't want to give up your most precious thing for a meal, but your hunger has forced you to make this decision. You were hoping I'd be easy to talk to, maybe even a pushover. You thought if you acted pitiful and smiled, I'd let you eat, didn't you? At these words, Jiang Shiyu's face grew even more ashen. Lin Bai's words laid bare her truest thoughts. Before the apocalypse, with her stunning looks, figure, and aura, countless people had wanted to treat her to meals. Many wealthy men and rich heirs had invited her repeatedly, only to be rejected. She knew their real intentions were just to sleep with her. But those people at least maintained a veneer of restraint. Lin Bei, however, was so brutally direct that she wanted to turn and leave immediately. His words wounded her fragile pride and self-respect. She wished he would just pounce on her like a beast so she could stab him without any guilt. Why the silence? Lin Bei stood up and walked toward her step by step. Are you thinking him too blunt? Do you find me disgusting? Don't come near me. As he approached, Jiang Shiyu retreated in fear until her back hit the door. She looked pitiful and helpless, her terrified expression stirring excitement. One hand stealthily moved behind her, gripping the knife hidden at her waist. Come closer. Come closer. Deep inside, she eagerly anticipated this disgusting man lunging at her. Only at close range could she deliver a fatal blow. She was well aware of the strength disparity between men and women. He stopped when he was only half a meter away from Jiang Shiyu. He had actually wanted to give in to his primal instincts, but the handbook required that the target be willing. Willingness came in many forms. He knew that if he invited her to dinner a few more times in the apocalyptic environment where intimacy could blossom coupled with his own looks, she would willingly shed her clothes within days. But why bother? And it was too slow. He had the patience to fish, but once the fish was caught, he had no patience to keep it alive, because right now he urgently needed to improve himself. He had another path to shatter her pride and self-esteem, to make her realize that the only way to survive was to become his woman. Then with a little kindness at the right moment, she would naturally obey him. At that time she would believe that everything she had was given by him, not deserved. She would do whatever he asked. Wasn't that perfect? Pushing too hard would only backfire. Seeing Jiang Shiyu with one hand behind her back, he smiled. What, you brought a knife? Were you planning to stab me, without guilt, if I lunged at you like a beast? Then take my food and scrape by in this apocalypse. Jiang Shiyu was stunned. She never expected this man to notice she had a knife. Her grip on the blade tightened and loosened. She felt naked before him, as if he could read her every thought. Her face turned pale. He knew she had a knife. Could she still kill him? Do you really think even if you killed me you could survive this apocalypse? Jiang Shiyu froze again. Could she? She didn't know. He continued, do you think you alone have the mental fortitude to overcome the fear of zombies? Or would you rather stay inside until your food runs out, never stepping out the door? Jiang Shiyu remained silent. With your looks and figure, there are plenty of men in this building eyeing you. Do you think you can fend them off alone? Have you ever imagined waking up in the dead of night to find a stranger standing beside you staring at you? Her fists clenched involuntarily. He went on. When a group of men break through your door grinning as they lunge at you, do you think you'll have the courage to face them with a knife? And even if you did, you wouldn't die instantly. You'd still feel every moment of what happened to your body. With each word, her face grew paler. He pressed, "Do you think? Enough. Stop it." Jiang Xiu almost screamed, yanking the fruit knife from her waist and holding it between herself and Lin Bei. Tears streamed down her face. Every word he said was exactly what she feared. She sobbed. "Is it that hard for me just to survive? Why did the world turn into this mess? If you hadn't thrown away my delivery, I wouldn't have come to find you. Do you know how agonizing hunger is? Do you know what it's like to wake up starving in the middle of the night and force yourself back to sleep? Do you know the taste of surviving on nothing but water? You have so much food. Why can't you share a little? Do I have to strip naked and beg on my knees?" He replied, "So you came to my place with a knife?" She answered, "I didn't want to butt him a woman. I have to protect myself, don't I?" He said, "I don't know if you're underestimating men or overestimating yourself. Even if you're starving for days, do you think I wouldn't check your body if I lost control? Did you really believe a knife in your hand could let you kill me?" As he spoke, Lin Bei grabbed the fruit knife from her hand, shattering what little composure she had left. Even her last means of self-defense was gone. Her sobs turned into wails. After days of hunger and fear, the pent-up emotions finally broke loose, and she crouched on the ground crying. She felt hopeless. "Come on, do whatever you want. Men are all disgusting." After this, she would jump off the building. She couldn't take this life anymore, not a single shred of hope. But when she lifted her head again, 2 packs of steak, a head of broccoli, and 2 eggs were placed before her. Lin Bei, sitting on the sofa playing with his phone, said, when she stopped crying, "You said you came because I threw away your delivery. Now I'm giving you double. If you think you can survive on this, take it and go. I won't stop you." Jiang Xiu was stunned. Really? She was overjoyed. He was actually kind. She never expected to get all this without giving anything. With this, she could last a few more days. But what about after a few days? She thought of that. She couldn't bear that feeling again. She looked back at Lin Bei. He was disgusting, but maybe not that disgusting. At least he hadn't forced himself on her when she was defenseless. They had no connection before. Helping was a kindness, not helping was justifiable. And what he said wasn't just scaremongering. It was exactly what she would have to face. He was just being realistic. Every time she came home, she could feel the burning gazes of the male neighbors in the elevator. These days she had to endure not only the fear of zombies breaking through her door, but also the fear of someone with ill intentions prying open her door while she slept. This was the apocalypse. No rules. You could do whatever you wanted. At the same time, she remembered her best friend's advice about choosing a man. Lin Bei fit every criterion: realistic, smart, strong, and most importantly, handsome. She had once seen the owner of apartment 1201, a standard otaku. She stared at the food before her, lost in thought. After crying, the pent-up emotions had eased. The food crisis was solved for now, but what she was really thinking about was the future. Her gaze drifted to the dining table on the balcony. She wanted to eat that, but she was afraid that if she spoke, Lin Bei would crush the last shred of her pride. That would be no different from having him humiliate her on the ground. She couldn't bear it. Better to die, jump from the 13th floor, land headfirst, no pain, and be free. After a long hesitation, she stared at the table on the balcony and spoke. I want to eat that." Her heart pounded. Her pale fists clenched tightly. Lin Bei put down his phone and walked to the balcony table, sitting down. "Put those in the fridge, then come over and eat." "Okay." Jiang Xiu was ecstatic. He didn't mention it. By asking for that, she had already tacitly traded everything she had. She had thrown away all her pride and most of her dignity. She knew Lin Bei knew too. This was him preserving her last shred of self-respect. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." Giddily, she put the food in the fridge. When she opened the fridge door, she was stunned. No wonder he ate so well every meal. He had so much stock. She swallowed hard. Carefully, she walked over and sat beside him. Turning her head, she saw the lounge chair where she had once basked in the sun. Finally, she had made it to this seat. She picked up the bowl and chopsticks. This ordinary meal now made every cell in her body tingle with excitement. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. "I'm eating now. Go ahead." With his confirmation, Jiang Xiu picked up a piece of corn with trembling hands, placed it on the rice, and took a deep bite. The sweet, savory juice slid down her throat into her stomach, and she felt as if she had been reborn. Tears of relief fell. She had finally eaten. "Mom, Dad, your daughter made it." She took a big bite of corn and wolfed down 2 large mouthfuls of rice. As the carbohydrates settled in, her entire body trembled slightly. Satisfaction, pure satisfaction. Meat. She craved meat. Her eyes locked onto a rib with plenty of meat. Just as her chopsticks were about to grab it, she remembered something and cautiously glanced at Lin Bei, afraid that if she ate this rib, he would be angry. Having rice to eat was already quite good. Lin Bei was very satisfied. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He smiled and said, "Eat, go ahead, eat as much as you want." "Good." Without hesitation, Jiang Xiu picked up a piece and put it in her bowl. One bite, tender, fragrant, and delicious. In that second, she felt as if she had arrived in heaven. A satisfied moan escaped her throat. Bliss. Utter bliss. She had never imagined that a meal could bring such pleasure. Truly, she had never thought she could eat so much. After finishing one bowl, she asked Lin Bei if she could have more. Receiving an affirmative answer, she heaped another full bowl. At that moment her mind was occupied by only one thought: eating. Figure management. I was starving to death. Woo. This meal was so satisfying. So incredibly satisfying. Finally, she drank a large bowl of rib soup, then reluctantly ended the dinner. Even apart from her extreme hunger, Lin Bei's cooking was simply too good, too delicious. Her flat belly was now round and full. He'll wash the dishes. Seeing Lin Bei had finished eating, Jiang Xiu, being perceptive, offered proactively. She was alive again. This meal had made her feel incredibly good. She had almost single-handedly devoured the entire large bowl of ribs. Toward the end, every time she picked up a piece, she would check Lin Bei's expression, but he showed no displeasure at all, which moved her deeply. Such precious meat, and he let her eat freely. Truly, before coming she had already imagined the worst possible outcome, losing her body and only being allowed to eat his leftovers. But unexpectedly she could eat freely until she was full, until she was stuffed, until she couldn't take anymore. Just finished eating, let's rest for a while first. There's no rush. Lin Bei lay down, squinting his eyes. As a man with a system, he had to learn to restrain himself. He knew that if he pounced on her now, Jiang Xiu wouldn't refuse. But he understood the difference between a single meal and a lifetime of meals. He didn't want to be unable to sleep peacefully at night either. Excessive oppression would only make her rebellious. Just the right amount would make her more obedient and compliant. Jiang Xiu lay down like him, her stomach full of food, making her mood very pleasant. She even wondered whether she should lie in his arms and let him touch her to feel comfortable. Although she had been hungry for a few days, she hadn't lost much flesh. It would certainly feel nice to touch. She was inexperienced, that was fine. But she also knew that men like to touch women, and this was the only value she could provide to him. Now the more she looked at him, the more satisfied she became. Regarding what was about to happen to her, besides nervousness and fear, there was also a great deal of anticipation. If every day were like this. Truly, she wished she could get the main business done with him right now. She asked for nothing else as long as he didn't abandon her or trade her away. System, I have a question. If I include her and she dies, will the bonds I've awakened disappear? Lin Bei asked. Reply to Master, as long as both dependence and affection reach 90%, it can be permanently unlocked. 90%, huh? Not bad. It's like an exam. Scoring 100 is hard, but 90 is easy. After resting for a full hour, Lin Bei got up, went to the sofa, and turned on the TV, planning to enjoy the electricity and internet while they lasted. Seeing him get up, Jiang Xiu, following his instructions, used the water in the basin to wash all the dishes. After finishing, she returned to the living room. After hesitating for a moment, she plopped down beside Lin Bei, her plump thigh pressed tightly against her shoulder, also leaning close. Watching the zombie movie on TV, she whispered, I have no experience. I don't know what to do. Before coming, I just took a bath. Her fair face blushed bright red. She had eaten her fill, now it was time to let him have his fill. He had just preserved her last shred of dignity. She couldn't be ungrateful. What needed to be given had to be given. It was mutual. Sit in front of me. Lin Bei scooted back and spread his legs apart. This posture was like riding an electric scooter with him sitting behind. He wrapped his arms around her soft waist, rested his chin on her shoulder, and watched the show, a refreshing fragrance drifting into his nose. Her body was very stiff. Soon it softened. Collection successful. Successfully collected a beauty with a comprehensive score above 90, receiving a small, exquisite gift. Rejuvenation pill X10, first grade, below second order, can fully restore consumed spirit energy, and LV1 abilities energy system space storage increased to 10 cubic meters. Activating the innocent bond, receiving a small gift, 10 steaks meticulously prepared by an SS level chef. Activating the top tier flight attendant bond, your temperament and appearance are doubled. Activating the gourmet bond, any food or drink you and Jiang Xiu consume will be returned twofold. Activating the fitness enthusiast bond, your and Jiang Xiu's strength is doubled. Detected that Jiang Xiu possesses spatial ability. This ability has been copied to the master. The big one is here. These 3 days of waiting were completely worth it. Attributes. Master Lin Bei level human limit system space 10 cubic meters ability space SS level LV 1 passive ability space backpack. Capacity 1000 cubic meters. Speed 10 strength 10 200 spirit 10 physique 10 items rejuvenation pill X 10 SS level steak X 10. Strength evaluation possesses good psychological quality and judgment. As long as you don't lose your head with the infinitamo desert eagle, you can live carefree with Jiang Xiu in this chaotic world. Members added to the gallery Jiang Xiu space, not yet awakened. Bond benefits appearance 2, strength 2, double return on consumed supplies. Bonds activated. Top tier flight attendant 1 double temperament and appearance. Natural pantyhose sacred physique 1 double effect of members stockings wearing. Gourmet 1 double return of consumed supplies. Fitness enthusiast 1 double strength increase. Innocent 1. Strength doubled so awesome. This kind of boost is the most exaggerated equivalent to getting a low-level strength ability for free. In the future, find more people with the fitness enthusiast bond. 10, 20, 100. He dared not imagine how exaggerated his strength would become. Lin Bei carried her onto the bed. Then he studied the spatial ability alone. Unlike Jiang Shiyu, his ability had already awakened. Even the passive spatial backpack was 100 times larger than the system space. 1,000 cubic meters sounded huge, but it was actually fine. 101010, yet it was enough to store all his supplies with plenty of extra space. The time in the spatial backpack was frozen. A cup of hot water placed inside would still be hot when taken out a year later, so there was no worry about spoilage. All taken. Lin Bei ate a ham sausage. Consumed 1 corn ham sausage, returned 2. Take off. Big take off. From this moment on, he would never worry about food. What he needed to worry about was whether there were enough varieties. Tongzi, I've been meaning to ask, what's the basis for identifying her as a gourmet and fitness enthusiast? He was curious about this. Fitness enthusiast, someone who has been working out for a long time, possessing very elegant lines and physique. Gourmet, someone who has tasted the specialty cuisines of at least 10 cities, requiring that they be made by locals. Innate silk stocking Saint body looks, must be above 90A body proportions, extremely harmonious legs, long and curvaceous. Top-tier flight attendant, her various indicators are top-notch in the flight attendant profession. She has rejected several million-dollar dinner invitations from wealthy tycoons. She is the cream of the crop. So according to you, top-tier flight attendant is because of her profession. Then nurses, doctors, teachers, do they also have top-tier bonds? That's right. But based on the population of this world, the probability of encountering a top-tier bond is 1 in 10,000. Even meeting one is incredibly lucky. Seriously, don't think about getting high-level cards for free. Do you understand the protagonist's luck? Lin Bei continued to explore the development of his spatial ability. Perhaps due to his low level, it had no other function besides storing and retrieving items. He flipped his hand. A pellet appeared resembling an MM. This was the rebound pill the system had just awarded. He wondered if eating it would double it. He put it into his mouth. The moment it entered his stomach, it transformed into a rolling warm current surging through his limbs and bones. The energy consumed in the earlier battle with Jiang Shiyu was replenished, as if that battle had never happened. Good stuff. Consumed 1 rebound pill, first grade, returned 2. Lin Bei laughed. He laughed very freely. To be honest, even if the system disappeared from now on, with his current abilities alone, he could do whatever he wanted in this apocalypse. It was simply too overpowered. Day 1 of getting superpowers, cautious superhero. 1 week later, cheerful superhero. After becoming invincible, I don't eat beef. Back in the bedroom, he stuffed a rebound pill into Jiang Shiyu's mouth. As the old saying goes, without XXXXXX, how can there be sparks of love? Besides making her always lower her head before him, he also wanted her to be completely captivated by his strength. The next day, the 5th day of the apocalypse. Noon. Feeling the warmth in his arms, Lin Bei's lips curled up slightly. He stroked her smooth and delicate back and opened his eyes. Yesterday, he and Jiang Shiyu had duplicated a large number of rebound pills, increasing the count from 10 to 200. Time to get down to business. Kill zombies. No, that was just a side task. The urgent priority was to find top-tier bonders. Coincidentally, someone in the group had organized an item exchange on the rooftop. Some lacked water, some lacked rice, and they would conduct equal exchanges. There were quite a few people. Owner of 1601, brothers and sisters of building 30, the zombies in the fire escape have been cleared by my brother and me, and the downstairs gate has been closed. Everyone can safely come to the rooftop to exchange the food they need. Owners who see this, please reply received in the group. Those who don't reply will be assumed to be absent, and their supplies will be looted. X99, he scrolled up the messages. 5 days into the apocalypse, some who had already overcome their fears began to show themselves. Jiang Shiyu, lying on his chest, opened her eyes sleepily. Seeing the content on his phone, she said lazily, "Honey, we don't lack food or drink. There's no need to go to such an exchange. Just take a look, maybe there's something I want. Mum, come back early. Send me a message if anything happens. I won't go with you, I'm afraid it'll cause you trouble." Jiang Shiyu's delicate little face rubbed against his chest muscles. In just over a day of contact, she found herself becoming infatuated with him. She really hadn't expected it to be so comfortable. So comfortable that she forgot it was now the apocalypse. Most importantly, these 2 nights were the most peaceful she had ever slept. She didn't worry about food, nor about someone breaking in at night. It gave her an immense sense of security. And for some reason, she suddenly felt he was even more handsome and charismatic. Was this the filter that women in love naturally have? She felt she couldn't leave him anymore. After lunch, Lin Bei went out. Jiang Shiyu stayed home alone. After Lin Bei left, she began to list his advantages. 1. Space. 2. The miraculous medicine that instantly restores stamina. 3. Nearly unlimited water and food. 4. Strong mental fortitude and a calm mind. First point, Lin Bei had once taken out a bottle of water out of thin air in front of her. She asked, and Lin Bei said he had awakened a spatial ability and possessed a spatial backpack. Second point, these past 2 days had been too crazy. She had been exhausted to the point of collapse multiple times, and Lin Bei gave her a small pill that instantly restored all her strength. Amazing, incredible. Third point, now, it was the apocalypse. The two of them ate at least 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, plus a pot of soup every meal. The soup was either fish soup, chicken soup, or pork rib soup. They ate every meal cleanly without any restraint. She had once suggested using the leftover bones to make soup, but he just smiled and shook his head. This fully demonstrated that his food reserves were extremely abundant. Fourth point, needless to say, she didn't think about more. It was meaningless. She only knew one thing: Lin Bei could not only survive in the apocalypse for a long time, but also live a very comfortable life. In comparison, she was nothing but a vase with only looks and figure, and a very timid, fearful vase who had even thought of suicide. To be honest, she thought she was very pretty. She had a good figure. But nationwide, she was just one of many beautiful women. For someone like Lin Bei, countless pretty girls would want to throw themselves at him. If he were ugly, others might hesitate. But the key was that he was very handsome. She didn't want to be abandoned. Or rather, she was afraid of being abandoned. She didn't want to live in constant fear anymore. She had to work hard. She had to prove her worth. It has been detected that Jiang Shiyu's dependence and affection towards you have both exceeded 90%. The bond triggered by her is permanently unlocked. It's permanently unlocked just like that. Lin Bei, who was climbing the stairs while munching on an Orlan-style chicken leg, was stunned. He never expected it to happen so quickly. To be honest, speaking with a hint of cold pragmatism, Jiang Shiyu no longer held any pivotal use for him. But he wasn't a seasoned veteran of the apocalypse. He was a novice too, just a cheater among rookies. Jiang Shiyu's innate spatial ability was incredibly powerful. Moreover, when the electricity and internet eventually failed, prolonged solitude would drive anyone insane. Keeping her around was fine. She was intelligent. She was also sensible. He quite liked her. Having consumed 1 Orlan-style chicken leg, 2 are returned. Annoying, I can't finish them, simply can't finish them. Lin Bei pulled out another one and began to eat. Delicious, enjoyable, why not eat? It wasn't like he couldn't afford it. The 16th floor was the top floor. Lin Bei felt something was off. Having delivered takeout for a year, he had more or less been to this building before. He vaguely remembered that the residents on the 16th floor were a mother and daughter, so why were there 2 men now? He shouldn't be mistaken. There must be a story behind this, but it wasn't his concern. He was only here to see if anyone possessed an exceptional bond. Hello, please register first. Upon reaching the rooftop, a tall, burly man wielding a baseball bat stopped him. Lin Bei wrote down his information in the notebook. What a pity. He couldn't see the man's talent or level. These days there were too many people pretending to be weak. Owner of 1301, Lin Bei. Glancing around, there were quite a few people. After registering, he entered the trading circle on the rooftop. There were many makeshift stalls, roughly a dozen or so, each with clearly marked exchange information. 1 bucket of purified water, 1. 5 LO exchange for 1 gene of rice. 1 bucket of purified water, 1. 5 LO exchange for 1 gene of flour. 1 piece of steak exchange for rice. 1 piece of steak exchange for vegetables and fruits. 1 piece of chicken breast exchange for rice and purified water. 1 cucumber exchange for rice. 10 pieces of silky smooth chocolate exchange for rice flour, instant noodles, and any vegetarian food. 1 pack of vacuum-packed chicken leg exchange for rice flour and instant noodles. All common food items. It was evident. Everyone's faces were haggard, their eyes revealing profound exhaustion. 1,000 grams of gold exchange for any food. In times of chaos, gold was valuable, but not in the apocalypse. Almost every stall had people lingering and negotiating except for the one offering gold for food. What use was gold in the apocalypse? Extreme contrast blessing, level 1. Holy cow, a bodhisattva. He never imagined such a person existed in this building. The items laid out before her were quite intriguing. Many men paused to look, and even Lin Bei couldn't help but steal a few glances. White thigh-high socks, white cotton socks, pantyhose in various colors. All sorts of styles, seductive, sexy, pure, and cute. These items without exception showed obvious signs of wear. Looking at her face, her appearance was quite decent. To be fair, the standard of female beauty these days was quite high, with a dazzling array of skincare products. As the saying goes, whiteness covers 100 flaws. As long as one was fair-skinned, even slightly normal facial features could look very attractive. Handsome, want one. 1 pack of instant noodles, and you can pick any 3 items from these. I guarantee they're all personally mine. Name Shinjia. Pre-apocalypse identity, human hardware softening engineer. Appearance score 88. Comprehensive score 79. Bonds, extreme contrast blessing, level 1. Upon bond activation, the potential for contrasting personalities between you and the illustrated member increases by 100. Bodhisattva 1. Upon bond activation, when you and the illustrated member face requests from others, the refusal rate decreases and the probability of willingly sharing increases 1 to 50. 2, 100. Gourmet 1 upon bond activation. When you and the illustrated member consume a certain food or drink, it will be returned double. 1 double, 2 triple, 3 quadruple, 4 quintuple, 5 sextuple. Innate cuckold constitution 1 upon bond activation increases the probability of being cuckolded 150, 375, 100. Innate lying saint 1 upon bond activation increases the probability of being deceived 110 to 53, 100. Unclean association 1 upon bond activation increases the probability of contracting diseases during intercourse 1 to 52, 100. Well-traveled in men 1 has had sexual relations with at least 10 men upon bond activation will receive a high-quality and stylish green hat. 6. 66. 666. System see this? This is the protagonist's luck. Just a casual stroll, and I encounter an extreme bondholder. Humph. If you're so capable, why don't you add her to your illustrated guide? You wouldn't understand this. A bodhisattva belongs to everyone, not just me. I am not worthy of such fortune. Just as he was about to leave, the bodhisattva's soft voice drifted over. Handsome, if it's you, we can exchange addresses afterwards. Jia can come to your place and do anything for you, yo. As she spoke, she playfully winked at him. Absolutely unnecessary. Lin Bei hurriedly left. After taking a few more steps, he stopped, his gaze fixed on a stall owner, unable to look away. System, your assessment. This is unscientific. Forget about the same neighborhood. Even within the same district, it's extremely rare to have two individuals with positive extreme bonds. To have two in the same building. This probability is lower than winning the lottery. This shouldn't happen. It's strange. Something must be wrong. You wouldn't understand. In web novels, who else but the protagonist awakens a system. The protagonist's luck is not something ordinary people can match. 1 bag of sour, spicy, and boneless lemon chicken feet exchanged for rice flour and any high-carb, high-calorie food. Name Hee-Yun. Pre-apocalypse identity, sports student. Appearance score 93. Comprehensive score 91. Level human limit. Ability strength S awakened LV1 double. Bonds extreme pure female college student 1 upon bond activation. The illustrated member's pure style is enhanced twofold. Innate stocking saint 1 upon bond activation. When the illustrated member wears stockings, their original effect is doubled. 1 double, 2 triple, 3 quadruple, 4 quintuple, 5 sextuple. And so on. Gourmet 1 upon bond activation. When you and the illustrated member consume a certain food or drink, it will be returned double. 1 double, 2 triple, 3 quadruple, 4 quintuple, 5 sextuple. And so on. Fitness enthusiast 1 upon bond activation. You and the illustrated member gain double strength 1 double, 2 triple, 3 quadruple. And so on. Untouched 1 upon bond activation will receive a random small gift. Each additional person adds 1 more gift. Holy cow. A sports student. A female sports student. This girl is quite clever. Lin Bei stared at her face for a few seconds, genuinely impressed by her skill. Makeup could turn an ugly woman into a beauty, but it could also make a beauty look ugly. She knew how to conceal herself. Clever. Lin Bei crouched down, took a pack of instant noodles from his backpack, and said, "Want to trade this for your boneless chicken feet?" Hee-Yun was taken aback. She never expected anyone to actually trade food for snacks. She had only come to the rooftop to bask in the sun, get some calcium, and try her luck. It seemed this handsome guy wasn't short on food. Handsome, my boneless chicken feet are a big pack. 1 pack of noodles seems a bit. She wasn't good at bargaining. She had never even haggled before, but under the current circumstances she needed to secure more food. It was simple. Since the evolution began, her need for carbs and protein had grown exponentially. Her household food reserves wouldn't last more than a few days. Is this enough? Lin Bei pulled out another pack of noodles and a corn-flavored sausage from his backpack. Hee-Yun's eyes went wide. Corn-flavored sweet sausages, her absolute favorite. She couldn't help licking her lips. Handsome, these are spicy and sour boneless lemon chicken feet. Miss, if you keep pushing it won't be polite anymore. Hee-Yun blushed. Indeed, she had been too greedy. 2 packs of noodles and a sausage were more than enough for her chicken feet. Deal. Hee-Yun handed him the chicken feet, while reaching out her dark little hand for the noodles and sausage. Lin Bei completed the exchange. This scene made the nearby bodhisattva woman green with envy. She had been so direct, offering her 3 pairs of worn socks and even herself for just 1 pack of noodles. Yet he refused. Instead, he traded 2 packs of noodles and an extra sausage for a bag of chicken feet. Were chicken feet really more alluring than her? Wait. Could he be straight? Had he not caught her innuendo? Possible. Chun Jie got up, walked over, and crouched beside him. Handsome, what's so great about chicken feet? Want to try something even better? As she spoke, she tugged at her collar. She refused to believe he wouldn't understand now. With her looks, he couldn't possibly remain indifferent. Lin Bei turned his head. The first thing he saw was the fathomless Mariana Trench, then he glanced at her eyes full of suggestion. Sorry, I can't handle that. I don't dare. I admit I'm a coward. Miss, you better find someone else. I'm not interested in women. What? Are you impotent? Just 1 pack of noodles to sleep with me. Such a great deal, and you'll miss it. Lin Bei, saying I'm impotent. I just fought for 24 hours straight yesterday. How could I be impotent? But after glancing at her bond, he said, Miss, I'm really not interested in women. Are you even a man? Lin Bei sighed. Provocation. Useless. I want dare. I really want dare. Damn, so handsome yet useless. Chun-jia cursed as she left. Since such provocation didn't get a reaction, he must be useless or into men. Many had overheard their conversation. A chubby guy scurried over to Chun-jia. Miss, is it true that 1 pack of noodles gets me 1 night with you? If I give 2, can I have the whole night? Chun-jia glanced at him. Handsome, for the whole night, it'd be 20 packs. Then he'll just go for 1 round. Your place or mine? The chubby guy gave up at the mention of 20 packs. 20 packs of noodles, if eaten sparingly, could last nearly a month. Okay, 5 packs. What? Wasn't it 1? Why is it 5 now? The chubby guy's mouth dropped open. If you were as handsome as him, half a pack would do, but... The chubby guy fumed at this. He glared at Lin Bei, thinking he wasn't that good looking, just taller, better built, and a bit handsome, like a mix of Yin Zhu and Yu Yan. Nothing special. Miss, how many packs would I need? Just then the man registering people at the rooftop entrance walked over and asked. Chun-jia's eyes lit up. A faint smile curled on her lips as she cooed, Big brother, for you it's free. This was a big shot. She had to cling to him. Haha, grab your stuff and come with me. The man laughed roughly. Yes. In the apocalypse, as a woman, having food alone wasn't enough, she needed a strong backer. With a backer, food would keep coming, or else she'd eventually run out. Lin Bei glanced and looked away. He plopped down beside he and opened the spicy and sour boneless chicken feet he had just traded for and started eating. Delicious. Tangy and spicy. Good. Another food permanently unlocked. With the time crunch earlier, he had only bought foods he could think of, many tasty items he didn't have. Gulp. Watching him eat so enjoyably, He-yun couldn't help swallowing hard. These were her favorite snacks. She had only traded them to survive a few more days. She also realized this guy definitely wasn't short on food, or he wouldn't be so indulgent, finishing a big bag of chicken feet in a couple of minutes. Handsome, I have some chocolate bars here. Can I trade them for a pack of noodles too? He-yun pulled a small box of snacks from her bag. Lin Bei glanced and looked away. I don't really like these. Fine, let's trade. He changed his mind mid-sentence. It was simple. He suddenly remembered that his Yu loved these things, never letting them go while watching shows. He-yun joyfully stashed the noodles carefully into her backpack. She hadn't expected to score 3 packs of noodles this trip. She didn't think the handsome guy was foolish or had too much food. His generosity only meant he had an abundance. It definitely wasn't because he found her pretty. Before leaving, she had deliberately put on makeup, turning her naturally fair skin dark and covering her face with freckles and moles, a standard ugly look. Too bad. These were her only snacks. She had devoured the rest before the apocalypse. She had planned to go to the supermarket in the evening to stock up, but it all started at 5. She had very little food left, which was why she came to try her luck. What are you doing? Are you trying to rob me? Robbery. Is no one going to stop this? You son of a bitch, you have no food, so you steal mine. Just then a commotion nearby drew everyone's attention. Lin Bei looked over and saw a young man about 1.8 meters tall snatching a chubby guy's backpack. As they struggled, several packs of noodles and bread fell out. The chubby guy tried to pick them up, but was kicked away by the young man. No one stepped in to help. Seriously, in the apocalypse, not joining in the looting was already good behavior. Many eyes were fixed on the food on the ground. The only reason no one rushed to grab it was the cleaver in the young man's hand. The chubby guy wanted to fight back, but seeing the cleaver, sat down obediently. Food mattered, but life mattered more. The young man pointed the cleaver at him while crouching to pick up a small bread, tearing it open and eating. After downing 4 or 5, he took a big gulp of the chubby guy's water, looking thoroughly satisfied. He cracked his neck. I'm finally alive again. Then, cleaver in hand, he swept his gaze over everyone present. He picked up the chubby boy's backpack full of food, gripping a kitchen knife, and approached a middle-aged man. Put your stuff in here. Young man, don't be like this. My wife and I. Before he could finish, the youth waved the kitchen knife. To save his life, the middle-aged man had no choice but to hand over his food. No one dared to flee. Another man stood at the rooftop door with a kitchen knife, turning everyone on the rooftop into helpless prey. If they all rushed together, the two couldn't hold them off, but no one dared to be the first. Most importantly, no one wanted to be the sacrificial lamb. The robbery proceeded one by one. Bro, my wife hasn't eaten in days and is dying. This is food I traded water for. Please have mercy and give her a chance to live. Give it here. Bro, this is my wife's lifeline. You can't take it. The man snatched the instant noodles from his hands. When the man clung to him, he kicked him hard. What do I care about your wife? She's not my wife, and I haven't slept with her. Damn, that's disgusting. He muttered softly, tightening her backpack. Those 3 packs of instant noodles were her emergency rations, as she didn't want them taken. But if she resisted, she wasn't sure she'd avoid the kitchen knife. She had no weapon and hadn't thought of that when she went out, only that looking ugly would keep people away. Still not cautious enough. Was there anything she could use? He looked around for something handy. She wouldn't let anyone take her food. But when she turned, she froze. Beside her, Lin Bei was casually eating sunflower seeds, watching the scene. Want some? He asked, offering her some. Oh my god. This guy's brain. Got it. Hee-Yeon squinted. As a school athlete, she often competed and had seen many impressive people. His calm demeanor meant he didn't see the man as a threat. Can you take him down? Hee-Yeon whispered. No, he replied. Hee-Yeon was stunned. Then you're not afraid? Why should I be? Lin Bei asked curiously. Why aren't you? I'm just not. He wants food, so we'll give it. My backpack's empty anyway. What? Seriously? So you've already eaten everything? No wonder you're so calm. She was speechless. She thought the man beside her was a hidden master, but he was just a slacker. Damn. Soon, the man came to Hee-Yeon. Faced with the kitchen knife, she had no choice but to hand over her newly acquired 3 packs of instant noodles and a sausage. You, the man pointed the knife at Lin Bei. Empty, Lin Bei said. Lin Bei showed him his backpack. The man squinted. Get up. Take me to your place. Lin Bei smiled. Why go to my place? 3 packs of instant noodles and a sausage for 2 snacks eaten on the spot. That means you have plenty of food at home. If you don't want to die, take me there. The man brandished his knife, freshly sharpened. I don't have food at home. And you've already stolen enough from others to last days. Stop stalling. The man stepped forward, swinging the knife to intimidate. In the next second, Lin Bei shot out his hand, fast and precise, grabbing the man's knife-wielding wrist, twisting it, and pulling hard. With a puff, the sharp blade sliced through his throat like tofu, warm liquid spurting out. Why did you have to go to my place? The man stumbled back in disbelief. The knife clattered to the ground. He clutched his neck, blood gushing, staring at Lin Bei in shock. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Brother Long. Brother Long. His companion ran from the rooftop door. Seeing his brother's condition, he shouted desperately, Anyone here know first aid? Is there a doctor? A nurse? The crowd watched coldly. They had just been robbed by these men, and now they were asked to save them. How ridiculous. Lin Bei took a tissue from his pocket and wiped the blood from his face. He looked at the twitching man on the ground, a cold smile curling on his lips. Even someone like him, with a cheat code, stayed low-key. Yet a worthless scum who hadn't even reached the limits of human potential dared to act so arrogantly, only bullying ordinary people instead of facing zombies. Didn't he fear hidden masters among the crowd? Pathetic. Gradually the man stopped moving. You killed my brother. His companion charged with the knife. Lin Bei sidekicked him in the chest. A crisp crack of bone was heard. The force of the kick sent him flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to get up. Human garbage. Wow. So strong. Hee-Yeon stared in disbelief. She thought he was just a slacker, but he was a true master. One kick sent a man flying that far. That power was almost as strong as hers. And she had doubled strength. Not only was he strong, but his moves were so cool. Hee-Yeon wanted to fight him to see who was stronger. Huh. The dead man reanimated as a zombie, screeching and charging at the nearest person, Lin Bei. He spun around, a long blade appearing in his hand, and swung it in one fluid motion. The sharp edge sliced through the zombie's head like a knife through cabbage. The blade glinted in the sunlight. What a sharp knife. Such a fine blade. Hee-Yeon's eyes lit up. As a sports student, she loved cold weapons. And more importantly, where did this handsome guy pull that knife from? Space. He has a space backpack. She became a sports student because her grades were too poor. In middle school, she spent all her time reading novels. She had read all kinds of stories and knew the ugliness of human nature in an apocalypse. That's why she disguised herself as an ugly girl. To be honest, she was surprised when she learned his backpack was empty. He was so generous, yet only brought 3 packs of instant noodles and a sausage. But his backpack was just a decoy. This man was a true master. Lin Bei took out a wet wipe and cleaned the blood from the blade. This sword was one of Yu-Yu's collections. She had loved these things since childhood. She had bought 3 at a high price, but didn't take them when she left. He only discovered them a few days ago. The blade had been sharpened at some point. Lin Bei examined the edge in the sunlight. Perfect, not a single scratch. A wealthy woman not only didn't hinder my attack speed, but also gave me a fine blade. Of all the people coming here, 8 out of 10 are men. A young girl coming to the rooftop for a trade means you have no one at home, or they can't come. How about moving in with me? Lin Bei invited Hee-Yeon. Really? Hee-Yeon asked, flattered. She knew she looked ugly now, yet he still invited her. She didn't know why, but she felt incredibly lucky. This man was a true powerhouse. With his abilities, countless beautiful women would throw themselves at him. Why me? She asked, puzzled. As a powerful and low-key man, he had no reason to invite an ugly girl who could do nothing but waste food. She needed to know the reason, or she might end up thanking him while being treated as an emergency ration. Not to mention a girl, even an ordinary person encountering that situation would usually tremble in fear. Yet you weren't scared, and even had the mind to chat with me. Moreover, you endured several times and looked for objects around you. If it weren't for your fear of the knife in his hand and the lack of a suitable weapon, I doubt you would have handed over the food so obediently. I suspect you've already reached the peak of human physical limits. He put on a modest act. You're this observant. Hee-Yeon was astonished, never expecting that all her subtle movements had been noticed by him, and that he had accurately guessed her current level. Truly impressive. She accepted this reasoning. You? Don't mind that I'm ugly. Is appearance important? Appearance is very important. Lin Bei tilted his head in confusion. Damn it. Suddenly Lin Bei's brow furrowed. What's wrong? I just said that 8 out of 10 people who come to the rooftop are men. This means the building's main force is gathered here. If the door gets locked now, those inside the building would have almost no defense. Those two were just robbing, and the one who organized this deal hasn't shown up yet. That already says enough. As he spoke, Lin Bei walked toward the rooftop door. He hadn't considered this when he arrived. The scenario he had imagined was a group of people threatening them with weapons. Upon hearing this, Ian also realized something was wrong. She still had plenty of food at home, and it would be troublesome if it got stolen. Glancing at the backpack on the ground, she stepped forward, took her 3 packs of instant noodles and a sausage, and followed behind Lin Bei. Suddenly, a few zombies surged out from the rooftop entrance. There weren't many, just 5, and leading them was a female zombie completely unclothed. From her face, one could vaguely recognize her as the owner of Unit 1601. There was indeed a story behind this. The female zombies behind her were similar, some around her age, others still in the stage of physical development. Zombies. As soon as the zombies appeared, the crowd on the rooftop began screaming, retreating frantically, as if they had seen ghosts. Swish, swish, swish. Cold light flashed. The heads of the 5 zombies flew off. These zombies didn't delay him for even half a second. Ian, following behind him, was stunned. Truly, when the 5 zombies emerged together, she had panicked for a moment, planning to create distance and take them out one by one, yet he hadn't paused even a step. Arriving at the rooftop entrance, he saw a middle-aged man with a fairly robust build about to close the door. The man was startled by his arrival, his eyes filled with shock. Hadn't he just sent up a few zombies? Where were they? Just as he was about to speak, he eerily saw his own neck. I miscalculated, never thought of that. Lin Bei went down the fire escape to the 13th floor and used the key to open the door. As soon as the door opened, he saw Jiang Xiyu lying on the living room floor doing push-ups. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. Their eyes met. Jiang Xiyu's face visibly reddened as she quickly got up from the floor. Didn't you say you'd be back a bit later? Are you exercising? He had thought Jiang Xiyu would be lying in bed scrolling through videos while home alone, never expecting her to be doing push-ups. I don't want to hold you back, Jiang Xiyu said softly, her face flushed with shame. A vase that only hinders is often the first to be abandoned. Such things were all too common. Lin Bei smiled. So she was afraid of being abandoned. You're injured? Seeing blood on him, Jiang Xiyu quickly stepped forward to check on him with concern. It's nothing, not mine. That's a relief, you scared me. Jiang Xiyu sighed in relief, then noticed the woman behind Lin Bei. And this young lady is her name is Hee-Yun. I just met her. She'll be staying with us from now on. Come in, there are 2 empty rooms. Pick one yourself. By the way, you're alone, right? Lin Bei stepped aside to let her in. Yeah, just me. My parents are traveling abroad. They probably won't make it back. Great. Oh no. My condolences. Hee-Yun rolled her eyes. Condolences for what? My parents are alive and well. When the apocalypse broke out, they were having dinner at a friend's place. The guy's a farmer with very few people around and tons of food. After 5 days into the apocalypse, they haven't lost weight, but actually gained some. I'm so jealous. I'm just eating less and less each day. Lin Bei smiled. So that was it. Lucky them. Nearby. Staying with us. When Jiang Xiyu heard those words, she couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. What did this mean? It meant Lin Bei considered her one of his own. Now it was up to her to make the effort. Hello, I'm Jiang Xiyu. Wow, sister, you're so beautiful and elegant, and your figure is amazing. No wonder he was so serious upstairs. He has such a gorgeous girlfriend at home. Flattery works every time. Since Hee-Yun was going to live here, she naturally needed to get along with the lady of the house. Appearance doesn't matter. Jiang Xiyu was about to say that she was also beautiful, but looking closely at her face, it didn't come close to beauty, saying that would be too fake. Wait. Hee-Yun went to the bathroom, carefully washed off the ugly makeup from her face, and appeared before the two with a completely new look. Sorry about that, a girl has to protect herself when out and about, so I put on a little bit of makeup. Jiang Xiyu was stunned. So beautiful. Delicate features, smooth and fair skin. And youthful. Very youthful. More youthful than her. She was already 24, but the other looked only 20. She had thought she was an ugly girl posing no threat, but now the situation was entirely different. Damn it, why did everyone from the rooftop run down? Didn't Zhang Yuan lure the zombies over? Did he not close the door, or did something happen? I don't know. If something really happened, those who ran down should have been bitten. Maybe someone took care of the zombies. I didn't expect there to be someone in this building who dares to deal with zombies. Whatever, let's just search door to door. I thought we'd lure the main force to the rooftop and use the zombies to handle them for safety, but we'll do it ourselves. At that moment, the conversation outside the door caught the attention of the three. They all looked toward the door simultaneously. The voices were right in front of it, and as the conversation ended, a strange sound came from the door. It seemed like someone was picking the lock. What do we do? Jiang Xiyu panicked, instantly, involuntarily stepping back, her gaze instinctively turning to Lin Bei. From the sound of it, there were at least 3 to 5 people. Good grief. They were stealing from their own home. Fine, it saved him the trouble of finding them. A face-to-face confrontation was better than them sneaking around in the dead of night. Brother Lin, your blade. Can I borrow it? He-Yun, who had just washed her face, flashed a cute smile. Sure. With a flick of his hand, the Tang horizontal sword appeared in his grasp, and he handed it to her. He-Yun's eyes sparkled. So this was spatial ability, conjuring objects out of thin air. She took it from him. It had such a satisfying weight. And such a cool design. Since he had invited her to stay, she would inevitably consume his food supplies. She couldn't let him handle everything every time something happened. Women could also stand on their own. In the apocalypse, stealing someone's food, how was that any different from taking their life? If Lin Bei hadn't gone up to the rooftop today, she would have ended up as food for those zombies. Even if she managed to take them down through kiting, she would have been locked on the rooftop and her food at home would have been stolen. These people deserved to die. She wasn't afraid of zombies, let alone humans. With a creak, the door opened. 5 men of varying builds stood at the entrance, tall and short, fat and thin, but without exception each held a long steel pipe in their hands. He-Yun's murderous little face instantly fell. These people had no martial ethics. They actually carried steel pipes. She was confident against bare hands, but not when each of them wielded a pipe. Damn beauties. 2 of them. I've seen that knife-wielding girl before as she went to the rooftop earlier. Thought she was ugly, but it turns out she was just wearing makeup. Her real face is so delicate. Bro, the one behind, is the real gem. Her aura is incredible. Way better than that young wife we played with before. I never thought this building would hide 2 such exquisite women. They're way more beautiful than Chinjia. The 5 men leered at He-Yun and Jiang Xiu, their greedy eyes brimming with desire. They ignored the knife in He-Yun's hand. Even if a woman had a blade, what could she do against 5 of them? Moreover, one among them had already surpassed the limits of the human body and officially entered the ranks of evolvers. Though insignificant in the outside world, within this building, he was an absolute king. Little sister, take my advice and put down the knife. Blows are blind. If you get hurt, you might break a bone, and big brother here would feel sorry for you. The tallest of the 5 stepped forward with a grin, his steel pipe longer than He-Yun's tang blade. He-Yun narrowed her eyes. Big brother, blades are blind too. If I accidentally cut you, you might die. Listen to your little sister. Don't court death. The man laughed. He laughed arrogantly. Little sister, you've got quite the mouth. I wonder if your strength matches your words. With that, he stepped forward, spun 360 degrees, and swung his pipe down with a heavy blow. He-Yun dared not be careless. She gripped her blade with both hands and slashed with all her might. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. He-Yun's pupils contracted sharply as her body uncontrollably staggered backward. Though the blade didn't fall from her hands, they were numb from the shock. Such immense strength. She couldn't believe it. At the peak of human limits with her abilities boost, her strength was double that of an ordinary human's limit. Yet this man's power was at least twice hers. How could he be so strong? Ha ha ha. The man laughed loudly. Little sister, you're not weak either, but you're still too green against me. How about another round? Big brother likes this kind of flirtation. As he spoke, the man and his 4 companions' gazes grew more brazen. Lin Bei, standing nearby, was completely ignored. Come on. Why look at a guy when there are beauties? Behind them, Jiang Xiu's face was filled with terror. This was exactly the scene she had most feared. His strength is formidable, at least twice mine. Do you have a chance? He-Yun asked, trembling slightly as she approached Lin Bei. Based on the power head shown on the rooftop, it seemed similar to hers, but he had spatial abilities. Oh, the man looked at Lin Bei in surprise. He had thought Lin Bei was a coward hiding behind women, but it turned out he had some skill. Unfortunately, to officially become an evolver, one had to kill enough zombies. All the zombies in this building had been dealt with by them. Even if this man evolved had at most reached the human limit, and all 5 of them were at that level. Before Lin Bei could speak, a short man behind the leader chimed in. If I remember right, you're Lin Bei, the delivery guy. We're neighbors. Take my advice. You can't protect these 2 women. Join us. In the apocalypse, women are plentiful. If you join, you can have fun with both of them every day and even enjoy all kinds of different beauties. It'll be way better than your current life. Lin Bei smiled. He knew some people had evolved early by killing zombies. The reason he hadn't was to secure Jiang Xiu without fail. He wasn't afraid of falling behind, because no matter how powerful others became, they couldn't surpass thermal weapons. Seeing Lin Bei smile, the pipe-wielding leader grinned, too, thinking Lin Bei recognized the gap and was choosing the right path. But the next second his pupils shrank. His eyes met a dark, cold muzzle. A gun. No. Bro. Whooshed. The next moment he looked down in disbelief at the hole in his chest, blood gushing out. You fired. Seriously. Why didn't you say you had a gun? Lin Bei smiled faintly. Whoosh. The man stumbled back, warm blood flowing from his mouth as he mumbled, Bro, give me a chon. Whoosh. A third bullet shattered his meniscus, forcing him to one knee. Then a fourth pierced his other meniscus, and he collapsed helplessly. He tried to speak, but the torrent of blood silenced him. His eyes filled with desperate, pleading met Lin Bei's. He deeply regretted it. As an evolver with a strength ability, he should have been one of the kings of this new world. To fall here was truly unbearable. That sound. That very sound. Jiang Xiu behind Lin Bei suddenly remembered. She had heard it on the first day of the apocalypse, but had dismissed it, never realizing it was the muffled sound of a pistol. Oh my god, he actually has a gun. He Yun was equally stunned. She had just worried that Lin Bei might hand them over. The apocalypse had just begun. Even with his spatial ability, he needed time to develop. But she never expected him to pull out an American-style quick draw. At the door, the remaining four were paralyzed with fear. They wanted to run, but the black muzzle aimed at them drained their strength. This was far more terrifying than facing zombies. So this was true helplessness in the face of extreme terror. With a thud, the man who had urged Lin Bei to join knelt. Lin Bei, they forced me. We're neighbors after all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a series of shots, all five had their meniscuses pierced. 7 steps out the gun is faster, 7 steps in the gun is both fast and accurate. Lin Bei watched the neighbor with a hole in his chest, blood still spilling from his mouth, and smirked. Sir, times have changed. And you? Do you really know how well I've been living? Where did you get the gun? He Yun asked in shock after the 5 lost all combat ability. This wasn't abroad. Privately owning such a thing meant jail time. Does it matter where it came from? Well, I guess it doesn't matter much. He Yun suddenly realized this was the apocalypse. No matter how he got it, having this weapon massively boosted their safety. Following him was definitely the right choice. Soon. As the boat's protective mechanism faded, pain set in. The 5 wounded men wailed in agony. Trying to rob me. Enjoy it slowly. Death isn't scary. What's terrifying is waiting to die. Regret. Resentment. Rage. Frustration. Despair. After a while, the 5 turned into zombies. With their meniscuses and shoulder blades shattered, they could only crawl on the ground like maggots. Lin Bei handed He Yun's knife to Jiang Xiu. Zombies weren't truly terrifying. What was terrifying was the fear of them. Her spatial ability needed to awaken. I understand. Jiang Xiu took the blade. The hefty Tang sword was quite heavy for her, as she had yet to undergo evolution, and Lin Bei had not activated the fitness bonds enhancement for her. Though these 5 zombies had lost all mobility, their terrifying visages still made Jiang Xiu's heart tremble. She feared they might spring up and tear into her at any moment. She knew this was her own fear, but overcoming it was no simple task. Glancing at Lin Bei, she resolved that she must not disappoint him. He had practically fed her the solution. If she still couldn't manage, she might as well bash her head against a wall. She then looked at He Yun. In the earlier situation, that woman, younger than herself, had not only shown no fear, but had actively demanded a weapon to confront the threat. Compared to her, Jiang Xiu felt utterly worthless. Truly, she despised herself. How could Lin Bei think otherwise? This was the apocalypse now. She had to conquer her terror of the undead today. Gripping the blade, she stepped toward the 5 zombies, forcing herself to meet their gaze. As the zombies sensed her approach, they writhed with heightened frenzy, nearly making her retreat, but she steeled herself and held firm. She could not fall back. One retreat would mean retreating forever. Drawing a deep breath, she raised the sword and brought it down with a heavy strike. Her strength was insufficient to crush the zombies' skulls, but it was enough to overcome her fear. Strike after strike, the scene was nauseating and grotesque, yet she persevered. Suddenly, the once heavy long sword felt lighter. Jiang Xiu was overjoyed, realizing she had reached what the internet called the peak of human limits. Attributes, she murmured inwardly. In this apocalypse, everyone had their own unique panel offering a clear and direct view of their abilities. Jiang Xiu. Age, 24. Level peak human. Ability space SSS LV1 passive space backpack capacity, 1000 cubic meters. Speed 10. Strength 10. Spirit 10. Constitution 10.0. So, she had an ability too, and it was the same as Lin Bei's. Trembling with excitement, she could not wait to share the joy. Lin Bei, I've awakened the same ability as you, space. It seems to be 3S level with a space backpack capacity of a full 1000 cubic meters. She was useful after all. She was no mere ornament. Damn space. He Yun, who was not well read, was astounded. Having devoured countless web novels over the years, she knew exactly how overpowered a space ability was. 3S level. In the later stages, it was the creme de la creme. This only cemented her resolve to stay. Her own power was a mere shrank, and she had no idea how many times it would multiply later. But no matter the multiplier, it would be but a toy before a space ability. Lin Bei was very pleased with Jiang Xiu's performance. Any change, she reported to him immediately. Activate her fitness bond benefits, he commanded silently. Yes. In that instant, Jiang Xiu felt a new transformation. The long sword in her hand became even lighter, and her strength seemed to have grown again. Check your panel again. Lin Bei's voice reached her. Jiang Xiu paused. Attributes. Jiang Xiu. Age, 24. Level peak human. Speed 10. Strength 10-2. Endurance 10. Constitution 10. Her strength had doubled. Good heavens. She looked at Lin Bei in disbelief, tossed the long sword aside, and threw herself into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck. Bei, you're so good to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. From this moment on, her life was transformed beyond recognition. What now? Hee-yun was bewildered. What had happened to her panel that made her leap into Lin Bei's arms? Were they whispering secrets, treating her as an outsider? Well, she was an outsider, but she desperately wanted to know. Bei, let's go out and kill zombies. More and more evolvers are emerging outside. We need to keep pace. We can't always rely on your gun in dangerous situations. Bullets are finite. After her recent experience, Jiang Xiyu understood that in this apocalypse, strength alone was the true currency. A gun could sustain them for a while, but not forever. Lin Bei agreed. With two exceptional women by his side, it was time to elevate their foundational strength. There was no rush to win over Hee-yun, she would soon offer herself willingly. Could I eat something before we go kill? Hee-yun pulled out her instant noodles and sausages. It won't take long, just time to boil some noodles. She had long wanted to go zombie hunting, but she lacked a proper weapon and food was scarce. Killing zombies was physically demanding, and after reaching peak human limits, her need for sustenance had grown. She feared exhausting her supplies without finding new provisions. Go ahead. Hee-yun wasted no time heading straight for the kitchen. As she cooked, she hesitated, but ultimately decided to boil 3 packs at once. The aroma of instant noodles filled the air, overpowering the stench of blood in the room. Today I'll indulge a little. Lin Bei's place must be all-inclusive, she thought, eyes fixed on the pot as she munched on a corn sausage. Only with a full stomach could she fight. Pack up what you need. Well, stay at your place from now on, Lin Bei said to Jiang Xiyu, glancing at the corpses on the floor. Cleaning up was tedious. Why bother? In the apocalypse, any clean house could be a home. Okay, there wasn't much to pack anyway. Cups, clothes, furniture. Never mind. Since her space backpack was so large, she would store everything and discard useless items later if it got full. What a great smell. Want some? Hee-yun emerged with a small pot, but her enthusiastic expression instantly fell. There on the sofa, Lin Bei and Jiang Xiyu were happily devouring a family bucket. The breading on the large chicken wings was fried to a golden crisp alongside fragrant spicy drumsticks, all washed down with ice-cold cola. Suddenly, Hee-yun's instant noodles lost their appeal. She knew Lin Bei had plenty of supplies, but she never imagined this much. Rotten. It was all rotten. The chicken legs and wings were spoiled. She tearfully finished the 3 packs of noodles, her belly full, but utterly unsatisfied. It had been ages since she last had an ice-cold soda. In the July heat, everyone knew the bliss of that first sip. Fed and ready, they geared up. Lin Bei produced 3 blades, 1 for each of them. He paused for a moment, then shook his head, dismissing the thought. This residential complex boasted a 99 occupancy rate. When the apocalypse struck at 5 in the afternoon, the streets were crowded. He chose not to go outside, but headed for the underground parking lot instead. Playing it safe, there was no need to make things harder for himself. Besides, open attacks were easier to dodge than hidden ambushes. In recent days, he had seen many videos of people bitter at their own misfortune using compound bows to target those fighting zombies outside from the safety of their homes. What if someone in this complex did the same? What if they aimed at them? For now, he was not capable of intercepting a fire. The 3 of them passed through the fire escape and arrived at the underground garage. As soon as they stepped out, they saw a horde of zombies inside, at least 100 at a quick glance. Without any targets or sounds to guide them, the zombies wandered aimlessly. What do you think? Scared? Lin Bei asked the 2 women beside him. What's there to fear about zombies? If I weren't worried about running out of food, I'd have come down to take them on long ago. Hee-yun's eyes gleamed with excitement, already eager to charge in. Lin Bei turned to look at Jiang Xiyu. Not scared. Jiang Xiyu shook her head, her expression eager. After all you've done for me, if I were still afraid, I'd hardly be human. Good. Remember, never let the zombies surround you. If things go wrong, run toward me. Go. The 3 split up and moved separately. Each stealthily crept up behind a zombie. With a swift strike of their sharp blades, they effortlessly lopped off the zombies' heads. Strange. Hee-yun frowned. She didn't know Lin Bei's exact evolution level, but Jiang Xiyu had just reached the peak of human limits. Even with a sharp blade, her strength shouldn't have matched theirs. Could it be? Impossible. A bold guess crossed her mind. Could Lin Bei have enhanced her strength? That would explain why Sister Xiaoyu had been so excited in the living room earlier. But it was utterly impossible unless he was cheating. Thud. The sound of heads hitting the ground and bodies falling echoed clearly through the silent garage, drawing the attention of nearby zombies. Their gazes locked onto the trio like hungry wolves. The next moment, the nearest zombies charged. This is the real show. Lin Bei's eyes burned with excitement. Facing the oncoming horde without fear, he knew that for those who had reached the peak of human limits, the zombies' movements were as slow as elderly folks. As long as they kept their composure, there was no risk of being caught or bitten. Can't be afraid. Strength. I need strength. As several zombies charged together, Jiang Xiyu instinctively panicked. But she suppressed her fear and stayed calm. Glancing at the headless corpses on the ground, she led the zombies on a chase. She took a light step forward. But the zombies cared for nothing but food. Every single one tripped over the bodies. Jiang Xiyu effortlessly took their heads one by one. Repeating the tactic, her kill count steadily rose 3, 5, 10, 20, 30. The more she killed, the more skilled her blade became. Suddenly, all three of them felt a change in their bodies. They moved faster, their strength grew stronger, and the zombies' movements seemed even slower. From that moment on, they officially stepped into the ranks of evolvers. Compared to the others in this building, they were among the best, but on a national scale, they were mere beginners. It couldn't be helped. The numbers were too vast. No more, let's rest. I'm dead tired. After a full half-hour of slaughter, Hee-Yun was the first to give out. Regardless of appearances, she leaned against the wall and plopped down on the ground. Though the underground garage was cool, her body was soaked in sweat. Her white t-shirt clung tightly to her skin, and her figure, while not as grand as Jiang Shiyu's, was still impressive. Let's take a break first. Though Lin Bei and Jiang Shiyu's clothes were nearly drenched, as well their expressions remained unchanged. Hey, aren't you too tired? After all that fighting and running, you're not even out of breath. Hee-Yun couldn't hold it in anymore. They were all at the same level, so why was she the only one gasping for air? Lin Bei said to Jiang Shiyu, give her a few. Killing zombies is dangerous. She needs to stay in top form. Jiang Shiyu took 5 rejuvenation pills from her spatial backpack. These are my Beibei's exclusive homemade pills. 1 pill can instantly restore all your energy. Really? Hee-Yun was skeptical. Are you sure it's not laced with stimulants? Even stimulants can't do that instantly. Don't think you can fool me just because I'm young. Despite her doubts, she took them. With a skeptical attitude, she swallowed one. The moment it entered her stomach, her pupils contracted sharply as she stared at Lin Bei in disbelief. Her strength had fully recovered in an instant. Couldn't he really be cheating? It defied science. Bei, I'm thirsty. I want iced milk tea. Jiang Shiyu ignored his reaction and clung to Lin Bei's arm, acting cute, pressing her 2 massive assets against him until they were deformed. A little flirtation could strengthen their bond. Here, Lin Bei handed her a cup and took one for himself. Nothing felt better than an iced drink after exercise. The silkiness and sweetness of the pearl milk tea brought joyful smiles to both their faces. Good. 2 cups of iced milk tea consumed. 4 times the return. Wonderful. Bei, I'm so lucky to have you. Jiang Shiyu rested her head on his shoulder, sipping her milk tea. She'd never dreamed she'd be slaughtering zombies like crazy one day, then enjoying a refreshing cup of milk tea afterward. Without Lin Bei, her fate would have been either to slowly wither away like a frozen turtle or to jump from the building unable to bear the hunger. She owed it all to her best friend's advice. Without her, she'd never have mustered the courage to knock on his door. What level are you? 1 star, first tier. And you? Same. At that moment, the two of them were like a young couple in the park, whispering sweet nothings. He was handsome, she was beautiful. Anyone who saw them would feel a pang of envy. But beside them, Hee-Yun's face was bitter. Ahem, 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 ahem. Lin Bei suppressed a grin and looked at her. What's wrong? Sore throat. Want a throat lozenge? With that, he took a huge gulp of his milk tea. Ah, so good. On purpose. He was definitely doing this on purpose. He clearly wanted her to beg. But who was she? She was one of the most promising athletic sisters in college, with countless boys offering her milk tea every day. She was sick of it. A mere cup of milk tea. Make her bow her head. Ridiculous. Would you like a cup too? Yes. Without a second's hesitation, Hee-Yun blurted it out, terrified he'd change his mind. Her eyes pleaded with him, desperate and longing like a college girl waiting for a reward. Here. Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you, Brother Lin. You're such a good person, Lin Bei. Taking the iced milk tea, Hee-Yun was so moved her tears nearly spilled. Her breath quickened as she carefully, reverently inserted the straw. Uff, she took a small sip. A moan of pleasure escaped her lips. The bouncy pearls, the smooth milk tea. She truly began to envy Jiang Shiyu. Being with him was pure bliss. In the apocalypse, having a family bucket and iced cola was already absurd, while others struggled for clean water. Yet here she was drinking iced milk tea with them. She wondered if she was dreaming. Enough rest. Time to work. Today's goal, 1 star, second tier. After finishing her milk tea, Hee-Yun's eyes burned with determination. Following a big shot, even the apocalypse could be comfortable. Go. Lin Bei kicked a nearby car, and the alarm blared through the entire underground garage. Zombies from other areas raised their heads in unison, all turning toward the sound. Instinct told them that where there was noise, there was food. By 7 in the evening, the 3 of them had completely wiped out every zombie in the garage. Countless bodies lay strewn across the floor. They stood atop the pile of corpses, heads held high like triumphant generals fresh from a battlefield, exuding pride and valor. The gains far exceeded expectations. Their strength had surged rapidly, a true qualitative leap. 1 star, third tier, satisfied. Time to go home. Status: Master Lin Bei, level first order, 3 stars. System space, 10 cubic meters. Ability space, SS rank, LV1 space backpack, 100 cubic meters. Speed 40. Strength 42. Spirit 40. Physique 40. Items: rejuvenation pill, second grade, 860, ASS rank, stake 30. Power assessment: you have surpassed 99 of the global populace and possess extensive experience in combat against zombies. Registered bestiary members: Jiang Shiyu Space, LV1, First Order 3 stars. Bond rewards: Charisma 2, Strength 2, double return on consumed resources. The trio first returned to Lin Bei's home. After 5 or 6 hours of battle, their clothes were drenched in sweat and stained with zombie blood. Standing in the living room, Lin Bei directly stripped off his t-shirt and pants. Jiang Shiyu was unfazed. Hiyun, being a young girl who had yet to share any physical intimacy with them, covered her eyes with her hands, but driven by curiosity, parted her fingers slightly to observe his physique. Holy moly! Naturally defined muscles. So handsome. Lin Bei entered the bathroom to wash with bottled water. He dared not use tap water, knowing the air was likely filled with viruses, but he couldn't be sure drinking the water wouldn't cause harm. While showering, some water would inevitably enter his mouth. Water was sufficient for his consumption. There were still 200 or 300 barrels in the space backpack. Once Hiyun's bestiary entry was unlocked, their return multiplier for consumed resources would reach 3. Each person drinking 1 barrel of water per day would yield 9 barrels in return, essentially netting 6 barrels for free. Using 3 of those for bathing, they could still save 3 extra barrels daily. Water would only increase. You two can shower together, ITLL, save some water. He'll prepare dinner, Lin Bei said, changing clothes and heading to the kitchen. By the way, what should we eat tonight? He asked Jiang Shiyu, struggling with indecision. What to eat? Jiang Shiyu was also at a loss. Meat. Eat meat. Chicken. Pork. Duck. Fish. Beef. Hiyun screamed inwardly. She hadn't eaten meat in days. If the meat and instant noodles counted, then she had. How about we have instant noodles for a change? Jiang Shiyu glanced at Hiyun beside her. No, sister, you please, no instant noodles, I beg you, don't make me eat instant noodles. Hiyun tugged at her arm, shaking her head frantically, her face pitiful. She had been eating instant noodles for days. Seriously. She was about to throw up. Before, she had no choice and thought they were delicious, but now that there were options, the thought of more noodles made her nauseous. Just kidding, Jiang Shiyu said, turning to Lin Bei. Just cook whatever you like, it'll help after my shower. Okay. The two women entered the bathroom together. They began whispering. Wow, sister, you, yours is so big, so fragrant, so soft, so fair. Sister, you, what's for dinner tonight? Just a simple meal. Is there meat? Probably, Jiang Shiyu replied with a smile, understanding her craving for meat after going so long without it. By the way, sister, you, besides your space ability, what other abilities have you awakened? None. That's strange. I awakened a strength ability currently with a double boost. Logically, my strength should be twice yours, but we're equal. That doesn't add up. Could it be that brother Lin has doubled your strength? Jiang Shiyu was surprised. She hadn't expected Xiao Yunyun to deduce this. Seeing her reaction, Hiyun confirmed her suspicion. From the moment he gave you those miraculous pills, I knew he wasn't ordinary. Haven't you ever thought? Jiang Shiyu tapped her on the head. Xiao Yunyun, let me ask you one thing, do you want to stay with us? Yes. Some things don't need to be dug into. If it weren't for him, you'd still be holed up at home wondering whether to save half your instant noodles for tomorrow. If it weren't for him, you'd still be at peak human level, never reaching First Order 3 stars. If it weren't for him, those men at noon might have broken down your door, and you know what would have happened without me saying it. Do you think he doesn't know how miraculous those pills are? Do you think he doesn't know all the wild guesses you're making? Do you think he's unaware of his own extravagance? Would you only find him normal and be satisfied if he gave you just 1 pack of noodles and a sausage per meal and only 1 bottle of water a day? Hiyun fell silent. Yes, no one was foolish these days. Jiang Shiyu stroked her head and said, so don't overthink things. They're meaningless. Just remember one thing, meeting him is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to us. Yes, thinking it over, her musings were indeed pointless. Even if she knew everything, what could she do? I understand. So is there meat for dinner? Hiyun changed the subject, asking eagerly. This meal was her first formal one since joining. Lin Bei was so capable. Surely he wouldn't prepare anything too shabby. Jiang Shiyu laughed. You haven't had meat in days. Hiyun nodded vigorously. I love meat. I have it with almost every meal. I'm a diehard carnivore. But when the apocalypse hit, there was nothing left at home. Just my luck. There will be. A while later, the two women emerged, drying their damp hair and chatting cheerfully. After blow-drying, Jiang Shiyu went to the kitchen to help, and Hiyun followed eagerly, also offering assistance, but mainly to see what was for dinner. Arriving at the kitchen, she was dumbfounded. Oh my god, was this really the kind of meal you'd have in an apocalypse? Braised pork ribs, sweet and sour carp, shredded pork with green peppers, tomato and eggs, smashed cucumber with garlic, braised radish with meat, braised chicken with potatoes. A huge pot of corn and pork rib soup was simmering on the stove, scattered with green onions that made the already tempting broth even more aromatic. She had imagined the meals might be good, but she had never imagined this good. Her eyes reddened with emotion. Truly, choosing to go to the rooftop today and meeting him was absolutely, positively, without a doubt, the luckiest thing in her life. She even wondered if she had saved the earth in a past life. Seriously, Even if Lin Bei asked her to call him dad, she would blurt it out without hesitation. Uncontrollable tears dripped from the corners of her mouth as the rich aromas made her already ravenous, even hungrier. Sister, do you always have dinners this lavish? Hee-Yun's voice trembled uncontrollably. Not really. Tonight's dinner is indeed quite lavish, perhaps because of your arrival. Jiang Shiyu's emotionally intelligent remark masked the real reason. Their need for food had grown. All three of them had reached the first-rank 3rd star. Their physical attributes were 4 times the limit of an ordinary person, and their demand for food far exceeded imagination. The competitive eaters of the pre-apocalyptic era paled in comparison to them. After collecting what needed to be gathered, the trio arrived at Jiang Shiyu's home for dinner. A table laden with dishes made Hee-Yun's mouth water. Before picking up her chopsticks, she asked, "Dad, may I eat freely?" Huh? Lin Bei was taken aback. No, I misspoke. Brother Lin, may I please eat freely? Hee-Yun blinked, putting on a pitiful expression. Go ahead, eat as you like. Then I won't hold back. Hee-Yun launched into a frenzy of devouring. A piece of braised spare ribs dripping with sauce entered her mouth, so delicious it made her whole body tremble. She shoveled in a mouthful of rice, grabbed a slice of smashed cucumber, and washed it down with an ice-cold beer. Truly, even before the apocalypse, she hadn't eaten this well. Jiang Shiyu cast a resentful glance at Lin Bei. When she first arrived, he hadn't treated her like this. But then she reconsidered. All those words had said giving her choices meant he had taken a liking to her. Yet toward Hee-Yun, who was even younger and more tender, he showed no such interest. That meant he thought Jiang Shiyu was prettier. Brother Lin, may I video call my dad? I want to show off my meal to him. Go ahead. Cherish the chance while you can. Who knows when the power and internet will go out. Lin Bei was about to call Enyu himself, but thought better of it. He hadn't yet figured out how to tell her about the 2 young women had found, so he decided to call when he was alone. It wasn't that he didn't want to go to her, but the distance was too great. They kept in touch every night. After learning that her sister had awakened magnetic powers, he no longer worried for her safety. He would cross the thousands of kilometers to find her once he had enough strength. Bei, don't you think we should prepare in advance? I feel like soon the city's nights will be plunged into pitch darkness, Jiang Shiyu said after taking a sip of soup. Lin Bei nodded. Life without electricity would be boring. He couldn't just keep killing zombies, he needed some way to pass the time. Solar power generation was quite common in this era. There's a martial arts school near my campus with solar panels on its roof. We'll go there after we've improved a bit more. Though widespread, he couldn't recall any other locations at the moment. Only this one came to mind. Because Enyu had bought her blade from that shop. Back in school, they'd even taken martial arts classes there for a while. He wondered how the martial arts teacher was doing, whether she had turned into a zombie. Is your school far from here? No, it's close. Just on the next street at XX school. XX school. Hee-Yun, who had been devouring food, looked up. Damn, senior. I'm from that school too. The martial arts gym you mentioned, is it the one just 2 or 3 kilometers away? The teacher's surname is Jiang. You've been there too? More than just been there. Hee-Yun nodded. I worked part-time there for 2 months during my freshman summer break. I planned to go again this summer, thought I'd play for a week first, but then the apocalypse broke out. Oh, so teacher Jiang. She's fine. She awakened early on. She told me that after awakening the need for food becomes immense. That's why I haven't dared to go clear out the zombies in the garage these past few days. I was afraid I wouldn't have enough food to replenish. Somewhat surprising, yet not entirely unexpected. She was incredibly skilled. When he first accompanied Enyu to her classes, he had been dismissive, thinking that no matter how well a woman trained, she couldn't match a man due to inherent physical differences. He had challenged her and was utterly defeated. Truly, he hadn't been able to put up any resistance at all. It wasn't that she was overwhelmingly strong, but her reflexes and body control were superb. In that moment, he realized the vast gap between a true practitioner and a dabbler. What ability did she awaken? Strength physique. I chatted with her this morning, and she said her physique level has reached LV3, a 4-fold increase. Strength. As expected. Physique. A good thing. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Too much strength amplification wasn't necessarily good. If the physique couldn't keep up, the muscles, bones, and internal organs would surely fail in a real clash. Decision made. They would go there. Strength Hee-Yun. Physique teacher Jiang. So full. So satisfied. Stuffed in content, Hee-Yun leaned back in her chair, patting her little belly with a satisfied expression. She'd had her fill of meat. She'd eaten her fill of rice. Don't fight me over this. I'll wash the dishes later. You guys go rest if you want. Hee-Yun took on the chore willingly, feeling that if she didn't contribute something, she'd seem too inconsiderate. Time to rest. After a short break, Lin Bei followed Jiang Shiyu into her bedroom. It was clean and carried a faint, pleasant fragrance. Bei, close your eyes first. I need to change my clothes, Shiyu said shyly. All right. Lin Bei closed his eyes in anticipation. Okay. After a long moment, Shiyu's voice came through. He opened his eyes to find that instead of the seductive outfit had imagined, she wore a pure schoolgirl-style ensemble. He was stunned. A black long-sleeved knit top. A white fluffy long skirt. White sneakers. White socks. In this era, JK uniforms were everywhere. This outfit evoked nostalgic memories of his college days, the pure vibe maxed out. No, maxed to the extreme. Do I look good, oi? She tucked her long hair behind her ear, asking shyly. It was the clothes she used to wear to school. Though Lin Bei didn't answer, his reaction told her everything. Her heart swelled with joy. She had only graduated a year ago, so she was still super youthful. She came to the bedside, took off her shoes, and lay down a bit nervously. Her two sock-clad little feet tangled together as she shyly closed her eyes, just like a girl going to a hotel with her boyfriend for the first time. Lin Bei smiled. Good, good, good. The buffs were fully stacked. He wasn't sleepy at all. Awesome. In the living room, Hee-Yun, eyeing the leftover dishes, devoured another bowl of rice with a satisfied groan. Just as she was about to wash the dishes, she heard faint sounds coming from the master bedroom. She froze, then her fair cheeks flushed crimson. She wasn't a child, as she knew exactly what those sounds meant. Seriously, she hadn't even gone back to her room yet. Washing dishes, brushing teeth, getting into bed, playing on her phone, sleeping, midnight, can't sleep, counting sheep. After counting sheep for who knows how long, Hee-Yun's eyes snapped open, filled with deep resentment, helplessness, and in the dead of night, with silence all around, those faint sounds became somewhat grating. She checked the time. She had washed the dishes at 7. It was now midnight. 5 hours. A full 5 hours. Was she ever going to get any sleep? Really? Could anyone be this vigorous? 5 hours and still going. Ridiculous. Utterly, absurdly ridiculous. The more sheep she counted, the hotter she felt. Even with the air conditioning on, she still felt hot. It wasn't external heat, but an internal one. Hee-Yun sighed. Continuing to count sheep wouldn't help her sleep. Her hand, resting on the blanket, slowly slipped beneath it. There was no other choice. She had to resort to a special method to induce sleep. The next day at 2 in the afternoon. After sleeping a full 10 hours, Lin Bei slowly awoke from his slumber, the warmth in his arms drawing a gentle smile to his lips. This sleep had been quite satisfying. Bei find a chance to devour little Yun. You're too powerful, oh, I alone truly can't handle you. Sure, you, seeing him open his eyes, lay on his chest like a kitten, and murmured softly. Before the apocalypse, such words would never have crossed her lips. But now in this ruined world, a man as monstrously formidable as Lin Bei would never be content with just one woman. Rather than let him seek others, she would rather take the initiative to help him, elevating her place in his heart. Hee-Yun. Lin Bei felt a pang of vexation. It wasn't that he didn't want to claim her immediately, but forcing the act yielded no reward. People's temperaments differed. Back then, sure, you had been driven to the edge by hunger and terror of the undead, her instincts compelling her to stay. If he had used the same tactics on Hee-Yun yesterday, she would likely have left on the spot. A forced fruit might quench thirst, but he didn't need mere thirst relief. He needed sweetness. Hee-Yun, though younger than Shiryu, was far bolder and possessed a degree of self-preservation in the apocalypse. Coercing her with food was the worst strategy. His plan was to take it slow. Do you want me to help you? Oh, Lin Bei's interest piqued. What good idea do you have? Sure, you pouted. Men are all big pig trotters, eating from the bowl while eyeing the pot. I just said it, and you took it seriously. You heartless radish. Lin Bei, didn't you start it? Just kidding. If she becomes your woman, can you empower her too? If so, I can use that as bait to lure her in. She used to be a school athlete. People like that are competitive. With me setting the trap, I bet she won't resist the temptation. You're so wicked. Lin Bei grinned with narrowed eyes. You love it, don't you? Sure, you, seeing the smile on his face, laughed as well. Hee-Yun is so beautiful as sooner or later someone will covet her. Rather than have her nestle in another's arms, she might as well become my sister and share the burden. Besides, only when she truly becomes one of us can we trust her, right? That's true. So you haven't told me yet, if you devour her, can you also boost her power? Yes. There was little to it. If asked, he could claim he had awakened another ability. After all, everyone's constitution was different, and it was reasonable that he, with his luck, had awakened multiple powers, wasn't it? As his words faded, Shiryu was about to speak when faint voices from outside the door reached her ears. She pricked them up. 1302, this is it, bro. Are you sure that flight attendant lives alone? Don't open the door to find a bunch of muscle men inside. I'm sure. I live right across from her building. I watch her every day. How could I not know? She's drawn the curtains these past few days, but I'm certain she's alone. And even if there were a man, so what? Your bro here is a first-order 2-star, maybe not outside, but in this neighborhood, I can walk all over anyone. I've never played with a flight attendant before. That's why old bro brought you to try. Let me tell you, I've seen many flight attendants, but the one who lives here is the cream of the crop. Top tier in both face and figure. I tried hitting on her before, but she wouldn't even look at me. Now though, it's different. Yeah, the apocalypse is awesome. And there's a little girl living downstairs, also extremely pretty. Today we'll take both of them. This time remember, don't go too wild, say some sweet words afterward to soothe them, or we'll have another jumper. Got it, bro. Inside the room, Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. He teased the Shiryu in his arms. Oh my little Yu, your charm is so great it's drawn people from across the building. Jiang Shiryu rolled her eyes. Annoying, interrupting our flirting. She got up and dressed smiling. The me of now is not the me of yesterday. Since they came all the way from across the way for me, I should give them a proper welcome, don't you think, Bei? Need me, eh? A first order 2-star. There's no need for you to intervene. You've already helped me so much. If I let you handle this, it would make me seem too useless. Don't think of me as a coward anymore. Jiang Shiyu finished dressing and walked alone to the living room. Lin Bei had fed her, enabling her evolution and awakening her ability, doubling her strength. He helped her overcome her fear of the undead, breaking through to first order 3-star, with all stats reaching 4 times that of an ordinary person. With the double boost, her strength was 8 times the normal limit, a rare powerhouse in this apocalypse. She wanted to prove herself. She had been cowardly before, but she was no longer. Lin Bei got up as well, wanting to keep an eye on things just in case. In the apocalypse, fear nothing but the unexpected. In the living room, Jiang Shiyu was dressed plainly, a white crewneck t-shirt and blue jeans, sitting on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, sipping black coffee unhurriedly. These days she had been eating too well. A cup of black coffee in the morning, a disciplined day. Bang! The doorknob turned and the quilt hanging on it shattered on the floor, a precaution against nocturnal intruders. Hearing the noise, the 2 men outside realized someone was inside and rushed in. Once inside, the 2 men wielding baseball bats fixed their gaze on Jiang Shiyu sitting on the sofa. Though she was dressed plainly, her beauty was so striking that greed filled their eyes. Pretty lady, remember me? The taller of the 2 spoke first. No. Jiang Shiyu cast him a faint glance and looked away. This is my home. What you're doing is trespassing, isn't it? Could you please leave? Leave? The thinner man behind the tall one laughed, unable to contain himself. Pretty lady, what do you mean your home? From now on, this is our home. The tall man smiled and closed the door. He pulled a Snickers bar from his pocket, tore open the wrapper, and took a big bite. Pretty lady, I've been watching you for days. You've got no food in your place. You must be starving, right? Want a taste? He waved the half-eaten candy bar in front of her face. Jiang Shiyu laughed at the sheer stupidity of his gesture. A single Snickers bar, to make her bow down. How absurd. Even if she had been starving for days, she would never have compromised with such a man. Seeing her laugh, the man laughed along, thinking she wanted the food. Pretty lady, just call me good big brother. Make me happy, and he'll give you a whole bar, how about that? He moved toward the sofa, preparing to sit down. The next second, his descending rear froze midair. In his vision, Jiang Shiyu's smile had turned to coldness, and a long blade materialized in her hand, its edge gleaming with lethal frost. As she rose to her feet, the man quickly retreated to create distance, his smile replaced by a grim expression as he eyed her warily. Where did that sword come from? Jiang Shi, you couldn't be bothered to speak. She advanced slowly toward them. She intended to drive the 2 out of the door before finishing them, unwilling to splatter her own home with blood. It would be a hassle to clean. Beautiful lady, do you think your blade is faster, or is my iron rod fiercer? The tall man swung his baseball bat as Jiang Shiyu approached, producing a whooshing sound. Jiang Shiyu sneered and continued her advance. A baseball bat? How crude. Following her, Bei was better. A newbie's gear was the finest Tang Hung Dao. Yesterday she had slain over 100 zombies, yet the blade remained flawless, a testament to its quality. The tall man's face grew increasingly grim. He couldn't tell if this woman was bluffing or truly capable. If she wielded any other weapon it might be fine, but she held a sharp longsword. He wanted neither cuts nor stabs. Humans always sought to emerge unscathed. He stepped back. Another step back. Soon they reached the doorway. The scrawny man shouted, "Bro, she's definitely faking it. If she had real skill, she'd have charged by now. Don't be fooled. Remember, you're a 1-star tier 1. Let's gang up and knock that blade out of her hand. Right? Why should a 1-star tier 1 be afraid? Damn it. Had nearly forgotten that." The man's grim expression quickly twisted into a sinister grin. Beautiful, even with that blade, absolute power can't be compensated by weapons. I crushed nearly 100 zombie heads to reach 1-star tier 1. If you don't want to get hurt, put the sword down. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being gentle. With that, he stepped forward, brandishing the bat. On the way here, he had noticed few zombie kills. The fire escape held some corpses, but barely a dozen or 2. Not enough to reach even 1-star tier 1, let alone tier 2. In raw strength, he was above this woman. Jiang Shiyu acted as if she hadn't heard. What the hell are you pretending for? Seeing her still advancing, the tall man swung his bat with force, aiming to tear through her facade, and then her clothes, to make her understand the price of pointing a blade at them. Clang! Jiang Shiyu turned the blade and struck with the back. Impossible. The moment their weapons clashed, the man's pupils contracted. The terrifying recoil made him lose his grip. As the bat hit the ground, he didn't hesitate, turned open the door and fled. What the hell? How could this woman's strength be so terrifying? He was a 1-star tier 1 with 3 times the strength of an average human. Yet before her he felt like an infant. He even suspected the bones in his hand might be shattered. After a brief numbness, excruciating pain set in. The slightly scrawny man beside him had been about to act, but seeing his boss flee, he didn't dare stay. He followed suit, realizing they had bitten off more than they could chew. They had thought she was bluffing. Little did they know she was truly capable. Moments ago they had intended to violate her. Now they only wished to escape. Jiang Xiu smiled. Those two fools had finally left her home. Now she could act without restraint. After days of binge-watching apocalypse movies and novels, she understood one truth: never let go of an enemy and never play the saint. They had come to harm her. She wouldn't let them leave alive. Outside, the two who had fled in panic caught their breath. Bro, what's going on? Is that woman's strength really that terrifying? The scrawny man asked reluctantly. The tall man's eyes were filled with deep terror. Not just terrifying. My hand is probably ruined. Where the hell did she kill so many zombies to level up? As they spoke, they ran toward the fire escape. But Jiang Xiu followed close behind. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the tall man about to beg for mercy. The next second, he bizarrely saw his own neck. Holy shit. The other man witnessing this felt his legs go weak. He scrambled toward the fire escape, felt a chill at his neck, but still made it through. But, hey, why can't I feel my body? Wait, where's my body? A head rolled into the stairwell. Two idiots. Ruined my good mood this morning. Jiang Xiu cast a cold glance, then turned and returned home. The bloody scene churned her stomach. An instinctive reaction, but nothing more. Yesterday the scene in the underground garage had been hundreds of times more nauseating. Back inside, Lin Bei and He-Yun were already in the living room. Sister Xiu, what happened? He-Yun asked, rubbing her dark circles, still half asleep. Nothing, just two clowns who didn't know their place. Wash up and get ready for breakfast. You look tired. Stayed up late on your phone, didn't you? At that, He-Yun's eyes turned incredibly resentful. Her small eyes darted between her and Lin Bei. She held back her words. Sister Xiu had been quiet enough, but her hearing was just too sharp now. She went to the bathroom to wash her face. Jiang Xiu narrowed her eyes. Interesting. After washing, He-Yun perked up and ran to her side, grabbing her arm. Her big eyes sparkled with anticipation. Sister Xiu, what's for breakfast? They had eaten a lot last night, but after a whole night, they were famished. Protein, protein, protein. Just as Jiang Xiu was about to say they'd have something simple, they heard strange roars from downstairs. With evolved bodies, their hearing and sight had improved. The three went to the window to look. Holy crap, what kind of monster is that? Is it still a zombie? He-Yun gasped, covering her mouth, eyes wide. It's a bit exaggerated. Jiang Xiu was also stunned. This must be an evolved strength-type mutant zombie. Those muscles look oddly familiar, like something from a TV show. Lin Bei couldn't help but squint. He had seen all sorts of bizarre zombies online these days, but didn't expect to find one in their own neighborhood. From the 13th floor, it stood 2 heads taller than the surrounding zombies, wearing only gym shorts, its exposed limbs bursting with explosive muscles. Netizens had classified zombies into types: ordinary zombies, common ones on the streets evolving like humans, elite zombies, evolved with special abilities, mutant zombies, evolved with exceptionally strong abilities. The zombie they were seeing now likely belonged to the third category. Its physique was truly excessive. Soon the zombie disappeared from their sight. He-Yun couldn't help but sigh. I thought being a 3-star tier 1 was already mediocre, but there are monsters like this in our neighborhood. We're still too weak. In this dangerous world, only formidable personal strength could bring a sense of security. Exactly. Jiang Xiu nodded. If such a monster appears in our area alone, who knows what's out there? Even with my Babe Bai's help, I still feel my power is too weak. He-Yun raised an eyebrow. She cast a discreet glance at Lin Bei. She wondered if his ability could double her strength as well. If so, her power would skyrocket. Currently, her strength was 8 times the human limit. Doubling that would be an astonishing 16 times. Just the thought thrilled her. And her strength ability was only LV1. Leveling up would bring another massive boost. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She had to ask Sister Xiu about it later. What's wrong, Bei? Is there a problem? Seeing Lin Bei standing by the window, staring motionlessly outside, Xiu approached with concern and asked, following his gaze, but seeing nothing. Lin Bei made a shush gesture. Did you hear a strange sound? A strange sound. The two women frowned, pricking up their ears to listen carefully. Vaguely, they seemed to hear protein. Protein, protein. As they listened, the expressions of all three changed instantly. They exchanged glances. Not good. The faint sound grew louder, coupled with the thick smell of blood permeating the air. They simultaneously looked toward the door. That thing. It couldn't have followed the scent of blood here, could it? Jiang Xiu's face instantly turned grim. It seems so. He-Yun hurriedly ran back to the room to retrieve a knife, then stood guard staring at the door. The sound was now practically right outside. Hoarse growls, heavy footsteps, all indicating it was there. I'm sorry, Bei. I didn't know. I didn't know the smell of blood would attract such a monster. I really didn't know. Jiang Xiu apologized, her face pale. She had wanted to show off, but instead had attracted this kind of monster. Lin Bei rubbed his nose. Not to mention Xiu, he himself didn't know either. He knew zombies were sensitive to the smell of blood, but he hadn't expected this zombie to be able to smell the blood from the 13th floor from below. Ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. However, this might not be a bad thing. Killing this kind of zombie yields energy incomparable to ordinary zombies. If they wanted to leave, they could take the two women and go right now. It was still completely possible. Each time he killed a zombie, he could feel a wisp of weak energy flowing into his body like experience points. The world had become like a game. This muscle zombie was just a minor boss. I'm sorry. Shiyu continued to blame herself. It's okay. It's just a mutated zombie. Don't underestimate your man. Lin Bei patted her head comfortingly, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked toward the door. Protein. So much protein. The sound of chewing came. Although separated by a door, the three clearly knew what was happening outside and held their breath. Not enough. Not enough protein. Shortly after, the roar of the muscle monster came. They could hear him frantically sniffing the air. Protein. Outside the door, the muscle monster's pitch-black pupils locked onto the door. He smelled it, fresh protein inside. He strode over with wild steps, each step making the floor tremble. Bang! The security door was like paper before him. With a casual swipe, it was smashed open. Seeing the three people standing inside, he revealed a ferocious, cruel, and greedy smile. Protein. So much protein. Up close, the muscle monster's physique was far more terrifying than they had imagined. His head nearly touched the ceiling. His massive body and thick muscles made it hard to imagine the power contained within. A sense of helplessness rose in the two women's hearts. They could only grip their long knives tighter. Even with three of them, they might not be able to escape unscathed. Hee-Yun was extremely unwilling. If her current strength were doubled, she would have the confidence to fight this monster. His muscles were simply too terrifying. She didn't want to die. She still had so many things she hadn't experienced. No, she couldn't think like that. Being afraid before battle was a major taboo. The three of them were at the first stage, 3 stars. They could definitely handle this zombie. Protein. Without the barrier of the door. The muscle monster smelled the fresh scent of them even more clearly, and his terrifying smile grew even more sinister. The next second, his smile froze. The knives in the women's hands could be ignored, but the dark muzzle of the gun in the man's hand triggered a deep-seated fear from memory, and he instinctively stepped back. Smile transfer technique. The smile on the muscle monster's face transferred to Lin Bei's face. In the early days of the apocalypse, a gun was almost invincible. Seeing the muscle monster retreat, Lin Bei's smile grew even brighter. Experience points delivered to his doorstep. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He pulled the trigger frantically. In 1 second, he fired a full 10 bullets. The terrifying recoil was nothing in his eyes. To cover up after firing 10 rounds, he swapped magazines, taking no more than 10 seconds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then another 10-shot burst. All 20 bullets hit the muscle monster's head without exception. Within 7 steps, the gun was fast and accurate. A head twice the size of a normal person's. Anyone could hit it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then 30 more rounds. With his hand speed, he turned the semi-automatic pistol into a full auto one. The Desert Eagle's power was incomparable to ordinary pistols. It could easily kill an elephant. At a distance of a few meters, 30 bullets. Not to mention this muscle monster, he felt he could even kill a second-stage zombie. Bang! With the emptying of the 3rd magazine, the muscle monster's massive body crashed to the ground. As for his head, have you ever seen a watermelon? It was just like a watermelon falling to the ground. Off. Hee-Yun and Zhang Shiyu's mouths dropped wide open. They had expected a fierce battle. They had expected a fight to the death. He entered. He was one-shotted. This muscle monster had appeared for less than 5 seconds and, just like that, he was killed by Lin Bei. Knowledge changes life. Technology changes destiny. Damn. Hee-Yun slapped her forehead. Brother Lin has a gun. I forgot about that. No matter how abnormal the zombies were before, they can't be more abnormal than a pistol. My. A surge of energy flowed into Lin Bei's body. Ha ha ha. Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh out loud. After killing this muscle monster, his level had actually increased by a full star. Owner Lin Bei, level 1st stage, 4-star system space, 10 cubic meters. Ability space, SS strength, LV1 space backpack, 1000 cubic meters, speed, 50 strength, 52, spirit, 50 constitution, 50. Items, rejuvenation pill, 2nd grade, 900 SS strength stake, 333 collected in codex members, Zhang Shiyu space, LV1 1st stage, 3 stars, bond benefits, charisma, 2, strength 2, double return on consumed resources. You're amazing. I've broken through. Lin Bei excitedly pulled Shiyu into his arms. In the apocalypse, nothing was more exhilarating than improving one's strength. But he did this to dispel Shiyu's self-blame. She was too hung up on the fact that she had attracted the mutated zombie. Really? That's great. Shiyu's heart, which had been hanging, finally relaxed. She had been afraid Lin Bei would despise her for acting without thinking. Regardless, the danger was finally over. Hee-Yun let out a sigh of relief, her eyes glancing with a hint of envy at the embracing couple. She had never been hugged by a man in her life. Her best friend with a boyfriend said it felt nice, and she wondered what it was like. She shook her head. Strength. Strength was still not enough. Today she must ask Sister Yu how Lin Bei managed to double her strength. After finishing their meal, the trio set out. Although the distance to Master Jiang's martial arts gym was only a few kilometers, crossing it on foot was no easy task. To avoid any unexpected incidents, they decided to bide their time and grow stronger first. Arriving downstairs, it had been nearly a week since the apocalypse erupted, and for the first time in days they left the residential building basking in the sunlight that bathed their skin. Roar, roar. The trio made no effort to conceal their presence. Surrounding zombies like sharks drawn to the scent of blood surged toward them frantically. At the onset of the apocalypse, these zombies moved at the pace of a human jog, but now they matched the speed of a full sprint. Survival of the fittest. Those who stagnate are doomed to perish. Today's small goal: clear the zombies from this residential complex. Any issues? Lin Bei glanced around, estimating the number of zombies charging at them to be in the hundreds. This complex had 60 buildings, each with 2 units and 16 floors, and each unit housed 2 households. That meant a total of 3840 households. Assuming an average of 3 people per household, that was over 10,000 residents. Considering the apocalypse erupted at 5 in the afternoon, one could only imagine how many zombies roamed the area. None, Jiang Shiyu replied with unwavering confidence. Easy peasy, He Yun chimed in, equally nonchalant. Without those miraculous pills, this task would have been impossible, but now these zombies were nothing more than walking experience points. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Bei drew his pistol and aimed at the leading zombie, pulling the trigger. The front row collapsed, triggering a chain reaction. The zombies had improved in mobility, but their brains were still lacking. Though even normal humans might face such issues. Let's go. Blooming amidst slaughter like flowers in the dawn, the trio left behind only headless zombies. Every strike was a full-force effort with no fear of exhaustion. Weak and powerless. Pop a pill for power. Max out the stats. Slash with full force. Sist's quick look. The big shots in the complex are making their move. They're incredible. Zombies are like toys to them. Holy crap, are they even human? Handsome, need a wife. Am offering myself. Big shot, my sister's still a virgin and gorgeous. Come to my place and be my brother-in-law. Traitorous little brother. Handsome, take me with you. I can warm your bed. Words spread like wildfire. Survivors in the complex flocked to their windows, shouting excitedly to catch their attention. Great. With these 3 big shots around, our danger level has dropped so much. Yeah, they're insanely strong, not even human. Jiang Shiyu glanced around in surprise. I never thought so many people were still alive. Lin Bei recalled something and teased. Did you think everyone was like you with no food at home? Shiyu blushed. Who knew the apocalypse would strike so suddenly? But I was lucky my bestie called me to game. Without that, I might not have made it back in time. You really are lucky. He still remembered. Jiang Shiyu had returned home just 20 minutes before the apocalypse erupted. Had she delayed, even slightly, she might have become a zombie or worse. Light incense for your bestie. Bei, I leveled up. Suddenly He Yun also exclaimed with excitement. I leveled up too. We all leveled up. Haha, brother Lin, sister Yu, my ability is now level 2. My strength has tripled. Truly, if she weren't worried about sister Yes' reaction, she would have thrown herself at brother Lin and kissed him fiercely. Her ability had advanced so quickly because she used her power relentlessly, and frequent use naturally led to leveling up. And the prerequisite for frequent use was brother Lin's secret pills. Swish! He Yun mustered all her strength and swung her blade, unleashing a terrifying strike that instantly decapitated 10 zombies. So satisfying. She was ecstatic. So thrilled that her entire body trembled. Such power was utterly formidable. With all 3 leveling up together, their zombie clearing speed accelerated dramatically. The count of zombies slain under their blades shifted from tens to hundreds, then to thousands. Amazing. Hours later, the vast complex lay littered with corpses resembling a hellish purgatory, with only the trio standing atop the mound of bodies. Master Lin Bei, level 1st order 6 stars, system space 10 cubic meters. Ability space SSS, rank LV1, space backpack 1000 cubic meters, speed 70, strength 72, spirit 70, physique 70. Items: rejuvenation pills, 2nd grade, 1314, SSS, rank stake 520, collected members, Jiang Shiyu, space LV1, 1st order 5 stars, bond benefits, charisma 2, strength 2, double return on consumed resources. Awesome. He was at 6 stars while He Yun and Shiyu were both at 5 stars. The trio's combat power was now terrifying. Leaning against the wall, he flipped his hand and produced a piece of steak, bringing it to his lips. After hours of clearing zombies, hunger gnawed at him. Though the rejuvenation pills restored stamina, they couldn't quell the pangs of hunger. Bei, hungry, want food. Shiyu bumped into him, tilting her head and parting her cherry-like lips. Here. Lin Bei brought the steak to her mouth for a bite. A single mouthful brought immense satisfaction. So fragrant, so tender, so delicious. Another bite, tasty. He Yun, watching from the side, swallowed hard. She exaggeratedly winked and coughed, but the two pretended not to notice, feeding each other blissfully. Humph. So infuriating. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Still no reaction from them. I swear. They're doing it on purpose. Definitely on purpose. When He-yun's throat was about to give out, Lin Bei arm around Shiyu leisurely turned to her, a piece of steak appearing in his hand as he waved it before her. Say good brother, and he'll give you one. He-yun laughed a mocking laugh. Did he take her for someone who'd settle for one? Huh. Taking a deep breath, good brother. 100. With her impressive lung capacity, she rattled off 100 times in one breath. 100 pieces. The two were left dumbfounded. He-yun lifted her chin proudly, extending her hand. Brother Lin, you said it. Say good brother, get one piece. Keep your word. I said it 100 times, so you owe me 100. I don't have a space backpack, so give me 10 for now. And if I don't keep my word, oh come on good brother, just give me a few. I'm starving, and you're still teasing me. He-yun pouted, tugging at his arm and pleading. Go ahead, eat. Lin Bei handed her 5 pieces. Little He-yun was quite amusing. Thanks good brother. She grabbed the steaks without worrying about the grease sinking her teeth in. One bite stunned her. How could steak taste this incredible? Oh my god, it's absurdly delicious. After devouring 5 palm-sized steaks, still craving more, she clung to his arm again. Good brother, give me a few more. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. So soft. The next second his gaze sharpened. He abruptly shoved He-yun aside and snatched an arrow hurtling toward his head. He-yun's expression shifted. She thought Lin Bei disliked her actions, feeling a pang of disappointment. But seeing the arrow in his hand, she was thrilled, then furious. She followed the trajectory to trace its source. Diagonally across on the 15th floor, a young man stood by the window, clutching a compound bow. Lin Bei sneered coldly. The dreaded scenario had come to pass. Someone bore him a grudge and had loosed a stealthy arrow from the shadows. Damn it, seeking death. Shiyu, cradled in his arms, saw the arrow and let out a rare curse. Let's go. Moved. Lin Bei strode toward the building, the 2 women following closely behind. In this apocalyptic world, if others could shoot arrows without restraint, he too could retaliate without hesitation. The man by the window, clearly stunned that Lin Bei had caught the arrow, paled at their approach. Without a second thought, he drew his bow, aimed, and fired a second arrow. The aim was precise. The shot was accurate. But if he couldn't hit them when they were off guard, he stood no chance now that they were on alert. Every arrow was intercepted with flawless precision. Shit. Can't even kill you like this. The man's face twisted in fury. The trio entered the building. 15th floor. Charge. With their current physical prowess, ascending from the 1st to the 15th floor took less than 10 seconds. Boom. A single kick shattered the security door. Inside, a man was frantically stuffing items into a bag. At their arrival, he froze mid-motion. He forced a smile more hideous than tears. Bro, what if I said I was shooting at zombies just now? Would you believe me? What do you think? I think you would. The man edged backward as he spoke. Bro, we're from the same neighborhood. Can't you let this slide? I was just momentarily possessed to attack you. Give me one more chance. As his words fell, a flicker of cold intent glinted in the man's eyes. Die. Whoosh. Lin Bei raised his hand. He caught a sewing needle midair, gripping it firmly, and fixed the man with a mocking gaze. Not a bad ability, but unfortunately you'll never have the chance to rise. Impossible. The man's pupils contracted sharply, and for the first time sheer terror flooded his face. His plan had been to distract them with conversation while using his magnetic ability to kill Lin Bei unnoticed. Who would notice a sewing needle, especially one flying at high speed? He had thought victory was certain, but this man had not only detected the needle, but caught it. In the next instant, the dark muzzle of a gun reflected in his pupils. Cold sweat drenched his back, and he tasted death itself. Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to his knees with a thud. Bro, please. Don't shoot. I was wrong, I was truly wrong. Give me a chance, I beg you, give me one chance. Your ability is magnetism, right? You can control the bullet's head. If you can stop, it'll give you that chance. No. Before the man could speak further, a bullet tore from the muzzle. The moment Lin Bei pulled the trigger, the man unleashed his ability with all his might. But his power was far too weak. A mere crade magnetic ability, utterly incapable of stopping a bullet. Uffed. The bullet lodged into his thigh. Normally a Desert Eagle's shot would have blown a hole clean through his leg, but it only penetrated the flesh. Sweat beaded on the man's forehead, a testament to his ability's effect. Not bad, you stopped it. The man couldn't help but smile. So will you give me that chance? I swear did I say that? What the hell? Bang, bang, bang. Lin Bei fired 4 more shots. Each one pierced through both menisci and shoulder blades. Just messing with you. I'm a man of my word. I said I'd give you a chance and I did. If you survive, consider yourself lucky. The man's eyes bulged. This was his idea of a chance. What a joke. With that, Lin Bei turned and left. Humph. Jiang Shiyu snorted and followed. Serves you right. He shot him a cold glare. Why couldn't he just live peacefully instead of courting death? The Desert Eagle's power was no joke. The bones in the man's knees and shoulder joints were shattered, held only by shreds of skin, blood gushing out. If he survived this, it would be a miracle. Dear brother, why not just finish him off? He asked once they were outside. You're not actually giving him a chance, are you? What if he lives? Lin Bei grew more irritated the more he thought about it. Damn it. If he hadn't acquired Jiang Shiyu's ability and grasped the basics of spatial perception, that bastard might have actually succeeded in his ambush. Killing him outright. Don't you think that's too merciful? Leaving him half dead, feeling the pain in his body, watching his life drain away. Magnetism is a fine ability even at a low level. It could have made him a king if developed. But now, thanks to his impulsive stupidity, he is nothing. He'll just wait to die tormented by regret and resentment until his very last breath. Makes sense. He agreed, but then added, but what if he doesn't die? If he survives, he'll stop at nothing to get revenge. Lin Bei smiled and ruffled her hair. I never said we were leaving now. Aren't you hungry? Let's find an empty room and grab a meal first. After we eat, we can come back and check on him. He stuck out her tongue. I was overthinking it. Didn't know you were so savvy. You understand the importance of finishing the job. Not really, I just read a lot of novels. They found an empty room. With a wave of his hand, 3 bowls piled high with rice appeared. Each one as big as a soup bowl, larger than a face. Their appetites had grown too massive, using tiny bowls would have been far too tedious. Let's just keep lunch simple. Simple. He felt a pang of disappointment. The next moment. Simple. This is simple. Sweet and sour spare ribs. Tomato and eggs. Pickled fish fillet. Garlic chives with shredded pork. Braised lamb. Black fish soup. 5 dishes, and a soup. And this is supposed to be simple? I absolutely love simple meals. Jiang Shiyu consumed 1 bowl of rice. Returned 2 bowls of rice of the same size. You consumed 1 bowl of rice. Returned 2 bowls of rice of the same size. Jiang Shiyu and you jointly consumed the braised lamb. Returned 2 bowls of braised lamb of the same size. System, you're absolutely amazing. Can't finish it. Simply can't finish it. Bei, it looks like the power's out. After their meal, Shiyu wanted to check the fridge. She found it dead, and flipping the light switch confirmed no electricity. So soon. Lin Bei frowned. But it wasn't that fast. The apocalypse had erupted nearly a week ago. Losing power now was actually quite slow. He glanced at the time, 6 in the evening. Summer days lingered, but it was already too late to set out for Teacher John's place. Lin Bei turned to Hiyun. We'll sleep at your place tonight, and set out tomorrow. That way we can pack up your belongings. Hiyun nodded while gnawing on a spare rib. After they ate their fill, the trio returned to the 15th floor. Damn it. That bastard crippled me. I swear I'll have my revenge. They'll break his limbs too and make him watch as I have my way with his women. As they reached the door of the 15th floor, a voice dripping with hatred rang out. Lin Bei was taken aback. This guy's will to live was tenacious. A pity. They stepped inside. The man, now missing all 4 limbs, lay on the sofa. The wounds were seared shut like cooked meat, no longer bleeding. A few spatulas lay quietly on the floor. He understood. The man had used his magnetic ability to turn on the gas stove, heated the spatulas red hot, and cauterized his blood vessels to stop the bleeding. The sheer agony he must have endured was unimaginable. Lin Bei couldn't help but admire his will to survive. Fucking hell. I'm not human if I don't get revenge. The man kept muttering to himself, his consciousness hazy from blood loss. He didn't even notice the trio entering the room. No, I need something to replenish my blood. I'm so dizzy. The man mumbled as he turned his head, and saw the 3 standing silently at the door. His pupils shrank. Ha ha. He burst into laughter, a mad manic sound. His eyes blazed red. After all that suffering, all that pain to barely survive, these people had never even left. Ha ha. A single bullet struck him square between the eyes. Ah, that feels better. Lin Bei left contentedly with the 2 women. He never sought trouble, but he never forgave those who sought it from him. At Hiyun's doorstep, she pulled out her keys and unlocked the door. The first thing she did upon returning home was to check if there was any electricity. She sighed. Turning to Lin Bei and Jiang Shiyu, she said, my place has no power either. It seems the electricity is truly out. The 2 surveyed her home. The overall decoration style was similar, but her home was cluttered yet tidy. When his gaze swept to the coffee table in the living room, he was drawn to the little trinkets displayed there, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Quite amusing. Jiang Shiyu noticed it too. Hiyun followed their gaze, and her fair little face instantly flushed crimson. She darted forward, grabbed the item, opened the window, and without a second thought tossed it out. A seamless motion. Damn, someone must have been in my place last night. There's something I've never seen before. I need to check thoroughly. Someone must be hiding. Hiyun pretended, but her flushed cheeks betrayed her. Is that so? Shiyu helped her search, casually asking, you threw it away now? What if you need it later? It's fine, I have a new one in my drawer. Hiyun's mind was a flustered mess, and she answered instinctively. As soon as she spoke, her already crimson face deepened. She bit her lower lip, casting a bashful glare at her. Sister, you. Oh no, oh no. She had exposed herself. Oh, don't be so shy. We're all adults here, it's normal to have these things. I've bought that little gadget before too. Really? Don't ask, the answer is yes. Alright, no one's laughing at you. We're setting off tomorrow, so pack up what you need. We'll leave as soon as we wake up. Okay. Shiyu helped her pack up her belongings, mostly just clothes and such. Sister, you, can I ask you a question? Ask away. They were setting off tomorrow. Hee-Yun was currently at 1-star Fever rank with her ability tripled, giving her 18 times the strength of an ordinary person. It sounded formidable, but who knew what twisted monsters lurked outside? What if she encountered something a pistol couldn't handle? Her strength was still insufficient. Sister, you brother Lin doubled your strength. Could he double mine too? After hesitating for a long time, Hee-Yun finally spoke. She had wanted to ask this all day. She was taken aback. Originally, she had planned to use this as bait to lure Hee-Yun in. She never expected Hee-Yun to bring it up herself. Jiang Xiu put on a troubled expression. It's possible, but his ability can only what? Only be used on his women. Huh. Hee-Yun thought there would be some harsh condition. Was that all? Almost without thinking, she blurted out, that's simple. They'll just become his woman, won't I? Jiang Xiu. Hee-Yun regretted it as soon as she said it. Damn her blunt nature. She had exposed herself again. I mean becoming his woman might not be a good idea after all. After all, I don't know him well, and you're his girlfriend. I don't want to ruin what you have. I don't mind. Really? That's great. I mean, it's not really appropriate. Hee-Yun was so excited she was at a loss for words. Not only could she legitimately become a woman, but it would be with a boy she liked, and shed gain power. A win-win. Seriously, Lin Bei was incredibly handsome. From the first meeting, she found him both handsome and charismatic. Not only did he provide her with so much food, but he also helped her grow quickly. Without Lin Bei, she'd probably still be holed up at home, munching on instant noodles, hesitating whether to take a risk, or maybe she'd have been locked on the rooftop food for zombies. A young maiden's heart stirred with emotion. She had only held back out of respect for Sister Xiu. Jiang Xiu frowned slightly. Things were going far more smoothly than she had anticipated. Even without her intervention, little Yun would have given herself up willingly before long. No help for it. Who could blame her when her Bei was just too handsome? Perfect. Finally someone to share the burden. Little Yun, do you crave power? Do you want to seize the future? Why not make tonight the night? How about you become his woman tonight? After tonight, your strength will go from 18 times the human limit to 36 times. 36 times. Can you even imagine that? Xiu whispered in her ear, tempting her. Tonight. Hee-Yun bit her lip, murmuring shyly, This is too fast. I am not ready yet. Talking big was easy, but faced with reality, she shrank back. Xiu came up behind her, placing her hands on her shoulders. Little Yun, this is the apocalypse. The world outside is chaotic. Any day we might face dangers we can't overcome. By then it won't matter if you're ready or not. We're setting off tomorrow. The stronger you are, the better our chances of reaching our destination, right? What if something goes wrong tomorrow and Lin Bei and I fall before your eyes? Will you regret this moment of shyness? Or do you want to keep drifting through this apocalypse alone? Hee-Yun's face was full of hesitation. She said shyly, I don't know how to face him. I'm too embarrassed about this sort of thing. Got it. So that's it. Xiu understood. You're not unwilling, just shy, right? That's easy. I have a plan. Listen to me. After hearing it, Hee-Yun's eyes widened. That works. Why wouldn't it? Sister, I'm still a bit scared. I really truly don't have the mental preparation for this. Isn't it a little too fast? I'm seriously not ready yet. Maybe. Relax, I'll be fine. Alright. Done deal. After packing up, they came to the living room as dusk fell. Seeing Lin Bei about to shower first, Xiu took the initiative. Bei were feeling grimy. Can we go first? Sure. While they were showering, Lin Bei video called his first wife, Yu. Yu, did the power go out there too? It's out for you too. I doubt the backup power at the signal station will last long. Just make your home a base. They'll come find you once I'm strong enough. Good. I miss you like crazy. Don't worry, I'm not fickle. You know me. Even if a beauty threw herself at me, I wouldn't give her a second glance. My heart belongs only to you. Really relax, he hung up. Hee. Lin Bei chuckled. He wondered what Xiu had in store for tonight. Office uniform. White stockings. Black stockings. He was a little excited. Soon the two women emerged together, slightly damp hair and form-fitting clothes that showcased their figures perfectly. Once he had Hee-Yun one overhead, have one on each side. Time to shower. Bei am sleeping in this room tonight, Hee-Yun in that one. Xiu pointed as she headed into the bathroom. Okay. After entering, Xiu took Hee-Yun's hand and led her into her room, whispering, it's dark now. Just lie on the inside of the bed with your back to him. Don't worry, he's into you too. When he finds out it's you, he'll go with the flow. All you need to do is this and that, like so. Sister, how about tomorrow night? I'm a bit scared. Hee-Yun stood up to leave, but Xiu held her down. Damn. Leave? Now that you're here, you're not going anywhere. Hee, become my sister and help me out. Little Yun, have you forgotten everything I just said? What if we run into danger tomorrow and you meet with misfortune because your strength wasn't enhanced? Are you sure you won't regret it? Brainwashing. Heavy brainwashing. Manipulation. Little Yun, think about how good Bei has been to you. He makes sure you're full at every meal, and he doesn't limit your special pills. Your current strength is all thanks to him. He's given you so much. If you want think of yourself, shouldn't you at least think of repaying him? What else can you give him besides this? That was true. Hee-Yun sat down quietly. Lin Bei had been really good to her. She had no way to repay him except with herself. Xiu dropped her ultimate move. Once you're his woman, you can eat as much meat as you want. He'd give you meat as a staple if you asked. Don't you like ribs? Tomorrow I'll get you 2 plates. No 5, no 10, no 100 plates. Really? Really? Shiyu agreed in a flash. Whether it was true or not didn't matter, she just had to keep her steady. After tonight, there'd be no escape. Hee. A long breath escaped him, leaving his mind clear and refreshed. In the living room, he found Shiyu sitting quietly on the sofa. Just as he was about to ask why she had not gone inside, she made a shushing gesture and then shot him a knowing look toward her room, an unmistakable invitation in her eyes. Lin Bei froze. What did that mean? He read Shiyu's lips. Look at your phone. On the screen, she mouthed, little Union, I've taken care of it. Go in and eat. Just treat her as if she were me. She's very shy, don't expose her at first. Lin Bei, a question mark. That question mark isn't because I'm confused, but it's because I think you're the one with questions. How did you persuade her? Shiyu laughed softly. Don't blame me. I agreed to one condition for you. From now on she may eat meat at will. Lin Bei. 6. He sent a message, I love you. Shiyu replied with a playful response. She had been a great help. He had taken Hee-yun into his care. That intake could raise his power by several tiers. She wanted meat. Devour until your belly is full. If you can't manage 10 plates a day, you won't be allowed to sleep. He planted a quick kiss on Shiyu's forehead, then restrained by caution, he slowly crossed the threshold into the room. After his earlier preparations, he found himself more than satisfied with Shiyu, as she was now. Sister Yun, you're in for it. Shiyu chuckled as she returned to Hee-yun's room. After several days, she could finally drift off to sleep calmly. Lin Bei stepped into the darkness. It was very dark. He could only make out a figure lying on the inner side of the bed. He lifted the quilt and slipped in, wrapping his arms around the stiff body. Yu, I'm here. Recording successful. A beauty whose comprehensive score exceeded 90 has been cataloged. You received a delicate gift, Hueli Dan Grade 1. System storage expanded to 100 cubic meters. Uninitiated bond increased by 1 reward. 10 top-quality honeyed sausages. Innate stocking sacred body bond increased by 1. The stocking effect on catalog members is tripled. An exquisite pure female bond has been unlocked. Catalog members' purity style enhanced twofold. Gourmet bond increased by 1. The food and drink consumed by you and catalog members will be returned threefold. Fitness bond increased by 1. The strength of you and catalog members is tripled. Detected, Hee-yun possesses a strength type ability, which has been copied to the owner. Takeoff. Attributes. Owner Lin Bei. Level rank 1 6-star. System storage 100 cubic meters. Ability space SSS LV1 passive spatial satchel. Capacity 1000 cubic meters. Strength S LV1 double. Speed 70. Strength 70, 3-2. Spirit 70. Constitution 70. Items Hueli Dan 1333, SS grade steak 550, top honeyed sausage 10. Catalog members Jiang Shiyu rank 1 5-star space LV1. Hee-yun rank 1 5-star strength LV2, triple amplification. Bond bonuses temperament 2, strength 3, triple return on consumed provisions. Bonds activated. Supreme Stewardess Bond 1, all members temperament and image doubled. Supreme Pure Female Bond 1, catalog members pure style doubled. Innate Stocking Sacred Body 2, stocking display effect for members tripled. Gourmet 2, threefold return on consumed provisions. Fitness 2, strength increased threefold. Uninitiated 2. Originally his strength had been 14 times a normal limit, now it was 42 times, fully tripled. Even he could not fathom how terrifying his power had become. The only regret was that the exquisite gift was the same as last time with the gourmet bond. He would need only 1 to farm them endlessly. Oh woo, damn it, wolves in the city. Could they be werewolves? Jiang Shiyu, alone and sleeping, did not expect to hear howls and cries for help from the streets. Help, Sister Yu, save the child. Sister Yu. Sister Yu. Shiyu put on her headphones to shut out the noise. She cut off the sound and sent a video to her best friend. The power was out and the connection uncertain. Inu, I'm already rank 1 5-star. Pretty impressive, right? What? You're rank 2. No way, Sister, you activated something, didn't you? The next day, 2 in the afternoon. How wonderful. Jiang Shiyu woke and could not help laughing at last night's memory. Even with headphones, she had heard little Yun's cry. She rose, tidied herself, and prepared to set out. In another room, Hee-yun lay sulking on Lin Bei's chest. You bad man, I'm still a novice. Can't you be a little restrained? I don't care, you promised me last night. Today, I want to eat 100 plates of ribs. Lin Bei propped a pillow with one hand and stroked her back with the other, smiling. You love meat that much, little glutton. I'll reward you with a roasted sausage first. Hee-yun blinked, stunned. What else did you expect? Lin Bei teased. Her small face flushed. She seized the skewer, pulled the sausage from her mouth, inhaled the rich aroma, and felt her appetite ignite. This was one of her favorites. Noticing Lin Bei watching her, Hee-yun returned his gaze, opened her mouth wide, and sank her teeth in chewing with her chin held high. This little one. Lin Bei shook his head with a laugh. She was irresistibly cute. Check your stats. What do you mean? Hee-yun paused mid-bite, then realization dawning, her joy overflowed. Attributes. Hee-yun. Level rank 1 5-star. Ability Strength S LV2 triple. Speed 60. Strength 60 3-3. Spirit 60. Constitution 60. Points 0. What? You gave me an extra threefold. Threefold? My heavens. He-Yun was overjoyed. A twofold amplification had already been terrifying, a threefold boost was extraordinary. Multiplying 3 by 3 yielded 9. 60 times 9 was 540, the equivalent of 54 times a normal limit. The precise figure mattered less than the potential. Her strength ability still had vast room to grow, and this extra tripling had significantly raised her ceiling. Good brother, you truly are my good brother. Yun loves you to death. He-Yun threw her arms around his neck and showered him with frantic kisses. She nuzzled and giggled, sticking out her tongue. Big brother, my tummy is starving. Even though you increased my power, you mustn't renege on the 100 plates of ribs, okay? All right. Lin Bei grinned, caught up in the teasing. If you can't finish 100 plates today, you will truly be in for it tonight. He-Yun tossed her head in defiance. As long as you provide them, I will eat them. 100 plates are nothing, just an appetite opener. Lin Bei laughed inwardly and agreed. His notion of a plate was not the small dishes of a few pounds each. He chose large round platters nearly 10 kilograms apiece. They simply had enormous appetites. Large plates for convenience. No need to worry about crockery. The system refunded not only food, but also tableware. Count each platter as 10 kilograms, 10 platters 100 pounds, 100 platters 1,000 pounds. Even with bones, that was several hundred kilograms of meat. Come, begin. Wow. Seeing Lin Bei take out a large plate of ribs, He-Yun's eyes lit up, and she nestled against him, gnawing on them with delight. Awesome. Burp. In no time, she devoured about 10 gene of ribs all by herself, let out a satisfied burp, and gazed at him with contentment. See this plate, I handled it with ease. He-Yun consumed a plate of ribs, 3 plates returned. Lin Bei chuckled. With a flick of his hand, another plate of ribs appeared, and He-Yun's eyes sparkled again, but the brightness had dimmed compared to before, from 100% to 10%. She was full. Truly full. Holy crap. How many ribs does he have stored? Baby was just joking. From his demeanor, does he really expect me to eat 100 plates? He'll die from being stuffed. Good brother, it's the apocalypse now. We need to conserve food and think of the future, not just the present. So I've decided, for the sake of our wonderful days ahead, I'll pass on the remaining 99 plates of ribs. How about that? Isn't baby considerate? Considerate, you're the most considerate, so considerate you're stuffed right. Lin Bei pinched her nose. Time to get up. They still had to set out today. He'll send teacher Jiang a message saying we're heading to her place today. He-Yun lay on the bed swinging her delicate little feet. She was full and in no rush to get up. In the living room, Lin Bei and Jiang Shiyu had breakfast together. Remembering something Lin Bei said, little He-Yun's ability level increased because she used it frequently. We need to find a way to boost our ability levels too. Shiyu took a sip of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, constantly storing and retrieving items to use the ability frequently. Don't laugh, but last night before bed I chatted with my bestie on the phone for hours, and there wasn't a hint of leveling up. I think we've got the wrong approach. Lin Bei pondered and continued. Enhancing spatial abilities should involve developing spatial skills. For instance, I've been practicing perception recently. That arrow I shot yesterday was sensed because it entered a certain range. Actually, if you calm your mind, you can sense the space. Is that so? Shiyu set down her bowl and gave it a try, closing her eyes, letting go of distractions, calming her heart. Soon everything around her unfolded in her mind without reservation. Lin Bei before her, the food on the table, He-Yun in the room, all devoid of color, yet vividly three-dimensional. Spatial abilities. Though she hadn't read many novels, she had watched plenty of sci-fi movies. She tried patting He-Yun's bottom. Who? He-Yun, lying on the bed, looked terrified. Just now someone had slapped her, but eerily she was alone in the room. Could it be a ghost? An invisible person? She quickly scurried over to sit beside Lin Bei and the others, her big eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Good brother, sister, my place really seems haunted. Lin Bei squinted. Staring at Jiang Shiyu across from him, he had just seen half of her hand vanish, appearing in the room to pat He-Yun. She had likely opened a short-range spatial wormhole. That's unscientific. He had tried such a skill before, but it was tough. Why could Shiyu use it on her first try? System explain. A copied or pirated version. Master, she's a natural 3-level spatial ability user with an innate affinity for space. You acquired it later and need to adapt, so you'll naturally be a bit inferior to her. I see. That made sense. Shiyu opened her eyes, holding back a laugh. Yun, what's wrong? What happened? Just now. It's happening again. Before He-Yun could finish, someone tickled her waist. This spine-chilling horror made her break out in goosebumps, and she jumped into Lin Bei's arms. Goose, goose, goose. Seeing her reaction, Shiyu couldn't hold it in anymore. She never expected that He-Yun, who feared neither zombies nor villains, would be scared by this. All right, there's nothing unclean here. It was me who patted your bottom and tickled you. Don't be scared. Look, Shiyu demonstrated her newly discovered ability in front of them. Holy crap. That's insane. I'm so jealous, so jealous. Though she said that He-yun was genuinely happy, Sister Yu, this skill is invincible. Combined with others, it's super powerful. Shi-yu nodded. It's formidable later on, but right now my spatial ability level is too low to sustain it long or use it over distances. Still, it's amazing. He-yun waved her little fist. Could dare mess with you now. If I tried to punch you, you could just open a spatial wormhole between my fist and the back of your head, and I'd knock myself out without you lifting a finger. So cool. Yeah. Shi-yu ate while familiarizing herself with the ability. Half an hour later, the three dressed and set out. Downstairs, the ground was littered with zombie corpses and human figures sculpted furtively. They headed straight for the north gate of the complex. The south gate opened onto a street teeming with a mind-numbing number of zombies. Today their goal was travel, not leveling up, so they naturally chose the easier route. Sister Jiang hasn't replied to my message yet. Could something have happened to her? On the road, He-yun held a knife in one hand and her phone in the other, looking worried. Relax. Shi-yu activated a spatial wormhole, swung her blade, and lopped off the heads of several zombies over 10 meters away. Little Yun, not everyone is like us, free from food worries. Didn't you say your sister Jiang has many students at her dojo? As the head, she's under a lot of pressure. She might be out scavenging for food and too busy to reply. Maybe. He-yun still felt uneasy. This had happened a few days ago. As Sister Yu said, Sister Jiang had gone searching for food and had no time to check her phone. She was very capable, but this was the apocalypse and no one could predict accidents. The straight line distance was 5 kilometers. According to the navigation, they needed to walk 5 kilometers. At their current pace, it would take just minutes, but the streets were swarming with zombies. A sea of them that made one's scalp tingle. They had to clear a path. Damn. Too many. Lin Bei popped a rejuvenation pill into his mouth. These zombies seemed endless. Just as they cleared 102 or 300 more surged in. They posed no threat, but it was incredibly annoying. For grinding monsters, mages were best. But finding a top-tier magical ability user wasn't easy. Picking up Jiang Shi-yu and He-yun was already heaven's blessing. Here it comes. Shi-yu frequently used spatial wormholes beside him, and suddenly a feeling dawned on her. With a thought, she swung her blade. This strike decapitated all the zombies surging from 10 meters away. Another swing, and over a dozen more zombies lost their heads. I did it. Lin Bei was thrilled. Great, Bei, you've got it too. Shi-yu beamed. Working together, no matter how many zombies, 10 or 100, none could get within 10 meters of them. He-yun threw up her hands. Fine. So you're bullying me for not having a ranged attack, huh? She had nothing to do. Just follow them and walk. It was comfortable, but she wasn't killing any zombies, and over time she'd inevitably fall behind. Strength ability. What use was it? Little Union, just swing forward, and it'll open spatial wormholes for you. Shi-yu, noticing her unhappiness, could roughly guess what was on her mind. Awesome. I love you to bits, Sister Yu. 5 kilometers. An ordinary person could run 5 kilometers in about half an hour, but the three of them took a full 3 hours. The good news was that Teacher Jiang's martial arts gym was just ahead. The bad news was that 3 hours had passed, and Teacher Jiang still hadn't replied to He-yun's message. Upon arriving at this street, the number of zombies decreased sharply. The road was strewn with corpses. Apparently this area had been cleared by Jiang Yu, but in a different way from theirs. These zombies were all killed with holes through their heads. The first floor door of the martial arts gym was tightly shut. This was a 3-story building combining 3 storefronts. Lin Bei opened a spatial wormhole and walked directly from outside to inside. What are you doing? Are you crazy? If you dare to do anything to me, aren't you afraid Teacher Jiang will come back and break your legs? Ha, Jiang Yu won't be coming back. She went to the school supermarket. My classmates and I injected sedatives into the water there with syringes. Think about it. Teacher Jiang Yu and the others fought their way to the school, killing zombies along the way. When they saw many unopened bottles of water on the shelves, wouldn't they be thirsty and open them to drink? You beast. No wonder you suggested going to the school supermarket at noon, saying it was close. So this was your plan. Do you have any conscience? If not for Teacher Jiang, you would have been bitten by zombies long ago. Damn it, how much is a conscience worth? My dorm mates are all having fun in the girls' dormitory, while I'm stuck here every day just watching you and holding back. Why? Just because Jiang Yu is a woman and forbids us from touching you. If we didn't go out every day to search for supplies, you'd have starved to death long ago. It's the apocalypse now, why can't we touch you? You're truly a beast. Teacher Jiang helped you become evolvers, helped you overcome your fear of zombies, provided you with food and shelter, and yet you conspired against her. You're a damn beast. Hey, so what if I'm a beast? Go ahead, curse me. The more you curse, the more excited I get. Baby, I'm coming. As soon as they entered, the three of them heard the voices of a man and a woman inside. Lin Bei frowned. Were they too late? He-yun rushed into the changing room, kicked open the door, and threw the man inside out. Xiao-yun, why are you here? Holy crap. He-yun was furious. Wang Chong, you're really a piece of trash. How dare you plot against Teacher Jiang? If not for Teacher Jiang remembering that you were her junior, do you think she would have stayed to work for you? You only work part-time for 2 or 3 hours a day and get $100. Do you think that's because of your outstanding ability? Are you even human? Wang Chong, thrown to the ground, was terrified. Seeing He Yun approaching, he kept moving backward with his hands trying to get up, but the fall had broken his cervical spine. He was a 1-star tier 3, so one could imagine how strong He Yun was at that moment. Xiaoyan, let me explain. It was those guests upstairs who forced me. I had no choice. Don't come near me, don't come near me. No choice. He Yun sneered. I heard everything you said just now. Go downstairs and wait. Those people upstairs will be meeting you soon. With that, she kicked and broke his neck. School. After dealing with him, He Yun didn't care about the situation upstairs. Sister Zhang usually took good care of them, and knowing she was in danger, how could she not be anxious? Brother Lin, sister, you wait for me here. We'll go to the school. Lin Bei grabbed her. Let's deal with the people upstairs first. We'll go to the school later. I need to pick up something anyway. But it won't take a few minutes. Saying this, Lin Bei went upstairs with familiarity. He Yun hesitated for a moment and followed. Second floor. What are you doing? Are you crazy? No, don't come near. You beasts. Teacher Zhang will definitely come back safe, and then you'll get what you deserve. Training ground. 6 men cornered 3 women. The men's faces showed excitement, greed, and thrill, while the women's faces were filled with terror. The men were taking off their clothes, the women clutching theirs. I've been going crazy these days. Those outside are having fun, and I have to stay here and be a monk with you. It's all Zhang Ye's fault. If only she were a man. Since ancient times, when has a woman ever dominated men? If she weren't so strong, we would have rebelled long ago. No need for all this trouble. Instead, Wang Chong's dorm mates got lucky. I heard Zhang Yu has never had a boyfriend. It doesn't matter. I've already told Wang Chong to have his dorm mates not kill Zhang Yu. When we get there, we'll have our fun too. You beasts. Sister Yu has been so good to us. How can you plot against her without feeling guilty? Come on, it's the apocalypse now. What man doesn't want to rule and have women on both sides? Starting today, this martial arts gym is under our control. You can resist, because the more you resist, the more excited I get. Creak. The training ground door was pushed open. No way, Wang Chong. You got to enjoy one all to yourself, and you're done that fast. Several men said without turning around. Xiaoyan, run. These men are going to rape us. Teacher Jiang was set up by them. The 3 women huddled in the corner, facing the door, saw the newcomers. They were trainees here, and naturally recognized He Yun. Xiaoyan. The 6 men turned around in unison. Surprise, confusion, excitement, desire, greed. A series of expressions appeared on their faces. They never expected He Yun to show up, and not only that, she had brought an extremely stunning female companion. Cold expression, fiery figure, aloof temperament, yet also very pure. Just one look ignited their desire to conquer. As for the man, they ignored him. The leader of the 6 was about to say something when the man they had ignored produced a gun, its dark muzzle pointed directly at them. Lin Bei squinted, tilted his head, and smiled. Guys, we're in a hurry, so I won't let you make your pleas for mercy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 bullets. They hit their heads with perfect accuracy. Lin Bei's marksmanship had been well practiced, deadly accurate within 20 meters, beyond that it was up to luck. Anyway, unlimited ammo. Ladies, besides these guys, and that Wang Chong, are there any other dangerous people in this building? Lin Bei asked the 3 women in the corner. He glanced at their bond. Ordinary people. None of them had any special abilities. They were good-looking, all scoring close to 90. These days, with so many skincare products, girls were generally fair-skinned. As long as they were fair, they weren't ugly unless their facial features were out of proportion. Unfortunately, he was picky. If she wasn't top-notch, he didn't want her. What was the point of having so many vases? Worship them. No. That's all. The remaining men went to school with Sister Yu. The woman answered, dazed and scared. Okay, Lin Bei put away his pistol. Done. You and Xiaoyan stay here. They'll go to the school. They'll go with you, He Yun blurted out, very worried about Teacher Jiang. Lin Bei patted her head. They'll move faster alone. Don't worry. Teacher Jiang is such a good person. You have to believe that good people are rewarded. Good people are rewarded. Really? Lin Bei himself didn't believe it. Then, be careful. If anything happens, message us. Sister Yu and I will come to support you, He Yun said. Worried. A little, but not much. Nothing else. Lin Bei's strength was terrifyingly strong. He Yun knew her limits. She wasn't weak, but following him would only hold him back. Okay. Perfect timing, he would retrieve that thing. Really, he did need to go to the school to get something. He and Inyu had buried it together years ago, promising to dig it up 10 years later to reminisce about their youth. Now that the apocalypse had come, it was better to dig it up early. They might not even be in this city later. Lin Bei opened the 2nd floor window and leaped out, landing softly before dashing toward the school. Won't be too late, will it? Probably not. My luck has always been good. System, believe me, Teacher Jiang must be an ultimate bond possessor too. Impossible. An ultimate bond possessor is truly 1 in 10,000. Look at those women earlier. None of them even had an ability. Your luck is decent, but it can't be this good. Finding an ultimate bond possessor by random chance is unheard of. Oh, System, you don't believe me? Then let's make a bet. For a bread machine, no. For a billion cubic meters of space. If she is upgrade my system space capacity, if not then it's not. I've seen shamelessness, but never as shameless as you, master. I despise you. Enough talk. Your master needs to develop his ability. Lin Bei continued on his way using spatial wormholes paired with his long blade to clear out zombies. Spatial wormhole. If he reached into the wormhole and then closed it, wouldn't that become spatial cutting? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Lin Bei reached out. Damn. Almost messed up. Lin Bei chopped off a zombie's arm, opened a spatial wormhole, placed the arm inside, then closed it. He felt resistance, but managed to shut it with effort, severing the arm perfectly. It worked, but it was strenuous, mainly due to his low ability level. Great. Had developed another new trick. A woo. Lin Bei mid-dash whipped his head around. Had heard wolf howls last night, but this one was close, right in the neighboring street. A big boss. Forget it. Keep moving. He wondered how Jiang Yu was doing and whether he'd make it in time. HM. 7 stars. After clearing another batch of zombies blocking his path, he felt a surge of power within him, and his speed increased significantly. Stats. Master Lin Bei. Level 1st Order 7 stars. System space 100 cubic meters. Abilities space SS level LV1 passive space backpack. Capacity 1000 cubic meters. Strength level LV1 double. Speed 80. Strength 83, 2. Spirit 80. Physique 80. Items rejuvenation pill 1333. SS level steak 550. Premium honeyed sausage 22. Bond members collected Jiang Shiyu First Order 5 stars space LV1. He Yun First Order 5 stars. Strength LV2. Triple amplification. Bond benefits charisma 2, strength 3, A food supplies 3 return. His strength was terrifyingly immense. But he dared not unleash it fully. He knew his bones couldn't withstand such fearsome power. That was why he valued Jiang Yu so much. Only with her could he use his strength without restraint. Smooth sailing. He reached the school quickly. Moving alone was easier. 7 days into the apocalypse, ordinary zombies were fast, but to him, they moved like snails, posing no threat. Campus supermarket. Where was it? There. It was July 10th. The apocalypse had struck on July 3rd. Though it was summer break, many students were still on campus, typical for a university. The school had few zombies. Only a dozen or so in sight. Many zombie corpses littered the ground. At the campus supermarket, it was empty, the shelves were sparse, clearly looted. He picked up an unopened water bottle, held it to the light, and spotted a tiny needle hole. TSK. Classic. He wouldn't have noticed without prior knowledge. Where were they? Forget it. Search one place at a time. South cafeteria, nothing. North cafeteria, nothing. Teaching building, nothing. Male dormitories, several buildings, nothing. Female dormitories, sorry folks, keep at it. Nothing in those buildings either. Office building, bingo. He went outside one office, sat 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. A somewhat handsome guy eating instant noodles called inside. Sister, shall you give up resisting? He'll be gentle with you. Stick with me and you'll feast forever, never worry about food and never have to scavenge. How many women dream of such a life? Sister, shall you, if you agree, you'll be my first wife starting now. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Gao Jian. An acquaintance. A junior 2 years below him. Had been the one to welcome him during enrollment. In college, he was an active club member. He remembered the guy as decent. Truly the apocalypse brought out humanity's darkness. With a thought, Lin Bei opened a spatial wormhole into the office, revealing a woman in a black tracksuit gripping a spear, staring intently at the door. The tight outfit accentuated her fiery figure perfectly. A firm, shapely rear. Long, supple legs. A slender waist. Surging curves. TSK. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail. Perhaps from battle, a few strands of hair fell across her delicate pale face, lending her a poignant beauty. Name Jiang Yu. Profession martial arts hall owner. Appearance score 97. Overall score 91. Level 1st Order 9 stars. Ability physique S awakened LV 3 quadruple. Bond's ultimate martial artist 1 upon bond activation, martial arts talent for you and bond members doubles. Innate stocking saint 1. Gourmet 1. Fitness enthusiast 1. Teacher 1 upon bond activation, learning ability for you and bond members increases. 1 double. 2 triple. Untouched 1 upon bond activation, receive a random small gift. Each additional member adds 1 more gift. Ultimate. Speak system. Speak, hurry up, I'm desperate. Meow, she really is an ultimate bond possessor. How is that fair? Is this the luck of a cheater? Huh. Lin Bei wanted to howl with laughter. Sister, you forget about us. While you still have strength, jump out the window and run. A woman lying on the table beside Jiang Yu said weakly. Oh. Lin Bei only then noticed 2 other women with her. He scanned their conditions. First Order 4 stars, no ability. First Order 5 stars, level strength ability. A pity. Nothing special. Don't talk nonsense. Once the drug wears off, we'll go out and kill those beasts. I brought you out, and he'll bring you back safely. As she spoke, Jiang Yu pinched the soft flesh of her arm hard. Once, twice, thrice, until pain drove back the drowsiness. She couldn't fall. If she did, their lives would be over. Sigh. It hurt just to watch. Lin Bei shook his head. He took out his phone, snapped a photo through the spatial wormhole, and send it to Xiao Yunyan. Rest assured your sister Jiang is fine. It's getting dark outside, we won't be back tonight. If he acted now, he could save her and return in time. But he didn't want to show up too soon. Only when Jiang Yu was in utter despair with no hope left would he appear riding a rainbow cloud. Then wouldn't teacher Jiang fall for him? That's how it worked in novels. Reading so many novels had its uses. I'm so bad. I love it. Ian replied, great, thank you dear brother. It's unsafe to return at night, so stay at school. Tomorrow Yunyan will wear black stockings and white socks for you. Lin Bei. Alright. Sending messages like that, huh? Dressing like that, huh? Lin Bei devoured the honey-glazed sausages one after another, lounging in a chair. Each bite brought immense satisfaction, tender, juicy, and bursting with flavor. Time slipped away as dusk fell. Lin Bei waited patiently, and so did those outside Jiang Ye's door. He peeked and saw them sitting on the ground nibbling snacks. A woman deliberately exclaimed, with Brother Jian, every meal has instant noodles and a sausage. She slurped loudly, savoring the moment. Lin Bei sighed inwardly. Not everyone could receive supplies like him. I envy them. They can add a sausage to their noodles while I'm stuck with meat, sausages, and steaks every day. I'm almost sick of them. In the next room, Jiang Yu leaned on her spear, afraid to sit down, lest sleep overwhelm her. Hunger gnawed at her, exhaustion weighed her down, and pain throbbed through her body. She had led a team to find supplies, but carried little food. It was nothing for her current physique. Only sheer willpower kept her standing. Fear gripped her. Fear of waking up stripped naked, surrounded by men, or being assaulted. Why had they plotted against her? Had she not treated them well? She didn't know how much longer she could hold on. Fatigue and hunger sapped her strength. Even with a higher level outnumbered as she was, she couldn't guarantee victory if they rushed in. They were cunning, waiting outside for her condition to worsen. She knew it was a slow death, but what could she do? Who could save her? She glanced at the two women beside her. They had fainted from the drug's effect due to their low strength. They were her childhood neighbors. Could she abandon them and escape through the window? The rational part of her said it was the only way, but she couldn't bear the thought of those beasts defiling them. Maybe there's another way. Die together, Jiang Yu thought in despair. Killing them, and then herself, would at least spare them from the monsters outside who wouldn't assault corpses. Wait a little longer. She didn't know what she was waiting for. She didn't want to die. She'd rather be devoured by zombies than perish here. But to preserve her honor, it was the last resort. Heavens! If you truly exist, punish those villains outside. Good people shouldn't end like this. Tears streamed down Jiang Ye's face. Outside, a lackey asked, brother, won't Jiang Yu abandon her companions and run? If she tries, we might not stop her. She's tough resisting such a high dose. No, a man replied confidently. I've followed her for days. Her biggest weakness is her loyalty. Those two are her friends, she won't flee alone. Even if she's strong, she hasn't eaten much since noon. Most of the food is in my bag. I earned her trust by working hard for days. We just need to wait her out. He was a traitor. Lin Bei, chewing on a sausage, watched through a spatial rift. He focused on the betrayer. With a thought, a new rift appeared silently beside him, slicing off half his arm as he rested it on a chair. Downstairs, a zombie wandered in the dusk, craving fresh flesh. Suddenly, half a human arm appeared before its mouth, a bizarre sight. The zombie sniffed. A gift from nature. Without hesitation, it bit down, tearing off a chunk of juicy meat. Delicious. Simultaneously, the betrayer screamed in agony. He jumped up, staring at his wounded arm in disbelief. Who the hell bit me? Are you zombies? He shouted at his companions. They were baffled. Dude, who bit? They started, but the wound was real, bleeding profusely. Panic spread as they scanned their surroundings. We're not zombies. Stay alert. There might be an intelligent, invisible zombie, Gao Jian said, frowning. Back to back. Yang Wei, you're bitten. Step aside. Yang Wei was lost. He had been fantasizing about gang-raping Jiang Yu with them, and now he was inexplicably bitten. Maybe it's not a zombie. An invisible person messing with us, he clung to hope. But their cold gazes warned him approach and be attacked. Confused, dejected, terrified, he pressed his back to the wall, watching for threats. As an evolver, he had some immunity to the zombie virus, but this severe a bite was fatal. He tried to calm himself. Maybe it was a human. Yet regret gnawed at him. If he hadn't plotted against Jiang Yu today, he'd be laughing with everyone at the martial arts gym over dinner. Why had he let lust cloud his mind? Hadn't Jiang Yu treated him well? Why? Remorse consumed him. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu noticed the commotion outside through the window. Did the heavens hear my plea, as she wondered? She hesitated. It could be a trick to lure her out. Lin Bei meanwhile munched on food and watched opening another spatial rift. Downstairs, the zombie searched for more meat. Frustrated, it roared. Then half a pale, fragrant thigh appeared. It lunged, jaws wide open. Tender. Incredibly tender. Another gift from nature. A woman beside Gao Jian screamed. They saw her thigh, missing a chunk stained with foul blood. Get lost. Gao Jian kicked her away without a second thought. It was harsh, but in this apocalypse, sentiment was a luxury. She wasn't his girlfriend. Just a pretty face had picked up. Brother Jinyu. The woman's eyes widened in shock. How quickly he had turned, calling her baby one moment and casting her out the next. Panic was spreading. The few of them stood on high alert, relentlessly slashing at the air before them with their weapons. A low groan escaped one of them. Because the woman had been of too low a level, though she was bitten later, she quickly turned into a zombie. With a swift thrust, Gao Jian ended her second life with his steel pipe, then shouted to the surroundings, "I know you can understand me. Leave now, and it'll be better for everyone. Since you chose to ambush us like this, it means you're not that strong. I'm not someone you can mess with." With a forceful jab, the sharpened steel pipe pierced straight through the thick cement wall. Lin Bei was startled into taking a huge bite of his egg pancake. The ham sausage was fragrant, the fish fillet tender, and the cabbage unbeatable. This was specially made before the apocalypse with incredibly generous fillings. Who could resist a fragrant egg pancake? I think I'm done for. Leaning against the wall, Yang Wei felt his consciousness fading. He glanced at his arms. His healthy skin had turned a pallid gray. He knew he would soon become a zombie. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Sorry, Teacher Jiang. With a final roar, he used his last shred of awareness to charge at Gao Jian and the others. As death approached, his words turned kind. Recalling how Jiang Yu had cared for them these past days, he wanted to do something for her as a form of atonement. Yet with a casual thrust, Gao Jian pierced his skull, his gaze full of contempt. Living as a useless leech on a woman, and even at death's door you try to fight back. What a clown. Something was wrong. The situation was off. Inside the office, Jiang Yu realized that heaven was truly punishing them. 2 deaths in a row. This was definitely not part of any script. Lin Bei began to enjoy his braised pork rice, taking a big bite of collagen-rich skin. Another spatial wormhole silently appeared. One of the remaining 3 suddenly screamed in agony. Their faces turned grim. Someone else had been bitten. Where was it? Gritting his teeth, Gao Jian directly pierced the man's head with his steel pipe. Sorry, brother. I'm just helping you end the pain. Then he roared almost madly. If you've got the guts, come out and fight me fair and square. What's with skulking in the shadows and biting people? Or are you nothing but a sewer rat that can't stand the light? A provocation. Lin Bei smiled. Wait. Provocation. With a flick of his hand, a serving of braised chicken rice appeared before him. He picked up a piece of chicken and brought it to his mouth. Tender. Smooth. Wonderful. Come out. If you've got the guts, come out. He wasn't full yet. Such an exaggerated appetite. With another flick of his hand, he summoned fried fish with essence rice with fragrant wings and chicken with coriander and phoenix meat. Time to eat. Outside the door, the last 2 stood back to back, their foreheads covered in sweat, their eyes wide with terror. It's here. Gao Jian suddenly sensed something and thrust backward to the right, but hit nothing. It's here. It's there. He kept thrusting left and right, but every strike met only air. In the hallway, aside from the 3 corpses on the ground, there was nothing else to be seen. Yet a zombie was definitely there. How else had they been bitten? Brother Jian, let's run. The words had barely left his mouth when the man screamed, staring in disbelief at his own calf. He cried out in near collapse and despair. Why did it have to bite me? I don't want to become a zombie. I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Why? Where the hell is it? Come out here. Seeing his last brother bitten, Gao Jian screamed in frenzy, swinging his steel pipe wildly as he ran toward the stairs. He was afraid. Truly afraid. He couldn't see anything. Nothing at all. As he ran, his foot suddenly met empty air, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Looking down, his right leg was gone. He could feel its presence, but he couldn't see it. This eerie sight only deepened his terror. No. As he scrambled back, his leg slowly reappeared, as if his foot had stepped through an invisible spatial door. Wait. A spatial door? I get it. Gao Jian's face shifted from panic to fury. There was no invisible zombie. Someone with spatial abilities was messing with them. No. Suddenly he felt countless hands grabbing his missing half-leg. His heart tightened. He knew what that was. Don't bite. Get off me. He yanked his leg back violently. As he did, the spatial wormhole that had perfectly encased his leg expanded enormously, and several zombies were dragged along, pouncing on him. Get off me. Gao Jian was an evolved human after all. Ordinary zombies were no match for him, but they were too close. He burst forth with force, sending the zombies flying, but not before several bite marks appeared on his body. No. Nope. Gao Jian roared. Die. He vented his rage on the zombies, smashing their heads to pulp before finally stopping. He sat down on the ground with a bitter smile, leaning against the wall as he lit a cigarette. His life flashed before his eyes. Cowardice. Submission. Pleasing. Silence. Endurance. He had always worn a smile for everyone because he was nothing but an ordinary man. Now in the apocalypse with power, everything had changed. Now it was others who had to please him, others who had to watch his expression. But he had only enjoyed this for a few days before it all ended. Ha. It's like a dream. What? Why did you have to mess with us? I'm already bitten, I'll turn into a zombie soon. Aren't you going to show yourself? At least let me die with my eyes open. The door creaked open. Jiang Yu leaned against the doorframe, frowning deeply. Gao Jian, what the hell is going on here? Gao Jian took a drag of his cigarette and exhaled. Seeing Jiang Yu, he paused, then smiled with a hint of resignation. So the big shot has arrived. Probably took a liking to you and decided to get rid of us first. Boss, if you wanted her, you could have just told us. Do you think we'd dare to mess with someone who has spatial abilities? Why did you have to do it this way? Aren't our lives lives too? Is human life so worthless in your eyes? He grew more agitated with each word, nearly shouting by the end. He was unwilling, deeply unwilling. Human life? Jiang Yu sneered. Gao Jian, you know what life is worth. When you killed a Qing at noon, did you ever think of that? He was a classmate from your school. This time Jiang Yu had brought 5 people out. 2 women were inside. Yang Wei was the traitor. A Qing was an apprentice from her martial arts school, a quiet, honest kid who didn't talk much. He was still a student, had trained in martial arts since childhood, and worked part-time as a coach for her. He had been killed by Gao Jian and his men while covering their escape. Gao Jian let out a bitter, mocking laugh. Maybe this is karma. Boss, I'm about to turn into a zombie. At least let me, Gao Jian, see what you look like. The door next to them creaked open. Lin Bei, well-fed and content, slowly walked out and stood by the door, casting a calm glance at Gao Jian. You look familiar. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Gao Jian frowned deeply, but he couldn't recall where. He asked reluctantly, Boss, can't you just ask? If you want her, well, give her to you. Ask, why don't you ask first? At these words, Jiang Ye's face turned extremely grim. Those beasts were dead, but a more terrifying figure had arrived. However, she also found this man familiar. Gao Jianyu. Lin Bei wanted to say something, but thought better of it. He wasn't that close to him, though his memory of him was positive. People always changed. Boss, look out. A zombie behind you. Gao Jian suddenly shouted. As he yelled, he lunged forward, grabbing a steel pipe beside him and thrusting it toward Lin Bei's chest. A series of 3 sounds rang out. Lin Bei had opened 6 spatial wormholes, slicing the meter-long pipe into 3 segments, which then pierced into Gao Jian's chest one after another. Gao Jian froze, staring down in disbelief. So this is spatial ability. Not bad. His brief life flashed before his eyes. He remembered and smiled. So it's you, senior. Seeing me like this, are you disappointed? No, you were just following your heart. But, whether in the past, future, or present, the weak are always at the mercy of fate. Senior, I can't accept this. I really don't want to die. Can you save me? I swear I'll change my ways. Lin Bei waved his hand and snapped his neck. Jiang Yu gripped her spear, tightly staring at him. I remember now. You're Lin Bei. You took my classes before, and you bought a knife for me with your girlfriend. You came to save me. She wasn't sure anymore. She knew the darkness of human hearts, but she wanted to believe in goodness. Today, however, had taught her a harsh lesson. Faced with Lin Bei's rescue, she didn't know his intentions. She had to be wary of everyone, afraid he might pounce on her and tear her clothes. Gurgle. Just then her stomach growled inopportunely and loudly at that. Lin Bei looked at her with a strange expression. A flush crept onto Jiang Ye's pale face. Teacher Jiang, have a sausage made of pure meat to tide you over for now. Lin Bei pulled out a fragrant, sizzling sausage, rewarded by the system. What? I knew it. Disgusting. Jiang Ye's face shifted through various shades of anger. She brandished her spear, ready for battle. The heavens are dead, the yellow heaven shall rise. The world is cold and hearts are no longer as they were. But when she saw the delicious-looking sausage in Lin Bei's hand, she froze, her mind short-circuiting for a moment. Wait. So this is what you wanted to give me, eh? What else did you think? Lin Bei asked, puzzled. Nothing. Jiang Yu blushed deeply as she put away her spear. The aroma from the sausage made her swallow hard. She wanted to take it and eat, but feared he might have laced it with something. Lin Bei saw her worry. Just eat. I'm not just passing by. I came specifically for you. Reply to Xiaoyan. You haven't answered her for hours. Xiaoyan. Oh my god. Lin Bei had come specifically to save her. Jiang Yu was ecstatic. She never dreamed that in this apocalypse someone would come just for her. Her guard dropped. She glanced at her phone and saw that Xiaoyan had indeed sent her many messages. If he was with Xiaoyan, then it was fine. Her spear, about 1.8 meters long, she deftly shortened to just 60 centimeters and tucked it behind her waist. Telescopic. Interesting. 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger. If possible, Lin Bei wanted a 40-meter blade as his weapon. One swing could take down countless zombies. The thought alone was exhilarating. Gurgle. Ravenous Jiang Yu cautiously stepped forward, took the sausage, and brought it to her delicate nose. She inhaled the rich aroma, then eagerly parted her soft lips and took a bite. It burst with juice, and she quickly sucked all the savory liquid into her throat. This was pure energy. Not a drop could be wasted. The system's reward was nothing like ordinary sausages. It was larger than a standard volcanic stone grilled sausage, much longer and thicker. After finishing one, Jiang Yu licked her lips with lingering satisfaction. It wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. She wanted more, so much more, her eyes filled with shyness and guilt. He had given her food, and she had mistaken him for a lecher. She wanted another one, but didn't know how to ask. She knew all too well the value of food in the apocalypse. They fought zombies with all their might for a tasteless compressed biscuit just to fill their stomachs, let alone something so delicious. Want another one? Lin Bei asked. Jiang Yu nodded frantically. Though she was a few years older than Lin Bei at that moment, she looked like an innocent young girl waiting for a reward, her eyes full of longing. Lin Bei smiled. As expected, no one could resist the system's delicacies. He really wondered if the system had laced them with something. They were just too addictive. With a flick of his hand, he produced another one and handed it to her. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jiang Yu was overjoyed. She held it in her hands like a rare treasure. Having wolfed down the first one after that single taste, she intended to savor this one slowly. She ate with great care, even sucking on the stick repeatedly. Still unsatisfied after two, given her current physical strength, 2 sausages had no effect on her. Combined with her heavy exertion today, they only whetted her appetite further. Lin Bei wanted to laugh. In his memory, Jiang Yu was such a formidable strong woman, yet now she seemed like a delicate girl. Go eat in the office. Whatever Lin Bei said, Jiang Yu obeyed. Her mind was entirely consumed by the food. She thought she had tasted many fine dishes, but they paled in comparison to his. If she could, she would eat them every day, every meal. System, be honest, did you put something in these foods? Lin Bei looked at Jiang Yu, who resembled a chain smoker getting cigarettes after days of deprivation. How could that be? System products are always top-notch. Master, these are world-class honey-glazed meat sausages, the king of sausages. After a dozen or so, Jiang Yu's hunger finally subsided. Seeing Lin Bei staring at her, she shyly tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. I'm sorry you had to see that. I haven't had anything so delicious in a long time. Thank you. Jiang Yu understood in her heart just how precious what Lin Bei had given her was. If traded, it could fetch at least 5 or 6 women. A week into the apocalypse, food was precious, but gourmet food was even more so. Food filled the stomach, gourmet food soothed the soul. Teacher, I recall your martial arts gym provided lunch and dinner. You should have had a decent food stockpile, and with so few people you shouldn't have been short on food for a while. Why were you scavenging at the school? Lin Bei asked. Was it almost used up when the apocalypse hit? From what the trader had said earlier, they had been out scavenging often these days. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression turned helpless. She sighed. Lin Bei, don't call me teacher. I'm not that much older than you. Just call me Jiang Yu or Xiao Yu. We did have a fair amount of food at the gym, but there was a hungry wolf. It came by now and then. It was very intelligent, didn't hurt people, but it demanded food. Its appetite was terrifying. One meal could consume a week's worth of rations for all of us. After a few visits, we were facing a food crisis. A hungry wolf. I see. Why not kill it? Jiang Yu gave a wry smile. Who knows its true strength? If someone got hurt, it would be troublesome in this situation. Besides, it can grow huge, really huge. True. Lin Bei understood. Indeed, in the apocalypse, injuries easily led to infection. Humans, unlike other animals, always sought to avoid harm. Without absolute certainty, they wouldn't act rashly. Teacher Yu. Lin Bei, don't call me teacher. Just call me Xiao Yu. If you're not used to it, since I'm older, you can call me sister. I'm still more comfortable calling you teacher. Fine. Jiang Yu didn't insist. Really, just out of habit. Master, I can't help but call you out. You want to be a disciple who defies the master, don't you? Shut up. Teacher, are you still sleepy? No, Jiang Yu shook her head. I've already endured the drug's effect, but I can't go back tonight. It's inconvenient to move with them, so I'll wait until they wake up tomorrow. Lin Bei secretly felt it was a pity. The drug effect was gone. Only someone like her, a physique ability user, could have endured it. Anyone else would have fainted long ago. Gurgle. Her stomach growled again. Having eaten over a dozen large meat sausages would have stuffed an ordinary person, but for her, a 1-star 9th level, it was barely an appetizer. Jiang Yu explained somewhat awkwardly. Well, maybe their medicine was expired, giving me a bit of an upset stomach. She knew the value of food and was too embarrassed to ask for more. With a wave of his hand, Lin Bei produced 20 steaks, 20 sausages, 5 servings of braised pork trotter rice, 5 servings of braised chicken, and 2 generously filled egg pancakes on the table. Smiling, he said, don't be shy. I know that food wasn't nearly enough. These are all yours. Eat slowly. I need to go fetch something, and we'll be back soon. With that, he turned and left. Wait. Jiang Yu quickly called out to him, staring at the table full of food, swallowing hard as she asked incredulously, are you saying all this is for me? Even if I eat it all by myself, it's fine. Lin Bei waved as he left. Yes. Jiang Yu was stunned. Watching Lin Bei's retreating figure, she found him inexplicably handsome. She never expected that the little brat she used to pin down and rub into the ground had suddenly grown into a man. She remembered everything. Looking at the table, the familiar aromas made her eyes moist. She never thought she'd get to taste these again. Ever since the starving wolf had visited a few times. Their daily meals were almost always plain rice with spicy strips, steamed buns with spicy strips, or boiled noodles with spicy strips. That damn starving wolf was picky, eating little rice, but lots of dishes, and it had devoured all the meat on its first visit. Jiang Yu reached out trembling as she lifted a bowl of braised pork trotter rice. It was warm with an incredibly generous serving of trotters. She counted, 9 pieces, a whole one. She took a bite. Soft, sticky, and sweet. Full of collagen. Satisfaction. Her soul trembled with contentment. With just that small bite of trotter, she finished the entire bowl of rice. She wished she had a refrigerator nearby to freeze the trotters, cutting off a small piece for each meal. What should she do with this trotter rice? There were still 8 pieces left. Eat them directly. So extravagant. She couldn't bear to. Wow. How can this steak be so delicious? Did he kidnap a 5-star chef? Braised chicken. How I've missed it. Wow, this egg pancake has so many fillings. Sob sob, it's just too good. Alone Jiang Yu didn't have to mind her image. With every bite, she felt both satisfied and regretful, wishing Shed brought a small fridge. Truly there was too much dish and too little rice. Honestly, the trotters in this rice could have her finish 2 large electric rice cookers worth of rice. The braised chicken was even more, at least 5. She didn't dare waste a single drop of the sauce. Having endured hardship, she now understood the preciousness of food. Outside. Master, why did you give her so much food at once just because she was hungry? Are you that kind-hearted? That wasn't how you treated Jiang Shiyu. That's definitely different, Lin Bei said as he headed toward the campus grove. Back then, all I had was a gun. I urgently needed to recruit Jiang Shiyu for power. She was timid and ordinary, so that method was the most suitable. He and Jiang Yu and Jiang Shiyu are different. They're strong women. Even without me, they could survive well in the apocalypse on their own. I need to make them dependent on me. The best way is through feeding. The apocalypse lacks food most, and I lack it least. Who would eat coarse husks when fine grain is available, especially when sometimes even husks are scarce? Once they taste it, they'll want it again. With such strong women, I can't hint at it up front. If I save her, she'll remember my kindness. The more food I give, the more indebted she'll feel, and the more she'll want to repay me. But what else can she offer me besides giving herself? The fundamental reason is that she's valuable to me. So troublesome. Nonsense. Who asked your permanent unlock to require both favorability and dependency to reach over 90%? It's the apocalypse. Who knows if a meteor might fall and crush them one day, and then the unlocked bond would be lost. And the recruitment condition is that the other party must be willing. If not for that, I'd have knocked her out long ago. A forced melon isn't sweet, but it quenches thirst. Your head. Following his memory, Lin Bei arrived under a large tree. He touched it nostalgically, then produced a shovel and began digging. Soon a slightly rusty iron box appeared. Brushing off the dirt and opening it, it contained many photos of the two of them and some letters to each other. Lin Bei looked at his own. Oh my god, so cheesy. Won't read. Let's see what you wrote. EWTSK tisk, he shua. Just as Lin Bei was looking down at the letter, a massive snake over 10 meters long lunged from above, with its gaping maw, its sharp fangs glinting coldly in the moonlight. Closer and closer. Lin Bei was still absorbed in Yu's words. Until it was 20 centimeters above his head, the snake's head vanished, reappearing above its own body. Its sharp fangs pierced deeply into its own flesh, venom instinctively injecting inward. Lin Bei glanced up and beheaded it with a single stroke. If it died from its own venom, it wouldn't count as his kill, which would be a loss. But would using venomous snake venom to poison a venomous snake cause the venomous snake to die from the venom? System on a bet. 10 billion cubic meters of space. I bet my Yu is also an extreme bond holder. No bet. Master's luck is almost absurd. Oh whoa. Just as Lin Bei was about to put away the iron box and leave, a piercing wolf howl echoed through the sky, sounding exceptionally close. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Could the starving wolf Jiang Yu mentioned be this wolf? Roar. Right after the howl, a tiger's roar followed, so deep that even the air trembled slightly. Lin Bei's eyes lit up. Could it be a wolf-tiger conflict? When beasts fight, one is bound to be seriously injured. This was a perfect chance to scavenge. With luck, he might even slay 2 high-level beasts, potentially breaking through to second level. As his level rose, killing ordinary zombies yielded less and less energy. Killing bosses was the way to level up quickly. Thinking this, he lightly stepped off, disappearing into the night. In a few flashes, he reached the rooftop of a teaching building, looking far into the distance. From here, he could clearly see the scene ahead. On the school sports field, a tiger as large as a commercial van was staring intently at a white wolf the size of a car. The wolf's fur was pure white, appearing almost sacred under the bright moonlight. Silver Moon Wolf, female, juvenile, unclaimed, 1-star, 9th level. Skill, Moonlight Enhancement. Trait raised by humans since birth, loves human cooked food, has extremely high affinity with humans. Sigil, tiger, female, adult, unclaimed, 2-star, 1 level. Skill, None. Trait, Wildborn, loves raw meat, has no goodwill toward humans. Humans are merely food in its eyes. What does this mean? I can see animals too. Humans can't. At least shouldn't. What are you thinking, Master? This is from the Pet Compendium. Oh, I thought. Anyway, does the Pet Compendium have bonds? What benefit would I get from recruiting one? No, because it's incidental. If I had to say, there is some benefit. After successful recruitment, the food you feed will be returned once in, effectively raising a pet for free, mainly providing emotional value. Emotional value. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Having a mount like that seemed kind of cool. How do I count as successful recruitment? Ride her. Lin Bei. Master, the riding I mentioned isn't what you think. What I meant is to have her willingly lower her head and offer a contract. That's considered a successful recruitment. Don't dwell on all those messy thoughts all day. This system is going to forge you into a supreme powerhouse, not a legendary pervert. Lin Bei rolled his eyes. Really? If that were true, the recruitment condition wouldn't be eating. Want she betray? No. Master may not have noticed, but the Apocalypse system panel has a pet system. Once the other party bows their head, you can sign a contract with them. Only the master can dissolve the contract. I see. But, that physique. Is it really underage? It's pretty ridiculous. Let's not talk about whether to keep the pet for now. He only cares about one thing: system killing non-zombie animals should yield energy, right? Just now, when he ended Gao Jin's life, he didn't feel any energy entering his body. He knew that killing his own kind was not allowed. Yesterday, when he killed the one who shot an arrow at him, he had vaguely guessed it. It should be to prevent worse scenes of mutual killing. As long as it's not human, it's based on the opponent's level. GD. Roar. The tiger roared. Its terrifyingly thick limbs suddenly exerted force, its massive body charging toward the white wolf like a speeding truck, its two front legs lifted high. Damn. Stormstar Rift. The white wolf dodged aside. With such a huge size difference, and having already developed intelligence no less than a human, why would she choose to clash Eden? Roar. The tiger turned and roared at the white wolf, its large eyes filled with sarcasm and disdain. At that moment, boom, a thick bolt of lightning shot out from the darkness, instantly striking the tiger's massive body. Damn, someone's stealing the kill. No, Lin Bei squinted. If someone was stealing the kill, they would definitely go for the final blow. The tiger was at its peak right now. The answer was obvious: the lightning user and the white wolf were together. Roar. Suffering this blow defenselessly, the tiger roared in pain. Its fur was scorched yellow and black, and its nostrils exhaled visible streams of air. It turned around. It roared toward the spot where the lightning had come from, then dug its limbs and charged toward the bleachers on the edge of the stadium. The tiger's body was huge, but its speed was by no means slow. An ordinary tiger. Its speed is twice the human limit. After evolution, its speed is even more terrifying. For many creatures, humans have no resistance without technology. Its level is second order 1 star. It should be calculated based on its limits. If converted to human terms, at least second order 5 or 6 stars, 7 or 8 stars, or even third order. Definitely a big boss. Wait. System, if we kill this tiger and let it become a zombie tiger, then kill it again, can we get 2 energy rewards? Want to exploit a bug? Master, if this tiger is killed and becomes a zombie tiger, it will have a long period of weakness. Kill it again, and you'll get very little energy unless you wait for it to slowly recover to its peak. Pity it won't let me exploit the bug. Whoosh. Damn, it's a scion. Lin Bei saw that just as the tiger was destroying the bleachers, a person covered in electric arcs rushed out extremely fast. Because of the speed, he could only discern that it was a human. Almost instantly, she stopped beside the white wolf. When she stopped, Lin Bei realized that the other person was actually a woman, and a beautiful one at that. Name Xiaoxia. Pre-apocalypse occupation police. Appearance score 96. Overall score 98. Level first order 9 stars. Ability lightning SSS awakened LV3. Bonds. Elite Police Beauty 1. When Bond is activated, all members' gun shooting talent is doubled. Innate Stocking Saint Body 1. Gourmet 1. Fitness Enthusiast 1. Uninitiated 1. When Bond is activated, you will receive a random small gift, and each additional person adds 1 more small gift. System. Speak. 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 This is what you said, that elite bond holders are rare as phoenix feathers, and I encountered 2 in one night. To be honest, he didn't care much about the benefits of elite bonds. Oh, what he valued was the other's ability. Lightning. Shatter the darkness with thunder. Railgun. One of the abilities he dreamed of. But, Xiaoxia. Why is this name so familiar? Inua, don't underestimate it. This tiger is tougher than we thought. My full force strike didn't even cause substantial damage. Give me 5 minutes to recover my strength. The white wolf nodded. The next second, Xiaoxia's body flickered with electric light, and her figure disappeared into the darkness. The tiger sniffed, trying to lock onto her scent, but only smelled burnt odor. Roar. All its fury condensed into a single roar. This roar shook the surrounding buildings, and its fierce gaze locked onto the white wolf. Whoa! The white wolf howled to the sky. The bright moonlight fell upon her, and her already huge body further increased at a visible rate until it was about the same size as the tiger, then stopped. Fangs. Claws. They gleamed with sharp cold light. The next second, the 2 beasts charged at each other, and a battle between beasts officially began. Everything in their path was destroyed. Bleachers collapsed, the floor shattered. The tremendous noise attracted countless zombies. However, in the face of such wild sizes, the zombies were like ants crushed as collateral. What's going on? Zhang Yu, dressed in a black sportswear, appeared beside him. How could she not hear such a commotion in the school? After replenishing food, her physical condition was fully restored. Even her slightly messy hair was tied up, making her look very sharp. This wolf looks so familiar. Pure white fur. Damn, could it be that starving wolf? Zhang Yu's eyes were very resentful. It was her that caused their food shortage. Lin Bei checked the time. 5 minutes were up. In the 5 minutes of fierce combat, both beasts had suffered varying degrees of injury. Although the white wolf's size had increased to match the tiger's, her raw strength was still inferior. But she had an advantage. That advantage was that she had grown up with humans. The tiger was purely wild. In terms of hunting ability, it should have the lead, but hunting and fighting are different. The white wolf knew how to dodge and use her advantages. Her agility was higher than the tiger's. The tiger's abdomen. 3 deep scratch marks appeared. It licked its wounds, and the contempt in its eyes had long vanished. It had learned a lot from this battle, and it was about to turn the tables. The 2 beasts circled each other. Boom. The next second, the thunder that shattered the darkness appeared again. This time it pierced directly through the wound on the tiger's abdomen, leaving a large hole in its massive body. The tiger lowered its head in disbelief, its eyes full of unwillingness. Roar. A desperate roar, then it crashed to the ground. Its life force rapidly drained away, and its body quickly shrank until it was the size of an ordinary tiger. It lay dying, breathing weakly. Whooshed. Xiao Xia's figure appeared beside the white wolf. The white wolf's size was also shrinking from a fierce beast to a very cute puppy. It wagged its tail and rubbed affectionately against Xiao Xia's leg. I know I'll take it out and feed you right away. Xiao Xia walked toward the tiger, sparks flickering in her hand, as if charging up. On the high-rise. So that white wolf is owned by someone. I really envy that girl. I wonder how much power she'll gain from killing that tiger. I really want to go and steal the kill. Jiang Yu muttered to herself. To be fair, who wouldn't want to steal the kill? In the darkness, countless eyes were fixed on the playground. Countless people had the same thought as her, and countless were envious and jealous, but no one dared to step forward. No one wanted to offend the owner of such a fierce beast, a lightning ability user after all. Moreover, whether they could even snatch it from her was uncertain. Unless they had powerful long-range capabilities. Long-range? Could it be? Jiang Yu suddenly realized something. She turned her head to look at the Lin Bei beside her. Spatial ability could be long-range. She saw Lin Bei's lips curl into an excited smile. Next second, a long knife appeared in Lin Bei's hand. She recognized it. It was made by her father, originally not for sale, but the other party had offered too much. She admitted. She was worldly. Lin Bei thrust forward. Jiang Yu quickly looked toward the tiger and saw a blade appear out of nowhere in the space in front of the tiger's eye, stabbing deeply into its brain through the eye socket. Bang! In an instant, Lin Bei's heart pounded violently. Holy shit! Jiang Yu blurted out a curse. This Lin Bei actually dared to steal the monster she was fighting. Holy shit! On the playground, Xiao Xia let out an extremely loud curse, instantly going berserk. The prey she had painstakingly taken down had been snatched away. Damn it! Who is it? Xiao Xia's gaze rapidly swept across the surroundings. Come out! Countless lightning bolts radiated from Xiao Xia, spreading in all directions, illuminating the entire school, as if it were daylight. The white wolf Silver Moon accompanied her as they searched for any suspicious individuals nearby. The next second, the gaze of the girl and the wolf locked onto the 2 figures on the rooftop. Huh. Is it him? Is it her? Space ability, it must be him. How could it be her? Could it be that the secret snacking is about to be discovered by Mom? Ha! On the rooftop, Lin Bei burst into laughter. What a big boss indeed. This monster steal had propelled him from the First Order 7-star tier straight to the peak of the First Order 9-star tier. He felt it. He felt the bottleneck. Awesome. But something was off. System logically, this tiger's level should have allowed me to directly leap to the Second Order, so why only 2 small tiers? First, not everyone who steals a kill gets the full energy, a one only gains the majority. Second, consecutive leaps would destabilize your body. This energy is insufficient for you to break through a major tier without fully adapting to the new power. Finally, Master, you should be grateful for freeloading 2 stars. To still be unsatisfied, what a little greedy one you are. Of course I'm greedy. In this day and age, who doesn't want to be greedy? Satisfied? Definitely not. But after stealing this monster, I finally caught up from the early lag. On the playground, Xiao Xia stared at Lin Bei for a moment, then a blade appeared in her hand. She split open the tiger's head, put on gloves, fumbled inside for a while, and pulled out a goose egg-sized crystal core. After wiping it clean with paper, she fed it to Silver Moon. Then Xiao Xia picked up Silver Moon, and in a few leaps reached the rooftop. Her gaze coldly fixed on Lin Bei, her voice laced with undisguised anger. Do you have anything to explain? Woof, it's her. Seeing Jiang Yu's face up, closed, Silver Moon buried its little head into Xiao Xia's ample bosom. Can't see me. Can't see me. Can't see me. Lin Bei retorted me. Shouldn't you have something to explain? He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The women he encountered were truly unique in their own ways. Xiao Xia, with her appearance rating of 96, had skin as white as frost under the moonlight, flawless with perfectly proportioned features. Her slender waist was so delicate it seemed one could encircle it with a single hand. Her legs were long yet gracefully rounded. Me. Xiao Xia was taken aback, her brow furrowing. Wait, are you out of your mind? You stole my monster, and you're asking me what I have to explain. You kidding me? Ask your precious Silvermoon. Silvermoon. Xiao Xie lifted Silvermoon's little head. Silvermoon, have you seen Lin Bei? Silvermoon shook its head. Then have you seen Jiangyu? Silvermoon's head shook like a tiny electric motor. Xiao Xie's face instantly darkened. Tell me honestly, did you go to her house to steal food again? Woof woof, Silvermoon whimpered softly. Lin Bei found it strange. How did this woman know his and Jiang Ye's names? They'll deal with you later. Xiao Xie's expression softened considerably, but she was still annoyed. That was the prey she had specifically chosen to break through to the second order, aiming to surge straight to second order 2-star, or even 3-star, and it had been stolen. Sorry, it must have been my Silvermoon sneaking out to steal food from Miss Jiang's martial arts hall. Since you two are together, and you stole my monster, how about we call it even? Because of it, the teacher's martial arts hall faced a food crisis and had to go out looking for supplies. Just now her squad was ambushed, and 6 people died. If I hadn't arrived in time, she and her 2 sisters would have been taken advantage of. Do you think that tiger can settle this score? Lin Bai's voice was icy cold. He spoke the truth, without any distortion. Jiangyu was ambushed, wasn't she? 6 people died, didn't they? She was nearly taken advantage of, wasn't she? Any problem? No problem. Xiao Xie's expression turned grim. She bowed to Jiangyu. Apologies, Miss Jiang. I never expected my Silvermoon to cause you such a loss. I am truly terribly sorry. I know lives cannot be measured, but please let me make amends. Tomorrow I will send a batch of supplies to your martial arts hall. Lin Bei squinted. There. Wasn't that turning the tables? Stealing someone's big boss, and they're not only not angry, but are offering supplies. What does professional mean? This is it. Of course this was only possible because Xiao Xie was kind. This was the apocalypse now. There were few people left who still followed rules in the apocalypse. With her strength, she could easily renege, or even attack directly. Space against lightning. It was hard to say who would win because his space ability was too low level. Of course that was setting aside other powers. Just now opening a tiny long-distance spatial wormhole had nearly drained all his energy. Those who awakened and could actively use abilities had an extra energy source within them. Think of it as mana points. His blue bar was too low. Jiangyu said nothing, which was taken as tacit agreement. Honestly, she did need that batch of supplies urgently. I'm very curious. We didn't know each other before, so how did you know mine and Lin Bai's names, and even that I have a martial arts hall? Xiao Xie smiled. As expected, she had deliberately mentioned their names to prompt them to ask. Since they had sincerely asked. First meeting, let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Xie. She has tied you as in moon. I used to be a police officer. When the apocalypse broke out, the police station fell. Now I'm in charge of the entire station. The reason I know your information is because we discovered your extraordinary performances through surveillance and looked up your files. I sincerely hope from the bottom of my heart that you both will join our team. We have ample supplies, so you won't have to worry about food. Once you join, you can focus solely on improving your strength. We have dedicated personnel preparing daily meals. Join. Jiangyu shook her head without a second thought. Having just experienced betrayal, how could she dare go to a crowded place? The scheming was exhausting, and she wasn't suited for it. She had rather stay in the martial arts hall with her sisters. Miss Xiao Xie, I have a question. Lin Bei spoke up. Please go ahead. Is there an old man with the surname Li in your team? Lin Bei finally remembered. No wonder the name sounded familiar. She was the female protagonist from a novel he had read before. Xiao Xie frowned slightly. What do you mean? I forgot to mention our team currently only has female members. Through surveillance I've learned about many powerful men, but you are the first man I've invited to join. In this apocalypse I must ensure the safety and unity of my team, so there have been no male members before. I'm inviting you because your value is too great, and you have 2 very beautiful girlfriends, so there's no need to worry about you coveting other members. The surveillance was her sister's idea. Through surveillance they could survey the entire city without leaving home, learning in advance where what kind of strong individuals were. If it was a woman, they'd observe for a while, and then invite her to join. The reason they didn't accept men was because they had seen too many ugly scenes and plots during this time. In the apocalypse, women were a vulnerable group, even used to barter for supplies. As a woman, she couldn't bear to watch. As a police officer, she couldn't bear it even more. She had power. She was strong. So she wanted to build a sanctuary for women. Inviting Lin Bei served multiple purposes. The 2 women by his side were also quite formidable. If successfully recruited, their team's combat power would skyrocket. With her lightning ability and Lin Bai's space ability guarding them, who would dare to provoke them? She knew. An all-female team would inevitably be targeted. In the early stages, because they had guns, others wouldn't dare to act rashly. But in the later stages, whether guns would become mere toys was uncertain. Alone she might not be enough. But with Lin Bei they'd be invincible. The reason for inviting Lin Bei, aside from his exceedingly rare spatial ability, was that he possessed a miraculous drug capable of rapidly restoring one's condition. Through surveillance, she had watched almost the entire battle of Lin Bei, Jiang Xiyu, and He Yun in the underground garage. The 3 of them had swept through the zombies of an entire medium-sized residential complex, never ceasing taking small pills whenever their strength waned. She desperately needed that drug. All clues pointed to this. Lin Bei must become an ally, or at least a friend. This was why she was willing to lower her posture. She knew Lin Bei's words contained falsehoods, a significant amount in fact, as Jiang Ye's surprised glance at him during his speech had revealed. Her professional instincts made it easy to discern, but that was unimportant. It gave her an opportunity to showcase her formidable assets. However, this Lin Bei had issues. Major issues. He had the audacity to ask if there was an old man surnamed Li by her side. She had already told him she was from Tide, not Dawn. Honestly, care to join Lin Bei? No interest. Lin Bei refused, though he was quite intrigued by her women's legion. If he ever encountered a truly formidable enemy consuming her entire legion, would surely boost his strength significantly. Xiao Xie was disappointed, but not discouraged. Her gaze shifted to the sports field. As she brought Silver Moon to the rooftop, two figures emerged from the darkness, swiftly dealt with the zombies near the tiger's carcass, then retrieved tools and began expertly dissecting it. Lin Bei and Jiang Yu also saw this. Can we eat it? Lin Bei wondered. Doesn't it turn into a zombie beast after death? He wasn't well versed in this. Yes, we can, Xiao Xie affirmed confidently, then shared her findings. We've researched it. As long as it wasn't infected by a zombie, if you cut off its head within a minute of natural death or battle death, its meat is fresh and normal. Even if it's bitten by a zombie, as long as you cut off that part in time, it won't spread. Her tone held a hint of pride. Her team was very professional. System, is that true? She's not far off. It is edible. After natural death, the virus first infects the brain. Only after the brain is infected does it spread throughout the body. Soon the fierce tiger was fully dismembered. Xiao Xie pulled out a walkie-talkie. Xiao Qi, bring the meat to me. Xiao Bai, go get the car. We'll have a barbecue on the rooftop later. Got it, Sister Yu. After giving orders, Xiao Xie smiled at the two. It's fine if you two don't want to join. Meeting is fate. How about some skewers together? You two aren't busy, are you? No. Lin Bei shook his head. A free meal was a free meal. Tiger meat. Seriously. Who the hell would dare eat that before the apocalypse? No. Jiang Yu suddenly remembered her two comrades were still unconscious. Slightly worried, she added, it's nothing, but let's change rooftops. Let's go to that office building. My two friends are still lying in that building. Fine. Over 10 minutes later, with the efforts of Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai, Xiao Xie's two sisters, skewers of tiger meat sizzled with oil. Seasoning was sprinkled and a rich aroma spread. Mom. Mom. Silver Moon wagged its tail frantically, making sounds eerily like human speech, drool, almost pooling on the ground. Here you go, little glutton. Xiao Xie placed a large piece of leg meat on a plate on the floor. Seeing it open its mouth wide, she quickly said, eat slowly. If you finish it in 10 minutes, no more for you. Whimper. Silver Moon let out a pitiful whine and began tearing into the meat in small bites. A modest table was set before them, piled high with tiger meat skewers. Xiao Xie opened a case of beer. Skewers without beer. A wasted life, my dear. Lin Bei chuckled. This woman was interesting. On second thought, this was likely her way of winning him over. There was no bond between strangers, they even had a minor conflict. But sharing a barbecue, some drinks, and a bit of banter could quickly build rapport. He wasn't being overly confident. It was just that Xiao Xie herself had said she had watched them through surveillance. She was probably eyeing his recovery pills. In the underground garage, he hadn't expected anyone to be watching via camera, so he hadn't used them discreetly. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. A woman with 3-level lightning powers was interested in his treasures. Another easy win. Haha, that Silver Moon is very obedient to you, Jiang Yu remarked after eating a tiger meat skewer, looking at the white wolf. She still remembered how ferocious it had been when it came to her martial arts gym a few days ago, a stark contrast to its current docility. Of course, Xiao Xie chugged a glass of beer. I delivered her. Her wolf mother died in childbirth. I raised her myself. If she dares disobey me, she'll get a taste of the 7 wolves. After a few beers. By the way, Xiao Xie turned to Jiang Yu. I've been observing you for a while. I've always been curious about your ability. You're much stronger than ordinary evolvers, but your strength and speed aren't that different. You're stronger, but I can't pinpoint how. It's fine if you don't want to say. It's nothing. It's a physique-type ability. Jiang Yu didn't hide it. Honestly, until she met Lin Bei, she had considered herself lucky to have awakened and shrank ability. Many people had none, and even those who did often had low ranks. But meeting Lin Bei and Xiao Xie made her realize the gap between abilities. Lin Bei hadn't even lifted a finger, yet had killed Gao Jian and his men without a trace. And Xiao Xie with her pet's help had slain such a ferocious giant tiger. Though the kill had been stolen, her display of power was truly astonishing. Physique, huh? That explains it. Xiao Xie glanced at Lin Bei, wanting to ask where he got his gun, but thought better of it. Asking would be pointless and might provoke his displeasure. After a moment's thought, she asked another question. Lin Bei, your spatial ability, what rank is it? 3S. What a coincidence, my lightning ability is also 3S. Which do you think is stronger, my lightning or your space? Each has its merits. He hadn't fully developed his spatial ability yet. Currently, he only had the spatial wormhole, a top-tier support skill. But he felt that alone was enough to handle her. He needed to test it. He was curious about something. He snapped his fingers. A spatial wormhole appeared beside them like a frameless mirror floating in midair. The image within was of a few wandering zombies downstairs. Miss Xiao no Xiao Xie, try shooting a bolt of lightning through it. See if it can pass through my, wormhole. The muscles around Xiao Xie's temples twitched violently. Suppressing the urge to curse, she forced a natural smile. Alright, let me try. Honestly, she was curious too. An arc of electricity formed at her fingertip. She flicked it, and it shot through the wormhole at incredible speed, instantly killing a zombie. Xiao Xie narrowed her eyes. This skill was extremely dangerous. Without prior caution, one could easily end up killing themselves. Try it with your strongest attack. My strongest strike. Xiao Xie began scheming. A full power blow would drain all my abilities, leaving me in a period of weakness. It's not that I doubt either of you, but if a formidable creature were to attack, and you couldn't fend it off, we might all perish. If only there were a pill that could instantly restore my energy. As she spoke, her eyes kept darting toward Lin Bei. A hint. A blatant hint. She knew Lin Bei might have guessed she had learned from surveillance that he possessed such a remedy. Uttering those words would only confirm it, and she believed he understood she was speaking directly to him. Lin Bei's lips curled into a smile. Playing along, he said, no need to worry. I have a pill that can ease your troubles. He pulled out a few recovery pills. This is my ancestral secret formula. At my current level 1 pill restores all my stamina and energy, but I'm only a first-grade ability user. Those with higher grades might need several. Setting them on the table, he added, if you're not afraid I've drugged them, feel free to try one. We're all friends. ID never suspect you. Let me test your ancestral remedy. Xiao Xie pinched one pill between her jade-like fingers, unleashed a few bolts of lightning toward the spatial rift, then placed it in her mouth. Instantly, her depleted energy was fully replenished. Incredible. It even restored what ID expended earlier. Xiao Xie's eyes widened. The pill was indeed miraculous, but she didn't buy Lin Bei's tale of a secret family recipe. Still, if that was his story, so be it. Everyone had their little secrets. Such a wondrous pill really exists. Zhang Ye's gaze locked onto the tablets on the table. With these, killing zombies would be incredibly efficient. She wondered how many he had, and whether he'd give her some if she asked. She wanted them. She yearned for them. In truth, no one could resist. Not even Wang Qi and Xiao Bai, who were roasting meat, their eyes burning with desire as they stared at the pills. Anyone with a shred of sense understood their value. Xiao Xie grabbed the remaining 2 pills, then crackling visible arcs of electricity sparked from her fingertips. Lin Bei, get ready. I'm unleashing my ultimate move. As she channeled her abnormal energy, the lightning at her fingertips gradually coalesced into a spear radiating immense power and destructiveness. The entire rooftop blazed as bright as daylight under its glow. So formidable. Zhang Yu frowned deeply. Even as a physique-based ability user, if she took such an attack, she'd be annihilated instantly. Lin Bei squinted, eager to test the spatial rift's limits, whether it had an upper bound or was a bug-level skill. Offering the recovery pills was of course bait. To fish one, must chum the waters with premium lures to catch big game. This is the same move I used to kill that tiger. Let's see if your spatial rift can handle it. Ready. Here it comes. Xiao Xie's palm crackled with current as the lightning spear shot toward the spatial rift at blinding speed. So fast that even Lin Bei, who had just stepped into the First Order 9 stars, could only glimpse a blur. No wonder it was lightning. So fast. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed from below. The lightning spear passing through the spatial rift blasted an exaggeratedly massive crater into the hard concrete floor. Xiao Xie narrowed her eyes. Spatial abilities were indeed terrifying. Her full-force strike couldn't shatter this tiny rift of his. Satisfied, Lin Bei's grin stretched wide. A level 1 spatial rift could withstand a level 3 lightning user's full assault, proving just how freakishly powerful spatial abilities were. It lived up to the saying, time reigns supreme, space is king. Since space exists, time must too. He just didn't know who wielded it. Your skill is just cheating. My lightning ability should have the highest burst damage, yet I can't break through. Who else could? You're invincible. Am I invincible? Lin Bei was elated. Today he had not only rescued teacher Jiang, but also stumbled upon a 3th-grade lightning ability user, and even tested the spatial rift's limits. It seemed he truly was unbeatable. Suddenly he noticed Xiao Xie pocketing the remaining 2 recovery pills. He teased, why not take one? Weren't you worried about exhaustion earlier? There's no danger yet. When there is, I'll take one in time, she replied. Fearing Lin Bei might ask for a pill back, Xiao Xie hastily refilled his cup with beer. Come on, drink up. You're not going to say you can't outdrink a girl, are you? Lin Bei chuckled and downed it in one gulp. Beer. To them now it was no different from water. He knew she was changing the subject, but didn't call her out. Consumed 1 bottle of beer, received 3 in return. Consumed 1 skewer of tiger meat, received 3 in return. He had also unlocked new snacks today. To be fair, Xiao Xie's 2 subordinates had decent cooking skills. The first batch was a bit overdone, likely their first time roasting such meat, but it improved with each try. Half an hour later they had devoured the tiger meat, leaving only 1 leg. Ladies, I'm taking this back for my sisters to try. Let's call it a day. Tomorrow we'll visit with supplies. Don't rush to refuse my invitation. Joining forces is definitely more beneficial than not. I can't guarantee much, but I promise you and your people will have full meals with meat every day. With that, Xiao Xie and her crew departed. Lin Bei stood at the roof's edge watching their car drive away. With that, Xiao Xie and her crew departed. Lin Bei stood at the roof's edge watching their car drive away. Are you going to join? Jiang Yu asked, coming to stand beside him. Honestly, she hadn't wanted to at first, but learning the other team was all female and well-stocked, she was eager to sign up. She was tired of the feast or famine existence. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to return. Before the apocalypse, as heir to her family's fortune, she hadn't been extravagant, but she always ate what she liked. Now she couldn't even get plain white rice. No, Lin Bei said, gazing into the night. Those girls needed more training under Xiao Xie. The two with her earlier were ordinary office workers before. They had the gourmet bond, but no fitness one. Food was multiplying, but boosting return multiples was pointless without strength gains. No, Lin Bei said, gazing into the night. Those girls needed more training under Xiao Xie. The two with her earlier were ordinary office workers before. They had the gourmet bond, but no fitness one. Food was multiplying, but boosting return multiples was pointless without strength gains. What a pity. Jiang Yu sighed with regret. Lin Bei had saved her and provided so much food. With his charm, strength, and courtesy, it was hard not to develop feelings. In this apocalypse, who knew when they'd meet again? She hadn't even repaid his life-saving grace. Do you want to go? Lin Bei turned to her. A little, she replied. Jiang Yu sat down, her shapely legs swinging as she leaned back on her hands, gazing at the starry sky. I'm so tired. I don't want to be the big sister anymore. Joining an all-female team sounds nice. Just kill zombies, get stronger, and not worry about anything else. No fretting over meals, no fear of my sisters going hungry, no suspicion of those around me. Lin Bei squinted. For a woman, a pure female team was paradise. But she couldn't leave. If she did, what about his buddy's physique? Lin Bei didn't say anything to keep her. He didn't need to do that himself. Someone else would. He quietly sent a message to Xiao Yun. Your teacher plans to join another team. After we return tomorrow morning, try to keep her here. He Yun replied, Brother, you're so greedy. You already have your good sister me, and Shiyu Jiejie, yet you still covet teacher. Could it be that you want to become a disciple who turns against his master? Be good, listen to me. He Yun, I am your good sister, of course I'll listen to my good brother. But, if your good sister successfully keeps teacher here, will I get a reward? Of course, but it's a secret for now. He good brother is the best. Don't worry, I won't let teacher Jiang join another team. I want to make her my sister. No, first come first served, it'll become her sister. Ha ha. Inside the room, He Yun lay on the bed, her fair, delicate feet dangling in the air, a happy smile spreading across her face. She had already envisioned the scene of Xiaoyu Jiejie calling her Jiejie. To be fair, though it had only been one night, she had already experienced the torment that Shiyu Jiejie had suffered. It was both lovable and infuriating. She needed reinforcements, really needed them. The two of them were not enough. Done. Lin Bei put away his phone. Attributes. Master Lin Bei. Level 1st Order 9 stars. System space 100 cubic meters. Ability space SSS rank LV1 passive ability space backpack. Capacity 1000 cubic meters. Strength S rank LV1 double. Speed 100. Strength 103-2. Spirit 100. Physique 100. Speed 100. Strength 103-2. Spirit 100. Physique 100. Items recovery pill 1500 USS grade steak 600 top grade honey glazed meat sausage 100. Collection members Jiang Shiyu first order 6 stars space LV1 He Yun first order 6 stars strength LV2 triple amplification. Bond benefits charisma 2 strength 3 Oi food supplies 3x return. Yo. Shiyu and Xiao Yun both increased by 1 star. It seemed they hadn't been idle either. He was very satisfied. First order 9 stars. All his physical attributes were 10 times that of an ordinary person, but his strength was 60 times that of an ordinary person. His gaze shifted to the school gate in the darkness where the earlier loud noise had attracted a crowd of zombies. It was only around 8 or 9 in the evening, and he wanted to push through to the second order in one go. Improving one's strength was addictive. Teacher, want to do some exercise to digest. Lin Bei invited her. Grinding monsters alone was boring. Jiang Yu. Following his gaze, she realized she had misunderstood and scolded herself inwardly. Okay. Jiang Yu also craved power, especially after witnessing the strength of the two top-tier ability users. She felt that her own first order 9 stars was far from impressive. With a mediocre ability, she had to make up for it with hard work. Whoosh! The two jumped down from the high building. Their figures disappeared into the night. Having evolved to this level, ordinary zombies were like ants. Killing them yielded only a pitiful amount of energy. After tasting the energy from a big boss, Lin Bei became increasingly disdainful. Half an hour later, he couldn't even be bothered to kill them anymore. Slaughtering zombies was making him sick. His blade had grown as cold as a fishmonger's knife at the market. After clearing this area, he stopped. He swallowed a recovery pill to restore his stamina. Here. He casually tossed one to teacher Jiang as well. Jiang Yu caught it, examined it in her palm, and after some hesitation chose to put it in her pocket. This could be a life-saving medicine when needed, and her stamina was not much depleted. With her super physique, she recovered quickly. Eat it, teacher, don't hold back. I have plenty of these. Seeing this, Lin Bei tossed 2 more to her. The 3 waves of truth. 1 wave was waste. Sufficient capital was needed to better attract girls. Really, no girl disliked a powerful person. Really. Jiang Yu caught them steadily, her face full of disbelief. He had so many of such miraculous pills. But was the effect really as good as he said? She was a bit skeptical. After all, they were already superhumans now. How much could a secret recipe restore? She popped it into her mouth and swallowed. Instantly, Jiang Yu's pupils contracted. The stamina she had consumed was not only replenished, but also exceeded, filling her body with power. This pill was truly miraculous. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just then, a black rat about the size of an ordinary adult cat ran out of a nearby sewer. The manhole cover had long since vanished. It scurried to a zombie corpse and tore at its flesh with large bites. In no time, the zombie's entire arm was devoured and the rat's belly was round and bulging. Lin Bei frowned. Rats. His ears twitched. Strange sounds came from below. His expression shifted slightly as he looked at the ground in disbelief. If tigers could evolve, then these rats that had eaten zombie flesh could naturally evolve too. But the number seemed to be a bit too many. Swish. Lin Bei swung his blade and cut off the head of the large black rat. Despite its evolved size, the energy gained from killing it was much less than that from an ordinary zombie. A rat was just a rat after all. Not good. Could it be? A rat tied. Jiang Yu also heard the commotion from the sewer and tightened her grip on her spear, her expression complicated. Good news, many mutated beasts. Bad news, they were rats. Retreat, or not? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Bei. Being surrounded by a rat tied was far more troublesome than being surrounded by zombies. Why retreat? Lin Bei took out a bottle and handed it to Jiang Yu, squinting his eyes. If we leave them unchecked, they'll cause us trouble sooner or later. Besides, these are all energy, aren't they? True. Jiang Yu took the bottle, astonished. The bottle was filled entirely with the same pills as before. Roughly estimated there were at least several hundred. Such pills, if used for trade, would have countless people fighting over them, yet he casually gave her so many. Extravagant. Too extravagant. The next second, countless rat heads emerged from the sewer. Their small black noses sniffed the air, and pairs of black eyes stared fixedly at the two. Then hundreds after hundreds rushed forward in waves. The scene was terrifying, the kind that would make someone with trypophobia fall to the ground convulsing. Lin Bei exhaled, then took a deep breath and swung his blade horizontally, combined with a space wormhole, instantly killing dozens of rats. They were so densely packed, but the number he killed was just a drop in the bucket compared to the total rat tide. Interesting. With that one slash, the energy gained matched that of several zombies. Now he had motivation. He was sick of killing zombies, but these rats were somewhat interesting. He could gain energy while eliminating potential threats. The rat tide could not be left unchecked. Otherwise, they would only multiply. He didn't want to be surrounded by a dense swarm of rats while sleeping soundly. Snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Normally inconspicuous, but now with an ample food supply and no one deliberately targeting them, they would only grow larger and larger until they posed a serious threat to humanity. It wasn't that he was being proactive. It was mainly because he had watched a lot of movies about this kind of thing. 1 slash. 10 slashes. 100 slashes. Lin Bei had lost count of how many times he had swung his blade. The ground was piled high with the carcasses of rats. He was responsible for long-range, large-scale clearing while his teacher dealt with the stragglers, her spear dancing nimbly in her hands. Strength was there. Damage was there. Support was there. The only thing missing was a group skill. If Xiao Xia were here, she could electrocute an entire swarm with a single strike. He needed to develop an area effect spatial attack. Lin Bei, that's not how you wield a cold weapon. Jiang Yu's voice cut through his thoughts. Lin Bei was taken aback. What did she mean? Since you still call me teacher, then as your teacher, I must teach you something. As she spoke, Lin Bei felt a shift in Jiang Yu's aura. He couldn't quite describe it, but it was undeniably different. Before the apocalypse, I wonder if you'd heard that martial arts grandmasters could unleash saber and sword chi. Now in this new era, our physical capabilities far surpass those grandmasters. A cold weapon is no longer just a weapon to us. Don't think of it as a mere blade, but as an extension of yourself. Like this. As she spoke, Jiang Yu sprayed something onto the tip of her spear. Then the spear danced in her hands. She scraped the tip along the ground, igniting it with sparks, and thrust forward. A roaring dragon of flame surged forth, devouring a horde of mutant rats. That single move had wiped out at least several hundred. Lin Bei's eyes widened in shock. How in the world was he supposed to learn that? Seeing his stunned expression, Jiang Yu felt a surge of smug satisfaction. Now he knew how she had felt earlier. But beyond showing off, her main motive was to repay him. Remember, she said, the blade is a part of you. Use it to channel the power within you, not just to hack and slash. Like this. Jiang Yu swept her spear horizontally. A flaming slash swept out, annihilating thousands of rats on the surface. She then consumed a rejuvenation pill. I haven't truly mastered this technique yet. It's incredibly draining. But for you it should be fine. You have these pills, so there's no need to worry. And she called that not mastered. Imagine a current of energy within you. With the motion of your swing, project that energy outward. Jiang Yu continued to impart her wisdom, unleashing one spear strike after another. Each strike sent out a flaming slash, filling the air with the stench of burning. The few strikes she made had already matched the number of kills he had achieved with hundreds of his own slashes. So this was the true allure of a top-tier martial artist. Channeling. Lin Bei tried to follow Jiang Yu's instructions. With his talent, a mere saber slash should be easy. 1 slash 10 slashes 100 slashes. Perfect. Not a single one succeeded. He decisively gave up. Come on. She had been training since childhood and still hadn't fully mastered it. How could a novice like him possibly grasp it? Don't lose heart. Once you sense that current of energy within you, it becomes much simpler. It took me half a day just to sense it. I estimate it'll take you about 10 days to half a month. Your physical foundation is already there. It's really quite simple. Just do it like this. Listening to her words was like listening to words. Actually, the blade isn't my specialty. I humbly claim to know a little about spear techniques as well. Oh, Jiang Yu was intrigued. She had trained in martial arts since childhood, and the spear was her forte. She wondered if Lin Bei was bluffing or not. No matter, she would know at a glance. Here, Jiang Yu handed him her flaming spear. No need. I have my own gun. Lin Bei refused, pulling out his Desert Eagle from his system space. He aimed the dark muzzle at the rats. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The semi-automatic pistol roared again. Huh. Jiang Yu's face went blank, her mouth hanging open as she stared at the weapon in his hand. Holy shit, she thought. So when he said gun, he meant this kind of gun. Alright then. Lin Bei was fast. 20 bullets were fired in 0.1 seconds. Oh, and reloading took another 0.1 seconds. In 1 second, he could fire 50 rounds, killing at least 30 rats. Damn. The efficiency was too slow. It wasn't enough. Rats were still pouring out of the sewers endlessly. Jiang Yu couldn't help but tease him. Lin Bei, your gun isn't really cutting it. Damn it. He was being mocked. Annoyed, Lin Bei suddenly remembered something, and a smile curled at his lips. Teacher, that was just an appetizer. Now I'm going all out. Going all out how? Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. What tricks could a pistol possibly pull? Against a rat tide, you'd need heavy weaponry like a Gatling gun, and at least 10 of them. A mere pistol. The next second, holy shit. Jiang Yu's pupils dilated. Are you insane, man? Do you want to blow this whole place up? Lin Bei now held a gun in one hand and a gas canister in the other. A spatial rift appeared before him, and he tossed 7 or 8 canisters into it, all of them with their valves open. As he threw the 10th one, he smiled. Artis. He fired a shot into the sewer at the same moment. An explosion. Simultaneously, Lin Bei wrapped his arm around the still-stunned Jiang Yu's slender waist. A spatial rift opened behind them, and they retreated, appearing 50 meters away. Then a series of terrifying explosions echoed one after another. Boom. 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 Kaboom. Just as Lin Bei was about to close the spatial rift, a terrifying shockwave surged from the still-open portal, blasting them another 50 meters away. Rocks flew everywhere. The ground caved in. The entire city trembled. Countless manhole covers shot into the air, accompanied by blinding pillars of fire. Huge cracks spread rapidly in every direction. A surge of energy flowed into his body. He had leveled up. Status. Owner Lin Bei. Level 2nd, Order 1 star. System space 100 cubic meters. Ability space SS rank LV2 passive spatial backpack. Capacity 100 cubic meters. Strength rank LV1 double. Speed 150. Strength 153-2. Spirit 150. Physique 150. Items: rejuvenation pill 1400, ESS rank steak 600, premium honey glazed sausage 100. Registered members: Jiang Shiyu first order 6 stars, space LV1, He Yun first order 6 stars, strength LV2, triple amplification. Bond bonuses: charisma 2, strength 3, consumables 3x return. Power. This time it was a true explosion of strength. Such immense power. Ha ha ha. What gun? That was weak. Explosions were the real deal. Too bad. If he had been closer, the energy from this blast would have been enough to level him up by at least 2 more stars. You lunatic. Jiang Yu muttered, dizzy and disoriented as she lay on the ground, finally coming to her senses. Lin Bei rubbed his nose. It felt soft. He looked down. Good grief. Did his hand have a homing feature? He gave it a squeeze as he stood up. Jiang Yu didn't notice. She was still recovering from the fall. After getting up, Lin Bei's eyes narrowed. As everyone knows, on black clothes, if your hands have any dust on them, you'll leave a white mark. On Jiang Yu's clothes, there were 2 large, perfectly symmetrical white handprints. Lin Bei pretended not to notice and asked, Teacher, how was my marksmanship? Well played. Don't play again. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. This kid wasn't afraid of blowing himself up, Detonating so many gas cans at once was bad enough, but doing it in a sewer. The danger level was off the charts. She stood up and stretched. It's fine. He was only slightly affected by the shockwave. With their current physical conditioning, falling 50 meters was like child's play. Sigh. Lin Bei sighed and muttered to himself, these days good people like me are rare, silently solving such a big problem for the city. True. Jiang Yu agreed on that point. Leaving it unattended would have been troublesome. You broke through. She suddenly sensed that Lin Bei before her had become even more unfathomable. To the second rank, how much of an increase? From 10-fold to 15-fold. Lin Bei moved his body, adapting to the new power. Breaking through from the first rank 6 stars to the second rank in a single day was an explosive surge, so much so that he could barely control his own strength. But this was the evolution speed a cheater deserved. He needed to train hard. Suddenly Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. A scornful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Yu was baffled by his sudden cold grin, but then he lunged forward and threw a fierce punch aimed at her head. To the left. Boom! A thunderous crash followed. Then came the dull thud of a body hitting the ground. Jiang Yu turned her head in disbelief to see a zombie lying on the ground behind her, only half its head left. How did it get so close to me? Jiang Yu was utterly confused. For days she had been extremely alert, constantly glancing behind her for fear of a zombie ambush. She had just checked a moment ago. How could she have missed it? Lin Bei's eyes gleamed with mockery. A sentient zombie with invisibility crept up behind you. A useless ability. Invisibility. Useless. Jiang Yu was shocked. Seriously. She had almost been bitten just now. How did you detect it? This kind of zombie was terrifying. People instinctively trusted what their eyes saw, and she had just fallen for it. If it had gotten close and bitten her neck, who could withstand that? And the zombie was clever. It had cleaned itself thoroughly, lacking the stench of other zombies, so its proximity went unnoticed. I have spatial ability. I can sense spatial fluctuations within a certain range. In that range, even an ant crawling by is clear to me. Actually, with a bit of attention you could hear it too. Sometimes don't trust your eyes too much. Jiang Yu understood. Then she sighed, her expression dimming slightly. I really envy you, Lin Bei, having a spatial ability. Unlike me. Why did that sound so passive-aggressive? Honestly, she was truly envious. A physique ability, besides faster recovery and a bit more durability, it was useless. Her martial arts talent paired with a decent ability, even just strength, could multiply her power several times over. Here, return this. The rat tide dissipated. Jiang Yu handed the bottle back to Lin Bei. It was almost full, as she had only eaten a few pills. An ordinary woman might have pocketed it, but this bottle's value was immeasurable, enough to trade for 10,000 beauties. Yet she disliked owing favors. Keep it. Lin Bei waved his hand, then ignored Jiang Yu's expression. Gripping his blade, he began practicing blade aura, also pondering his new spatial ability, without turning back. Teacher, I'm starting my training. Don't disturb me. Fine. Jiang Yu wanted to refuse, but seeing Lin Bei absorbed in his sword practice, she gave up. She truly wanted the bottle, and was delighted to have it, but felt increasingly guilty. She knew her place. This wasn't something she deserved. He gave too much, too many things, to the point of embarrassment. She had just taught him something, feeling she had repaid a bit of the debt, but then he saved her life again, and gifted her a full bottle of such miraculous medicine. She didn't know how to repay such kindness. It was unpayable, utterly unpayable. Maybe. Boom. Just as she was thinking, a loud crash drew her attention. Lin Bei swung his blade, leaving a deep crater in the wall over 15 meters ahead. Jiang Yu frowned. He had mastered it so quickly. Then she relaxed. After all, he was at the second rank now. His physical strength had risen to another level, and the chi within him had grown denser, making it much easier to sense. Lin Bei continued practicing. He had already found the threshold. It wasn't geniuses that were scary, but geniuses who worked harder. She glanced at the time, just midnight, and decided she needed to start working hard too. She looked down at the spear in her hands. Wait. Only then did she notice 2 large white handprints on her chest. She paused for a moment. Were they hers? Her first thought was that she must have pressed them there herself during the shockwave. Lin Bei was too upright to do such a thing. She thrust the spear into the ground. She compared her jade-like hands. Damn, they were a full size larger than hers. Her face instantly darkened, and she shot a resentful glance at Lin Bei. As a girl, how could she not feel emotional about 2 male handprints in such a sensitive place? Even so, she didn't dwell on it. It might have been a coincidence. If Lin Bei had ulterior motives, he would have acted back in the office building. There was no need for such petty advantages. In this apocalypse, with his strength and resources, he wouldn't lack women. Hunting monsters. Leveling up. Dawn 5 o'clock. The sun rose. Jiang Yu returned refreshed with 2 younger girls. After a night of fierce combat, she had finally reached the second rank. Lin Bei hadn't come away empty-handed either. He had mastered the slashing shockwave, and his strength talent had reached LV2. 150 base, 3 fitness bond, 3 strength ability, 1350. Second rank, 1 star. An ordinary evolver's strength was 15 times that of a normal human, while his was a terrifying 135 times. This was the horror of multiplicative amplification. It only grew more insane with time. He's so handsome. Yeah, really handsome. When Sister Xiaoyu said he was good-looking, I didn't expect this. If he were my boyfriend, so strong and so handsome, I'd laugh in my sleep. Two girls a year younger than Jiang Yu whispered to each other, their eyes filled with undisguised admiration. Who wasn't a sucker for looks? Besides, Lin Bei had saved them and left them plenty of delicious food. So much food. Jiang Yu naturally hadn't kept it all for herself. Lin Bei smiled faintly. Being talked about like this by girls. Who among you handsome guys wouldn't feel a little pleased? The morning sunlight bathed him, making him even more striking. The two women stared starry-eyed, and even Jiang Yu froze for a moment. He was truly handsome enough to make her little heart race uncontrollably. Let's move out. The group of four headed back to the martial arts hall. Along the way, countless zombies surged toward them. Lin Bei casually swung his blade, and a terrifying shockwave instantly sliced off the heads of dozens of zombies. That night no new ability had been developed. But this blade aura, he had fully mastered it. Whatever. He just unleashed all the chi inside him without restraint, then downed a few rejuvenation pills to replenish instantly. One pill was no longer enough to fill his stamina, so, if one wasn't enough, take two. After all, the more he ate, the more he owed. Holy shit! Jiang Yu exclaimed. In just a few hours he had improved to this level, his power rivaling hers. Jiang Yu felt a bitter pang in her heart. Setting aside abilities, the only thing she excelled at over Lin Bei was this, and now he had caught up. Her proudest strength suffered another setback. She was fiercely competitive. In her dictionary, why should women be inferior to men? The truth proved they were. No, she wasn't inferior to men, just to Lin Bei. Her former student had in this apocalypse evolved into an unmatched cosmic super-perverted monstrous prodigy. Morning 8 o'clock. The group returned to the martial arts hall. On the way, he visited dozens of stores for a zero-cost shopping spree, stocking up on consumables like clothes, shoes, underwear, stockings, and toilet paper. On the second floor of the martial arts hall. Sister, your spatial wormhole is simply too overpowered. There's no way to fight it. If you have the nerve, don't use it, and let us women have a proper face-to-face brawl. Hiyun pouted, her cheeks puffed in frustration. What was supposed to be a sparring match had turned into a one-sided torment. Against the spatial ability user, it was like punching cotton with all her might, unable to land a single effective blow. Why should I? Sure, you replied with an air of entitlement. Who would dare fight you, Heaton? With Bei tripling your power, and your own ability tripled, what kind of strength is that? Who could withstand a single punch from you? But I can't even hit her. Hiyun had tried every tactic, but the spatial wormhole was simply an unsolvable puzzle. It's my fault, all my fault, for being too strong, for awakening the spatial ability, and leaving my dear little sister unable to land a hit. A humble brag. So infuriating. Hiyun pouted even harder. There was no solution. Her little head was spinning, yet she couldn't find a way to break it. Suddenly, she caught sight of Lin Bei and the others returning at the doorway. A sly smirk flickered at the corner of her mouth before she bit her lower lip, putting on a pitiful expression. Sister, please stop bullying me. I dare not resist anymore. He'll know my place. From now on, every night, I'll let you have our dear brother. Just don't torment me any longer. Jiang Shiryu was taken aback. What the hell? Why this sudden act? The next second, as they entered her spatial perception range, she understood. Lin Bei was back. This sly girl thought she could outplay her. Without hesitation, she fell flat on the ground, feigning injury. Sister, what have I done wrong? Why did you beat me so viciously? It hurts so much. If you want Bei, I'll give him to you from now on. Just don't bully me anymore. I'm frail and you'll kill me like this. My foot hurts so much, boo-hoo. Her expression, tone, and demeanor were flawless, evoking sympathy. Hiyun was dumbfounded. She could act better than her. And she was even crying. Fine. As if she couldn't cry too. In that moment, she tried to recall the saddest events of her life. Good, there wasn't a single one. Unless counting the time her dad gulped down her grilled sausage in one bite. If that counted, then there was one. So infuriating. She couldn't cry. What's going on? Jiang Yu, who had just returned, was bewildered at the scene and turned to Lin Bei. Lin Bei shrugged. They're just bored messing around. Hee. Hiyun giggled, ran over to the group, and took Jiang Yu's delicate hand with a sorrowful look. Sister, you've suffered so much lately. You've lost weight. Learning it was just a game, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Xiao Yun was being bullied. She gave her a once-over, her gaze turning odd. Have you gained weight? Seriously, you can still put on pounds in the apocalypse. Hiyun's face flushed. Oh, Sister Xiaoyu, why did you have to say that? I've been eating a tiny bit well these past 2 days, put on a few pounds. Really? Lin Bei glanced at her, but didn't notice. Her figure was still flawless. Then his gaze dropped to her lower half, and stuck. This girl had actually put on sheer stockings. They tightly wrapped her long, gracefully curved legs. White socks covered her delicate feet, paired with a pair of black leather shoes. Black and white, a perfect contrast. This ensemble. on a stunning beauty like Hiyun who on the street could resist stealing a few glances. Especially with the boost of her holy body bond, the effect was tripled. Lin Bei prided himself on having some self-control, but even he found it hard to stay composed before her. Fine, fine, fine. So this is how you dress, is it? You'll pay for this later. Hiyun secretly gloated. She loved the look in her dear brother's eyes, her heart swelling with joy. A woman adorns herself for the one who delights her. She had dressed up specifically for him. She shot a smug glance at Sister Shiryu. Bei, this must be your former teacher. Hello, Jiang Shiryu. Shiryu slowly approached him, a faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Today Shiryu wore a pure white floor-length gown. Through the sheer fabric, one could vaguely glimpse her long legs, the calves wrapped in a thin layer of stockings that shimmered faintly. On her feet were delicate high heels, her feet elegant with smooth-lined skin, fair as jade, flawless like a work of art. As if a treasure bestowed by heaven. Damn, how could she be this beautiful? To be honest, if not for the outsider present, he would have definitely engaged these two enchanting vixens in a profound discussion about the mysteries of life. Their inherent charm was already immense, and with the holy body bond's enhancement, few could remain calm as still water. Shiryu shot a defiant look back at Hiyun, proudly puffing out her chest, as if to say, "You're still a novice at dressing up against me, and am bigger than you." Waking up early and seeing Xiao Yun not only made up, but also dressed like that, she instantly saw through her intentions and quickly changed her own outfit. Hiyun pouted. She'd wait until she developed further. The aura, the allure. Even Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. If she were a man, she might have been unable to resist pouncing on her. That outfit was absolutely stunning. Hello, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu considered herself beautiful, but compared to the woman before her, she fell short. Sister Yu, what level are you now? I'm at 1-star rank 6. Have I surpassed you? Her face was full of anticipation, hoping for Sister Yes' surprised reaction, and to let her dear brother know they hadn't been idle in his absence. But Jiang Yu smiled faintly and patted her shoulder. Sorry to disappoint you, Xiao Yunyan. Your sister here just broke through to rank 2 this morning. What? Hiyun was shocked. 2. Her face instantly fell. She had thought her days of desperately killing zombies had made up for the earlier gap, but the gap was still so vast. Sure, you frowned too. Rank 2. It seemed they still weren't working hard enough. Even a woman like Jiang Yu had reached rank 2, who knew how many men outside had also reached that level. They had been idle for the first 5 or 6 days of the apocalypse, and despite their recent efforts, they were still far behind. Though she had awakened a formidable spatial ability, she still felt a faint sense of crisis. As a woman, she wanted to be the most outstanding in Lin Bei's eyes. After all, she was his first woman in the apocalypse. She understood the nature of novelty and oldness, so she always changed her ways to please him. Not only that, but she also had to enhance her own charm. She already had beauty and figure and an ability, but she also wanted to surpass other beauties in level. Only then would Lin Bei's eyes always be on her. Seeing the shock in Shiryu and Hiyun's eyes, Jiang Yu felt no pride. Last night's ability spar between Lin Bei and Xiao Shiyu had deeply stirred her. What use was a high level? Abilities truly determined one's ceiling. Honestly, she felt Hiyun's strength ability was leagues ahead of her own physique ability. She glanced at the other women nearby and beckoned them over. Since everyone's here, I have something to tell you all. Jiang Yu relayed Xiao Shiyu's invitation to her team members, passing on the terms without reservation and thoroughly describing her strength and team. Whether you stay or go, it's entirely up to you. I personally suggest you go. There you won't have to worry about food or safety. It's tens of thousands of times better than here. She was still hesitant about going herself, but she had to persuade these girls to go. She was tired. She no longer wanted to manage others. Xiao Shiyu's place was an excellent refuge. Otherwise, these young and beautiful women, if left to wander out, would sooner or later become someone's playthings, traded endlessly. Sister, will you go? Asked the youngest among the women, while the others watched her with concern. They yearned to go, but more than that, they wished to follow her. Over these past days, they had come to regard her as their pillar of strength. Jiang Yu hesitated. Truth be told, she too wanted to go. Yet the debt of gratitude she owed Lin Bei weighed heavily upon her. If she departed now, she might never see him again in this lifetime. Who knew where their next destination would be? To leave without a word would be an unbearable breach of conscience. Dearest sister, you mustn't go. I came here specifically to find you, said Hiyun, who had been entrusted with a mission. She hurried forward, clutching Jiang Yu's arm and pouting playfully. Please don't go to that Xiao Shiryu. I can't bear to part with you. Come with us, won't you? Say yes, please. Among this group, aside from the two sisters who had grown up by her side, Hiyun was the one she felt closest to. She truly wished to stay, for she had a great debt of gratitude to repay. But would Lin Bei be willing to provide her with food? At this thought, she cast a glance at Lin Bei and murmured, Dear sister, it's not that I don't want to stay. It's just what? Hiyun's spirits lifted, sensing a glimmer of hope. Jiang Yu bit her lip. It's just that if I stay, I fear it'll add to the burden of your food supplies. With the power outage and the scorching heat, the fruits, vegetables, and meat stored in refrigerators will soon spoil. As a second-order awakener, my appetite is immense. I don't wish to cause you trouble. My leaving isn't about abandoning you, but for your sake that I must go. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Manipulation. No. It was a message meant for the other women. Clever. Jiang Ye's words were not directed at He-yun, but at the other women and Lin Bei. She didn't want her decision to stay to compel them to follow, and she was subtly warning Lin Bei that her presence meant another mouth to feed. The current situation marked an era of universal evolution. The power outage caused by the zombie crisis was rapidly depleting edible resources while their appetites grew ever more terrifying. As online videos showed, crops, fruits, and vegetables were withering in the wake of the apocalypse, as if unable to adapt to this new environment. One thing wanes while another waxes. Eventually they would starve to death when their food ran out, unless someone developed new crops suited to the current environment. It's fine, sister. Our food may not be plentiful, but having you with us is just right. Isn't that so, dear brother? He-yun clung to her arm, her eyes fixed on Lin Bei with a mixture of hope and pleading. Lin Bei frowned, lost in thought. After a long pause, he reached out and gently tousled He-yun's hair. You're right. Whatever you say goes. A small performance, nothing more. As for the other women besides Jiang Yu, he had no interest in them. Not one of them had triggered the fitness enthusiast bond, though they all possessed the foodie trait suggesting they had traveled extensively before the apocalypse. Two of them were merely at the first order, first star, their strength laughably low. Better to let Xiao Shuriwei take them and nurture them properly than keep them around as mere ornaments. He-yun beamed with joy. I knew my dear brother was the best. Sister, you please stay with us. Don't worry. As long as I have food, you'll have food. We'll stand shoulder to shoulder, vanquish the zombie horde, and break through the darkness. Are you sure it's really all right for me to stay? Jiang Yu asked Lin Bei. To be honest, he had been generous, gifting her a large amount of food the previous night. But it was after all finite. Teacher, it's no problem. Please don't force yourself. Truly, it's fine. Very well. Having received a firm confirmation, Jiang Ye's worries eased. With little He-yun by her side, she wouldn't feel lonely. Yet, parting with her two dear sisters still filled her with reluctance. Xiaoqing Xiao by Xiao Shuriwei will arrive shortly. When she does go with her. It was my negligence that nearly put you in danger last night. Sister, don't say that. Why not come with us? We sisters can look out for each other. We can't bear to leave you here alone. Yes, sister. We can't bear to leave you. Come with us. The two sisters were deeply reluctant. Jiang Yu was caught in a dilemma. On one side were the sisters she had grown up with, on the other a great debt of gratitude, and a dear younger sister. Which path should she choose? Oh no. He-yun's heart skipped a beat. She knew that Sister Yu valued relationships above all else. If those two sisters kept insisting, she might just leave. Sister Xiaoqing, Sister Xiao, why are you talking as if you'll never see her again? We'll be living here from now on. If you miss her, can't you just come back to visit? Oh, living here. Why didn't they say so earlier? With that, the women's burdens were lifted. In the apocalypse, there was no such thing as a permanent home. They had assumed Lin Bei and his group would be moving on soon. Xiaoqing and Xiao Bai knew Jiang Yu well. They understood that Sister Ye's decision to stay was not only because of He-yun's pleas, but also more importantly to repay a debt. It was precisely because of her inherent goodness that those treacherous scoundrels had managed to ensnare her. They too had underestimated the ugliness of human nature. Fortunately, Lin Bei had arrived in time, otherwise they dared not imagine what might have befallen them. You? Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Yu tapped He-yun on the head. If she had known, she wouldn't have been so torn. You never asked. Regardless, her mission was accomplished. Now all that remained was to coax Sister Yu into joining her and Sister Shiyu's team. Then Sister Yu would have to call her big sister. She had already begun to fantasize. In her daydream, she patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder and said, Sister Yu, from today onward, let's address each other on our own terms. They'll call you sister, and you'll call me sister too. Hee. Gurgle. Without warning, Jiang Ye's stomach growled. Her face flushed with embarrassment. It couldn't be helped. She was a physique-type awakener. Her muscle and bone density were 4 times that of her peers, which meant her food requirements were also 3 to 4 times greater. Her appetite was truly terrifying. There's still some food at home. They'll prepare it, and we can all have a meal together. Xiaoqing and Xiao Bai went to prepare, bringing out everything edible. Fortunately, they had looted several refrigerators on their way back. The power had only gone out the evening before last, so the frozen goods were still fresh. Before long, dishes were laid out on the table. Braised pork, braised chicken legs, braised beef, braised lamb, sweet and sour ribs, pig trotter soup, finely sliced spicy snack strips, shredded pickled mustard greens, stir-fried instant noodles. At first glance it looked passable. Spicy strips with rice were actually quite tasty. Lin Bei had enjoyed them before. The only drawback was the complete absence of vegetables. Over a week had passed since the apocalypse began, and all fresh produce had long been consumed. Lin Bei, sit down and eat. Shiyu, Xiaoyun, come and join us. Jiang Yu beckoned to the 3 of them. No need. I ate on the way back. You go ahead. Lin Bei declined. The portions were meager, barely enough for 2 or 3 people. Dear sisters, you eat. I've been putting on weight these days. I need to slim down or someone might start disliking me. He also refused, thinking along the same lines as Lin Bei. Teacher Jiang, please eat. Don't worry about us. Shi likewise declined. She didn't know any of these people. Since Lin Bei and He weren't eating, how could she possibly join them? At that moment, only one thought occupied her mind. That was to get close to Lin Bei. She hadn't been intimate with him for 2 days. The night before last she had yielded to He and last night, he hadn't returned. Though a little afraid, she missed him dearly. Bei, she thought. Shi approached Lin Bei, who stood by the window leaning slightly against him as she whispered, rising on her tiptoes. Bei, I'm not used to wearing high heels. I think I twisted my ankle earlier. It hurts a bit. Could you rub it for me? Twisted it. Lin Bei glanced down. Her delicate ankle was indeed slightly red and swollen. Not used to high heels. A flight attendant not used to high heels. Fine. He believed it. Twisted, huh? Come here, let me give it a good rub. He helped her into the small room, seated her on the table, and sat on a small chair. He slipped off her heels and gently massaged her foot. Shi smiled warmly, her heart sweetened. Brother, my foot hurts a bit too. Could you help me as well? He followed into the room and deliberately sat beside Shi, casting a defiant glance her way. Lin Bei shook his head with a smile. She was such a little girl. He obliged and helped her too. Brother is so kind. He squinted, beaming with joy. She couldn't let sister Shi monopolize brother's care. What girl didn't want her boyfriend's attention? Sister, yours isn't as pretty as mine, He said, wiggling her cute little feet. Bullshit. Mine is way prettier than yours, Shi retorted. Brother, whose feet are prettier? He stretched out her legs, knowing she couldn't match Shi in looks or figure, so she tried to compete elsewhere. Bei, whose do you think is prettier? Shi also extended her legs. She refused to be outdone. Do you two realize you're stirring up trouble? Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Stirring up trouble? What trouble? We're not causing any trouble, brother. Why would you say that? He looked puzzled. Yeah, how are we causing trouble? Shi was equally confused. All right, Lin Bei said, standing up. He reached for his glasses, only to find he wasn't wearing any. A smirk curled his lips. I can't help it with you two. They'll have to teach you a lesson. He tossed a handful of rejuvenation pills into his mouth. He didn't know how many. It didn't matter. Outside, Jiang Yu picked up a piece of braised pork and shoveled a bowl of rice. Today's meal was extravagant, but something felt off. No vegetables, just meat, which grew tiresome. Last night's meal had been better. The food Lin Bei had given them, with a perfect balance of meat and vegetables, was truly satisfying. The women chatted as they ate, losing track of time. Hours later at noon, Lin Bei pushed open the door and stepped out. Jiang Yu and the others had already finished eating and were gathered around the table chatting. Beep, beep. Suddenly a series of honks came from downstairs. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Couldn't Xiao Xie be more discreet? He went to the window and saw a modified pickup truck parked at the entrance, its front welded with thick steel pipes, forming a triangle, unafraid of zombies blocking the way. Huh. The piercing honks drew zombies from afar. Xiao Xie signaled, and Wang Qi and Xiao Bai got out from the back, holding long blades as they charged forward. Ordinary zombies were mere toys to them. Stop gawking and come open the door. Xiao Xie shouted up to them by the second-floor window, patting the supplies dragged behind the pickup. Lin Bei, how about this apology gift? Satisfied, Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. This girl had quite a stash of supplies. She had brought 3 sides of pork, 5 pig heads, 2 sides of beef, 1 side of lamb, 10 50-pound bags of rice, plus a variety of slightly wilted vegetables, and all sorts of seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Xiao Xie leaned against the pickup, smirking triumphantly. See that? This was her power. Why not join her side? Follow her, and Shed ensure they ate well and lived well. Wow, so much food. An apology gift with this much food. How much has Xiao Xie stored? Her generosity captivated everyone. In times like these, when everyone worried about their next meal, the sight of real food made them want to join immediately. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. A spatial rift appeared beside the pickup. Xiao Xie blinked and found herself on the second floor. A spatial ability user. How convenient. She scanned the crowd. Hello everyone. Xiao Xie. She hasn't tied you as in moon. I won't say much. Sure Jiang Yu has introduced me. So do I leave the supplies, or do you all come with me? Two are missing. Where are your Shiyu and Hiyun? We just took a nap, Hiyun and Shiyu said as they emerged from the small room together. Xiao Xie squinted. They were even more beautiful in person than on the surveillance footage. Their looks almost threatened her reign as the police beauty for several years running. Jiang Yu spoke on behalf of the group. Xiao Xie, we've discussed it. The others will go with you. Lin Bei, Jiang Shiyu, and Hiyun will stay. Xiao Xie frowned. The 4 staying were the most valuable, but her goal in forming this all-female team was to protect women. Even if they didn't come, she would still take the others. However, she still wanted to persuade them. You all should come. In my place, everyone is equal, everyone is friends. I have generators, air conditioning, hot water, everything you need. More people make it livelier, don't you think? Lin Bei refused. Sorry, I'm not fond of lively environments. Is that so? What a pity, Xiao Xie said regretfully. What are your plans then? Where will you go? We'll stay here for now. There's electricity, which is convenient. With his current strength, crossing thousands of kilometers to find his girlfriend was still too risky. He needed to reach at least Tier 3 to handle emergencies better. Xiao Xiye's eyes lit up. Perfect. This way she could find excuses to visit often. Getting close to him was nothing but beneficial. All right, Xiao Xiye nodded. In that case, they'll unload the supplies and leave them for you. They'll last the four of you a while. She was building goodwill. She believed Lin Bei understood that her generosity wasn't just about an apology. She moved the supplies through the spatial rift, and Lin Bei didn't refuse. His spatial backpack had plenty of room. After his spatial ability upgraded, its capacity had increased tenfold. Then she helped the women onto the pickup, instructing Wang Qi and Xiao Bai to take them away first. Her police station was only a few kilometers away. Now only 5 remained in the vast martial arts gym. Lin Bei, Xiao Xiye said, since there's no one else here, could you give me some more of your family's secret medicine? Of course I won't take it for free. Name your terms. After leaving last night, she had tried it again. It was miraculous. Just one pill had fully restored her depleted energy, allowing her to effortlessly kill a mutated beast and break through to Tier 2. Only those who had experienced it could truly understand its wonder and importance. Master, take her any conditions, just take her directly, take her. 3S lightning ability. If you miss this chance, there's no next one. Slurp. Silly bird. Lin Bei muttered to himself. After following me for so long, you haven't learned a thing. Don't you see her level and personality? A woman who makes such conditions. You clearly don't want this ability, do you? Fishing requires patience, understand. Patience is a virtue. She said, any conditions. You believe a woman's words. Silly system. He turned his attention back outside. Lin Bei took out 5 recovery pills. Meeting each other is fate, and I admire you. Let me give you a few. Honestly, I truly admire her. Her original intention and direction in establishing the Women's Legion are good. In the apocalypse, how many have such a heart and actually take action? But there may be many setbacks ahead. Thank you. Xiao Xiye was overjoyed. She had already prepared to pay a heavy price, but unexpectedly, he gave her 5 for free. However, 5. A bit few. Brother Lin Bei, can you give me a few more? I've broken through to the 2nd level and need 2 pills each time to fully recover. Later I'll bring some supplies to show my gratitude. All right. Lin Bei took out another 5 pills and placed them in her palm. I have supplies here. Consider these 10 as a gift. Big Bei brother, thank you. Xiao Xiye grinned. 10 pills. Enough for her to use 5 times. She could hardly wait to enhance her strength. With these 5 chances, she wouldn't need to conserve energy for emergencies. They'll go now? They'll bring some things to see you later. With that, she leaped from the 2nd floor window, pushed off with her feet, and vanished. He pouted. She was very unhappy. Another 2nd level. Her own sister being 2nd level was one thing, but an outsider was also 2nd level. She said sourly, good brother, you're not that familiar with her. Why did you give her so much? She took it, and left as she might not even remember your kindness. Addiction dependence. What do you mean? He didn't understand, and Sure Yu was also confused. Jiang Yu beside them had no idea what he was talking about. This pill of mine is like that stuff. Once or twice is fine, but using it repeatedly leads to addiction. Without it, you'll feel awful all over like ants crawling on you. Really? I don't believe it. The few of them didn't believe. Words are useless. Yu Xiaoyan, come give me back the pills on you. Let's verify it. Here. He didn't have a space backpack, so she only had a dozen or so pills. But Sure Yu's quantity was terrifying. Large and small bottles added up to maybe 1,000. Jiang Yu's eyebrows twitched. This quantity was too terrifying. 1 pill alone was enough to drive people crazy. Wait. Sure Yu, where did you take out those bottles? Could it be? Could you also have a space ability? Yes, my ability and my Bei Bai's are both 3S space ability. Didn't Xiaoyan tell you? Oh my god. 2 space abilities. 1 was already abnormal enough, but 2. If this got out, it would cause an uproar. Ability users were already rare strength abilities, even rarer, and 3S attribute abilities were practically the mandate of heaven. Physical ability, the trash among trash. Jiang Yu felt inferior. As the former leader of the team, staying by Lin Bei's side made it hard not to feel inferior. Go. Lin Bei, not knowing what Jiang Yu was thinking, also wanted to see what the withdrawal reaction from being used to recovery pills was like, and whether it matched his imagination. He led the way, jumping down from the 2nd floor. Sure Yu and He followed closely. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment before following. Good brother, I don't feel anything. He waved her long blade, chopping off one zombie head after another. No feeling, not a single bit, like cutting tofu. Bei, no pressure. Sure Yu was the same. She deliberately controlled the size of the space wormhole, consuming very little ability. No rush, it's just the beginning. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. 20 minutes. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Sure Yu and He were panting heavily, their smooth, fair cheeks slightly flushed. I can't take it anymore, give me a pill. He couldn't stand it. She instinctively reached for her pocket, but it was empty. Suddenly remembering, her brows furrowed. There really was a withdrawal reaction. Wow. So annoying. So uncomfortable. It felt like ants crawling on her body. She really wanted one. Because Lin Bei was beside her even though there were many zombies ahead, she wasn't afraid. But she knew that if Lin Bei weren't there she would have no choice but to flee. Good brother, I believe you, I believe you. It's too uncomfortable. Please give me one quickly. I'm dying of discomfort. Hee-Yun hugged Lin Bei, her face flushed and distressed, tilting her head back, opening her delicate, tempting little mouth. Weren't you not believing just now, eh? I believe now. Who knew it would be so uncomfortable? I'm so tired I have no strength at all. Good brother, hurry up. Hee-Yun acted coquettishly. You're choosing to suffer for no reason. Isn't that asking for trouble, eh? Here. Lin Bei fed her one pill and stuffed a dozen more into her pocket. Hee-Hee-Moo, I love you. Sure enough, a coquettish woman has the best luck. Oh, so refreshing. After one recovery pill, Hee-Yun revived, and the power within her surged endlessly. Meanwhile, Shiryu was still gritting her teeth and persevering. After a few minutes exhausted, she ran back, hands on her knees, panting heavily, completely losing the noble aura she had when killing zombies from afar. Bei, quick, I can't hold on. What? It's only been half an hour, and you two are already done. Little weaklings, I thought you could last longer. You didn't believe me before. I was wrong. Shiryu was out of breath. Before, with recovery pills, she could use her space ability freely. Now without them, she had been very thrifty, but the consumption was still too high. Even opening a tiny space wormhole consumed about a tenth of her ability, and opening a larger one was even more terrifying. Lin Bei was very satisfied. Suddenly he felt that he had given too few pills to Xiao Xia just now. He should have given more, and let her know he had plenty in stock, so that she would use them recklessly without restraint. One bite after another. Slowly, firmly, biting the bait. Sister Jiangyu, can you show me the strength of the second level? Hee-Yun, now fully recovered after eating the recovery pill, hopped over to Jiangyu, who looked a bit lonely. Sure. Jiangyu pulled out a 60-centimeter short spear from her back. With both hands she extended it to 1.8 meters. Holding the spear, a hint of confidence surged back. She took a deep breath and swung the spear. Sure, you hadn't paid much attention at first. What use was even the strongest cold weapon? But the moment the spear was swung, her brows furrowed sharply. She could feel a very powerful energy surge. Ahead, dozens of zombie heads fell cleanly, and the small horde was instantly cleared. The two women were stunned. Wow, sister is amazing. One space ability sister, one Qigong sister. Ha ha ha, I'm now a person with connections. Hee-Yun laughed happily. What about me? Lin Bei pointed at himself. You are my invincible good brother. So fierce. Sure, you coming back to her senses, swallowed. She had to admit that the owner of a martial arts school indeed had something. Want to learn? He'll teach you. Seeing the shock in Sure Yes' eyes, Jiangyu smiled and spoke. Teaching Lin Bei's women was her way of repaying him, and it was the only thing she could offer. Is that so? No, it's like this. Jiangyu guided the two women, and as they interacted, she grew familiar with Shiryu. Lin Bei was delighted to witness this harmonious scene. Good, no need to worry about trouble at home. A little jealousy was acceptable. After all, he was the one enjoying the benefits. Chase him. Hurry. Don't let it escape. Boom. Boom. Shouts and gunshots grew closer. The group frowned, turning their gaze toward the street corner ahead. The next moment, a pure white slender dog came into view. Wasn't that Xiao Xia's Inu? Behind it were three men, the leader clutching a rifle. Whimper. Inu stopped beside Lin Bei, nuzzling affectionately against his pants. The three pursuers slowed to a halt. Such stunning women. The trio's breath caught as they laid eyes on Shiryu, Hee-Yun, and Jiangyu. Their beauty was utterly criminal, immediately driving all thoughts of Inu from their minds. The leader's eyes burned with greed and lust without a second thought. He raised his gun, the barrel aimed at Lin Bei's forehead. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, intending to kill him before he could react. Then the three exquisite beauties would be his all to possess. His heart pounded with accelerating excitement. Such beauties, if he could indulge in them even once, this life would be complete. At a distance of a dozen meters, with his current marksmanship, one shot would finish the job. He already began fantasizing about the three women fleeing in panic under his gun. He would chase, they would run, but escape was impossible. Not one would get away. Boom. Oh. The gunshot echoed, followed by a scream. The scream belonged to none other than the man who had fired. His rifle clattered to the ground, and gaping holes in both shoulders spewed blood. The joints connecting his arms to his torso were shattered, leaving his limbs to dangle limply. What happened? He had aimed at his target. Why was he the one wounded after firing? Confusion filled his mind. His two companions, baffled by the eerie scene, were equally at a loss. Then one of them suddenly recalled something, shouting in terror, I know, boss, I know. Among these people there's a spatial ability user. What? The man's face drained of color. A spatial ability user. Pick up the gun and run. Just as the two underlings bent to retrieve the rifle, a hand materialized out of thin air, snatching it before them. They looked up to see the gun now in the hands of the man over a dozen meters away. Lin Bei's finger rested on the trigger, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at them. The trio's scalps tingled, goosebumps erupting across their skin. Run! They fled as fast as they had arrived. Yet the next second, with the crack of a gunshot, a bullet traversed a spatial wormhole and pierced through the foreheads of all three. Throughout it all, Lin Bei's expression remained unchanged. Mere clowns were not worth his excitement. Even at the second rank, he dared not use his body to withstand bullets unless he obtained Jiang Ye's physique ability. But credit where it was due. That man had been decisive, firing the moment he saw him. Unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with Lin Bei. That's it. Jiang Yu blinked in disbelief. The moment she saw the man fire, she thought Lin Bei was in danger, wondering what they would do. But before she could dwell on it, the three bodies lay silent and still on the ground. Seriously, wasn't that resolved far too quickly? They appeared, and then they were eliminated, so fast that her brain momentarily stalled. In the past, when danger arose, she had to find solutions herself. Now, before she could even react, the enemies were already lying on the ground. Wow, where did this puppy come from? So cute. He crouched down, stroking Yin Yu's silky fur. Sensing the strong scent of Lin Bei on her, Yin Yu immediately understood their relationship and closed her eyes in contentment. Dog. Oh no. Being a wolf, knowing when to adapt was key to survival. She's so well behaved. Sweetheart, when did she come to you? Is she your dog? He cradled her in her arms. Soft, tiny, unbearably adorable. Lin Bei glanced over. No, she's Xiao Xiye's pet. Probably snuck out to play. Don't let her size fool you. She's also at the second rank. What? He-Yun's eyes widened. Good grief. Even a dog had reached the second rank. Hungry. Want food. Yin whined, nestled in He-Yun's arms, showing none of the ferocity of a second-rank beast. She opened her tiny mouth and uttered a few words. Oh, you can talk. He-Yun lifted her up, meeting her gaze. Come on, call me mommy. Say it once and mommy will give you a treat. Mom. Mommy. Yin didn't hesitate, her little mouth open, eyes brimming with anticipation. She could also smell the lingering aroma of delicious food on He-Yun, and just the scent was driving her wild. Sister, you hand me a big sausage. Here. Sure, you pulled out a honey-glazed sausage and handed it to He-Yun, then came over to stroke Yin. No one could resist a dog's adorable puppy face, especially women. Bei, she's so sweet. Is she really at the second rank? Sure, you found it hard to believe such a cute little pup could possess a level far beyond their own. Really? Lin Bei recalled last night's scene. Once they reach the second rank, they have intelligence on par with humans. This little one is clever. And don't let her small size fool you. She can grow as big as a compact car. The teacher can vouch for that. That's right, Jiang Yu nodded. The reason my food supply is so tight is because she's visited me several times. He-Yun grew indignant at this, holding the sausage far from Yin Yu's drooling mouth. Little one, apologize to my sister right now, or you won't get this. Whimper. The moment the big sausage appeared, Yin Yu was utterly captivated by its aroma, her tail wagging like an electric fan. She could snatch it away, but she understood the difference between a single feast and a lifetime of plenty. With a leap, she bounded into Jiang Ye's arms. Jiang Yu caught her instinctively as the tiny creature rolled around in her embrace, nuzzling her adorable head against Jiang Yu. A stammering soft voice emerged. Sorry, don't be mad. It's all Shiyu mommy's fault for not letting me eat enough. Jiang Yu initially wanted to stay angry, but she couldn't resist such cuteness. She couldn't help but pet her again and again. Eat meat. He playfully waved the sausage before Yin Yu's nose. Adorable to death. Go ahead, eat. Slurp. Yin Yu took a bite, and her small blue eyes lit up instantly. This was too delicious. She had eaten many good things, but never anything this tasty. In a few bites, she devoured the entire enormous sausage. Still unsatisfied, she pleaded, Mommy, more. I want more. Little Yaya, look over here. Want some? Lin Bei held 8 big sausages between his fingers, making Yin Yu's tiny eyes gleam with green light as she nodded frantically. Yes. Come. Lin Bei first fed her 3 sausages. Just as she prepared to greedily devour the 4th, he stepped back. Meat. Yin Yu stretched her little head to chase after it, but the distance was too great. She let out a pitiful whine. A few sausages were nowhere near enough. She wanted 100, no 10,000. Little Yaya. Lin Bei flashed a sly grin. Xiao Xiye doesn't feed you enough, does she? I have as many of these big sausages as I want. But since you're not my pet, I have no obligation to give them to you for free, unless you offer your contract. Once you become my pet, you'll feast on these every day to your heart's content. His words dripped with temptation. Steal her away. Xiao Xiye might have ample food supplies, but Yin Yue as a second-rank beast had a far greater appetite than a second-rank human. Letting her eat her fill would deplete days' worth of provisions. But not for him. Once Yin Yu became his pet, no matter how much she ate, everything would be returned without consuming a single grain of rice. Why not take her? Are you serious? You want to take Xiao Xiye's silver moon? Aren't you afraid she'll fly into a rage? Jiang Yu was stunned. Last night, he had stolen her monster, and now today, he was trying to steal her wolf. She was a 3-class lightning ability user. Did he have absolutely no regard for her? Silver Moon narrowed her eyes with a hint of human-like cunning. Though she was gluttonous, she wasn't foolish. Once she offered the contract, she would become his pet from then on. What if he restricted her freedom? What if he tricked her and didn't feed her? Even Mother Sia had never proposed such a thing. Why should she give the contract to him? If anyone, it should be she. Holy crap. So fragrant. Lin Bei held a large platter piled high with 20 pieces of premium steak, each the size of an adult man's palm and 5 to 6 centimeters thick. The rich aroma made her tail wag uncontrollably. Shiyu Xiaoyan, teacher, you've expended quite a bit of energy. Have some food to replenish your strength. So hungry. He-Yun and Shiyu each picked up a piece and ate with relish. They had consumed thousands of these steaks already. Even the most delicious food can become tiresome, but they often alternated their meals. No rice to go with it. Jiang Yu stood aside, too embarrassed to reach for the food. The aroma made her swallow involuntarily. She had tasted it before and knew its deliciousness, but eating just steak like this felt excessively extravagant. Good brother, bring out something else. Sister Yu and I haven't had lunch yet. Lin Bei led the trio and the wolf to a roadside cafe. With a thought, he waved his hand, and 4 large rice cooker inserts appeared, each filled to the brim with fragrant steamed rice. Honestly, no matter how much steak you eat, it doesn't feel right without a couple of mouthfuls of rice. Jiang Yu finally picked up a piece of steak, took a small bite, and was just about to dig into 10 mouthfuls of rice when she froze. Several large platters appeared on the table: braised pork belly, 10 pounds luxurious feast edition sweet and sour ribs, 10 pounds luxurious feast edition chives, and eggs. Cucumber salad, oil-blasted prawns, dry pot cauliflower, spicy stir-fried pork, essence fried fish, braised lamb, cold beef, pork rib, and corn soup. The once spacious table suddenly seemed cramped. 2 large platters sat to the side, filled with dozens of steaks and sausages. Spoon in hand, she was completely at a loss. It wasn't just the variety of dishes. Truly, the sheer quantity of each item was excessively over the top. Is it New Year's? Shiyu and He-Yun showed no surprise, chopsticks in hand, hesitating over which to try first. I didn't have lunch, I'm starving, little He-Yun said, launching into a whirlwind eating spree, while also placing food into Jiang Yes rice cooker. Insert, sister, eat up. Whatever you like, have more. If the rice isn't enough, just ask good brother for more. Jiang Yes' hands trembled, and even her voice quavered. Xiaoyan, do you eat like this every meal? Of course, good sister. Just eat heartily. With us, you don't need to worry about supplies. How can you kill zombies without strength if you're not full? He-Yun understood Jiang Yes' feelings. When she first joined, her expression had been exactly the same. You get used to it. Silver Moon beside them stared wide-eyed with a wolfish gaze. This food was even better than what her mother Sia ate. This guy. How much food did he have? Woo-woo, little Silver Moon leaped into Shiyu's arms, acting cute and rolling around. Meat, you wants meat, this. Shiyu glanced at Lin Bei. Give her 2 steaks to satisfy her craving. Satisfy her craving. No. The more she ate, the more she craved. He-Yun consumed 1 rice cooker of rice, returned 3 servings. Master Shiyu and He-Yun jointly consumed 1 serving of sweet and sour ribs, 10 pounds luxurious edition, returned 3 servings. This portion, 90%, was devoured by He-Yun. You finished it all, didn't leave any for teacher, Lin Bei said with a smile, producing another platter. Jiang Yes' brows twitched wildly. They replenished the food after finishing the dishes. Woo-woo. After finishing 2 premium steaks, little Silver Moon's appetite was fully awakened. Watching them eat so heartily, she longed to claim all the food for herself, but if she did, there would never be another meal. Moreover, she might not be able to defeat Lin Bei. Baby is so hungry. Baby wants to eat so badly. Maybe. Just give it to him. Should I or shouldn't I? Possessing intelligence no less than a human's, she knew that every meal for Lin Bei and his group was this lavish. Following him, she could eat to her heart's content from now on, focusing only on the best dishes. So fragrant. So tender. So delicious. Jiang Yu took a piece of rib that He-Yun had placed for her, its flavor causing her soul to tremble. This harmonious, abundant, and warm meal gave her a pre-apocalyptic illusion. Eating was just eating, without worrying about the next meal or how to find food. Soon Jiang Yu also launched into eating mode. She had eaten in the morning, but not much, just a few bowls of rice. With many people and limited food, everyone just had a little to tide them over. No one's watching me, no one's watching me, no one's watching me. Silver Moon took advantage of the group's feasting to extend her little paw, slowly, gradually, silently, nudging a piece of steak. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Just as it reached her mouth, Lin Bei picked it up. Little Yaya, stealing is a bad habit. If you want to eat, you can do it openly, but bad man wants me. You think a mere morsel of food can tempt this wolf? Ridiculous. This wolf would rather starve. But it smells so good. I want to eat so badly. Because the ribs were stewed so tenderly, Shiyu picked up a bone and the meat accidentally slipped off. Silver Moon, quick-eat and swift-mouthed, rolled it into her mouth and savored it. Oh my god, so delicious. Her little paw patted Shiyu's thigh, showing a pitiful expression. You mom hungry. Hungry. Little Yaya, give it to him. If you follow us, all of this will be yours. Shiyu waved her jade hand, and a large pile of platters appeared on the nearby table. The steaks and sausages weren't too many, less than 1,000 portions in total. Holy crap! Silver Moon and Jiang Yu stared wide-eyed. No wonder He-Yun had gained a bit of weight. Meat. So much meat. I don't care anymore. I'll woo. The rich aromas stimulated Silver Moon. She kicked off with her hind legs and pounced ready to dive among the meat. However, the next second the food vanished. The excited Silver Moon instantly wilted, her small eyes glaring at Shiyu with deep resentment. Little darling, give it to him, and all that food just now will be yours. Shiyu's voice was seductive. Humph, just meat this wolf yields. The six-pointed star array materialized above Inyu's tiny head, and Lin Bei felt a sudden understanding. All he had to do was press his hand onto it to succeed. He decisively pressed down. Pet successfully registered. From this moment onward, all supplies consumed by Inyu will be fully refunded. The moment the contract was sealed, the little girl's sweet, sticky voice echoed in his ears. Daddy, meat, give me meat now. I want to eat meat, lots and lots of meat. Lin Bei let out a sly grin. Hey, you fell for it, didn't you? Can't escape now, huh? I tricked you. No meat for you. What a bad daddy, stinky daddy. Inyu rolled around on the table beside him, her tiny form utterly adorable. Come on, eat up. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of steaks and hundreds of sausages appeared on the table. Thank you, good daddy, you're so wonderful. Inyu immediately dove into her meal, devouring steaks the size of her face in a single bite. As she ate, tears of grievance streamed down her cheeks. Mommy, Shiyu, baby is sorry to let you down, but this man has way too many delicious things. Oh, it's so fragrant. A werewolf would never become a pet unless it's all-inclusive with room and board. This? Jiang Ye's mouth fell wide open. She was once again stunned by Lin Bai's food reserves. Letting Inyu eat this much in one go wasn't foolishness, it only proved that these supplies were nothing but a drizzle in his eyes. She suddenly felt that staying might be a good thing. Although Xiao Shiyu's place had plenty of food, it couldn't let them eat their fill at every meal. Soon she had polished off a rice cooker's worth of rice. The dishes on the table were simply too delicious, leaving her wanting more. Eat up, Sister Xiaoyu. Shiryu waved her hand, and another pot of freshly packed rice appeared. Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh wryly. Your life is far too comfortable. No wonder you skipped lunch. You were saving it for us. What do you mean you? From today on, Sister Xiaoyu, you're one of us. Don't be so formal. Tell us whatever you want to eat. We can't guarantee much else, but we'll keep you full with meals. Bei has stored a ton of food in my spatial backpack. Space. Xiao Yun's power. I truly envy you two dear sisters having such wonderful abilities. Unlike me. Jiang Yu sighed with feeling. Now that they were getting along, once she taught them how to control their qi, she would truly be useless aside from eating a lot. It's fine. When the time comes, we'll have our good brother boost your strength several times over. He-Yun blurted out carelessly, waving her fair arm. I'm currently at first rank 6 stars with strength 7 times that of an ordinary person. My strength ability amplifies it threefold to 21 times, and our good brother boosted it again by 3 times, so now it's 63 times. Jiang Yu. Holy crap. He can boost others' strength too. Is that for real? Oh, this is probably something I shouldn't have said. Sister Xiao, you pretend you didn't hear it. I said nothing, and you heard nothing. He-Yun waved her little hands, realizing her slip, but a flicker of cunning gleamed in her eyes. Hee, dear sister, you're dissatisfied with your physical ability, aren't you? I bet you can't resist this temptation. Slurp, get ready to call me Sister Hee. As she pondered beneath the table, one foot slipped out of its shoe, revealing a delicate jade-like foot that rubbed against Lin Bai's leg. Her gaze met his as if to say, good brother, how was this little sister's assist? Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. What a tempting little vixen. Be good, I'll reward you well tonight. Jiang Ye's mouth hung wide open. Boost. Triple strength. How could she possibly pretend she hadn't heard that? Please. If her strength could be tripled, her combat power would skyrocket by who knows how many times. With her already robust physique, she could perfectly harness that force without worrying about her body giving out. Triple. That's like having an extra strength ability. I want it so badly. Already dissatisfied with her own lackluster ability, her heart was now completely ensnared by He-Yun's words. She couldn't even focus on her meal, her eyes constantly darting toward Lin Bei. It felt like ants were crawling all over her, an itch she couldn't scratch. She yearned to improve. Oh, how she yearned to improve. Sister, eat up? What's wrong? Full after just one pot. He-Yun was savoring her second pot of rice with gusto. Their appetites now demanded at least 2 pots per meal. Eat, eat, Jiang Yu replied perfunctorily. At that moment her mind was entirely consumed by the thought of Lin Bei boosting their strength. How could she possibly eat? Power. She wanted power. She craved power. Seeing Jiang Ye's slow, reluctant eating, He-Yun's eyes sparkled with the triumph of a scheme well played. She herself had been lured in by Sister Shiryu the same way, who truly no one could resist. Besides, following their good brother was a blessing in every way. Handsome, strong, and considerate. Honestly, even before the apocalypse, he was a rare gem of a man. Run, one and run. Just as they were eating, shouts rang out from outside again. The cafe had no walls, only floor-to-ceiling tempered glass. Through it they could see a middle-aged man dragging a strikingly beautiful woman as she sprinted, her hair flying in the wind, her delicate fair face etched with terror. With a single glance, Lin Bei couldn't sit still. Name: Lin Wanen. Appearance: score 96. Pre-apocalypse occupation: doctor. Overall score 90. Rank: first rank, 2 stars. Ability: none. Bond's top tier: Doctor 1. Upon bond activation, the effectiveness of all medical treatments for the group is doubled. Innate stocking: Saint Body 1. Gourmet 1. Fitness Enthusiast 1. Untouched 1. System: speak up. What the heck, how can you have so many top tier bond holders? Did the master save the world in a past life? However, she has no ability. Indeed, though she possessed exceptional bonds, she lacked an ability. The bond's power was excellent, but his recovery pills were limitless. Doubling their effect was meaningless. All things considered, she was quite average. She was undeniably beautiful, though. But he already had 3 stunning women by his side, with a reserved Xiao Shiyu waiting. He didn't go out to chase her. Yet, the middle-aged man dragging Lin Wanen caught a glimpse of the group inside the cafe through the window. Drawn by the table laden with food, he slammed on the brakes and pulled his daughter inside. Oh, Lin Bei grew intrigued. He wouldn't chase her, but if she was freely offered, there was no reason to refuse. After all, she had the fitness enthusiast bond boosting strength by 1-fold, and she was a doctor. Useful in the long run. Young man, I'll give you my daughter. Could you spare me some food? I haven't eaten in days, I'm starving. The middle-aged man shoved his daughter in front of Lin Bei, his eyes greedily fixed on the food, cutting straight to the point. Huh. Lin Bei was taken aback. That direct. Sure, Yu He-yun and Zhang Yu all wore expressions of deep disgust and contempt. Selling his daughter for a bit of food. What kind of father was this? Following him would be nothing but misery. Dad, what are you saying? Have you lost your mind from running? His daughter Lin Wanen was even more dumbfounded. She never imagined such words would come from her own father's mouth. Slap! A sharp slap rang out. Lin Wanen clutched her face in disbelief. Her good father had actually slapped her. The father who had coddled her since childhood was now selling her out and hitting her for a morsel of food. I've had enough of this, taking care of you and finding food for you day in and day out. If it weren't for you, this burden, would I have had to steal food and get chased down? I've slaved away, raising you, putting you through university, turning you into a doctor. Now it's time for you to repay me. The man turned to Lin Bei. A fawning smile crept onto his face as he said obsequiously, Young man, my daughter's beautiful, isn't she? I've kept a tight leash on her. She's still untouched. I don't want much. Just give me 2 steaks and a few sausages, that's all. You feed that many to your pet dog, surely you can spare this little bit. Lin Bei squinted. Fine. He took a bag from his spatial backpack, filled it with 10 steaks and 10 sausages, and handed it over. The middle-aged man's grin widened. He nearly knelt to kowtow in gratitude. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. From now on, my daughter is yours. Do whatever you wish with her. Dad, how could you become like this? Lin Wanen stood frozen, her face buried in her hands. The father who used to warm up her dinner when she came home late from work, who would pick her up from the hospital in the rain, who feared some delinquent might lead her astray. He had actually sold her, and so cheaply, so joyfully. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man paid no heed to Lin Wanen's feelings, shouting excitedly, finally food. Finally food. This tastes so good. Precious daughter, raising you wasn't entirely useless. The man stuffed the steak into his mouth. The delicious food brought tears to his eyes, and like a starving dog he devoured the large steak in a few bites. Dad, give it back to them. Stop eating. They'll support you. They'll get stronger and find food for you. Lin Wanen stepped forward to stop him, unable to accept the reality of being sold by her own father. Get lost. The middle-aged man shoved her hard, sending her flying to the ground with a heavy thud. His eyes were full of mockery as he said coldly, Support me. I'm over 50 and already at 1-star stage 2. You're 25 or 26 in your prime, yet you're only at 2-star stage 1. You support me. How? By hiding at home all day, scared of the zombies outside. I'd live a better life without you, this burden. Honestly, if it weren't for my promise to your mother, I'd have slept with you long ago. You're nothing but a pretty face and a nice body. Your mother and I were true love. You were just an accident. Lin Wanen collapsed to the ground, stunned. Words like this. How could they come from his mouth? Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, and she hugged her knees, sobbing helplessly. You've got your food, now get lost. She couldn't bear it any longer. A father treating his daughter like this. She urged him to leave. Right away, I'm going right now. Facing them, the middle-aged man instantly changed his tune. Bosses, I won't disturb your meal. Don't hold back with my daughter. Do whatever you want. She's still fresh, I guarantee you'll enjoy. Still not gone. Right away, right away. Seeing the young women's grim expressions, the middle-aged man grabbed his bag and scurried off. He paused for half a second at the cafe entrance, then left without looking back. Dad! Daddy! Lin Wanen chased after him, her eyes red. Seeing her approach, the man pleaded desperately. Miss, I'm begging you, I'm on my knees begging you. Please have some mercy. For the sake of the 20-odd years I raised you, stop following me and dragging me down. I'm exhausted. I can't take care of you, this burden anymore. You're at 2-star stage 1 only because I helped you get there. I really don't know what use you are. Do I have to kneel down for you to leave me alone and let me live? Dad, am I really that useless in your eyes? Do you even need to ask? What now that I don't want you, are you thinking of ending it all? I know you better than you know yourself. You're just a cowardly waste. I won't waste words with you. The enemies are about to catch up, I need to run. Don't follow me anymore. I've sold you. Those inside are your masters now. If you have even a shred of gratitude left, go back and serve them well. Don't let them call me a cheat and come after me. I've made enough enemies for you, Wanan. You don't want to see me hacked to death, do you? With that, the middle-aged man vanished. This time Lin Wanan didn't chase after him. Her heart was utterly shattered by her father. She now realized how worthless she was in his eyes. Her mother had been bitten by a zombie on the first day of the apocalypse, and now her father had abandoned her. Consumed by despair, she truly wanted to dash her head against a wall and die. But her father's words stung her. If she sought death, she'd prove him right about her being so pathetic. Yet she had no will to live left. Perhaps I really am as worthless as you said. At least, let me repay you one last time. After standing at the door for a long time, she slowly walked back into the cafe and approached Lin Bei and the others. Do whatever you want with me. From now on, I'm yours. This was the only thing she could do. Earlier, her father had stolen food to keep her fed. She couldn't let him gain another enemy. In this apocalypse, anyone bold enough to dine openly in a cafe was beyond her father's ability to provoke. Lin Bei glanced at her. She looked utterly lifeless. Really, tin steaks and tin sausages in exchange for a bearer of an ultimate bond. He began to wonder if this father and daughter were putting on an act. It felt like getting something for nothing. Could this be the fortune of someone with a cheat? Or perhaps, Miss, don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. Have you eaten? Sit down and join us. The group felt deep sympathy for her ordeal. That slap had been real. Her fair cheek still bore 5 vivid red finger marks. No, growled despondent as she was. Lin Wanan wanted to refuse, but the aroma of the feast made her stomach betray her. She glanced at the dishes and couldn't help swallowing hard. She had no appetite, truly none, and didn't want to eat, but her body was honest. She couldn't control it. She hadn't eaten properly in 3 days. Was that man really your biological father? How could he be like that? It's disgusting. He blurted out bluntly. She had nearly lost control and killed him. Selling his daughter was bad enough, but saying such degrading things to her too. Scum. The absolute worst of scum. He is my biological father. Maybe he was just too hungry. Or maybe my weakness disappointed him beyond hope. Lin Wanan defended him with reddened eyes. Despite his cruel words and actions, he was still the father she had relied on since childhood. Don't make excuses for him. Some people don't deserve to be fathers. Someone like that isn't worth your tears. He comforted her. But, he was so good to me before Woo. Remembering the past, Lin Wanan broke down again. How did it come to this? Woo. Lin Bei squinted. If it was an act, the acting was too good. He shoved a few returning power pills into his mouth, sealed the voices of the women, and opened a spatial wormhole. Through the wormhole, they saw the scene outside the cafe. Dad, Lin Wanan instinctively called out upon seeing her father. Lin Bei curled his lips. Fortunately, he had the foresight to seal the sound. Whether it was an act or something else, he would soon find out. The man was carrying a bag of food. He trotted all the way to an empty shop, closed the door, and sat down on the floor. Alone, recalling his words and actions toward his daughter, just now his eyes instantly moistened. Xiaoan, I failed you. I'm useless, I couldn't protect you. You must take good care of yourself. As he spoke, the middle-aged man rolled up his trouser leg. On his calf was a very clear tooth mark with grayish-white colors spreading from the wound. He leaned against the wall, his expression somewhat desperate. Everyone was stunned. Lin Bei curled his lips. It was just as he had guessed. Such a beautiful girl only sold for this little food, and she even actively requested so little, which was unusual. Xiaoan, if you want to be angry with me, if you want to hate me, you must live well. Those people seeing you so pitiful should take good care of you. This is the money from a father, the last thing I can do for you. From now on alone, you must no longer be weak, you must not be afraid, you must learn to be brave. I'm only 52. I don't want to die yet. I can't bear to leave. I haven't seen her get married and have children yet. I haven't held my grandchildren yet. I really don't want to die. Why did the zombie virus suddenly break out? Why destroy our peaceful lives? Why shatter our family? Alone. The middle-aged man no longer held back, venting his emotions. His clear eyes gradually became covered with a white film, tears streaming uncontrollably, his eyes filled with reluctance, extreme reluctance. Who can face death calmly? He still had attachments. After a brief daze, Lin Wanan frantically rushed toward the spatial wormhole. Lin Bei moved his mind, removed the spatial seal, and enlarged the wormhole. Lin Wanan crossed space and knelt beside her father. Trembling, she touched the wound on his leg. Tears flowed uncontrollably. When? Was it just now, when you saved me from the zombie? I'm sorry, it's my fault. The middle-aged man was stunned. His closed eyes opened again. In the blur, he saw his daughter's figure. How could it be? How did she follow? Hadn't he confirmed? Get lost. Get lost. Didn't I tell you not to come? Haven't you burdened me enough? Can't you? As he shouted, he couldn't continue. The man couldn't shout anymore. He hugged his daughter and wept bitterly. The rest was a cliché scene. Lin Bei withdrew his gaze and continued eating. He bit her lower lip. I didn't expect he was bitten. I thought he was really selling his daughter. He's truly a good father. Sure, you nodded. I also thought he was doing it for the food. I didn't expect it was for his daughter's sake. In the apocalypse, we can't overestimate human nature, but we can't underestimate it either. The group ate while watching. This scene on a planet filled with zombies had been played out countless times. If they sympathized with every case, their tears would flow endlessly. They could only sigh and say that man was a good father. Wanted. Take these, follow them well. Those who dare to eat so arrogantly in the apocalypse, who dare to dress like this, are definitely the big shots among big shots. In the future, without your father, put away your temper. Do whatever they say. Never be willful, never have a resistant attitude. You are still young, the road ahead is long. Perhaps soon the world will return to normal. You must live until then. The middle-aged man handed the bag of food to his daughter. Except for the steak he had eaten in front of them, he hadn't touched the rest. Dad, you'll be fine. You'll definitely be fine. It's just a small bite. Hold on, you can definitely keep your consciousness. Lin Wanan knelt on the ground crying. Silly child, be obedient. After your father dies, you must follow them well. Those girls are all good people, they should take good care of you. Quickly take these and go over. Your father can't hold on much longer. Be good, be obedient. You've never disappointed your father all along, this time you want either, right? Hurry up. No, I won't go. I'm not listening. If both you and mom leave, I don't want to live either. The middle-aged man frowned. He knew this would happen. That's why he acted that way earlier. But who knew? These people were even stronger than he imagined, and they actually opened a spatial door and saw his situation. He sighed. He had to change his approach. Wanan, if you act like this, I will die with regret. I was counting on you to burn some money for me during Qingming Festival. You don't want your father to go down there and have no money for food with your mother, do you? Your father didn't make much money while alive. Down there, you should at least let me become a billionaire and enjoy myself. Wanan, seriously, you don't want your father to become a ghost and still be a poor ghost, do you? Dad, you. Lin Wanan never expected that at this critical moment, he still had the mood to joke. What about me? Zombies have appeared. Oh, what else is impossible? What if there is a ghost realm? What if your mother is waiting for me? The man's face was full of certainty. Lin Wanan was taken aback. All right. Zombies that only existed in novels and movies had appeared. It wasn't impossible that there was an afterlife. All right, your father can't hold on much longer. I'm about to go down and see your mother. Remember, burn some paper money, large denominations, the more the better. Don't forget luxury cars and mansions, and a phone. You know I can't sleep without scrolling through short videos at night. Oh, and burn a few more servants, female, good-looking with great figures, curvy and long legs. Not too many, just 100 or so will do. Lin Wanan's father chuckled. Aren't you afraid mom will beat you? After her father's joke, Lin Wanan's mood improved a lot. Since things had come to this, she could only accept what she couldn't accept. At least there was something to hope for. What if there really was a ghost realm? While alive, she hadn't been able to let them enjoy any blessings. She couldn't let them have no money to spend down there. It doesn't matter, she won't have the heart to hit me hard. All right, your father really can't hold on any longer. Hurry up and go. Lin Wanan's father struggled to his feet, maintaining the last bit of rationality to send her to the spatial wormhole entrance. He earnestly advised, Wanan, you are already an adult. You understand the principles. Live well. Remember, you must remember this is very important. Have many children. Dad, you. Lin Wanan widened her eyes. She thought he was going to say something else. Just go. He pushed her hard. Oh, and burn more models and celebrities. Remember, female, good figure, preferably, just turned 18. After saying that, the man gritted his teeth and left the room. The moment he rushed outside, his remaining sanity dissipated. He looked up, his gray eyes filled with confusion. Lin Bei closed the spatial wormhole. This father-in-law. Interesting. Disrespectful old man. Lin Wanan muttered a curse, but tears still flowed uncontrollably. Now she would be alone. Inue, go. With a thought, little Inue swallowed the steak in her mouth, leaped, and pounced into Lin Wanan's arms. Lin Wanan instinctively hugged her, and little Inue began to act cute and cuddly, irresistible to anyone regardless of age or gender. Lin Wanan's mood improved a lot. Sister, come sit here, sit here. He stood up, went to Lin Wanan, and pulled her to sit at the table. Since Lin Bei agreed to exchange food, it meant he had taken a liking to this woman. Moreover, Yinyu's pounce must have been under Lin Bei's orders. As the second in the family, she naturally had to be perceptive. Mainly, she felt a bit guilty for having spoken ill of her father without knowing the truth. The eldest, Jiang Xiyu. The second, Shi Hiyun. The third. Naturally, it was Sister Xiaoyu. The fourth had also appeared, Lin Wanan. In terms of age, she was the youngest, all were her sisters. But in terms of seniority, except for Sister Xiyu, they were all her younger sisters. In the hierarchy, two people had to call her sister, but in age she was the youngest, and everyone had to take care of her. Haha, she had all the advantages. Elder sister Eat. Hiyun, unable to offer words of comfort, could only place a bowl and chopsticks in her hands. Don't. I can't. It smells so good. Lin Wanan, having just lost her father, was deeply sorrowful and had no appetite at all. Yet before her lay fragrant rice piled high with dishes Hiyun had served her. Spare ribs, meat, corn, cauliflower, prawns. Each item was her absolute favorite. Coupled with having not eaten a full meal for an entire week, she unconsciously swallowed, her throat bobbing. Somehow chopsticks appeared in her hand, and somehow a piece of meat and a mouthful of rice found their way into her mouth. So fragrant. Sob, sob, sob. She might be an unfilial daughter, having just lost her last living relative, yet at this moment, all she wanted was to devour this meal. Sob, sob, sob. Dad, I'm sorry. Sob, sob, sob. This meat is so tender. Sob, sob, sob. These ribs are so succulent. Lin Bei scrutinized Lin Wanan. She was very beautiful. It had to be said as a doctor, her skin was subtly fairer than even Sure Yes, and the others, her delicate face flawless. Her jade-like neck was as pale as her face. Her clothes were ordinary, a loose tracksuit similar to Jiang Yes. To be fair, in the apocalypse in broad daylight, how many women had the luxury to change into skirts or JK uniforms like Sure Yu and Hiyun? A skirt hem could easily snag on something and cause a fall while running, but they didn't need to run. They ran only if they couldn't win. Was there anything they couldn't defeat? Because they weren't familiar with each other, Lin Wanan ate very reservedly. The deceased are gone. She believed her father and mother were watching her from below. Only by believing this could her heart find some solace and her will to live be sustained. She glanced at the people around her from the corner of her eye. Only now did she notice they were all exceptionally handsome men and beautiful women. The women were stunningly beautiful, the men incredibly handsome. She considered herself somewhat attractive, but here she seemed rather ordinary. She swallowed what was in her mouth. An introduction was necessary. Hello everyone, I am Lin Wanan, 26 years old, 1-star, tier 2, no special ability. She had seen everything in the operating room, yet before these people she felt incredibly naive and shy. According to the rules of the apocalypse, her father had sold her to them. With her abilities, she could only follow them. Strike out on her own. She wouldn't even know how she died. She wasn't sure what they would do to her, but from the looks of it, they were treating her well so far. She wasn't stupid. She understood clearly. If these people hadn't intervened earlier, she might have misunderstood her father for the rest of her life. She was deeply grateful. She knew her father couldn't be that kind of person. Saying those things, doing those things was merely his way of entrusting her to a stronger person before his final moments. Elder sister Hiyun, 19, 6-star, tier 1 strength ability. Hiyun didn't hide it. Since she could sit here and eat, she would surely become one of her sisters in the future. Lin Wanan was dumbfounded. Oh my god. 19. So young. And she even had strength ability. It was impossible to tell, not from her appearance at all. She was a cute, sweet girl on the outside, but hid terrifying power within. Jiang Shiyu's spatial ability, 2 years younger than you, 6-star, tier 1. Jiang Shiyu's thoughts were similar to Hiyun's. Why resist what Lin Bei left behind? It was better to accept it generously. They would all be sisters in the future, so the closer the relationship, the better. A spatial grandmaster. She rarely read novels before the apocalypse, but after it began, her father made her read many of that genre. Spatial ability was undoubtedly the king among abilities. Like just now, a spatial wormhole. So miraculous. Jiang Yu, 1-star, tier 2 strength physique ability, 1 year younger than you. Jiang Yu didn't think much of it. She assumed everyone just pitted her, completely unaware that both she and Lin Wanan were destined to be their sisters. Whoa. Even with Lin Wanan's education and knowledge base at this moment, she could only blurt out those 2 words. Not only was this another person with strength ability, but her strength had also terrifyingly reached tier 2. She herself was only at 1-star, tier 2. This young lady could probably kill her with a single finger. Her gaze fell upon Lin Bei. Lin Bei, 1-star, tier 2 spatial type. Whoa. Lin Wanan cursed again. Another tier 2. Was tier 2 really so worthless? And this man also had spatial ability. What kind of team was this? Any one of them placed outside would be a grandmaster among grandmasters, yet they were all gathered in a single squad. Terrifying. Terrifying beyond words. Whoa. Whoa. Hiyun and Sure You couldn't help but curse too. The 2 stared at Lin Bei in shock. They thought they had caught up to him after their efforts yesterday afternoon, but in an instant he was so far ahead. Bei, wait, when did you reach tier 2? Weren't you at 6-star tier 1 yesterday afternoon? Yeah. Hiyun nodded, her little head, a bitter look on her face. You went out for just 1 night, and now you're 4 stars ahead of us. Good brother, how are we supposed to catch up? I didn't tell you. Lin Bei thought for a moment, then continued. It seems I really didn't. Yesterday afternoon on the way to school, I killed some zombies and rose to 7-star. Then I snatched a monster from Shaoxia and jumped 2 stars. Later I blew up a nest of sewer rats and reached tier 2. Hearing this, Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. Remembering his crazy actions last night, she couldn't help but shiver. He was such a little lunatic. Yet she felt an intense, unbearable itch. How exactly did he enhance others' power? Lin Wanan was stunned. The apocalypse had broken out for over a week. Her father had risked his life to reach 5-star tier 1. Yet this man before her had jumped 4 stars in just half a day to reach tier 2, speaking of it so casually, as if it were an insignificant, ordinary matter. I really envy you, sisters. Your abilities are amazing and you're amazing yourselves. Unlike me, I can't do anything. She felt inferior. Among these people she was like a useless person, the most useless of all. The only thing she could do for them seemed to be washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, and maybe warming the bed. Before the apocalypse, she was a doctor saving lives on the operating table. But now in this apocalypse, she was just a little mouse struggling to survive in the cracks, and a timid one at that. Jiang Yu paused. That sounded somewhat familiar. Elder sister, don't be envious. As long as you follow our brother, there will be unexpected benefits. Don't ask what they are, it's a secret for now. You'll know afterwards. It will definitely exceed your expectations, it will make you very strong. He-Yun whispered ambiguously in her ear, glancing meaningfully at Sister Jiang Yu as she spoke. Saying it like that, she believed her good sister would understand. For someone craving power, they would convince themselves. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan glanced at Lin Bei, her fair cheeks flushed red. Having worked in society, how could she not understand what He-Yun meant? Everyone was attracted to good looks, and she was no exception. Not only was Lin Bei's appearance not displeasing, she actually found it very appealing. What girl could resist a boy with a good figure, good temperament, good strength, good resources, and a good attitude? But what were the benefits? She was very curious. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Benefits? Could it be a power boost? Did following Lin Bei mean gaining power? Her heart leaped with joy. She had thought of offering herself to him. Lin Bei's help to her was beyond repayment. He treated her like one of his women with unparalleled generosity. Now in the apocalypse, the concept of monogamy had long vanished. Last night, she was nearly violated and had once considered dying with her sisters. Yet now not only was she alive and well, but she had also broken through to tier 2 and possessed a large bottle of a potion that a tier 12 3 lightning ability awakener would desperately crave. She no longer cared how many women Lin Bei had. Years of being single had left her longing for a male companion. She was very familiar with He-Yun. Sure, he was also very easygoing. If possible, she truly wanted to repay Lin Bei with herself tonight. The most crucial point was that the grown-up Lin Bei was incredibly charismatic from every angle. He had already deeply attracted her. Women are drawn to strength. Offering herself in return for his kindness would not only repay the debt, but also gain a power boost. The recipient was a handsome man she admired, and she could truly feel like a woman again. Honestly, from any angle, it was a fantastic deal. The more she thought about it, the more excited and thrilled she became. The more she thought, the tighter she crossed her legs. Teacher, why aren't you eating? With your physical constitution, is one pot of rice enough? Lin Bei asked. He sure you and He-Yun were almost finished with their second pot, but Jiang Yu hadn't touched hers. Teacher. Hearing this term, Jiang Yu was startled, silently scolding herself for her wanton thoughts. Lin Bei respected her as his teacher, yet here, she was a teacher thinking of defiling her student. Jiang Yu, are you experiencing spring fever at your age? Lin Bei respects you as his teacher. As a teacher, you must not disappoint him. Jiang Yu felt increasingly ashamed. She forced a smile. No, I was just thinking about something. As she spoke, Jiang Yu mechanically began eating her food tasteless. If only Lin Bei didn't see her as his teacher, if only he regarded her as an ordinary woman, if only he had feelings for her. She truly, desperately wanted to gain power enhancement. Lin Bei squinted and smiled. He-Yun's hint was a bit too obvious. It seemed that before long he would become the rebellious disciple who dared to make a move on his master. Damn it. I'm going to search every house today to find that old bastard. He's stolen from me several times. When I catch him, he'll make his daughter pay us back properly. Who knows where he's hiding? Boss, maybe we should go back. Who knows how many people are eyeing our supermarket? If they find out we're out and take the chance to rob us while we're away, it would be bad. I'm afraid the third brother and the others can't hold on. No, I have to drag that father and daughter out today and torture them to set an example so everyone knows what happens when they dare to steal from me. At that moment, voices came from outside the door. Lin Bei smiled. This meal was quite eventful. He glanced at Lin Weiner. Father and daughter, no doubt they were referring to her. Hearing the conversation, Lin Weiner clenched her jade-like hands tightly. The supermarket wasn't theirs to begin with. Even if someone stole, it wasn't from them. They had only taken over the supermarket by sheer strength and numbers. It was these people who had followed her father all the way to their hideout, forcing them to flee. On the road, her father had been bitten by a zombie while trying to save her. Boss, do you smell something? It smells like meat, braised pork ribs. I smell it too. It's nearby. The voices grew closer. Soon several figures followed the aroma to the entrance of the cafe, where they saw the 5 people and 1 wolf sitting by the window. What beautiful women! The 3 men stood at the door staring wide-eyed. Lin Weiner was also beautiful, but without careful grooming, she paled in comparison to Shi Yu and He-Yun, especially with the dresses they had meticulously prepared for Lin Bei, which were stunning. Then they saw the abundant food on the table. Each of them involuntarily swallowed. Even though they had taken over a large supermarket a week into the apocalypse, their meals were nowhere near this standard. What kind of conditions were these? 5 people with 10 dishes and 1 soup. Even before the apocalypse, few families ate like this, let alone during it. What was even more exaggerated was the portion size of each dish. Looking at their reactions, except for the old man's daughter who had stolen their food, the rest remained unperturbed, barely reacting to their arrival. They continued eating, drinking, and chatting as if the 3 of them were invisible. Glancing at the corpses littering the street outside, they understood instantly. These people were not to be trifled with. They weren't ignoring them, they simply didn't consider them worthy of attention. A sense of bitterness welled up inside. Before the apocalypse, the bosses often treated them this way, and he had to flatter them to survive. Now, as the leader of a faction in the apocalypse, he still had to grovel to stay alive. No matter the era, the strong ruled. "Excuse me," he began, intending to say, "Sorry to bother your meal." But before he could finish, a subordinate interrupted him. "Boss, these sluts are gorgeous and their figures are amazing. Let's tie them up and take them back. We're getting bored with the women in the supermarket." "Sluts? How dare you utter those 2 words? I wouldn't even dare to think them. You already have a death wish." The leading man's brow furrowed instantly. "Stop." Just as he was about to reprimand them, another subordinate excitedly slapped him on the shoulder, interrupting him, and shouted, "Boss, we've hit the jackpot. 1, 2, 3, 4 top-tier women. There are 3 of us, so we'll have 1 extra. Let's kill the guy quickly. I can't wait." What a fool, having such gorgeous women around and still daring to eat outside instead of hiding at home. He clearly hasn't learned his lesson. As he spoke, he pulled out a cold cleaver from behind his waist. His eyes were filled with greed and desire for those women. The leading man was stunned. "Fool! Fool! What the hell? You're the fool. Who hasn't learned their lesson? You also have a death wish. Wouldn't that guy know how beautiful those women are? Wouldn't he know it's safer to stay home? If he didn't have the strength, would he dare to eat outside? Didn't you see how they ignored us? Didn't you see the food they have? Didn't you see the zombie corpses everywhere outside? Boss, I'm begging you both, alright? Seriously, even a zombie would spit and walk away after cracking open your skulls. When you go out, bring your brains." He decided that once he returned, he would immediately establish a rule. No speaking out of turn. The man felt like crying, but had no tears. He hadn't said or done anything, yet his subordinates had already offended them to death. What man would tolerate hearing others flirt with his women? And this was the apocalypse. Killing was real. He saw the women who were eating turn dark-faced, and the man sitting with his back to him stopped his chopsticks. His heart jolted. This reaction. This was definitely a big shot, getting angry. Damn. 2 utterly brainless morons. "Sir, I don't know these 2. We just happened to meet on the way. Sorry for disturbing your meal. They'll leave now." Should he gamble? Gamble that they were amateurs. Gamble that they were weaker than him. Come on. You only live once. He hadn't had enough fun yet. The women in the supermarket weren't boring yet. Living well was good enough. Being a quiet leader was fine. He wasn't getting paid, so why risk his life? The man with the cleaver grabbed his arm as he tried to leave. "Boss, what the hell? You don't want these sluts anymore. Didn't you just say we should grab some beauties for a change? And weren't you going to make an example of someone? That girl is the daughter of the old man who stole our food. Damn. Do you want me dead?" Cold sweat soaked his back. "Sir, what are you talking about?" Driven by a strong survival instinct, the man suddenly wrenched his arm free and stared suspiciously at the cleaver-wielding man, quickly distancing himself. "No, do we know each other? Why are you calling me boss? We just happened to walk together and exchanged a few words. Don't call everyone boss. We're not familiar. Moreover, the apocalypse has made survival difficult for humanity. We should help each other. Even without laws, we should restrain ourselves with morality. These ladies are naturally beautiful, yet you are lusting after them, speaking such vulgar words, and even intending to act. I never imagined you were such people. The thought that I once traveled with you makes me sick and disgusted. Farewell. May we never meet again." In one breath, he finished speaking, afraid that if he said it any slower, they would kill them all. His survival instinct was strong, very strong. Lin Bei chuckled. Her intense will to survive amused him, another clever one. The man had met that morning who shot at him on sight was also clever, as was Lin Weiner's father. In the apocalypse, anyone with a bit of life experience wouldn't be too foolish. There is always a stronger person beyond the strong, and a higher realm beyond the sky. The inexperienced are fearless. The young and reckless die with arrogance. Having said this, the man turned and walked away. "Brother Lin, it was them who indirectly killed my father, especially that man. He's their leader. They've seized an entire supermarket, and the citizens trapped inside have become their slaves and playthings. Don't believe a word of his lies. I know I am nothing. I know I can do nothing. But as long as you can avenge me, I swear from this day forward I will do whatever you say, without any complaint or hesitation. I will spend my entire life repaying this debt of gratitude." Seeing the leading man about to leave, Lin Weiner quickly stood up. "Lin Bei. Dead." The man at the door instantly halted. Trouble. This was big trouble. The very thing he least wanted to see had happened. He couldn't understand if the woman could sit at such a table to eat. Why did her father have to steal from their supermarket? Had she just joined them recently? Run. Without a second thought, he pushed off the ground with all his might. He had only brought 2 underlings this time, putting him at a numerical disadvantage. With his strength at the peak of the First Order 9-star, no one could stop him if he truly wanted to flee. His rank was among the highest in Yinqing City. Those stronger than him were definitely few and far between. But he feared the 09 a million chance that someone inside might be stronger. Silver Moon, well, having eaten her fill, Silver Moon stretched lazily. Her body visibly grew in size, transforming from a cub into a full-grown wolf. She turned into a white streak of lightning and dashed out the door. Whoa, so fast. Yun was astonished. Now she truly believed Silver Moon was second order. Her speed was so swift that even she couldn't catch a trace of it. Lin Bei looked at Lin Weiner with a serious expression. There's something very important I need to remind you of. Please go ahead. Lin Weiner dared not be careless. Could it be that her request was too excessive? For them, this wasn't a difficult task, just a casual favor. Don't call me big brother. I just graduated a year ago. That brother Lin you just said made me feel like a 30-year-old uncle. I'm still young, alright. You can call me whatever you like. Lin Bei, dear brother Bei, anything. Come on. He was super young too. Lin Weiner. She thought it was something serious. So men cared about age this much too. Alright Bei. Lin Bei. Lin Weiner considered calling him Bei like Jiang Xiu to sound closer, but since they weren't familiar, yet she couldn't bring herself to say it. Dear brother didn't suit her age, so she settled for imitating Jiang Yu. At the doorway, the two men holding watermelon knives stood frozen. Seeing the white wolf's speed, they understood why their leader had acted so strangely. Even a pet was this formidable, let alone the person sitting at the table. They seemed to have kicked an iron plate. No, it was a titanium alloy plate, a brand new upgraded version. The two exchanged glances. What do we do? Run, run. They bolted, making Lin Weiner anxious. What if they escaped? In the next second, as the two stepped through the door, they stumbled into a spatial rift, lost their balance, and crashed heavily to the ground. As they fell, the blades of their watermelon knives appeared beneath their necks. That fall sliced open half their necks. Panic-stricken, they desperately clamped their hands over the wounds, but the cuts were too severe. Even though they had both stepped into the ranks of evolvers, without timely treatment, they couldn't escape death from blood loss. Regret, resentment, all kinds of emotions surged within them. They couldn't understand. What kind of people were these? They hadn't even moved from their spots, yet with their bizarre abilities they had gravely wounded them. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. They opened their mouths to say something, but only warm blood came out. Their life force ebbed away, and in that moment they felt a fear they had never known before. Fear. Utter fear. Their current life was far better than before the apocalypse. The once unattainable beauties had become their slaves. The elite white-collar managers they could only admire from afar now had to curry favor with them. This beautiful new world. They hadn't had enough of it yet. Sister, and sit down and eat. From now on, you're one of us. Don't worry. That man won't get away. What you need to do is fill your stomach and think about how you want to torment him later. Yun pulled Lin Weiner to sit down, not sparing a glance at the two at the door. In the apocalypse, there were many clever people, but even more clowns. So this was Spatial Ability. Jiang Yu was awestruck. It was so unpredictable and bizarre. She couldn't even tell whether Lin Bei or Jiang Xiu had made the move. Both of them had remained in their eating mode without the slightest pause. Who could possibly defend against that? Lin Weiner was also stunned. She knew spatial abilities were terrifying, but not to this extent. They had solved it without even moving. She wanted to laugh, but couldn't. The people she and her father had desperately fled from, the ones they avoided at all costs, had just been crushed like ants. Before long, Silver Moon, now the size of an ordinary tiger, returned carrying a battered man in her mouth. His body was covered in horrifying claw marks, blood gushed from his mouth, and his eyes were filled with terror. This wolf, why was it so ferocious? He was after all at the peak of the First Order 9-star, yet he couldn't put up the slightest resistance against it. Oh whoa! Setting the man down, Silver Moon instantly shrank back to the adorable size of a puppy, jumping into Lin Bei's arms to roll around and beg for affection. She rubbed her cute little head against his chest. Good daddy, wasn't Moon amazing? Hurry up and reward little Moon. Here you go. Lin Bei pulled out 10 large meat sausages for her to enjoy. This little Silver Moon was definitely trying to act cute on purpose. She knew humans couldn't resist her adorable appearance. The man on the ground looked up and saw Lin Weiner standing. The cold, furious look in her eyes made him realize the fate awaiting him. His two underlings at the door had already succumbed to blood loss and fallen into eternal slumber. He was filled with resentment. He was the leader of a small base after all. Brother. He turned his gaze to Lin Bei. He knew that this man who had never once looked at him or spoken a single word to him was the real leader of this group. Brother, listen to me. I really didn't mean to kill her father. My brothers and I worked hard to take over a supermarket. Her dad came to steal our food, and we chased him. That's only reasonable, isn't it? Reasonable, Lin Bei agreed. Hearing him speak, the man was overjoyed. Brother, I am truly sorry about her father's death. We never expected it to turn out like this. We originally intended to just give him a stern talking to. Am willing to compensate. 10 bags of rice. No, 100 bags of rice, 100 jugs of oil, 20 jean of meat, 100 cartons of instant noodles. I only ask that you spare me. They'll have the supplies delivered right now immediately. If that's not enough, just name your price. They'll give you whatever you want. The man knelt on the ground, his attitude utterly sincere. He wanted to live. Supplies were important, but what were they compared to life? As long as he lived, there were infinite possibilities. Even if he had to give away the entire supermarket, it didn't matter. With his strength, he could still climb back up. He too was a rare ability user. Otherwise, how could he have claimed the position of leader? There were plenty of women in the supermarket who could be considered beauties, but he didn't mention them. As a shrewd person, he knew that bringing them up would only hasten his death. Not to mention what those women had been reduced to. Just look at the women beside this man. Every single one of them was of higher quality than any in the supermarket. A big shot like this didn't lack women. Nor would he be interested in ordinary ones. Lin Bei stroked his chin. The supermarket. Did he want anything? His spatial backpack had everything necessary. Along the way, he had visited numerous small supermarkets and convenience stores, taking just one of each kind. He had more than enough food, but fresh meat and rice were a hassle to prepare. He wondered how many years the supplies sent by Xiao Xie would lie in his spatial backpack. He glanced at Lin Wanan. She seemed a bit nervous. Perhaps she feared that if she developed feelings for this man, she would let him go. In the apocalypse, the value of food needed no explanation. Countless people had compromised themselves for a bowl of rice. She was merely a newcomer in this team, lacking strength and any voice in the matter. The conditions are quite good, Lin Bei said slowly. Lin Wanan clenched her teeth. The man was overjoyed. He quickly took out his phone, scrolling through his contacts as he said, "Brother, I'll have someone bring it right away. If there's anything else you want, feel free to ask, and I'll have them deliver everything together." Lin Bei crossed one leg over the other, looking at the man's relieved smile with a mocking gaze. "I only said your conditions are good, but I never said I agreed, did I? The man's smile froze. "Brother, what do you mean?" "Nothing much, just teasing you. I have no interest in your things." "Hey, raise the deal, I'll ask the women. If they are willing, I'll trade your life for supplies." The man felt a tightness in his chest. "Ask the women." What nonsense was that? Wasn't it obvious they wanted him dead? From what those two lackeys just said, these women surely wished for his demise, especially Lin Wanan. "You, what do you think?" Shaking her head. "You, what about you?" Shaking her head again. "Teacher, how about you?" Shaking her head. "Yeah, what do you think?" The little wolf shook its head. "Damn." Even the dog was asked. And it shook its head. "Lin Wanan, what about you? What do you think?" She shook her head furiously. Lin Bei spread his hands, saying, "Old brother, did you see that? My precious ones are unwilling. What can I do? I can't go against the women's wishes." The man, his face turned ugly as he spoke in a low voice. "Brother, did you never intend to let me go?" "Congratulations, you guessed it right, but unfortunately, there's no prize." The man remained kneeling on the ground, saying, "Brother, I haven't provoked you, nor have I offended you. It was my two lackeys who spoke out of turn, and it has nothing to do with me. I haven't said a word, so why? Do you want to eliminate me? Let me go. Having more friends means more paths. I will remember the grace of sparing my life today. If you ever need anything in the future, I will definitely do my utmost. Please consider that we are all human." He hoped to negotiate for his life. Who would willingly wait for death? Lin Bei laughed, a mocking smile on his face, unsure of what to say next. He was asking this person for help. He really didn't know where the man found his confidence. Despite only being at the second rank with 1 star, he had 4 or 5 days of blank time. "Humans?" Lin Wanan laughed. "Isn't my dad a human too? You say consider humanity, but why don't you send some food to my dad? And what about the citizens trapped in the supermarket? Aren't they human? Can you dare to say what those women have endured at your hands? Don't they have families, children, or husbands? To say such things now, don't you feel disgusting?" A glint of killing intent flashed in the man's eyes. Damn it. They should have all acted together earlier to capture this woman. She had gotten close to a powerful figure. This woman held a grudge against him. If this man wanted to win her heart, he would surely meet his end. Mere words would not find a way out. He could only take a gamble. Taking a deep breath, bang. The already tattered upper half of his clothing suddenly exploded, countless black hairs growing wildly all over his body. His height surged from 1.7 meters to 2 meters in the blink of an eye, and his human form vanished, replaced by a tall and robust gorilla. The transformation took less than a second. In an instant after the transformation, he took a large step forward, reaching out with lightning speed to grab Jiang Ye's neck, using his woman to threaten him. While it might anger him, it could also buy him a slim chance of survival. Lin Wanan was startled by the sudden change. The opponent's speed was too fast, so fast that she could hardly catch it, only knowing that his target was Jiang Ye's sister. Upon seeing this, Lin Bei's expression turned even more mocking. If he targeted He-Yun, he might need to open a wormhole, but targeting Jiang Yu was truly insane. Jiang Yu was somewhat speechless. "Do I look easy to bully?" Her jade fist clenched as she threw a punch, the chi within her surging forth and landing on the chest of the beastified man, half a meter away from her. With a swift step forward, she propelled him backward even faster. He crashed through a dozen tables fixed to the ground and smashed a large hole in the thick, hard cement wall, continuing to break through 3 walls before finally hitting the ground. Damn good sister, so cool. He-Yun's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that once she mastered it, she would also have ranged attacks. Jiang Yu took out 2 recovery pills and swallowed them. Cool, right? This was her full power strike. If it weren't for having a large bottle of recovery pills as a backup, she wouldn't dare to unleash such power in the apocalypse. Cough, cough. The beastified man coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring in shock at Jiang Yu. Could it be that you are the leader of this team? He knew he was at the peak of the first rank with 9 stars. Just one punch had reduced him to this state. With such strength, she must have broken through to the second rank. He thought that apart from that wolf, only men would be at the second rank, yet he hadn't expected that women would be too. He had underestimated them greatly. All this time he had seen women as mere playthings, and considering that women were inherently weaker than men, he honestly never thought they would be strong. They were merely accessories to that man. He never imagined that she would actually be at the second rank. That punch was so heavy, he felt as if the bones in his chest had shattered. Realizing he could hardly escape death today, he regretted not having fled sooner. He had sensed these people weren't to be trifled with, and should have run the moment the first lackey spoke. Despite unleashing his full power, he still hadn't died. Jiang Yu felt disappointed in herself. If only her strength had increased, she wouldn't need to use qi. Hitting him solidly in the chest would definitely kill him. Her mind began to race, considering that in terms of looks and figure, she wasn't much inferior to Shi Yu or He-Yun. As for the man's words, Jiang Yu couldn't be bothered to respond. She needed to eat. If she didn't eat, soon her food would turn cold. My. The beastified man struggled to rise, the pain in his chest torturing him. Wasn't it just death? What was there to fear? After 18 years, he would be a fine man again. He fixed an aggressive gaze on Lin Wan and saying, "He-Tue, you filthy woman, your luck is really good. First you had a high-level zombie to hold us back, and now you encounter this group of people. Otherwise you would have long been stripped of your clothes and toyed with. And you guys, do you think you are strong enough to act recklessly and look down on others? Let me tell you, you will eventually encounter someone stronger. You will fall one day, but it's a pity I won't see the sight of you harlots being trampled on anymore." There was no way out. He needn't endure any longer. At that moment he was determined to die. Lin Wan's face turned ugly. Lin Bei laughed, saying, "No, buddy, your aggression is lower than a dog's. You want to die, huh? I won't grant you that." The man, the king of hell. A living king of hell. A few minutes later, Lin Weiner witnessed the scene before her and couldn't help but swallow hard. She would never have thought of this method, even if it killed her. This man was truly a living king of hell. The man before her was bound by a thick iron chain around his neck, his limbs joints cruelly snapped. Before him lay rows of delicate dishes, sweet and sour spare ribs, tender braised trotters, sizzling fried prawns. A full 30 different dishes lined up, each exuding an irresistible aroma. Was it for him to eat? No. The placement of the food was cunning. Exactly 1 centimeter beyond his reach, close enough to savor the fragrance, but impossible to grasp. Their digestion was swift. Basic metabolic demands dictated this. The man who owned a large supermarket lacked no food, but most of it was packaged convenience items. Though there was plenty of fresh produce, could their culinary skills rival a master chef who had run a shop for over a decade? Bei, open up, have a prawn. Shi Yu used her jade-like hand to peel a prawn, dipped it in sauce, and fed it into his mouth. He-Yun pouted. Good brother, open up, have a foot. Huh, chicken feet, right? Never mind. He-Yun picked up a sour and spicy boneless lemon chicken claw and placed it in his mouth. Good brother, how is it? Isn't it better than the one on the rooftop that day? As she spoke, she nudged Lin Weiner beside her. Lin Weiner blushed, picked up a piece of spare rib, removed the bone, and said, Lin Bei, open up, eat. Eat some meat. He-Yun understood. The first step was always the hardest, after the first time it became smoother. Blissful. This was life. Food fed by a woman tasted so much better. Lin Bei, open up. Zhang Ye's voice came from the side as she picked up a small piece of cauliflower. Lin Bei was stunned. Good. Very good. Excellent. Look, this nest had been built so successfully. The fish had taken the bait. Truly, he had long coveted Zhang Ye's physique-based ability. To her it might seem worthless, but combined with strength, it was invincible. He suppressed the urge to acquire it immediately. As a high-quality man, impatience was unacceptable. Though he hesitated, he still ate it. Jiang Yu felt a surge of excitement, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, and said shyly, Lin Bei, don't call me teacher anymore. Call me Xiao Yu. In this era where tomorrow might never come, she decided to take the initiative. She didn't believe Lin Bei couldn't grasp her hint. He already had He-Yun and Shi Yu. What did that mean? It meant he was a womanizer. He hadn't refused Lin Weiner's offering either, which showed he was ready to take her in. Since he was about to have 3, one more wouldn't hurt. She had once been a goddess others dreamed of possessing. No, I still prefer calling you teacher. Zhang Ye's smile froze. Her eyes turned bitter. Was this a rejection? Why? Did he find her ugly? The next second, she lowered her head because Lin Bei placed his hand on her thigh. She froze, and when she didn't react, his hand grew restless. Teacher. Taking advantage. Her mind went blank for a moment. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. She understood. No wonder he insisted on calling her teacher. It wasn't disinterest. She had thought he respected her, thought him a gentleman, but this kid had always planned to be a rebellious disciple from the start. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. No reaction. Good. Tonight. Let the hunt begin. Nearby, the man bound by chains glared at them with pain and venom, enduring not only physical agony, but also psychological torment. Damn it. Who the hell cooked these dishes? Why were they so fragrant? The pursuit of Lin Weiner and her father had drained his energy. Her father was just a 1-star level 5 and Lin Weiner at 1-star level 2 was negligible. They should have been caught quickly, but a high-level zombie intervened, letting them escape. Their recent flight had further exhausted them. The transformation earlier had also taken a toll. He wasn't starving but a bit hungry, and the aroma of the food fully awakened his appetite. What infuriated him most was the wolf that had dragged him back, now savoring large steaks and thick sausages one after another. Ridiculous. Did they think he clung to life? When all hope was lost, death. He craved it. His limbs were broken, but his mouth still worked. Good brother, good brother. Ian spotted something and quickly pointed at the man, shouting, his mouth keeps bleeding. Could he be biting his tongue to commit suicide? Lin Bei smiled. Had he not anticipated this? Before he could speak, Lin Weiner said, Sister Yin, don't worry. Biting your tongue won't kill you. The artery in the tongue is small, it won't bleed much. He's only increasing his own pain. Oh, but in TV dramas, biting the tongue means instant death. The director says, so they have to die. Haven't you seen someone bite their tongue and die only for a mute with a cut tongue to appear next? The man on the ground was stunned by this exchange, tears silently streaming down his face. Why didn't you say that earlier? I'm in agony. Do you know how much pain and effort it took to bite it off? Damn TV dramas ruining lives. Pain. So much pain. Burp. Lin Weiner soon let out a satisfied burp. Due to her low evolution level and weak body, her appetite was far smaller than the others, but this was undoubtedly the best meal Shed had since the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, the best meals were always with family. Father, rest assured, your daughter will grow strong. She slowly approached the man lying like a dead dog on the ground, feeling no pity for his suffering. Compared to what he had done, this was nothing. Not enough. Far from enough. She wasn't skilled in torture, so she mimicked TV scenes, picking up a pair of pliers Lin Bei had left on the ground, clamping the tip of his nail, and yanking hard. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. He sealed off the area. The noise was disturbing the meal. He didn't find it shocking. Lin Weiner had just lost her father. Though she ate heartily, her heart was filled with bitterness and hatred. How could she not vent when her enemy was right before her? Besides, did he have no temper? Dare to speak ill of his women? Good. The rest of the meal was undisturbed. Half an hour later, after eating their fill and resting a while, they stepped outside. Lin Bei stretched and said, My darlings, it's time for the zombie-killing level-up session again. The apocalypse was just this monotonous. Inside the shop behind them, the man lay motionless in a pool of blood, his body a gruesome sight. Hey, wait. Lin Bei suddenly noticed a large G-Wagon parked by the street with its door open. The keys were lying nearby. The engine started and the tank was nearly full. Good. He took a photo and posted it on his social feed. 23 years old, no family, help earn my first G-Wagon with my own hands. He snapped his fingers and stored it in his spatial backpack. He'd need it later to find Yu. After all, it was thousands of kilometers away. He couldn't just run there. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Bei approached the cars by the roadside and kicked several of them in succession, the piercing alarm instantly spreading. Holy shit. Lin Weiner, who was highly educated, was startled and cursed again. Yin, making such a loud noise, are you sure it's okay? We'll be surrounded by zombies. Though she was only at the first stage, 2nd star, she was no naive rookie. In the apocalypse, zombies weren't terrifying. What was terrifying was the endless horde. It's fine. See this. When you're out of energy, take one. It's our good brother's exclusive secret medicine unique to us. Just follow us and count your blessings. Yin took a handful from Shiryu and tucked them into Weiner's pocket. Catch. Lin Bei tossed a knife to Lin Weiner, one head taken from Jiang Ye's place. Even though the knife in his hand was of the finest quality and sharpest edge, after cutting down so many zombies it had long dulled. He'd swap it for a new one when it broke. However, he no longer needed to fight at close range. Soon, due to the tremendous noise, dense hordes of zombies on both sides of the road surged like a tide, enough to trigger trypophobia on the spot. The scene was horrifying, making Lin Weiner's legs tremble. Too many. Truly too many. The zombies now were not the same as before. With obstacles ahead, they not only knew to detour, but even leaped over them. In no time, the zombie tides from left and right were only 50 meters away. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Let's go. Jiang Yu stuffed 2 rejuvenation pills into his mouth, swung his long spear fiercely, and as his internal energy was drained, the pill took effect, clearing a vast open space among the dense zombie crowd. Lin Weiner, holy shit. Lin Bei swung his sword, achieving the same result. Lin Weiner, holy shit. Chi. He-Yun and Zhang Shi, you were still practicing controlling their chi-killing zombies far less efficiently than Lin Bei and Jiang Yu. As for Lin Weiner clutching her knife, she was stunned. Was this how zombies were supposed to be killed? Like stepping on ants. 100, 300, 500, 700, 1,000. In less than 10 minutes, they had slain over 1,000 zombies. Truly, whether in reality or online, she had never seen such an efficient team. She only needed to handle the stray 1 or 2 zombies. At that moment, she felt it more directly. What kind of team she had truly joined. Elsewhere. Die, bitch. Xiao Xie grabbed a spear formed of thunder, leaped, and plunged it fiercely into the head of a 3-ma turtle zombie. This strike drained all her supernatural ability and strength. Glancing around as the high-level zombie fell and countless ordinary zombies surged like a tide, Xiao Xie smirked faintly calmly, pulled 2 rejuvenation pills from her pocket, and put them into her mouth. Thump. Her heart pounded violently. Power. All surged back. A lightning whip appeared in her palm. With a 360-degree spin and a lash, the whip instantly reaped all zombies within a 30-meter radius. Awesome. So awesome. This day was the best since the apocalypse began. No need to slowly recover after exhausting her supernatural ability and stamina. Just take 2 pills. Before she had to rest for ages after 20 or 30 minutes of fighting, only daring to use half her power in case of emergencies. But not now. Kill until exhausted. Drain every drop of supernatural ability. Take 2 pills and keep killing. Level up. Second stage, 2nd star. Lin Bei, I love your pills. Die. With 1 slash, all his strength poured out, instantly reaping 100 zombies. A handful of rejuvenation pills, and his power was restored instantly. Honestly, who else had conditions like his? Unleashing ultimate moves to kill minions and level up. To be frank, the power of a full-strength strike wasn't that great since they were just beginners. It had severe drawbacks. But with rejuvenation pills, this move was perfect for killing zombies. Bang! His heart pounded violently, all power surged again. Host Lin Bei. Level 2nd stage, 2nd star. System space 100 cubic meters. Ability space SS level LV2 passive spatial backpack. Capacity 100 cubic meters. Strength level LV2 triple. Speed 170. Strength 173, 3. Spirit 170. Physique 170. Items rejuvenation pills 5,500 SS grade steak 3,000 top tier honey glazed sausages 3,300. Registered members Jiang Shi Yu 1st stage 6th star space LV2. He-Yun 1st stage 6th star strength LV2 triple amplification. Bond rewards charisma 2, strength 3, A food resources return 3. Awesome. 5,500. The number of rejuvenation pills was growing. With increasing strength and after unlocking Jiang Yu and Lin Weiner tonight, the food return multiplier would reach 5 times. The number of rejuvenation pills would grow at a terrifying rate. Such a powerful item truly needed to be utilized. For instance, a women's squad. Not Xiao Xie's women's squad, but one exclusively his. The women around him didn't count. They were the regulars focused on quality over quantity. Honestly, Lin Weiner seriously lowered the squad standard, but since she was a doctor head, give her a small privilege. Ladies, I need to leave for a while. If you're tired of killing, head back and rest, Lin Bei instructed. Okay. Good brother, want your good sister to come with you. I'm super obedient, you know. Summer heat, I'm sweet, level up well. If you're not at 1st stage 8 star by the time I'm back, I'm telling you your little bottom is going to bloom. For others it was difficult, but for them, with nearly unlimited rejuvenation pills, it was just a matter of wanting to or not. Got it. Come back soon. Call us if you need help. Jiang Shi Yu urged. Okay. Lin Bei said a few more words, pushed off the ground, and his figure gradually vanished from their sight. With Silver Moon around, they needn't worry. Silver Moon was now his pet. Even apart, they could communicate telepathically. Moreover, Silver Moon and Jiang Yu were both at 2nd stage, and Shi Yu had space ability. Anyone targeting them would be walking into their doom. Let's give it a try. See if they can be nurtured. Otherwise, so many rejuvenation pills would just sit idly in the system space. A waste. If nurtured well, the fitness bond would rake it in. The bond changes as people change. Admittedly, Xiao Xie's idea of founding a women's legion was brilliant. He was mainly inspired by her, otherwise he might not have thought of gathering a group of women to slowly nurture. ZZD. On the way, he heard familiar electric crackling from a neighboring street. No Way had just thought of her, and now encountered her. He pushed off and changed direction. 30 meters ahead, Xiao Xie moved like a dragon among heaps of corpses, her lightning whip like a divine relic, slaying gods and demons alike. Zombies fell stiffly at the mere touch. Their brains were fried. Who's there? Come out. After clearing the surrounding zombies, Xiao Xie gripped her lightning whip, her gaze icy as she stared at his position. Lin Bei was startled. He thought had hidden perfectly without making a sound. Then he understood. He had spatial perception. Naturally, she had lightning perception akin to Enel's ability, sensing people and objects within a certain range via static electricity in the air. Lin Bei stepped out from the corner. It's you. Seeing the face of the person and hiding the coldness on Xiao Xie's face vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. What brings you here? Xiao Xie's thunderwhip vanished, and she stepped lightly to his side. Passing by. Then we must be fated to meet. It seems heaven arranged this. Lin Bei, why not join us? If you dislike crowds, I can arrange an entire building just for you, so no one will disturb you. How about it? Xiao Xie would not relent and continued her invitation. Relent? Impossible, utterly impossible. To be frank, if her female core did not need her leadership, she would gladly join Lin Bei's little squad at once. Having those Huili Dan was intoxicatingly satisfying. No, Lin Bei still refused. Lin Bei, let me introduce our team. Xiao Xie rattled off a long litany, beauties aplenty to please the eye, clothing and food and hygiene all taken care of. How about it? Aren't you even the slightest bit tempted? Action beats longing. Join us quickly. No ranks between us, we can rule together. How does that sound? No. Lin Bei dug in his ear. He understood Xiao Xie coveted his Huili Dan. The fish had already arrived at the baited spot. Now it was only a matter of waiting for her to bite. He waved a hand. You keep slaughtering zombies. I have things to do, I'm off. Wait. After taking a few steps, Xiao Xie reflexively called after him. Lin Bei turned puzzled. Miss Xiao, anything else? She smiled sheepishly. Big brother Lin, those 10 pills you gave me. I used most of them. Here, how about a price? Sell me some. 10 just aren't enough. It was not that she was stingy, she understood the early days of the apocalypse demanded rapid advancement, reserving only a few pills as contingencies. Lin Bei chuckled. I thought it might be something else. 3-wave Maxim wasting gauge. Lin Bei produced a 2-liter soda bottle packed, full of Huili Dan. Xiao Xie's eyes went wide. The sight of an entire bottle filled with those pills made her dizzy with desire. A full bottle would push her to the 3rd tier in no time. She drew a breath. Heat flared in an instant. This bottle is full. Lin Bei glanced, put it away, and produced another 2-liter bottle also full. How is this one full too? I thought one of them was half empty. My space backpack must be enormous. Xiao Xie was stunned. Does this man run a pharmacy at home? He swapped through 4 or 5 bottles before finding one half full. Unscrewing the cap, about 10 pills came out, 3 rolled onto the floor. Before she could bend to pick them up, Lin Bei crushed them with his foot. Miss Xiao, the floor is dirty. We don't take pills that fell on the ground. She swore inwardly. I am not afraid of dirt. Xiao Xie was heartbroken. 3 pills could have let her rage in combat continuously for half an hour, and she had no idea how many zombies she could slaughter in that span. Miss Xiao, you treated me to barbecue last night. I dislike owing favors, so consider this my return gift. Here, take them. Lin Bei placed the 10 Huili Dan from his palm into Xiao Xie's delicate hands. 10. So many, and yet so few. Compared to what Lin Bei possessed, these were but trifles. He had once given her 20, and she had been grateful. Even hosting him every day and personally feeding him would not exhaust his generosity. She was greedy. She wanted more. Who would not? If these pills were precious to Lin Bei, she would be content with what she had. But to him, they were negligible. If a pill fell on unclean ground, she could understand discarding it, but it had fallen on clean cement. Picking it up within 3 seconds posed no risk. He crushed them anyway. It felt cruel. He smirked almost imperceptibly and asked casually, not enough? She nodded emphatically, eyes alight with yearning and hunger, like a young scholar eager to dive into an ocean of knowledge. I didn't intend to give these to outsiders, but we have some fate, and you please me, so I'll give you a little more. Lin Bei tilted the bottle and poured another 7 or 8 pills. Brief explanation below the 2nd tier. Excluding the 2nd tier, a level 1 ability, when fully drained of stamina and power, requires only 1 pill to fully restore. From 2nd tier 1-star onward, 2 pills are needed. The higher one advanced, the greater the consumption. 3 pills, 4, 5, a dozen or so would vanish in half a day if used recklessly. I have things to do. They'll leave you to your zombie hunting. Lin Bei waved and strode away, leaving a carefree silhouette. In this apocalypse, such good people were rare. Xiao Xie mentally awarded him the good person card. Wait, she suddenly realized something. He disliked owing favors. If even a single dinner counts as a favor, then tonight a grand feast should bring him back with gifts of Huili Dan as repayment, given his personality. Favors beget favors, it is a tangled give and take. Little brother, you have been thoroughly cornered by this sister. Far down the road, Lin Bei's mouth twitched into a mischievous grin. He chuckled. Eat heartily. These pills are addictive. I only said favor on purpose. Miss Xiao, don't fall into old Lin's trap. He cut through the air. With one stroke, he poured all his internal force outward, instantly annihilating nearly 100 zombies blocking the road. He swallowed a few Huili Dan. That is the charm of the pill. He could unleash his greatest every second without worrying about the cost. Destination: the base of Lin Wan's enemies. It was some distance away. Half an hour later, he arrived before a large shopping mall. The supermarket lay on the basement level. The mall gates were shut, zombie corpses piled outside, reeking of rot. From outside, it appeared empty. He opened a spatial wormhole and stepped into the mall. Silence reigned, eerily still. Scars on the floor told of the chaos when the apocalypse broke. He entered a jewelry store. Small diamond ring, small earrings, price 139998. This is the prettiest. Lin Bei lifted a delicate diamond necklace that glittered like frost in sunlight. There happened to be two. One for you, and one for you. Pack them up. Take them all. He would not forget the other women. Rewards should be evenly distributed. Receiving gifts would make them happy and more devoted to him. They would wear the trinkets and adorn themselves beautifully, which pleased him as well. One action, many benefits. Who would not want the women around them to grow ever more beautiful? His ears twitched at a faint, peculiar sound. It seems everyone has gathered at the supermarket. He looked toward the supermarket entrance downstairs, opened a wormhole, and left them all. He had come to prepare gifts for the women. Three-wave maxim romance. Gifts must be prepared in advance. Surely he would not choose the women in the supermarket to cultivate as his secret female legion. What a disgusting thought. Everyone in the supermarket had suffered enough already. He went instead to the hospital. Earlier, while eating and chatting, Lin Bei had mentioned many people still lacked the courage to face the zombies. Young girls she knew, nurses, and intern doctors who were huddled together in some room of the hospital trembling. Little sisters, the big bad wolf approaches. No, wait. Little sisters, your superhero has arrived. Lalalulale, 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 brave, forward with prizes, I want to be first. Lin Bei hummed a tune as he headed to the hospital. Multiple objectives. Purchasing experience could refresh the store and return 2 blocks. Obsessed with chess. Going to the hospital not only allowed him to cultivate his own team of women, but also to seize the massive stockpile of medicine within. Medicine, whether needed or not, should be prepared first. Soon, Lin Bei arrived before a large public hospital in the city. Numerous zombies loitered outside the Tumterhai automatic iron gate, but within the vast, empty open-air parking lot not a single zombie stirred. Those that were there lay motionless on the ground. Had he come too late? Little white rabbits. Hide well. He leaped over the gate into the parking lot, scanning the surroundings as he strode toward the building. The tempered glass on the first floor was nearly all shattered. Stepping inside, a familiar, chilling aura greeted him. Silence. Eerie silence. Without power there was no light, and even with the daylight it was dim, a standard scene from a horror film. Even if in the next second a 4-limbed, terrifying creature appeared at the corner 30 meters ahead and rushed toward him at a terrifying speed in 0.1 seconds to move before him, it would not be surprising. He stored all the medicine from the pharmacy into his spatial backpack. Lin Bei headed toward the inpatient department. Lin Bei, as a doctor here, naturally had friends among the nurses and interns who were hiding in the secluded, quiet inpatient building. Anyone who has been to a hospital knows it's crowded. But the inpatient department had few people, and among them many were older. They were not short of food, as family members often brought fruit, milk, bread, and other items to store in the lockers. Little sisters, hide, well, big brother is coming for you, don't let me catch you, or you'll be in for a rough time. Lin Bei, standing in the fire escape, paused. He looked up. That wasn't his voice. Someone else had beaten him to it and discovered the girls hiding there. A spatial wormhole opened. He appeared on the 5th floor where the sound originated. A little nurse in a white uniform, terrified, turned her head to see a man with blindfolded eyes approaching her menacingly from behind. She ran forward, not noticing the person in front, and crashed into him, as if hitting an iron plate, collapsing onto the ground with a thud. You. The pitifully beautiful nurse's face paled. Hadn't they agreed? If they hid for an hour without being caught, they would be let go. Someone was cheating, not wearing a blindfold. Sure enough, the more handsome the man, the more shameless. Well, what a game. Lin Bei was slightly stunned as he looked ahead. The man was groping forward, following the nurse's voice, his eyes blindfolded by the cloth belt of the nurse's uniform. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Too bad, I almost caught you, he could hear. This floor had more than just these two. Looking ahead, several blindfolded men were there, while petite nurses fled in terror. But the fire escape doors were locked, so they could only scurry around on this floor. She fled. He chased. She could not escape. Lin Bei smiled. A little game to foster friendship among his wives. Indeed. Outside, everyone was a talent. Those guys really knew how to play, and they had guts. Weren't they afraid the nurses would get desperate and stab them? Don't come near me. Don't come near me. The little nurse, sitting on the ground, seeing the blindfolded man advancing, screamed in panic, trapped between the two of them. She curled up, trembling, pale face streaked with fearful tears. With a thought, a spatial wormhole opened. It connected to a certain outpatient clinic on the 1st floor. When he came in, he had seen a female nurse zombie there. The blindfolded man, stimulated by the nurse's screams, grew even more excited. He judged the distance by sound. Little white rabbit, here comes the big bad wolf, he. With a strange laugh, he leaped forward. Before starting this game of cat and mouse, they had already removed all sharp objects from this floor. He imagined holding the tender little nurse in her uniform, and indeed, he caught hold of something. So soft. So fragrant. Well, a bit smelly. Understandable. After all, many days had passed since the apocalypse, a bit of odor was normal. Nurses indeed. This skin cool and smooth, tender and delicate. Well, A certain cute little nurse zombie was aimlessly wandering in the clinic. She was hungry, but she could neither smell nor see any food. Yet the next second a fragrant meal appeared before her. Just as she was about to pounce, the food actively threw itself at her. Fragrant, juicy, a big neck full of sap was right there in front of her mouth. She froze, eyes moist, a gift from nature. Opening her gaping maw, she bit down heavily. Bliss. Sweet. Juicy. Lin Bei closed the spatial wormhole. Though the hospital was silent, the sound, muffled by layers of doors, was very faint by the time it reached here, lost among the many nurses' screams unnoticed. Hitao, sitting on the ground, paused. This handsome guy didn't seem to be with those people. He had just used his spatial ability to kill that man. Honestly, she chose to be a nurse because she wasn't good at studying. If she were, she would have become a doctor. The reason she didn't study well was naturally because she read novels. How could she not know that the man before her had awakened spatial powers? After a brief moment of thought, Hitao wiped away her tears, lifted her head, and with a pitiful expression blinked her big aggrieved eyes. Honey, you finally came to save me. I was so scared. I missed you so much, honey. Hug. This thigh must be hugged. No one can stop me today. Lin Bei. Not sis. You must have mistaken me. Who calls someone honey right off the bat? Wait. This sis had an untouched bond. Where did honey come from? Lin Bei thought of something and smiled. Alright, freebie, huh? Name Hitao. Appearance rating 93. Pre-apocalypse occupation nurse. Overall rating 90. Level none. Ability charm, A unawakened. Bonds innate stocking Saint body 1. Gourmet 1. Delicate and supple 1. Once bond is activated, the probability of you and your collection members being knocked down increases 1 to 53 75, 100. Innocent 1. Once bond is activated, you will receive a random small gift. Each additional member adds 1 more small gift. But, for now, he dared not take her. This delicate and supple bond was a bit dangerous. Being knocked down by you and the others was fine, but if it were a bad older sister, there would be trouble. Honey, carry me, I want a princess. Carry. Hitao opened her arms, pouting. Her expression and actions were exactly like a little girl meeting her boyfriend after a long separation, especially in that nurse uniform, making her even more tempting and delicious. Honey, carry me, flying, carry me, spinning, carry me. Seeing him unmoved, she got up and threw herself at him, a sweet smile on her lips, her moderately sized chest aiming to crash into his. Lin Bei swung his hand back. Slap. A resounding slap spun Hitao 1080 degrees on the spot before she fell to the ground. Hug your mother, cut the crap. Hitao, who had fallen to the ground, was stunned for a moment. The searing pain on her face brought tears to her eyes, but to survive, to avoid becoming another's plaything, she had to continue. Lifting her head, she bit her lower lip gently, trying her best to show a pleasing side, even as tears streamed down. What's wrong, darling? You don't like it? She had not even reached the limits of the human body. In this apocalypse, she was destined to cling to a man to survive. Option 1, become a plaything for a large group, traded around. Option 2, become one of the exclusive women of the handsome strong man before her. Please, even a fool would know which to choose. I don't like it. Then what kind do you like, darling? I can become whatever you like. Scram. You beast. Help. Scream, shout, curse, struggle, resist. The more you do, the more excited I get. As they spoke, screams rose and fell in the corridor. The excitement of men, the panic of women. Hitao clenched her fists. Those were all her sisters who had come to the hospital for internship with her, and the big sister who had cared for them. She couldn't even solve her own safety, let alone beg the man before her for help. She knew he was strong, but to him, she was just a powerless stranger. Bang! At that moment, the fire escape door was kicked open. Everyone stop right the hell now. The enemy is here, and you're still fucking around. The blindfolded man from earlier had returned. He clutched a bundle of gauze tightly against the wound on his neck, his eyes fixed on Lin Bei with venomous malice. His chest heaved violently with rage, his body trembled from adrenaline, and his bulging eyes seemed to spew raging flames. His beautiful new world had just begun, and it was already over. About to turn into a zombie, he only wanted to vent his fury and resentment. He slammed his other fist into the wall, punching a massive hole through the tiled concrete. Watching this, Hitao's eyebrows twitched wildly, and she timidly stepped back behind Lin Bei. Meanwhile, all the men on this floor tore off their blindfolds and gathered around. Third brother, what's going on? A burly man stepped forward, sizing up Lin Bei with eyes full of chilling, murderous intent. Boss, I got bitten by a zombie. This bastard used some trick to send me downstairs. I am about to turn into a zombie. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Boss, I have to kill him. I haven't even touched those nurses yet. I can't stand it. Whoosh! The man roared, his words filled with a desperate longing for life. As he shouted, he suddenly felt a warm liquid splash on his face. Never mind, he was about to become a zombie anyway. Boss, I'm about to turn into a zombie. I'm taking this little nurse for one last bit of fun. You must kill this man. As soon as he finished speaking, boss. His brothers behind him shouted anxiously. The man spun around. Hey brothers, we've been through a lot together. I'm about to become a zombie. Can't you spare me this pretty little nurse? Are you that reluctant? No, the boss is dead. What? The man was stunned. What nonsense? The boss was standing right beside him. Were they all under some illusion saying the boss was dead? He turned to look. Damn, big brother. His pupils contracted sharply. A hole pierced through the center of the forehead of the boss, who was a head taller than him. The boss' body swayed slightly, the movements growing larger until he pitched forward and crashed to the ground motionless. You bastard, you killed our boss. The man was furious. The next second, he felt a warmth in his chest. Looking down, he lifted his head in bewilderment. You bastard, what kind of ability is that? Lin Bei clasped his hands behind his back, tilting his head and smiling with narrowed eyes. Guess my ass. Die. The man charged forward in fury, only to collapse stiffly the next moment, joining his boss in death. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Seeing this, the remaining men fled without a second thought, some toward the fire escape, some toward the windows. In the 21st century apocalypse, who the hell cared about loyalty? Survival was all that mattered. But the boss had treated them well. No matter. After today, the boss son would be their son. The boss mother would be their mother. The boss wife would be their wife. Your wife I shall care for. Rest in peace. Lin Bei, his hand still behind his back, kept pulling the trigger of his gun. The fleeing men fell one by one. In less than 3 seconds, there was no living male left on this floor except him. Behind him, He Tao's eyes were fixed on the gun in his hand. The muzzle was aimed at the ground, yet the bullets still hit them. That was the charm of the gun tremor technique. No, that was the charm of spatial abilities. Impossible to guard against. It solidified her choice. No matter how much this man hit her, no matter how much he humiliated her, she had to cling tightly to this powerful figure. She was tired of living in fear every day, surviving on glucose. There was some food in the ward cabinets, but there were zombies. Without weapons, how could they dare to look for it? Even if they dared later, it would be useless, rotten, and moldy. They had huddled together in a small room, trembling and praying for military rescue, only to have their door kicked open by those lecherous beasts. What's happening? I don't know. Isn't that guy with them? Of course not. We're saved. They're all dead. We're saved. Careful, there's still a man. Compared to them, I wish this handsome guy would blindfold me. I'd be the first to let him catch me. Don't ask why. He's just so handsome. I want him to choke me with his strong arm. The little nurses peeked from the doorframe, blinking their cute eyes. In this day and age, looks were justice. Lin Bei was already stunningly handsome, and with his enhanced aura, just his lazy posture made many young girls' hearts flutter. 10 seconds. Everyone come here. Lin Bei sat on a sofa he had taken from his spatial backpack, one leg crossed over the other as he scanned them. His voice, not particularly loud, echoed through the floor. They all hesitated. If we go, we might get hit. With his strength, it's not like you can escape by not going. True, soon 10 young beautiful nurses as fresh as flowers stood in a row before him, some nervous, some curious, blinking their big eyes as they sized him up. So handsome. Really handsome. Much more handsome than those celebrities on TV. How can such a handsome man exist? If it's him, let him hold my hair in his hand. Lin Bei lounged lazily on the sofa, his chin resting on the back of his hand, his gaze sweeping over their information one by one. Lucky. One could say he was extraordinarily fortunate. Every one of the 10 women bore the untouched bond of maidenhood. It was undeniable that his luck was heaven-defying. In the pre-apocalyptic era of rampant materialism, such a find was nearly impossible, yet after the apocalypse, he encountered them in droves. But, aside from He Tao, no one possessed any supernatural ability, not even a worthless one. A slight pity. Kneel. His words drifted out lightly. Swish. Without a second thought, He Tao dropped to her knees the moment the words fell. Her beautiful face showed neither grievance nor anger. Instead, she gazed at him with limpid eyes. Lin Bei was taken aback. This woman was far more sensible than he had imagined. Fine. She would be the leader of this secret squad. Swish. With He Tao setting the example, the remaining women either knelt voluntarily or were pulled down by their companions. No shame was visible on their faces. Would an ant feel aggrieved kneeling before a giant? No. It would only feel that it was only right and proper. From now on, you 10 have one common master. That is me. Those who are willing to acknowledge me as their master may remain kneeling. Those who are unwilling may rise and leave. As he spoke, Lin Bei lightly flicked his index finger, and before each of them appeared a plate containing a grilled sausage and a steak. The aroma of both instantly filled the air, stirring everyone's appetite. He continued, I am not a bloodthirsty person. You need not have any worries. If you do not wish to acknowledge me as your master, feel free to rise and leave. I will not make things difficult for you. Gulp. No one rose to leave. There was only the sound of frantic swallowing. Among the 10, 2 had originally intended to get up, but after the food appeared, they chose to remain kneeling. It wasn't that they couldn't stand, but standing was too tiring. They simply wanted to rest a while. Their eyes were fixed on the food on the plates. After a week of nothing but glucose, their craving for real food was beyond measure. They endured. They waited for the man to allow them to eat. A full meal versus a lifetime of meals, they knew the difference. Lin Bei was very satisfied. Your master lack many things, most of all women, but what I lack least is food. With a slight movement of his finger, a large sausage appeared on each plate. Upon hearing this, He Tao was overjoyed. Several of the women who were attracted to good looks also showed elation. Lacking women. They were women. But at present you are not even worthy of a glance from me. It has been nearly 10 days since the outbreak, and not a single one of you has reached the level of the human limit. You have neither the courage to face zombies, nor the courage to take your own lives. In this apocalypse you are the garbage among garbage, the dregs of the dregs. If I hadn't passed by, you would have already been defiled beyond redemption, toyed with, and killed without leaving a trace. The 10 women hung their heads in shame. If they had dared to take the first step, today's situation would never have occurred. But they didn't dare. They feared the zombies, feared being caught and bitten. If not for the man before them, they would have already been. Just thinking about it made them tremble all over. But it's all right. Your master has appeared. From now on your future will be bright. Don't rush to rejoice. I want to keep you by my side. As I said, you are not yet worthy of a direct look from me. Shua, a pistol materialized before the women. I know you fear zombies, but the root of fear is lack of strength. You are women, naturally weaker in physical power. But that's fine. Soon I will have each of you step into the human limit one by one. This is the first thing your master will do for you. The women were overjoyed. What he said was true. The reason they dared not face zombies was because their female strength was too weak. After nearly 10 days of close contact with zombies, they no longer felt their legs go weak at the mere sight of them like in the beginning. The 10 had long discussed killing zombies to grow stronger, but without weapons and without strength, how could they fight? That was why they had been cowering. The zombies grew stronger, they grew weaker, and the more they dared not face them. If someone helped them take the first step, they would dare to take the second and third. The second thing your master will do for you is to provide a stable source of food. You need not search for food or worry about it. Your only task is to continuously grow stronger until you are strong enough to be worthy of a direct look from me, strong enough to rise from being my subordinates to being my women. With a flick of his finger, beside each woman's plate appeared a bowl of rice, a pair of chopsticks, a portion of braised spare ribs, and a bowl of chicken soup. Everyone was desperately swallowing saliva. The aroma was tantalizing, and some could barely control their hands. They wanted to eat. They desperately wanted to eat. Some clenched their fists. I will become his woman. He Tao thought resolutely in her heart. Many shared the same thought. For a powerhouse like this, even being his maidservant would have countless women fighting for the chance, let alone being his woman. Subordinate woman. He Tao would step by step crawl from being his subordinate to the position of his woman to the very top. She would become his woman. I have said so much, but there is a very important premise. You must willingly become my subordinates. So are you willing? Yes? He Tao blurted out without a second thought. Yes, yes. After everyone had shouted in turn, Lin Bei continued. Then how should you address me now? Master. He Tao frowned, glancing at her friend beside her. She had actually shouted before her. How infuriating. Master. With no other choice, He Tao, unwilling to lag behind, shouted even louder. Since those in front had shouted so loudly, those behind could only grit their teeth and shout at the top of their lungs. Master. Master. Shame. Ridiculous. Was anyone here a fool? Following this man meant a bright future, not following meant only death. They were all young with many things and experiences yet to see and enjoy. If they truly had no other choice, who would choose to die in their prime? Moreover, this man was handsome. Moreover, this man was terrifyingly powerful. Excellent. Next, I need you to show your loyalty. Take off all your clothes. Not a single piece left. I must inspect your bodies for any signs of zombie bites. Some women blushed. He Tao paused for a moment, then saw her friends beside her unbuttoning their clothes. In a panic, she grabbed her own clothes and yanked hard, sending buttons flying. For now, she didn't even qualify to be his woman, but at least among these 10 women, she would be the first. Opportunities were seized by oneself. When opportunity came, one must grab it tightly. Hey, He Tao, what are you? Humph, I can do it too. This is not so good, someone said shyly. The bashfulness of a maiden. What's wrong with that? Master is treating us as his future wives, so it's only natural for a husband to inspect his wife. Or are you trying to freeload off the food and benefits? Have you not realized who you are yet? If Master hadn't shown up, you'd have been toyed to death long ago. And now you're being picky. Do you even have the right to be picky? Let me tell you, if Master takes a liking to you, your fortune will skyrocket instantly. Exactly, it's our honor to be noticed by a master who is strong, handsome, and resourceful. Come on, do you think a man of Master's caliber would lack exceptional women around him? You can't even bring yourself to kill a zombie. I don't know what you're complaining about. Do you think your body is worth that much? If not for Master, do you think your clothes would still be intact? And don't tell me you actually believe Master has taken a real interest in you. Or do you miss those days of hiding in a dark little room, eating, drinking, and doing everything in the same cramped space, surviving on glucose drips 24 hours a day? Do you have any idea how luxurious it is to have a stable food source in the apocalypse? Do you know how much Master has invested in us? Do you know how many people outside would kill for just a single bite of the food in front of you? The reason they spoke was not to deliberately attack her, but to instinctively show off and attract Lin Bei's attention. They knew clearly. This was a thigh too thick to ignore. No matter what they had to cling tight. Lin Bei said nothing, watching them calmly, his gaze unwavering and undisturbed. He liked women, but he craved power even more. Master, look. He-Tao spread her arms and spun around on the spot, showing no zombie bite marks on her body. Master, I don't have any either. Master, me too. Lin Bei waved his hand. Put on your clothes and eat. You have 10 minutes. After that I'll start upgrading you. Yes, Master. The 10 of them wolfed down their food. Wow, Master's big sausages are so delicious. They're so substantial. One bite, and it's all meat, hardly any starch. A sausage like this before the apocalypse must have cost over 10 or 20 yuan each. I couldn't bear to buy them. Sob, so good. The steak is so tender. Who would have thought that a meal in the apocalypse is better than what I ate before it? The chicken soup is wonderful and the ribs are delicious. Because of hunger. Because the food was good. A large bowl of rice was devoured in less than a minute. Lin Bei's fingers twitched slightly, and another bowl of rice appeared beside each of them. Only when full would they have the strength to kill zombies. 10 people. Once each of them developed the bond of a fitness enthusiast, it would be time for him to reap the rewards. Tenfold power. Something to look forward to. 5 minutes later. Everyone knelt neatly before him. After eating their fill, there was a hint of fervor in each person's eyes as they looked at him. This meal would be etched into their memories forever. Having not eaten for nearly 10 days, suddenly enjoying a good meal made it impossible to forget. He-Tao, pick up the gun. Yes, Master. He-Tao picked up the Desert Eagle from the ground. It was a bit heavy for her. After picking it up, she paused. How did Master know her name? They hadn't introduced themselves. No, someone had just called her name. Master had noticed her. Of course. She was the first one to call him husband. Lin Bei raised his fingers slightly, and a spatial rift opened. 5 zombies roared as they charged out. The women's hearts leaped into their throats. It had begun. Their path to strength had started. With a thought, space sealed the movements of the 5 zombies as if they were frozen by a binding spell, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed. Why aren't these zombies moving? It's Master. Who else could it be? Master must have done this. He's being so good to us, practically feeding us with his own hands. Master's power is terrifying. He hasn't even moved, and the zombies are like toys before him. The fervor in their eyes grew stronger. No woman dislikes a strong man. Bang! A gunshot rang out. He-Tao bid farewell to her past, and embarked on a new path. This apocalypse was brutal, but it also showed favor to humanity. Killing just one zombie could push one to the peak of human limits. In theory, anyone could begin their evolution. These women were too cowardly, but it didn't matter. With him here, these 10 people would soon become goddesses that others could only dream of. Master, I've awakened an ability in a level charm. He-Tao reported immediately, her big eyes filled with anticipation, hoping for praise. Not bad, quite good. Thank you, Master, for the compliment. He-Tao was overjoyed. Although they had been trapped in that dark room, they had still gathered information online. Ability users were 1 in 100 and high-level ones were even rarer, 1 in 10,000. A level wasn't low. So jealous. I wonder if he'll get one. The remaining women grew expectant. Next, one by one, accompanied by gunshots, the 10 women embarked on their evolutionary journeys filled with both surprise and disappointment. Except for He-Tao, none of them had awakened any abilities. With a flick of his fingers, a tang horizontal saber appeared before each of them. Don't ask where they came from. Just say they were borrowed from Jiang Ye's place. Then, 3 large soda bottles appeared before He-Tao, filled to the brim with rejuvenation pills. Not many, just 1,500. He-Tao, from today on you are the leader of this 10-person squad. Yes? He-Tao, dressed in a nurse's uniform, puffed out her chest, her face brimming with surprise and pride. She glanced at her companions beside her. See that? In the one Master pays the most attention to. Inside is a special medicine. When you're completely exhausted, take one to restore all your stamina. You'll be in charge of distributing it. I have plenty of this medicine, so don't skimp. Yes, Master. Lin Bei stood up. The sofa behind him vanished. Hey, race your first trial, raise your rank to 1-star 5 within 3 days. He'll return in 3 days to check. Those who fail will be expelled from the team. Hey, race my contact information. If the network goes down during these 3 days, and you have to relocate, go to this address. Yes, Master. He-Tao stepped forward to take the note. Rest assured, Master, we will not disappoint your expectations. Thinking of something, Lin Bei added, of course you're free to disappear with these supplies. That's your choice. Don't worry, I won't hunt you down over such trivial things. As I said before, you're not even on my radar yet. They'll just pretend I never saw you. Lin Bei waved his hand, turned, and stepped into a spatial rift, disappearing. At the same time, several boxes of packaged instant food and drinking water appeared on the ground. Even if they ate freely, it would last 3 days. Master, we want. He-Tao quickly shouted before her master disappeared. She tightened her grip on her saber. Turning around, she looked at the 9 companions who also held sabers. Sisters, you all heard Master's words. I don't know how you feel, but to me Master is the god who pulled me out of the abyss. Everything I have now is given by him. Frankly, I don't want to be Master's subordinate. I want to be his woman. We all know deep down, we've fallen too far behind. We can't survive in this apocalypse on our own. Without Master, we would have faced the same fate again today. If not for him today, we would have been defiled beyond redemption. The women's eyes filled with gratitude. Truly, only those who had experienced it knew that helplessness and despair. A strange, ugly man grinning as he lunged at you, tearing at your clothes. Your resistance and curses only excited him more. But thank goodness we met Master. It was Master who helped us reach our human limits, who gave us weapons, who provided us with food, who supplied us with medicine. Master has practically held our hands to help us kill zombies and level up. As human beings, we must not disappoint Master. As human beings, we must know gratitude. As human beings, we can no longer live the subhuman lives we had before. Hitao spoke passionately, raising her Tang saber. Sisters, let us use our sabers to carve out a future of our own. To kill until no one dares to mess with us, to kill until others fear us, to kill until we become Master's women. Slay like demons today, become wives tomorrow. The naive, ignorant girls were stirred to fervor, raising their Tang sabers high. Slay like demons today, become wives tomorrow. 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 Kill like a demon today, take a wife tomorrow. Tisk tisk tisk. Even I'm getting pumped up. What a waste of talent. Being a nurse is such a waste. It's a shame she's not a pyramid scheme leader. Lin Bei shook his head and left the hospital. Maybe she secretly used her ability. Her words had a strange charm. They didn't affect him, but they had a considerable impact on those women. That was fine. Next, occasionally dropping by, giving some food and some rejuvenation pills, and he could reap the rewards. Plus he could gain a capable female squad. All those resources had to be utilized. Otherwise the returns would be wasted. Stretching, he headed home. He had no interest in watching a bunch of worthless junkies level up by killing zombies. In the apocalypse, as long as you were careful, there was no real danger. Hey you, it's not evening, yet why are you calling me in the afternoon? What, missing me? I miss you too. What? It's raining heavily over there. Here. It looks like it's about to rain too. The clouds are thick in the sky. What level is your cousin? Second level, 1 star. Not bad considering it's a 3-grade magnetic ability. You remember, never ever ever trust any man. I know you've watched too many zombie movies, and you were right. This world really did have a zombie outbreak. Talking on the phone while heading home. With a wave of his hand, a bullet stopped 3 meters away from him, suspended in midair. Lin Bei glanced over. A fully armed man was aiming at him with a rifle from a corner 100 meters away. Seeing his attack fail, the man turned and ran. A spatial rift silently appeared behind him, and a bullet pierced his head. Lin Bei took the man's firearms and ammunition, stored them in his spatial backpack, and stuffed a few rejuvenation pills into his mouth. He muttered to himself, for a second-level spatial ability, 100 meters is still too far, huh? He had only opened 2 small spatial rifts. It nearly drained his ability. Although the rejuvenation pills could replenish it, the upper limit of his ability was the key factor for distance and size. He had been using the spatial ability for quite a while. It should be close to leveling up to 3. It's fine, just a little punk delivering equipment. By the way, do you have enough food? What? Neighbors store grain, you store guns, and the neighbor becomes your pantry. Fine, you're something else, little you. You've really watched too many zombie movies. What? You met someone who isn't attacked by zombies this morning. Huh. Zombies don't attack him. Why? He ate zombie meat, retained his memories, and became half human, half zombie. Seriously. Someone actually dared to eat zombie meat. He turned into a zombie. Huh. He can command zombies. That makes sense. It's like a bunch of strong idiots meeting a smart person. The idiots, knowing they're stupid, naturally obey. Baby, show me. Rest assured, I'm going to be a lone wolf in the apocalypse. How could there be any women by my side? Come on, let's video chat. See, I am not interested in women at all. I've never touched a woman. Except you, of course. Soon I'll come find you when I reach the 3rd tier. 3rd tier is unsafe. Many mutated beasts in the wild. Fine, 4th tier then. Fine, 5th tier, okay. Okay, 5th tier it is. Oh, you little rascal. You even secretly took a photo of your cousin and sent it to me. If your cousin finds out, we'll be in trouble. Your legs are definitely prettier. Whether it's your cousin's black silk legs or white silk legs, none can compare to yours. I suggest you send more for comparison so I can better appreciate your beauty. Guard against fire, guard against theft, guard against your little cousin. They chatted for a few hours before hanging up. Lin Bei squinted. Half human, half zombie. Interesting. TCH. Cleaned up so thoroughly. At 5:30 p.m. Because of the thick clouds, the sky darkened earlier than usual. The air was heavy and a heavy rainstorm was about to break. Lin Bei returned to the cafe where he had eaten lunch. The surrounding area was littered with zombie corpses. Within a kilometer, the number of still-moving zombies could be counted on 2 hands. He had been planning to kill more zombies nearby to gain another star. His phone vibrated. He pulled it out and saw it was Xiao Xia calling. Hey, what's up? Did Inoue run off again? Can't find her. It's fine, she's playing with me. It's about to rain heavily. Come pick her up after the rain stops. Okay. He hung up. Lin Bei looked up at the sky. After this heavy rain, the situation for humans would become even more dire. If the evolved didn't need more food after leveling up, it would be fine, but their appetites were enormous. Food was already scarce in the apocalypse, so it was no wonder some people chose to eat zombie meat. They had nothing else to eat. Woohoo! Disaster always lags behind me. Just as he arrived at the martial arts gym entrance, the sky seemed to flip a switch and raindrops the size of soybeans pelted down furiously. He stepped back inside and went to the second-floor training area. The air conditioner was running full blast, making it cool. Jiang Xiyu, He-Yun Jiangyu, and Lin Wanan had returned earlier and taken showers. They were gathered together snacking, petting Inoue, and watching a movie projected on the screen. All in loungewear. Pink shorts that reached mid-thigh and tank tops. Simple clothes that accentuated their figures. The sight of their fair legs and delicate feet dazzled him. Brother is back. He spotted him first, hopping over with bare feet. Her fair slender arms wrapped around his neck as she hung on him. Brother, did you bring us anything delicious? Here, eat. He stuffed a crispy chicken leg into her mouth. The outside was crispy and the inside tender, leaving her lips glistening with oil. Brother, sister Jiangyu and sister Lin Wanan really want to improve too much. He-Yun whispered in his ear. As she spoke, she shot them a mischievous glance. Lin Bei was only a few meters away, and although He-Yun had spoken in a very low voice at their level of evolution, it was almost the same as speaking loudly. Lin Bei looked over. The two women shyly looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. At noon, Lin Wanan had already known what would happen tonight. But from the afternoon conversation between Jiangyu and He-Yun, she learned that Lin Bei could enhance the power of his women. This made her both expectant and excited. The other girls around her were too strong, while she was too mediocre. So mediocre that she felt embarrassed to stay. She knew she severely dragged down the team's level. Gaining a power boost might not mean much, but at least it lifted her from mediocrity. Jiangyu felt the same. At noon, when Lin Bei made a move, she knew he had feelings for her. She felt a mix of shame, anticipation, and excitement. This naughty younger brother always insisted on calling her teacher. Moreover, after tonight, she would gain a power boost. With her strength and physique doubled, she would finally have the capital and ability to stand firm in this team. Xiyu had spatial ability plus strength enhancement. He-Yun had strength ability plus strength enhancement. Lin Wanan was not worth mentioning. She didn't know what Xiyu and He-Yun were thinking, but she herself was determined to be strong. She refused to become a useless ornament. When danger arose, she couldn't let Lin Bei handle everything. She too could stand on her own. Even if Lin Bei couldn't bring her any improvement, she would eventually repay his kindness. Moreover, she longed for a boyfriend. Thinking this, she slowly turned her head to meet Lin Bei's gaze. Although their actual time together was brief, very brief in fact, there was no denying that Lin Bei had occupied a large space in her heart. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. Jiangyu suddenly lost her footing and fell, letting out an instinctive cry. But soon she landed on a soft large bed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Was he descended from a monkey? The shame she had just suppressed surged back. Before she could think further, another cry escaped her as Wanan appeared beside her, face flushed and equally bewildered. On the second floor, He-Yun and Jiang Xiyu leaned together, eating popcorn and sipping cola while watching a movie. If this scene were uploaded online, it would make countless people green with envy. Outside, the rainstorm continued. Raindrops accumulated one by one on the window. Help! Help, no! In the movie, humans fleeing from zombies screamed desperately. Jiang Xiyu and He-Yun deeply related to this. Scenes like this had played out countless times in reality. If not for Lin Bei's appearance, their fate would have been little better than those in the film. Suddenly, He-Yun crushed the cola cup in her hand. She froze for a moment. After Lin Bei left in the afternoon, they had practiced controlling their strength while frantically killing zombies, advancing 2 stars and gaining a surge in power. But she had already familiarized herself and could control her strength perfectly. Wait, sister, my power. It seems to have increased again, she said, quickly opening her panel. He-Yun, level tier 1, 8 stars. Ability strength, grade, LV2 triple. Speed 90. Strength 95, 3. Spirit 90. Physique 90.0. Holy shit. He-Yun couldn't contain herself, jumping on the spot and excitedly pulling at Xiyu. Sister, you, that good brother. That good brother increased my strength to 5 times. Ha ha ha, I now have a 15-fold strength boost. Ha ha ha, and my strength ability is only level 2. Ha ha ha, good brother, I love you so much. He-Yun was overjoyed. Hands on her hips, who else can withstand one of my punches? Wah. Oh, panel. Jiang Xiyu. Level tier 1, 8 stars. Ability space SS grade LV2 passive space backpack capacity 1/0 cubic meters. Speed 90. Strength 95. Spirit 90. Physique 90.0. Mine is also 5 times, Shiyu said happily. A strength boost was always welcome, but she wasn't as ecstatic. For someone with spatial ability, this was merely icing on the cake. Registration successful. Successfully registered a beauty with a comprehensive score above 90, receiving a small gift healing pill grade 2. 10 system space storage expanded to 1/0 cubic meters. Successfully registered a beauty with a comprehensive score above 90, receiving a small gift space ring 1/0 cubic meters. System space storage expanded to 1/0 cubic meters. A space ring. What a treasure. They didn't need it, but Hitao's hidden squad would find it incredibly useful. With it, things would be so convenient. Detected figure member Jiang Yu possessing grade physique ability. Ability copied to master. Detected figure member Lin Wanan without ability. Due to her ultimate bond, a disassembler has been obtained. Disassembler can be used on ability users. After use, their ability will be stripped and can be transferred to anyone. Note: requires charging before use. It is recommended to render the target powerless. System 1 question. This disassembler can transfer abilities to anyone. Does that mean He-Yun, Shiyu, and the others can all gain a second ability? Yes. What a treasure. System. You deserve a place in the Grand Temple. Awesome. Self-selected abilities. Untouched Bond 1, receiving a small gift Global Top Chef's carefully crafted golden fried rice 10. Untouched Bond 1, receiving a small gift Global Top Dessert Chef's carefully crafted crispy egg tarts 10. Ultimate Martial Artist Bond activated, all members' martial talent doubled. Ultimate Doctor Bond activated, all members' drug effects doubled. Teacher Bond activated, your and figure members' learning ability doubled. Innate Stockings Saint Bond 1, I figure members' stockings effect increased to 4 times. 5 times. Gourmet Bond 1, food or drinks consumed by you and figure members will be returned 4 times. 5 times. Fitness Bond 1, your and figure members' strength increased 4 times. 5 times. Detected He-Yun possessing strength ability. Ability copied to master. A big wave had arrived. So satisfying. Master Lin Bei level tier 2, 2 stars. Storage system space 1000 cubic meters. Ability space SS grade LV2 passive space backpack capacity 100 cubic meters. Strength grade LV2 triple. Physique grade LV1 double. Speed 170. Strength 175 3. Spirit 170. Physique 172. Pet Silver Moon tier 2 1 star. Items rejuvenation pill grade 1 4900 healing pill grade 2 10 SS grade steak 3500 top tier honey glazed sausage 3500 top tier golden fried rice 10 top tier large egg tart 10 disassembler 1. Registered figure members Jiang Shiyu tier 1 8 stars space LV2. He-Yun tier 1 8 stars strength LV2 triple boost. Lin Wanan tier 1 4 stars. Jiang Yu tier 2 1 star physique LV3 quadruple boost. All members benefits charisma 2, strength 5, martial talent 2, learning ability 2, consumable return multiplier 5. Activated bonds. Ultimate flight attendant 1. Ultimate female college student 1. Ultimate doctor 1. Ultimate martial artist 1. Innate stocking saint 4. Gourmet 4. Fitness 4. Teacher 1. Untouched 4. Unstoppable. Truly unstoppable this time. Jiang Yu. Level tier 2, 1 star. Ability physique grade LV 3 quadruple. Speed 150. Strength 155. Spirit 150. Physique 154.0. My dear Bei, your teacher loves you so much. You've been so good to your teacher. Jiang Yu finally got the strength boost she desired. Not just a boost, it was a full 5 times increase. 5 times. That was even more than her grade physique ability provided. A full enhancement. At 3 in the dead of night, He-Yun, Shiryu, and Inyu, 2 women and a wolf, were still watching a movie. It was a stormy night, so naturally they were watching a horror film. On screen, a hand suddenly reached out from under the bed and grabbed a woman's ankle. At the same time, 2 hands clapped onto their shoulders. What the hell, a ghost? Woof 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 woof. Don't be scared, it's your darling husband. Lin Bei quickly wrapped his arms around them. Seeing it was Lin Bei, they angrily pounded his chest with their little fists, while Inyu frantically tugged at his pant leg, nearly scaring the wolf to death. Lin Bei flipped his hand and produced a large iron tray on which there were exactly 20 large egg tarts, each at least 15 centimeters in diameter, emitting a rich aroma that instantly calmed the 2 women. Little Inyu obediently sat on the ground staring at him. Its little tail wagged back and forth. Wow, Bei, it smells so good. Tell me, how many delicious things have you been hiding? Sure, you took one and tasted it. The crispness of the tart shell and the soft tenderness of the filling were perfect to the extreme, and so was the flavor. Sure, you consumed egg tart 1, return 5. Wow, good brother, you should have taken this out earlier. I love egg tarts so much, but I usually can't bear to buy them. They're a few bucks each. Can I have 100? Hee-Yun blinked her adorable big eyes desperately. Of course you can, little glutton. Lin Bei placed the tray on the floor and ruffled her hair. Good brother is the best. So delicious. Hee-Yun consumed egg tart 1, return 5. Hee-Yun consumed egg tart 1, return 5. Hee-Yun consumed egg tart 1, return 5. 1 bite each. 20 were quickly gone. They turned into 100. Lin Bei was dumbfounded. No wonder Master said she had gained weight. This girl really goes all out when she encounters something she loves to eat. Master. Naturally it was Jiangyu. Teacher didn't feel right. Calling her master was much more exciting. Baba 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 me, I want to eat too, I want to eat too. Inu screamed desperately in her heart. Lin Bei was speechless. Wolves are supposed to eat meat, but you eat whatever we eat, even egg tarts. Aren't you afraid of getting diarrhea? I don't care, I don't care. Pet Inu used egg tart 1, return 1. She ate and released at the same time. Hee-Yun sat on the floor leaning against the sofa, her legs crossed, her 2 fair little feet wiggling. She ate egg tarts, sipped milk tea, and watched a movie all at once. Such a life. Needless to say how satisfying it was. Even before the apocalypse, she had never lived so comfortably. No way. She had video call her parents to show off. A while ago when there was no food they kept teasing her. Now it was her turn to tease them. Just an ordinary day in the apocalypse. Are they both asleep? Sure, you asked, resting her head on his shoulder. Her little mouth hadn't stopped either. She was also a glutton. As long as she didn't eat as fiercely as Hee-Yun, she wouldn't gain weight. I have a gift for you. Close your eyes. Okay. Hearing there was a gift, sure, yes, smile was harder to contain than an AK. Which girl wouldn't be happy receiving a gift? Lin Bei pulled out a diamond necklace. Even under the dim light reflected from the movie, it still sparkled. Hee-Yun's little eyes were filled with envy. A diamond necklace so sparkly. Which girl wouldn't want one? Hiss, so cold. The moment the necklace touched her neck, sure you knew what it was. The corners of her mouth went wild. All done, sure you opened her eyes. She took out a mirror and looked at herself, her eyes full of affection and emotion. The delicate sparkling chain of the diamond necklace was a perfect match for her fair smooth neck. Mwah! She gave Lin Bei a big kiss on the cheek. Good brother is biased. Little sister doesn't have any sparkly things. Seeing that sure you had been adorned, Hee-Yun pouted her oily little lips and said sourly. Who says you don't? Here, Lin Bei reached out his hand. Another exquisite sparkling diamond necklace hung from his fingertips, gently swaying in the air. Good brother, hurry up. Hee-Yun turned around. Lin Bei put it on her. Hee-Yun happily stroked the necklace on her body. She took a photo to send to her parents, but the photo wouldn't send, it kept loading. Hee-Yun frowned. The phone signal had also disappeared. Good brother, my phone has no signal. Check yours quickly. Hee-Yun was anxious. No signal meant that the video call with her parents just now might very well be the last time she would ever see them in this life. Abroad. How could they get there? The vast ocean. Hearing this, Lin Bei took out his phone and his brows immediately furrowed. His phone had no signal either. Sure, you took out hers and saw the same. The backup power of the signal station might have been flooded by the heavy rain. He had expected the network to go down soon, but he didn't expect it to come so suddenly. Fortunately, he had already told you everything he needed to. Yu's cousin had a 3-level magnetic power. In this apocalypse, as long as she wasn't careless, she could easily dominate. So there was no need to worry too much, except that he wouldn't see her for a while. With magnetic power, killing zombies was fast. A single needle swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Meanwhile, outside the building, in the pitch-black rainy night, a man fully shrouded in a black robe stared with cold, greedy eyes at the faint light on the second floor of the martial arts gym. Behind him, ordinary zombies were banging against doors and walls everywhere due to the sound of rain, but they ignored him completely. Under the black robe, his skin was ashen like a zombie, and his veins were unusually prominent. The man licked his lips greedily. 4 beauties. If I ration them, that's enough for a week. It would be a shame to eat such beauties, but the more beautiful the girl, the more fragrant and tender her flesh. Should I force them to eat zombie flesh and turn them into our kind, or should I eat their flesh piece by piece? The man's eyes were filled with hesitation. In the afternoon, when he passed by this place by chance, he found zombie corpses everywhere, far more than in other areas. He immediately realized that someone lived here and regularly cleaned up, so he hid in a building to observe. He saw them. He saw 4 super beauties, each one so stunning that a single glance would make anyone's heart skip a beat. These beauties were stunning. Stunning to the point of being criminal, but they were also strong. He quickly brought the zombies he had raised. They were strong, but it didn't matter. He had patience. After a day of killing, their bodies would be exhausted. At 3 in the dead of night, they must be fast asleep. He would sneak in quietly, and when they opened their eyes, they would find themselves in hell. They would become his meal. Let him enjoy them slowly, inch by inch. Brothers, come out. With these words, zombies of various sizes walked slowly out of the darkness and stood silently behind the man. The tall ones were 3 meters high, the muscular ones had explosively exaggerated muscles, and the thin ones were as thin as poles. There were 5 in total. Their eyes gleamed with an intelligence different from ordinary zombies. They could think simple thoughts. They knew the creature in front of them was clever. Following him, they could eat fresh meat every day, and their strength grew day by day, all reaching the terrifying second tier. These were the strongest combat power under the man's command. These 4 women. He would take them all without missing a single one. He had made up his mind. He would turn them into his own kind and make them his wives. With such combat power, eating them would be a great waste. If he had them as wives, why would he worry about not being able to eat delicious girls? Hospital. Deep in the night at 3 in the morning. Sisters, we've eaten and drunk our fill. Now it's time for our hunt. The strong won't brave the rain to hunt zombies in the dark. They're lounging in comfortable, cool mansions. We must seize this moment and kill as many zombies as we can to level up. Comfort is reserved for the strong. We are still weak. We are still trash. We are still worthless. The strong also rose from weakness, trash, and worthlessness step by step. Without the hardships of the early days, how can there be enjoyment later? Without weathering the storm, how can we see the rainbow? For our bright future, sisters, let us carve through this dark night and forge a future. Move out. He-Tao, clad in a raincoat and carrying a backpack, led 9 sisters out of the hospital building. Each wore a black raincoat, carried a backpack, and held a blade. The contents of their packs were identical, the same supplies, the same number of rejuvenation pills. After Lin Bei left under He-Tao's inspiration and leadership, they cleared the zombies outside the hospital. There were many zombies, terrifyingly many. At their level of human limits, they were no match for such numbers, but with an ample supply of rejuvenation pills, they slaughtered them all. In less than half an hour, everyone had reached First Order 1 star, officially stepping into the ranks of evolvers. The increase in level allowed them to kill faster. Only then did they realize how miraculous, how magical, how precious the medicine their master had left for them truly was. They needed no rest. They needed no respite. They needed no pause. Tired. Exhausted. Take 1. Just kill. For 3 hours. 3 full hours. They killed without a single moment's pause. In those 3 hours, they completely conquered their fear of zombies. The zombies before them were like toys, one slash, and they could claim their heads. After 3 hours, the heavy rain arrived. At the same time, they all reached First Order 2 stars. They had been worried about reaching First Order 5 stars in 3 days, afraid they might fail, afraid their master would abandon them and send them back to the days of constant terror. But the unending slaughter of these 3 hours made them realize with such abundant pills, even a heavily pregnant woman could reach First Order 5 stars in 3 days. Exaggerating a bit, even a dog could do it. It wasn't that they had worked hard. It was that what their master gave them was simply too good. At dinner, they made a decision. 3 days to First Order 5 stars was not enough. They set a new goal for themselves to reach First Order 9 stars in 3 days. They had been suppressed for too long, endured too long, tortured by zombies for too long. Now that their master had provided them with everything, they would release all the pain they had gritted their teeth through. Slay, 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 the night. For evolvers, it was like the evening of a past life. The sound of rain made the zombies ferocious, but they, hungry for power, were even more ferocious. They no longer wanted to be fish on the chopping block to be played with in hide and seek, or to be trapped in a dark little room. Heads of zombies rolled. At this moment, they were like well-trained soldiers, every strike clean and decisive. Even when surrounded by 10 zombies, they showed no fear, only endless slaughter. Outside the martial arts hall. Dolly, go ahead. Remember, slow and quiet. The moment the thunder roars, break the lock. The man commanded. A zombie about the height of an ordinary person, but with explosive muscles, nodded, and under the heavy rain, slowly walked step by step toward the gate of the martial arts hall. On the second floor training ground, Lin Bei was cuddling with Shiryu and He-Yin watching a movie. Suddenly, both Shiryu and Lin Bei turned their heads to look down, and to the left, their gazes piercing through the floor and the gate, landing on the zombie, slowly advancing in the rain. Space perception. Jiang Shiryu, naturally highly attuned to space, learned it with just a little guidance from Lin Bei. To level up her spatial ability quickly and to guard against surprise attacks, she kept this skill active. Now it paid off. They exchanged glances. What's wrong? Is there something down there? He-Yin asked, chewing on an egg tart, her words muffled. Jiang Shiryu moved her fingers slightly. A small space wormhole appeared before the 3 of them, and another opened in the pitch-black rainy night sky, no bigger than a fist. With such heavy rain, no one would look up. What the heck? What is this? He-Yin mouthed silently. Through the space wormhole, she saw a row of people standing at the entrance of a shop across the street from the martial arts hall. To be precise, 4 corpses and 1 head, and a burly zombie stood in the middle of the road, slowly approaching step by step. The footsteps were barely audible in the heavy rain, even more so amidst the chaotic zombies outside. Lin Bei cast a space blockade. I went out today and heard something. When humans consume a certain amount of zombie flesh, they become half human, half zombie. They retain human intelligence, but gain a zombie's body. The black-robed man down there should be one of those half-human, half-zombie. He-Yin was shocked. Eating zombie flesh. He must be really hungry. Shiryu was also stunned. Even at her hungriest during the early days of the apocalypse, she never thought of eating zombie flesh. Could it be that he followed the principle of if you can't beat them, join them? Afraid of being bitten by zombies, so he bit one for a painless infection. Really, she had thought about painless infection when she was starving, using a door to clamp a zombie's arm and lightly scratch with its nail. Perfect. Little Yin Yin, do you think you can punch this zombie's head off with your current strength? Lin Bei was curious. This zombie, judging by its appearance and aura, was no ordinary one. At least among the first order 7 or 8-star zombies he had killed today, none matched it. Conservatively, it should be at second order. It's not just it. The 4 zombies beside the black-robed man should be too. Of course I can. Yin got excited at his words, rubbing her small fair fist. Even if it's second order, I can punch its head off. An ordinary second order has 15 times the normal human limit, but even though I'm only first order 8 stars, my current strength is 135 times the normal human limit. Ordinary evolvers who knows what level they need to reach such terrifying power, yet Yin achieved it at just first order 8 stars. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She stood up, swinging her arms. Suddenly remembering something, she pouted her lips in grievance. Sister Xiao, you told me that too much strength is not a good thing. My Boda's toughness can't withstand my power. If I punch, and its head is harder than my fist might shatter first. I'd better use a blade. Safety first, use a blade. Sure, you agreed, then added. Even if your fist is harder, your hand will definitely get scraped. Although becoming an evolver grants some immunity to the zombie virus, if it's higher level than you, an accidental infection might require amputation. The word sent a chill down Yun's wrist. She immediately abandoned the idea of fighting with her fists. Her little hands still needed to eat. If she lost them, how would she feel her good brother's 8-pack abs? Lin Bei was naturally aware of this. He merely asked out of curiosity, never expecting the young girl to actually intend using her fists. As long as she didn't contract the virus, even if her fists were reduced to pulp, it wouldn't matter. Healing pills, second grade, for injuries below the 3rd tier. Excluding the 3rd tier, any form of physical damage can be fully healed with 1 pill. In cases of missing limbs or similar severe injuries, consuming multiple pills can also lead to recovery. This was the system's creation. Wait. A sudden thought struck him, and a wild grin spread across his face. He quickly opened a spatial wormhole and shoved a pill into the mouths of the sleeping Jiang Yu and Wan In. The fragrance of the elixir lingered as they slowly swallowed it in their slumber. Jiang Yu and Lin Wan In each consumed 1 healing pill. Returned 10 pills. I'm such a little genius. There's no helping it. Growing up on Sanlu milk powder makes one clever. System, just tell me, can it be restored? Yes. Can I exploit a glitch? No. Useless system, get lost. Despises you. Emoji. Good brother, Sister Rain, prepare to open a spatial wormhole for me. Yin gripped her blade, took a deep breath, and suddenly her gaze sharpened as she channeled her strength, slashing downward with all her might. The spatial wormhole opened. Outside. My beauties, here I come. Seeing his precious creation drawing closer to the gate, the man's eyes gleamed with excitement. This apocalypse was simply too exhilarating. Crack. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning slithered through the clouds like a dragon, its flash illuminating the land for an instant. The man blinked. He thought had seen an illusion. In a daze, he glimpsed a woman before his precious creation swinging a blade. He laughed. How could that be possible? He must be seeing things. Definitely. Damn it. The next second, he saw his precious creation collapse to the ground. Not to one side, but eerily split in two. Its massive body, cleaved from top to bottom, fell apart on both sides. Torrential rain washed away its blood. He froze. He was stunned. His eyes widened. No way. This was a second-tier strength-type zombie. Though not a mutated strength variant, it was still a terrifyingly powerful existence capable of sending a car flying with a single punch. Yet now it had been inexplicably sliced in half. Wait. That wasn't an illusion. He suddenly realized that what had seen was real. Could there be a spatial ability user among them? This afternoon he hadn't witnessed them using any abilities, assuming they were all ordinary body enhancers. But just one slash had annihilated a second-tier zombie. Just how terrifying was that woman's strength? Could they at least show a shred of respect for a second-tier zombie? Inside the second floor. I'm at 1-star 9th tier. 1-star 9th tier. Sister Rain, hurry you go. These few seem to be high-tier zombies. Kill them, and you'll quickly reach 1-star 9th tier too. Ian shouted excitedly. She continued, first kill that man. Zombies are all idiots. Once he's dead, we can toy with these 4 high-tier zombies however we please. Alright. Sure, you, rose, a sharp blade appearing in her hand. She too was at 1-star 8th tier. She lacked Yun's terrifying strength, but with a 5-fold boost her power reached 45 times the human limit. This slash would be unstoppable even for a second-tier zombie. Outside. Retreat. Without a second thought, the black-robed man fled with his remaining 4 precious creations. Seriously. One slash had taken down his second-tier precious creation in an instant. The remaining 4 were merely a matter of 4 more slashes. These 5 zombies were his painstakingly cultivated trump cards. He couldn't afford to lose them all here. He cast a venomous glare at the second floor. Just wait. All of you wait. They'll turn you all into my kind. Not one will escape. He turned and left. He froze. His pupils contracted. Directly ahead within his field of vision, almost pressed against his face, a spatial wormhole had appeared out of nowhere. From within, a long-haired beauty was swinging a blade down at him. Not the one Head glimpsed earlier, but another stunning woman. A cold gleam flashed in the rainy night. So beautiful. I want to possess her. I want to roll in the sheets with her. The next second the man felt himself falling. Strangely, he sensed he was falling to the left, yet also to the right. How could that be? Which way was he actually falling? With this confusion, his consciousness faded into darkness. He's so pathetic. Killing him gave me only a tiny bit of energy, nowhere near enough to level up. I need to kill another. Sure, you took a deep breath and delivered a second slash. The 4 second-tier zombies were still bewildered. How did the boss die? Then another fell to the ground. Eliminating this one allowed Shiryu to successfully break through to 1-star 9th tier. Bei, the remaining 3 are for you. With them you might reach 2nd tier 3 stars. Shiryu wasn't greedy. Reaching 1-star 9th tier was enough. She and Hiyun had just leveled up and needed to adapt to their surging power. Advancing from 1st to 2nd tier wasn't just about having enough energy. It required perfect mastery. Sure thing. Lin Bei lounged on the ground, without rising a tang, sword appearing in his hand. He casually swung 3 times, and outside in the rainy night the heads of the 3 second-tier zombies flew off. His strength was far more terrifying than Hiyun's. His base power was 17 times the human limit, amplified 5-fold by his physique and further tripled by his second-tier strength ability. In total, that was 255 times the human limit. Thump! After 3 slashes, his heart pounded violently. He knew Head leveled up again. With all his boosts, each upgrade brought a terrifying surge in power. For instance, at 2nd tier 2 stars, his base power was 17-fold, total power 255 times. At 2nd tier 3 stars, his base power was 19-fold, total power 285 times. Truly, his verdict was, "System, you're absolutely awesome, of course. This system has said it will forge you into a supreme powerhouse. And a supreme powerhouse must possess overwhelming strength. Daddy beans. There are beans in their heads. I want to eat them, please give them to me." Xiao Yinyu's voice echoed in his ears. Lin Bei recalled that after the fierce tiger's death, Xiao Xie had extracted a crystal-like core from its head. Had forgotten to ask about it. "System, what's the use of that thing?" "It's an energy crystal. In an ordinary apocalypse it would be highly valuable, but in this one, it's useless. After a zombie dies, the energy automatically flows into the killer, leaving the crystal with negligible energy. Essentially negligible. Still, it's better than nothing, and it tastes good to animals." "Lin Bei, won't it spread the virus?" "A quick rinse will suffice. The crystal contains only pure energy. The virus can't corrode it. By nature, no other substance can adhere to its surface." Head thought Head struck gold again, but it turned out to be pet candy. He extracted it via spatial wormhole, washed it dozens of times for safety, and fed it to Xiao Yinue. Clean and hygienic. Oh, crunchy. Xiao Yinue savored it blissfully, then nuzzled against his leg. It was always best to stick with Daddy. There was always good food to eat, unlike with Mommy Xie, who was so stingy. Yinue consumed 5 second-tier zombie crystals. Return 5. This can be returned too. She ate and digested them. If enough to fill her stomach, why wouldn't it be returnable? All right. Lin Bei flipped his hand. A dismantling tool appeared in his hand. "Master, no. This thing isn't edible. Useless system. What about this?" Lin Bei flipped his hand again, revealing a spatial ring. "No. Useless system. Despises you. Emoji. Wow, dear brother, you've hidden so many good things. What is this fried rice? It's incredibly delicious. Indeed, it's scrumptious. I've traveled far and wide, yet I've never tasted such delightful fried rice. Woof woof, yummy. A disgrace to the wolf clan." Silver Moon followed them, eating irregularly, having lost all semblance of a wolf. The trio and the wolf devoured the golden fried rice. In the torrential rainstorm, movies and food complemented each other perfectly. They ate to their heart's content. Lin Bei lay down contentedly between the 2 women to rest. He hadn't slept for dozens of hours. Shiryu and Hiyun's dependence and affection toward him had both reached over 90%, with bonds permanently unlocked. He had no fear of being stabbed while asleep. Outside, the rainstorm still raged, showing no signs of stopping or even abating. "Boss, how long will this rain last? The zombies outside are ramming into everything like mad. Will the main gate be smashed in?" "Instead of worrying about that, worry about what we'll eat tomorrow. I was planning to sneak out for food tonight, but how can I go out in this downpour? I'm starving." "Me too, am dying of hunger. Damn it, this crappy apocalypse leaves no room for survival. Upgrading evolution levels demands so much food. Some have plenty, others none. The power cut off so early that everything in the fridge has rotted. Where else can we find food besides the supermarket? The supermarket was taken over by the big shots long ago. Actually, there's something I've never understood. What's the use of the points on our status panel? If this continues, the number of survivors will plummet again. At least we had something to eat last night. Baby, I'm so hungry. Maybe you should. Just give in to the neighbor once. Are you even human? Saying that to your own girlfriend. Get lost. Baby, just close your eyes and pretend it's me. Get lost. If you don't, I'll kill you. I must have been blind to end up with such a coward. My best friend's boyfriend is almost at the 2nd tier and she eats well every day. And you, damn it, you haven't even dared to kill a single zombie. Are you even a man? Baby, I beg you, I'm so hungry. Brothers, come in quickly. I've drugged my wife. Be gentle and don't wake her. So where's the food you promised? Why are you tying me up? Where's the food? What? Lying to me. You beast, breaking your word. Don't touch my wife there. The food crisis unfolded every moment. At 9 in the morning, in the heavy rain, He Tao led her sisters fighting their way from the hospital to the location Lin Bei had specified, an empty villa. After checking their belongings, she said, "Sisters, report your status. I'm at Tier 1 star 4. Pills remaining 90. Tier 1 star 4. Pills remaining 95. Tier 1 star 4. Pills remaining 91. Good. He Tao grabbed a dry towel to wipe her face. All at Tier 1 star 4. It's 9 in the morning now. Yesterday, half a day counts as one day. Today, the 2nd day, we can all meet the master's test requirements. But our goal is Tier 1 star 9, 5 more stars. We must surprise the master. The master is generous. The master will be delighted to see us exceed the test. Then he'll surely reward us with more good things. We want the master to think highly of us. It's not that we chose to be trash, circumstances forced us to hide and play weak. We were trash once, but not anymore. Sisters, rest for 6 hours, then continue." Lin Bei didn't pay much attention to the team's progress. It would be fine if they succeeded and no loss if they failed. After all, Xiao Xia still had many people. Those girls wouldn't escape. Time passed. 3 days went by. The rain outside was simply too heavy. Lin Bei, with his cheats, naturally wouldn't risk hunting zombies in the storm. Instead, he focused on bonding with Shiryu, Hiyun Jiangyu, and the newcomer Lin Wanan. Listen to the sound of rain, each drop, so clear your breath seeps into my love like raindrops. I wish the rain would never stop. Let Wanan held the microphone singing. On the 2nd floor of the martial arts hall, the board group started karaoke. To be fair, Wanan had the potential to be a star. It was Hiyun's turn. "Jinate my baby." Lin Bei was speechless. "A little blacky, huh? Really cringy. And off-key. Great singing. Don't do it again. Boom-ay. Boom-ay. Boom-ay." Even the heavens couldn't take it anymore, rumbling loudly accompanied by violent tremors. "Sister Yun, please stop singing, or the building will collapse." Jiang Yu teased, deliberately following Lin Bei to the window. Little Yun had grown bold, huh? After that night, she came to him saying that since she had entered the sect, she must understand its rules. China was a land of propriety, and rights must not be abandoned. She insisted he call her Sister Yun. Jiang Yu naturally indulged the little sister. Calling her Sister Yun was nothing. But, well, a certain little sister's bottom got spanked. Seriously, no face at all. Hiyun pouted. The other sisters sang without trouble, but when it was her turn, something went wrong. What was happening outside? Was it really an earthquake? What is that? Hiyun approached the window. On the road in front of the martial arts hall stood a massive stone stele, at least 20 meters long and 5 meters wide. As for height, looking up, it seemed as tall as a 20 or 30-story residential building. It seems there are many. Since the buildings here weren't tall, Jiang Yu looked out and saw many identical steles. It seemed the entire city was covered with them. The rain outside stopped with the appearance of the steles. "System, what is this?" Lin Bei, baffled, quickly asked in his mind. How to put it? It provides food similar to the new Clockwork Bird trial mode in teamfight tactics. You can enter to challenge stages, kill zombies and enemies for points, which can be exchanged for food in the shop. Master will find out soon. Lin Bei frowned. So, is this Apocalypse a game played by higher civilizations? Hey, Master, if higher civilizations were playing with you, would they introduce this when food is becoming scarce? Clearly the entity behind this intends good for humanity. That doesn't make sense. What doesn't? You shouldn't be this smart. What do you mean? Saying that shows you know the inside story. Spill it, don't beat around the bush. What's really going on with this apocalypse? Insufficient permissions. That's all I can reveal to Master for now. Based on current progress, Master will figure it out soon. Am I a child to guess? The next second, a translucent red frame appeared before Lin Bei, containing a series of text descriptions. This wasn't from the system. It was the panel description native to this world. The trial path module has commenced. Those within a 500-meter radius of the trial stele may enter the trial path. Entry requires a 1-minute charge. Please find a safe spot to prepare for entry. Once inside, do not worry about personal safety, as your body will be drawn into the trial path. Note 1. Death within the trial path is not real. It is akin to entering a 3D holographic projection game. Each human has 1 opportunity per day to enter the trial path in single player or team mode, lasting 1 hour each. Note 2. Within the trial path, your exact state upon entry will be perfectly replicated. It is advised to prepare adequately before entering. The trial path will provide weapons. Note 3. The trial path has two modes: single-player challenge and team challenge. Upon re-entry after a challenge ends, your previous progress will be loaded. Note 4. Defeating monsters in challenge mode grants points. The stronger the monster, the higher the points. Points can be exchanged for various food items in the newly opened system shop. Note 5. The trial steal updates rankings in real time based on challenge progress. Rankings are divided into single-player and team categories. At 2400 daily rewards are distributed according to rankings. Single-player rankings 11,000 and team rankings 1100 are eligible for rewards. These are all the notes for the trial path. As the apocalypse descends, I urge you all to strive and grow stronger, to defend our homeland. Shop. Lin Bei murmured in his heart. 1 L drinking water 10 points. 1 gene of rice 20 points. 1 gene of potatoes 10 points. 1 gene of pork 20 points. Salt. New rice seeds. New apple seeds. A dazzling array of items, every fruit and vegetable imaginable, both familiar and unfamiliar, including various crops that could grow in the current apocalyptic environment. Is it a nerf for me? Bro, I don't lack food. To be honest, Lin Bei wasn't particularly interested, but he was intrigued by the trial steals ranking rewards. 1 hour a day wasn't a big waste of time. He dismissed the team mode for now. No need to think. Team rewards surely weren't as good as single-player ones. Dear brother, I want to go in and take a look, He-yun said, curious about the novelty. Me too, sure, you added. Jiang Yu's eyes gleamed with eagerness. Lin Wan felt the same, yet her eyes held more gloom. Despite her 5-fold strength enhancement, her younger sisters all possessed abilities, and grade ones at that. They would surely achieve excellent rankings while she could only coast along. No matter how hard she tried, no matter how fiercely she exerted herself, she could never catch up to their pace. Lacking an ability was a fatal flaw. Lin Bei glanced at Lin Wan. He knew what she was thinking. Inferiority. When a strong-willed person finds themselves among geniuses, inferiority is inevitable. Jiang Xiu, He-yun, and Jiang Yu had all experienced it. He was pleased that Lin Wan felt inferior rather than complacent, as it showed her deep desire to grow stronger. Wan. Lin Bei patted her head. Spend some time thinking about what ability you'd like. When we come across it, your brother will snatch it for you. Wan was stunned. Then her eyes burst with uncontrollable joy. She lifted her head, her beautiful eyes wide as she stared at him. Xiao Bei, you mean? I can have an ability too. Of course. Lin Bei pinched her cheek. I'm not a good person, but I treat my own well. As my wife, it wouldn't do for you to be without an ability. Don't dwell on useless thoughts. Think about what ability you want, and work on catching up in basic strength early on. Wan nodded heavily, planting a firm kiss on his cheek with her crimson lips. As you wish, my Xiao Bei little brother. Lin Bei rubbed his nose. Good grief. Each one had a different nickname. Sure, you Bei, he and dear brother. Jiang Yu Lin Bei. Wan Xiao Bei. Wan was 3 years older than him. She initially wanted to call him Bei like Shiryu, but later worried Shiryu might mind, so she changed it. She didn't overthink, but she feared Shiryu would, given she was the newcomer. Lin Bei could only say she was overthinking. It didn't matter among their own. He wasn't bothered by such things. At his words, the women cast relieved glances. They had all experienced that inferiority when surrounded by the strong. Others' words were useless. The feeling persisted. Hers was a hard flaw, lack of an ability. Now it was resolved. Lin Bei could grant her an ability. Sister Wan, I'm so jealous. You get to choose your own ability. Go for an elemental one, like ice or fire or magnetism or lightning. Those are powerful in novels. He-yun contributed, drawing from years of reading. Right. Jiang Yu nodded. Sister Yun is correct. Those are excellent abilities. Don't pick body enhancement. It's not very useful. Choose something formidable. He-yun's bottom tightened. No help for it. The beating that day had been too brutal. All right, I'll listen to all my sisters, Lin Wan said. She had no particular preference. She just didn't want to be dead weight in the team. Any great ability would do. Okay. Lin Bei clapped his hands. Since everyone wants to check it out, let's go in turns. Sure, you, He-yun, Wan, you 3 go first. I'll stay and keep watch. They would all go for single-player mode. Perhaps they could all achieve decent rankings. To prevent unforeseen trouble. If someone couldn't hold on and came out early and outsiders happened to arrive, leaving her alone with Silver Moon to defend, wouldn't that be troublesome? Though few could defeat Silver Moon, he didn't want to take risks. He could easily spare this time. All right. With a thought from the 3 women. A faint glow enveloped them. After a minute, they vanished from the spot, leaving only Lin Bei holding little Silver Moon. Lin Bei lifted Silver Moon. Little Moon, the rain outside has stopped. Your mother Shiyu will probably come for you soon. Have you figured out how to explain becoming my pet? It's okay, Daddy. If you don't tell, and I don't tell, and Mommy Shiyu and the others don't tell, hee, how would Mommy Shiyu know? Even if she takes me away, I'll sneak back out. Oh, pretty clever. Lin Bei stroked Silver Moon and picked a movie to pass the time. The heavy rain had just stopped briefly before starting a light drizzle again. He suddenly remembered. Today was the third day not counting that half day. The internet was down. He wondered if those little sisters had made it to the designated villa area. Even with 3 days of heavy rain and so many return strength pills, they should have at least reached the first stage 5-star level by now. If they hadn't leveled up because of the rain, then he would abandon them. He had the right to hide at home and enjoy comfort, but that didn't mean those little sisters did. If they couldn't grasp that it only showed their laziness and love of ease, he wouldn't want such women. Within a villa district merely a kilometer from the martial arts hall, a colossal stone tablet stood erect. On the second floor of one villa, 10 young maidens gathered by the window, discussing among themselves. Sister Tao, what do you say? Shall we go in and give it a try? If we earn a ranking, our master will surely be delighted. We could exchange it for food. The supplies he gave us have just run out. I haven't tasted meat in ages. Neither have I. Since the apocalypse broke out, the only time I ate was 3 days ago when our master gave us some. He left us a few boxes of chicken legs, but those vacuum-packed ones have no real flavor. Sister He, what do you think? It's the third day now? We don't know when our master will come. Let's go and clear some stages, earn points, and get ourselves some meat for a proper feast. He Tao narrowed her eyes in contemplation. These past 3 days, they had rested only 6 hours each day, which included both sleep and bathing. The remaining time was spent in relentless slaughter from start to finish. The 1,500 spirit pills bestowed by their master were nearly depleted. They had finally reached the first order 9 stars. The rain had poured for 3 days and 3 nights. They had fought for 3 days and 3 nights, relying on the pills to compensate for their past deficiencies. Yet the sustained high-intensity combat had taken a toll on their spirits. Today they needed to unwind. Coincidentally, they had to wait for their master. All right, everyone goes in together. Let's endure another hour. After that, we'll have a good meal and truly relax, He Tao declared. She harbored no illusions about achieving a high ranking. She was self-aware. Though they were at first order 9 stars, they possessed no special abilities. She herself hadn't a great ability, but it offered no boost to their combat strength. It was virtually useless. The stone tablet had just appeared. Their master would surely venture in to explore as well. Perhaps his name would even appear on it. Though they still didn't know his name. Sister Tao, love you, Yahoo. Finally, we can have a proper rest. During these 3 days, the group had regarded He Tao as their second pillar after their master. Everything was arranged by her. Following her had been grueling and exhausting, but the thought of reaching first order 9 stars filled them with excitement. They finally possessed the power to protect themselves. Moreover, the anticipation of their master's arrival today only heightened their excitement. Each of them had exceeded expectations, and their master would surely reward them with more pills and delicacies. Truly, the taste of their master's sausages and steaks, that exquisite flavor lingered in memory, leaving them yearning for another taste. On the second floor of the martial arts hall, a little Enan, you're out so soon. Lin Bei had only watched 10 minutes of the movie when a flash of light appeared, and Lin Wanan materialized where she had vanished. Wanan's face flushed crimson. That place doesn't allow pills. My basic strength is too weak, my stamina drained too quickly. I was swarmed by zombies and bitten to death. She had anticipated an early exit, but not this early, barely 10 minutes. Come, let's watch the movie together while we wait for them. No, I need to level up, or it'll just hold everyone back. Lin Wanan refused, changing into a black tracksuit. Little Silver Moon, come here. Will you accompany Enmama to kill zombies outside? Little Silver Moon shook its head. Mama knew you'd be the best. Let's go, Silver Moon. What? Doesn't shaking its head mean refusal? Black ones restores stamina, green ones heal. Lin Bei said, stuffing some pills into her hands. Without stamina recovery pills, killing zombies for leveling was too inefficient. I know, my adorable little husband. By see you at lunch. Wanan's delicate slender fingers lifted his chin. Her index finger touched her red lips, then pressed against his before she scooped up the reluctant little Silver Moon and leaped from the second floor. Lin Bei was taken aback. Teased. Fine, fine. Another little vixen. Good thing he had plenty of medicine. No, he needed to add 2 caddies of goji berries to his thermos, or perhaps find an opportunity to acquire an ability like Colossus. Another 20 minutes passed. Shiyu emerged. Seeing no one around, she widened her eyes in disbelief. No way did I come out before Wanan. Lin Bei nodded. Shiyu's pretty face fell. That can't be right. It's not logical. How could I come out before Wanan? Even if my ability power ran out early, my basic strength is far superior to hers. Wait, where's Silver Moon? Shiyu expanded her spatial perception. Wanan was outside killing zombies. Oh, Bei, you tricked me. Shiyu stepped over on her fair little feet and sat beside him. As punishment for deceiving me tonight, you'll have to watch me wear black stockings. It's my fault, though I accept the punishment. Lin Bei lifted her long, shapely legs onto his own, gently caressing them. What's it like inside? Lots of zombies. Shiyu took a sip of milk tea and recounted the details. First stage 1 zombie, second stage 10, third stage 50, fourth stage 100, fifth stage 500, sixth stage 1,000. Too many. Every zombie is at least at the peak of human limits. The area is large enough to kite, and stamina consumption feels just like outside. You can't use pills inside. I couldn't hold out at the 7th stage against 5,000 zombies. Plus, starting from the 2nd stage, there are high-tier zombies mixed in. Lin Bei savored the smoothness beneath his fingertips. Based on what you've said, the trial path favors those with enhanced physiques. Ability power recovery can't keep up, only stamina barely manages. She nodded. Inside my spatial wormhole was nearly useless. I had to rely on a blade to cut through. They chatted while watching the movie. An hour passed quickly. With a flash of light, He-Yun and Jiang Yu emerged. Maya finally out. He-Yun rushed to sit on Lin Bai's other side, wrapping her pale arms around his. Good brother, quick. I'm dying of thirst. An hour of non-stop slashing. My arms can barely lift. It doesn't ache anymore. And I'm not thirsty either. He-Yun found it truly miraculous. Seeing no spot for herself, Jiang Yu plopped down on his lap, her soft back pressed against his chest. Her jade-like hand moved one of his hands from Shiyu's legs and placed it on her own belly. I was nearly exhausted in there. It seems our status refreshes upon exit. That's good. Imagine if someone emerged from the trial path utterly drained only to find an intruder sneaked into their home. That would be disastrous. Lin Bei was speechless. A bunch of vixens. Starting another battle would be disrespectful to the apocalypse. Trial path activate. With a thought, his body was enveloped in a faint glow. 1 minute later, he vanished from the spot. The world spun, dizziness overwhelmed him, and he involuntarily closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in an open space surrounded by endless white. Please select a battle scene. Desert, grassland, forest, mountain range, city. A multitude of options. City. The next second, everything around him began to shift rapidly. In just 1 second, he stood on a concrete road in a city. Not a soul in sight, but the scattered cars and damaged shops mirrored the outside world exactly. First stage. Zombie count 1. Zombie level peak, human limit 1. Please select your weapon. Once chosen, silently recite trial start in your mind. There were many. All sorts of cold weapons. Lin Bei selected a Tang horizontal saber that felt comfortable in his hand, silently recited the words, and the next second a zombie spawned 10 meters ahead. It charged toward him with a low growl, its speed surpassing that of a 100-meter sprinter, yet in his eyes it was as slow as an old woman. He ended it with a single casual slash. Points gain 0. 1. Second level zombie count 10. Zombie ranks human limit 9, first order 1 star 1. He dispatched them with a few effortless strikes. With his current strength, eliminating these zombies cost no stamina, as simple as scratching an itch. Third, fourth, fifth, 7th level zombie count 5,000. Zombie ranks human limit 4,000, first order 1 star 500, first order 2 star 200, first order 3 star 100, first order 4 star 100, first order 5 star 100. Swish. A dense, terrifying horde of zombies appeared right before Lin Bei. Seeing such a multitude, he instinctively prepared to retrieve a rejuvenation pill and stuff it into his mouth. The numbers were too great. He would have to use the technique Xiaoyu had taught him. My memory. Lin Bei forgot. This was the trial space. Rejuvenation pills were useless. He took a deep breath, kicked off the ground, and charged into the horrifying zombie horde. 47 minutes, 50 seconds. 49 seconds. 48 seconds. There was a countdown at the side. Charging into the horde, he was like a force of nature. The zombies before him were as fragile as paper. Gripping his blade, he continuously dashed forward each charge, sending at least 100 heads flying. 45 minutes, 50 seconds. 2 minutes. In just 2 minutes, he had slain all 5,000 zombies. Such was his terrifying strength now. He panted slightly, not from the killing, but from the intense dashing. It didn't matter. He had the double boost of his physique ability, and his stamina recovery was formidable. 8th level zombie count 10,000. Zombie ranks first order 1 star 9,000, first order 2 star 200, first order 3 star 200, first order 4 star 200, first order 5 star 200, first order 6 star 200. 10,000. This level was somewhat challenging. Of course, Lin Bei didn't think it was hard for him, but for the evolvers outside. However, since progress could be saved, it didn't matter. Time to grind. 35 minutes, 50 seconds. Lin Bai's breathing was a bit heavy. Since the apocalypse began, this was the first time he had felt weary. No wonder they said the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse was a zombie tide. He dared not claim to be number 1 in the world, but top 10 should be no problem. These low-rank zombies had still consumed a fair amount of his stamina. 9th level zombie count 10,000. Zombie ranks first order 2 star 9,000, first order 3 star 200, first order 4 star 200, first order 5 star 200, first order 6 star 200, first order 7 star 200. The number hadn't changed. Still 10,000. After a brief rest, Lin Bai's breathing steadied. Even if all 10,000 zombies were first order 7 star, it didn't matter to him. They were all just 1 slash away. 29 minutes, 50 seconds. Huff, huff. Lin Bei exhaled heavily, twice, gradually calming his breath. The 9th level had taken him 6 minutes. 10th level zombie count 10,000. Zombie ranks first order 3-star, 9,000, first order 4-star, 200, first order 5-star, 200, first order 6-star, 200, first order 7-star, 200, first order 8-star, 100, first order 9-star, 100. The zombie tide's power surged. 10 minutes later. 19 minutes 50 seconds. Around Lin Bei lay a dense carpet of zombie corpses. He sat on the ground leaning against the wall to rest, his hand gripping the blade, slightly trembling. It was only because his strength was so far ahead that any zombie regardless of rank was as brittle as paper before him. For ordinary players it would take ages to reach this point. Tired. So tired. Thirsty. Hungry. Various negative states flooded in. Even with his double physique boost, the consumption was simply too great to recover quickly. Lin Bei felt as if ants were crawling all over his body. He longed for a handful of rejuvenation pills. However, he had only rested for a few seconds. The next wave arrived. Endless. No respite. Another 10,000 might spell his doom. 11th level zombie count 10. Zombie ranks second order 1-star 9, second order 2-star 1. 10. Lin Bei was taken aback. Forget it then. It seemed the levels reset every 10 rounds. He silently recited to exit. There was no point in continuing. He wasn't short on food and had only come to take a look. With the 10 levels he had just cleared, holding the top spot today would be more than enough. Nearly 40,000 zombies. Truly, only with his numerous boosts could he achieve this. Below him it should be Xiao Yu with her dual boosts in physique and strength. She was very suited for this kind of trial mode. The next second, he returned to the outside, his state fully restored. How did it go, Bei? How many levels did you clear? Sure, you asked curiously while Jiang Yu and He Yun cast their gazes over. Not many, 10. As expected of my good disciple, stuck at the 10th level, just like your master. Jiang Yu said. Humph, He Yun pouted. If I advanced to second order, I could clear the 10th level too. The gap between first order 9-star and second order is too big. My stamina couldn't keep up and I fell at the 8th level. Once I reach second order my power will skyrocket. Lin Bei smiled without speaking. He stretched lazily. It felt great to be at full capacity again. The sensation of stamina depletion was truly unpleasant. He Yun waved by the window. Brother, come quick. Names have appeared on the steel. Yu, you're number 1. Second is Sister Xiao Yu. Where am I? Where am I? I am actually 4th. Who's this 3rd place? Baiwen. The name sounds like a young lady. Why is she above me? Otherwise the 3 of us could combine. Does she have some heaven-defying ability? Lin Bei walked to the window and looked. 1 Lin Bei China Progress 11th level 0. 2 Jiang Yu China Progress 10th level 50. 3 Baiwen China Progress 10th level 5. 4 He Yun China Progress 8th level 10. 5 Lu Yi China Progress 8th level 7. Not bad. It only displayed names, progress, and origin. No other info. If he wasn't mistaken, this Baiwen should be Yu Ye's cousin with the 3th level magnetic ability. This ranking didn't represent combat power. It only reflected sustained combat capability, so it wasn't very indicative. Still, global first place felt pretty good. 5 from China, a beautiful sight. The trial steel had only appeared for less than 2 hours, and the rankings were still shifting, but the top 3 should remain unchanged. What? Jiang Ye's lips parted slightly. Lin Bei, when you said 10 levels you meant you actually cleared the 10th. How did your stamina hold out against so many zombies? Even if you're second order 3-star, your physique isn't even half of mine. Lin Bei stretched again. My dear master, never doubt your good disciple. You should know best how my stamina is, master. Have you forgotten when you were begging for mercy? Jiang Ye's face flushed with shame. Rebellious disciple, shut up. Lin Bei. Jiang Yu. He Yun. No way. Are those 3 monsters? How did they grind through so many zombies? The pills are useless inside. And Lin Bei doesn't have a spatial ability. His physique should be weak. How did he get to number 1 globally? At the police station, Xiao Xie stared at the rankings on the trial, steely her mouth agape. She had a level 3 3-level lightning ability and had reached second order 3-star, yet she still fell at the 7th level. She thought her ranking was decent, but she was in the dozens. Looking at the top few, 3 were familiar faces. She could understand Jiang Ye's ranking. Her physique ability gave her an advantage, and she was naturally strong, proficient in cold weapons. He Yun's strength ability was also somewhat understandable. But Lin Bei, she really couldn't comprehend it. Truly. Fuck you. Why, oi? Tell me why. Why are the top 5 in the national rankings all from China? Doesn't my great America have any powerful experts? For women, and they all climb above us. Where are our people, eh? Bakayaro. Sybil. Trial Steely were scattered across the globe. The apocalypse had erased law and morality, yet deep within everyone clung to a fierce sense of belonging. They would strike ruthlessly at those around them, but when it came to national rankings they still wished for their own to be the strongest. Damn it. Xiao Xie couldn't comprehend it. I thought I was strong enough, but there are so many freaks out there. I still don't understand how Lin Bei managed to be number 1 in the world, and even clear the 10th trial. She simply couldn't fathom it. Unless Lin Bei possessed not only spatial powers, but also some hidden physical abilities. It was impossible not to feel jealous, but for now she urgently needed to find Lin Bei again. Secondary objective: bring back Inu. Primary objective: beg for more medicine. The raging storm had driven the zombies near the police station into a frenzy. In the dead of night, the main gate was crushed by a terrifying tide of corpses. The station had some firearms, but far too few to face such a horde. She had to rely on the stored medicinal pills to fight, ensuring no casualties. Without those pills, the losses would have been catastrophic. Sister, didn't you say that Lin Bei likes beautiful women and treats his women well? What if I try to get close to him, become his woman, and help you get more of those pills? A woman with a face strikingly similar to Xiao Xie's approached her, staring at the rankings on the trial steel. As a younger sister, she naturally wanted to share her sister's burden. Xiao Xie shook her head. Chiron, even though you're as beautiful as I am and had plenty of admirers before, he might not take a liking to you. You know, the women around him all have abilities. You're at the second rank, but without an ability, that's a fatal flaw. His target is me. Do you like him then? He's quite the womanizer. I bet he's already had Jiang Yu in the last few days. He might be a hopeless flirt with clumsy tactics to ensnare women, but you have to admit he's handsome. And the truth is, his clumsy methods have caught my interest. Quite intrigued by him. In the apocalypse, which capable man doesn't have several wives? It was the same before the end, and he's number one in the world. Xiao Xie's lips curled into a smile, a glint of amusement in her eyes. That chance encounter that day, when she begged for the pills, Lin Bei deliberately showed off so much in front of her all to make her heart flutter. Saying he didn't like owing favors, that was clearly intentional too. He wanted her to develop feelings for him, to make her seek him out often. She was too excited at the time to notice. But upon reflection afterward, she saw through his little scheme. He wanted to use those pills to slowly, gradually draw her in. She didn't dislike it, or in fact, she found it rather endearing. This was the apocalypse. With Lin Bei's strength, countless beauties begged for his protection. The women had taken from the martial arts gym weren't top-tier beauties, but they were the type who'd never lacked suitors before the end. He hadn't touched a single one. He ensured you were also deeply dependent on him. This showed he was a womanizer, but not vile, and he took good care of his women. She was a police officer after all. She had that much analytical ability. Most precious of all, he hadn't succumbed to the basest human nature, becoming the kind of person who would devour others without mercy. Moreover, his standards were incredibly high. Jiang Yu, who had stayed by his side for a few days, was now essentially one of his women, ranked second in the world. He Yun was ranked fourth. Jiang Shiyu's name wasn't in the top 10, but coincidentally, she was just one rank above Xiao Xie, at number 13 in the world. It was easy to imagine just how formidable his women truly were. Xiao Xie was immensely grateful that her sister had suggested using surveillance to monitor the entire city. Otherwise, on that night, when Lin Bei had stolen her kill, she might have clashed with him, creating a feud. That would have been the best-case scenario. In the worst case, she'd either be killed or treated like a toy. Such was the importance of information. Of course, she still knew nothing of Lin Wanan's existence at this point. Sister, are you really going to be with him? With your abilities, sharing a man with a bunch of women. Isn't that too demeaning? Demeaning? Xiao Xie laughed. Chiron, you know perfectly well that Lin Bei only started killing zombies to level up 5 days after the apocalypse broke out. He gave us a 5-day head start and still caught up. You say I'm demeaning myself, but have you considered that in a little while, even if I wanted to throw myself at him, I might not be worthy? She had self-awareness. But you're a 3-rank lightning ability user. The stronger you get over time, how could you not be worthy? Not to mention, aside from Jiang Shiyu, who shares his spatial ability, He Yun and Jiang Yu are both body enhancement types. They might shine on the trial steel early on, but in the later stages it's freaks like you with your overpowered abilities that truly matter. Chiron, you're thinking too simply. Xiao Xie produced a rejuvenation pill, twirling it between her slender index finger and thumb. You know how miraculous this medicine is. The reason he's so casual with it is threefold. First, to lure me, and second, he has a massive stockpile, and third, this stuff is trivial in his eyes. Either he has an absurdly large quantity, or he possesses something even better. Setting that aside, with such a massive supply of these pills, his strength and that of his women will only skyrocket. Soon they might reach a level we can only gaze up at in awe. By the time they're at the 4th or 5th rank, I won't even have reached the 3rd. The only way to avoid falling behind is to have an unlimited supply myself, not just a few pills here and there. We've researched and analyzed them. No clues at all. No way to replicate them. My ability is excellent, but I know I'm not the only woman with a great ability. Also, haven't you noticed that more and more eyes are watching our station, our members, you and me? The night before last, why weren't the fences of the service center next door breached? Why wasn't the gate of the elementary school across the street smashed in? Why was it only our station's gate that was crushed? Even if zombies have keen senses of smell, our building is at least 50 meters from the gate. In a torrential downpour, could they really smell us from that far? And now without wind or rain, they can't. As she spoke, Xiao Xie looked at the few zombies aimlessly wandering outside the station's gate. The gate had been hastily repaired, not as sturdy as before, but better than nothing. Jiang Xiyu and He Yun have grown close over time, and He Yun is on good terms with Jiang Yu. The three of them are practically allied. I'm afraid they'll ostracize you, that you'll swallow your pride for our sake and suffer in silence. Chiron understood. Xia's desperate desire to grow stronger wasn't for her own glory, but to better protect the team members. Chiron, since you're worried about me being mistreated, how about you become his woman alongside me? The three of them form one faction and well form another. Sister, what are you talking about? Ha 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 ha, just kidding. Even if you wanted to, he might not fancy you. Enough talk. Since the trial steel just appeared, I need to head out. Call me on the walkie-talkie if anything comes up. With that, Xiao Xie led her sister into the building. She couldn't leave openly, of course. Things were different now than a few days ago. Even after 3 days and nights of torrential rain, some people would still brave the storm for various reasons. Whoosh! Once inside the building, her body crackling with arcs of lightning, she sped away from the station, toward Jiang Ye's martial arts gym, at an incredible pace. There was more she hadn't said. This sudden appearance of the trial steel proved that this apocalypse was no ordinary zombie crisis. Where had Lin Bei's miraculous pills come from? A pre-apocalypse family recipe couldn't possibly be so effective on beings who had already transcended ordinary humans. There was only one explanation. Lin Bei, he might be a hidden cultivator. Shed read plenty of novels, mostly crime and mystery thrillers, but Shed dabbled in other genres too, including cultivation stories. Those tiny spherical pellets were exactly like the pills described in those novels. What a little genius I am. Daddy, come quick. Someone's stealing our kill. Yaya had pinned a second-tier zombie to the ground for Mama to finish off, but they snatched it. There are so many of them, several at the second tier. I can't protect Mama and fight them off. As he stepped out of the martial arts gym, Silver Moon's voice echoed in his ears. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and opened a spatial rift. Let's go. Wanan is surrounded. Oh, how amusing. They dared to steal a kill from him. Others could take what they pleased, but no one was allowed to take from them. Beauty, tell your dog, oh I mean your wolf, to change back to its original form. It would be a shame if a second-tier pet were killed. Rest assured, we sincerely invite you to join our team. Let's venture into the trial path together. Isn't it safer for you to join us? A man with a somewhat sturdy build, wearing a black vest and holding a steel spear, extended an invitation to Lin Wanan. As he spoke, his gaze roamed over her figure and face, burning with lust. A white t-shirt, blue jeans, and white sneakers. Simple attire, yet on her it was the epitome of elegance. Her face was stunningly beautiful, her skin as fair as fresh snow. Before the apocalypse, such a rare beauty would have made them too self-conscious to even glance her way. But now, whether she joined willingly or not, she would join. With them around, once she was in, they could tame her into submission within days. There had been women who resisted unto death, but after tasting ultimate pleasure, they became all too obedient. At this moment, Lin Wanan was shielded by Silver Moon, now the size of a minivan. 6 men surrounded them, each gripping a long spear. An inch longer, an inch stronger. When choosing a weapon, one naturally picks the longest. Did you notify Xiao Bei? Knowing she was outmatched, Lin Wanan had immediately asked Silver Moon to contact Lin Bei. Fortunately, Silver Moon was a second-tier beast, and they dared not approach. It had always been this way, and it still was. When would she truly become strong? Lin Wanan tightened her grip on her knife, turning frequently wary of a sudden attack from behind. Beauty, you have 1 minute to decide. Will you and your pet join us, or will we beat your pet half to death or kill it and force you to join it? The treatment differs vastly. With a second-tier beast as your pet, you're worthy of standing as our equal. We won't do anything untoward. Together, enter the trial path and achieve great results. Multiplayer mode allows pets. Beauty, don't you want the rewards from the trial monument? Don't you want more points to improve your meals? Don't you crave a safe shelter where you can sleep soundly? Our team has professional chefs to satisfy your palate and dedicated night watchmen. Joining us will only elevate your living conditions. Think it over, Beauty. Lin Wanan's palm itched, and she smiled. The morning sun pierced through the clouds, illuminating her face. The smile made their hearts tighten, their greed swelling. Softly and gently she said, Gentlemen, thank you for your lengthy speech. My little husband and my sisters are here. The leading man frowned. Someone was coming. She hadn't used a walkie-talkie. How had she notified them? He quickly scanned his surroundings and saw a handsome man and 3 beautiful women approaching from the end of the road on the right. Their breath hitched. Each woman rivaled the one before them. Each was a paragon of beauty, stirring their blood. Lin Bei, don't always finish off enemies so quickly. Let us practice too. Jiang Yu drew her short spear and extended it into an 18-meter-long spear. Exactly, dear brother. You're already too fierce. When you act, we have no fun. Let Sister Xiaoyu and me play. Sister Shiyu rest. This small matter is for us sisters. He Yun's face lit up with excitement. Fighting humans was far more thrilling than killing zombies. Lin Bei shrugged. If they wanted to play, let them. Jiang Ye's combat experience was solid, but He Yun needed practice. She had only fought humans twice. On the rooftop, without weapons, she could only cower. In his home, her strength was no match. Sister Xiaoyu, those three on the left are yours, these three on the right are mine. He Yun drew her tang sword, its blade glinting fiercely in the sunlight, and stepped forward alongside Jiangyu. As you wish, Sister Yin. He Yun's bottom tightened. Oh dear, don't call me sister. Every time you do, my bottom starts to ache. I dare not. Since I entered the sect, I must follow the rules. You taught me that, Sister Yin. I dare not offend you. They conversed as if alone, utterly disregarding the 6 men. Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu, don't be careless. They're all second tier. Wanan reported their situation. Merely second tier. Watch me, Sister Wanan, as I have first tier 9-star cross ranks to slay them. Heaven did not give birth to Hiyun. The path of power is eternal night. Hiyun was about to spring forward when a dark gun barrel appeared in her line of sight, and she slammed on the brakes. The leading man revealed a sinister smile. Hiyun, little sister, you've read too many novels. Who's going to fight with cold weapons? Don't you know what era it is? The 21st century, the age of firearms. Be good, obedient, and kneel if you don't want to die. Dear brother, this man has no martial ethics. Hiyun's face fell as she turned to Lin Bei. Why did every fight go awry? Guns were terrifying. I told you to kneel. The man barked, but before he could finish, he felt a cold, tubular iron object pressed against the back of his head. Cold sweat drenched his back. He swallowed involuntarily. What terrifying entity had crept up on him without a sound? It had to be a gun against his head. Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. He ducked and spun, firing several shots behind him. If they didn't shoot first, they'd be ready to counterattack. That was the apocalypse. One misstep could cost a life. The thrill of living on the edge excited him. He eagerly anticipated seeing the shooter's reaction. But, after turning and firing, he found no one behind him. Only an eerie half-floating gun barrel remained swiveling to aim at his crouched head. He froze. What the hell? Brother, you're right. This is the 21st century, a brave new world. But it's no longer the age of firearms. Times have changed. It's now the age of abilities. The smile shifted to Lin Bei's face. Be good. Drop your gun and spar with them. If you 6 can defeat them with your spears, it'll overlook the fact that you stole the zombie from my Wanan. The man froze. He stared at Lin Bei in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. You're a spatial ability user. Without a second thought, he tossed the gun to the ground. But it didn't fall. It landed in Lin Bei's hand, who then threw it to Shiryu. You here. He had unlimited bullets for his Desert Eagle, that was enough. Shiryu took the gun, and with a thought it vanished from her hand. The sight made the man's scalp crawl. Could she also be a spatial ability user? There was an online ranking of abilities based on those that had appeared so far. Spatial ability ranked first. He never imagined that the husband of the woman with a second-tier pet would be a spatial ability user, and maybe even 2 of them. Bro, this is all a misunderstanding. Actually, Damn, he couldn't make up a story. If he hadn't fired, he might have managed a few lies, but he had pulled the trigger. Bro, if we 6 brothers really can defeat your 2 companions, will you truly let us live? He could only follow the man's lead. Of course, I've never had many virtues since I was a child. My only one is that I never lie. He'll trust you on that. The man had no choice but to pin his hopes on this. After all, he had just made the man's woman kneel. What man wouldn't harbor murderous intent? He didn't dare try to control her as a hostage. That would be a true dead end. Spatial ability was simply too terrifying. Brothers, did you hear that? Let's spar with our big brother's wife. The other 5 weren't fools. They understood their leader's intent, to hold back and put on a show demonstrating their submission in hopes of being spared. Little sister, Hiyunim is second-tier 4-star rank strength ability user. My strength is currently tripled. Second-tier 1-star no ability. Second-tier 1-star no ability. Each reported their status. Sister second-tier 1-star no ability. Second-tier 2-star no ability. Second-tier 3-star crank Qilin arm ability. My Qilin arm grants me triple strength. Seizing the moment, Lin Wanan carried the shrunken silver moon and ran to Lin Bei's side, her face full of apology. Sorry for wasting your time. Don't say that among us. Who is this? Lin Wanan looked in shock at the woman who had suddenly appeared beside Lin Bei. Her speed was incredible. She had come from far away in an instant. Lin Bei glanced over. Mommy Shiyu, mommy. Little silver moon lightly leaped from Wanan's arms into Xiao Shiyu's embrace, nuzzling her affectionately with its tiny head. Xiao Shiyu. Lin Wanan finally met this sister she had heard about from Xiao Yu. A formidable figure with a 3-level lightning ability who had founded a women's legion to protect females. Everyone around her is so amazing. You still remember me? Xiao Shiyu tugged its ear in mock annoyance. Every time it got caught after running off to play, it would act cute. She was immune by now. Hello, I'm Xiao Shiyu. And you? Xiao Shiyu extended her hand to Lin Wanan. Hello. I'm Lin Wanan. I just joined Lin Bei's group before the heavy rain. Oh, Lin Wanan. She hadn't seen this woman on the trial steel. You must know my ability. What's yours? Xiao Shiyu asked bluntly. She was familiar enough with Lin Bei and the others, asking about abilities was no big deal. I have no ability. No ability. Xiao Shiyu's expression turned odd. Lin Bei would keep someone without an ability by his side. What a pity. It all came down to luck. Ahead. Little sister Hyun, are you sure a 1-year 9-star challenger like you can take on us 3 brothers? Should we come at you one by one? After introducing themselves, the leader gripped his spear. What? Hyun is only at 1-year 9-star. Xiaoxiu asked Lin Bei in shock. The 4th-ranked person globally was only at 1-year 9-star. What's the problem? A huge problem. She's 4th on the trial steal. Even with her strength abilities advantage, how could she clear that many stages at 1-year 9-star? Xiaoxiu was genuinely stunned. She had assumed Hyun had already broken through to 2nd tier. Lin Bei chuckled. Maybe her stages were just easier. Really? Xiaoxiu didn't buy his nonsense. Everyone's stages were the same. There had to be a secret. Up ahead, Hyun tilted her head with a sweet smile. Don't look down on me just because I'm 1-year 9-star big brothers. Remember, my name is Hyun. Hyun. What about it? He knew several people named Hyun. Wait. Hyun. Damn. You are the Hyun ranked 4th globally on the trial steal. The man's expression shifted instantly. He had never connected this Hyun to that one. 1-year 9-star. What a load of crap. The next second, Hyun kicked off and charged forward. So fast. By the time he reacted, she was already in front of him. Was this speed really 1-year 9-star? He swung his spear to block her blade. The moment their weapons clashed, his steel spear shattered like paper. He froze. What kind of terrifying power could slice through a solid steel pipe in one strike? No. Before he could react, Hyun swung her blade down from above. He instinctively raised the headless shaft to block, but it too shattered like paper easily cut in two. The blade didn't stop at the shaft. It cleaved through his awareness and body. Big brother. Boss. Holy shit. Everyone present was stunned. Their big brother, a 2nd-tier 4-star powerhouse with triple strength, had been one-shot by a 1-year 9-star woman, utterly helpless, split cleanly in half. Hyun pouted. Is this really 2nd-tier 4-star? So pathetic. I felt nothing. I was expecting an exhilarating fight, but he couldn't even put up a fight. What? Xiaoxiu was shocked again. The man who was just killed was 2nd-tier 4-star. If Hyun hadn't said it, she would never have guessed. Just how high was Hyun's strength ability level to be this terrifying? Don't space out. Here I come. Jiang Yu gripped her spear and charged forward. With a single unadorned smash, she crushed a 2nd-tier 3-star man to death. His steel spear snapped in two and his body followed suit. The scene was brutally bloody. Chilan arm. Is that all? Holy shit. Xiaoxiu cursed again, her scalp tingling. Hey, you're a physique ability user, not a strength ability user. Why is your power overwhelming too? It's absurdly strong. Absurdly excessive. Absurdly unreasonable. No, something was definitely off. The power they both displayed far exceeded what they should possess. Even if Hyun's strength ability was at level 3-4, or even 5 with her 1-year 9-star foundation, she should never achieve this level of performance. And Jiang Yu was a physique ability user. There was only one answer. Apart from the pills that restore physical strength and energy, Lin Bei must have other precious treasures on him. Otherwise, there was no way to explain Hyun and Jiang Ye's ridiculously explosive power. Seeing this, she became even more convinced of her thoughts. Lin Bei. She had set her sights on him. Initially, she believed that with her 3-level lightning ability, she could protect her all-female squad at least in the early stages of the apocalypse. However, the eerie zombie horde in the torrential rain and the appearance of the trial steal made her feel that her strength was insufficient. It seemed that before long her team might suffer a devastating blow. Moreover, the world's apocalyptic landscape would change due to the trial steal. More and more teams and squads would emerge from it. The multiplayer challenge mode had no upper limit. The more the better. This was a good thing for humanity. But for women, it might not be so. Even if the eerie zombie horde in the rain was just bad luck, their door had been smashed open. Over time, her all-female squad would become a tempting target in others' eyes, and indeed a prime piece of meat. Regardless of the reason, she had to become his woman. Once she did, leaving aside the pills that could rapidly enhance her power, the combat strength of Lin Bei, Hyun, and Jiang Yu alone would be a tremendous safeguard. Damn it, you're definitely not a 1-star 9th rank. How the hell am I supposed to fight you? The leader was dead. The second-in-command was dead. The 2 strongest among the 6 had been instantly killed. The remaining 4 had no intention of continuing the sparring match. Besides, was this even a spar? If they didn't flee now, when would they? Were they supposed to wait here to die? Oho, trying to bully my sister Wanan, and still thinking of running away. Hyun picked up a stone about half a fist size from the ground, and hurled it with all her might using a pitching motion. On my arm. As soon as she threw one, Hyun winced, clutching her right arm, as if the muscles had torn. She quickly stuffed a green healing pill into her mouth. There was no helping it. Her current strength far exceeded the limit her body could withstand. She had forgotten that, whoosh, the stone she threw streaked through the air like a meteor, though its aim was a bit off. But that didn't matter. Lin Bei flicked his fingers, opening a spatial wormhole. The fist-sized stone passed through one person's head without losing any speed, then struck the second, the third, and the fourth. For in a row, Xiaoxia's mouth hung wide open. For second-rank fighters, had just been killed by Hyun with a single stone. Too incredible. Truly too incredible. And she had seen Hiyun pop a green pill into her mouth, and after it went down the pain on her face vanished. Xiao Xie guessed it might be a pill that could heal injuries. So Lin Bei indeed had more good stuff. Sigh. Jiang Yu let out a sigh, retracting his long spear to 60 centimeters and tucking it behind his waist. I thought they were all spear masters, but none of them could actually wield one. Of course it could also be that we're just too strong. Exactly. They're all way too weak. My excitement hadn't even started before it ended. A bunch of weaklings can't even beat a 1-star 9th rank like me. Hiyun grumbled as she linked her arm with Jiang Yes and returned to Lin Bai's side. Hello, Sister Xia, Hiyun greeted politely. There was a chance this sister might become her sister-in-law in the future. As the younger one hoping to be doted on by everyone, she naturally had to be well-behaved. Hello, Xiao Xie smiled awkwardly. With Hiyun's terrifying strength now, if she threw a punch at her, she'd be seeing her ancestors on the spot. How could it be so exaggerated? Lin Bei, let me ask you something. During these 3 days of heavy rain, did you encounter any unusual behavior from the zombies? For instance, with so many buildings around, why did the zombies focus their attacks on you? She would find out by asking. Yes. Was someone secretly directing them? You could say that. Xiao Xie frowned deeply. So it was true. It wasn't an accident. Do you have any insights? Could you share them with me? I urgently need this information. I want to take it for free. Tell me whatever you need, don't hesitate. I'll do my utmost to fulfill it as long as it doesn't harm my team's interests. Lin Bei smiled. Miss Xiao, do you realize that your words could easily lead someone to propose some rather improper conditions? Now he had the strength to control Xiao Xie. His earlier politeness was partly due to wariness of her ability and partly to get her to take the bait. The bait had been taken. It was time to cast the net. Moreover, it wasn't him who should be wary now. It was Xiao Xie who should be wary of them. She was a strong woman and a smart one. There was no reason she didn't understand why he had given her so many rejuvenation pills for free. If she didn't, she was just pretending to be naive. Pretending to be naive. That would only mean she wasn't smart enough. Xiao Xie's beautiful eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. Little one, so impatient, huh? A slight smile curled at the corners of her mouth. She spoke seriously. I told you whatever you need, just say it. I'll do my utmost to satisfy you. This information is crucial to me. I don't want those girls suffering in the apocalypse to become tools for men to vent their desires. I want them all to be safe, but I'm already struggling alone. 2 nights ago we were nearly overrun by a zombie horde. I hope you can help me. Lin Bei smiled. Good. Xiao Xie was indeed very smart. He had thought her profession might make her difficult, but she was sensible and self-aware with long-term vision. Not bad. Really not bad. So far all the women he had encountered were intelligent and more importantly self-aware. He hadn't met any of those infuriating narcissistic fairies, which was a good thing. Lin Bei spoke slowly. There is a type of person who can control zombies. Xiao Xie frowned. Humans controlling zombies. She had thought that zombies had already evolved beings with intelligence rivaling humans. Strictly speaking, they aren't human. They are zombies who retain their memories after eating zombie flesh. To them, zombies are like foolish little brothers. I don't know if they can evolve, but it's possible, though they won't become very strong. Eating zombie flesh shows they lack the courage to go out and find food. Of course, we can't rule out those forced to eat it. Thanks. Xiao Xie hugged Silver Moon and expressed her gratitude, then asked, so have you thought about what you need? If not, take your time. Lin Bei didn't answer, but countered, don't you already know what I want? Xiao Xie stretched lazily, her ample figure rivaling sure, yes, nearly bursting out. I can give it to you, but my treatment should be the same as theirs, right? The same. Lin Bei smiled. Good. Very smooth. When do you want it? Now. Should I go with you? Xiao Xie showed no shyness at all, pointing to an empty house by the roadside. What's the big deal? This was nothing. How about tonight? Lin Bei was taken aback, feeling as if he were the one being devoured. Oh, he actually had a bit of patience. Tonight might not work. My police station might be targeted by those half-human, half-zombie things you mentioned. I only managed to come this far because the trial steel just appeared. I can't stay away for too long. How about this, you and the sisters come to my place? I promise no one will disturb you. Xiao Xie said this not to trick them into coming to the station, but because given the current situation, she really couldn't afford to be away for long. Those girls had all begun their evolution, but too few had abilities, and some of those were of little use. Their combat power was frankly very poor. Lin Bei stroked his chin. Using a martial arts gym as a base was truly underwhelming. It had electricity, yes, but the space was far too small. Alright. He hadn't gone before because Xiao Xie had wanted to recruit him, but now she was inviting him as her man to join her and her sisters. Besides, he intended to select a small team from Xiao Xie's female squad to train. Really? Xiao Xie was overjoyed, never expecting him to agree so readily. With him and these sisters holding the fort, who in this city, no scratch that the entire world would dare provoke them. What were you hoping I'd refuse? No. Xiao Xie quickly waved her hand, stood on tiptoes to pull him down by the shoulder, and planted a big kiss on his cheek. Thanks, Big Bro Bei. She giggled happily. Hello, sisters. Hope you'll look after me. I didn't bring much, just this little gift for you all. Hope you don't mind. She handed a walkie-talkie to each of them. Effective communication range is 15 kilometers. With these it'll be more convenient for everyone. Don't these need a network? Ian asked, curiously examining the device. No, they don't. Xiao Xia explained how to use them. She had originally brought them for Lin Bei, but even if everyone stayed at the police station, they would still come in handy. Phoenix Squad is recruiting. Phoenix Squad is recruiting. Phoenix Squad is recruiting. Location International Phoenix Entertainment City. Location International Phoenix Entertainment City. Location International Phoenix City. Phoenix Squad has over 50 second-tier powerhouses and more than 10 strength ability users. Everyone is welcome to join. Everyone is welcome to join. Phoenix. Foe. Just as Xiao Xia finished her explanation, the sound of a loudspeaker like those used by street vendors blared out. Following the sound, they saw a majestic convoy of battery-powered scooters, each with a large speaker tied to the back. Behind them, countless zombies were in hot pursuit. Boom. The man at the very back threw a small bomb backward. The front ranks of zombies were blasted down, causing those behind to trip over them. The distance between the zombies was simply too close, instantly creating a gap. People. Babes. The 5 men on the scooters soon spotted Lin Bei and the others. The 5 stunningly beautiful women made their eyes shine brighter than flashlights. They braked, stopping 10 meters in front of them, and shouted in a loud voice, "Ladies, interested in joining our Phoenix Squad? We have over 50 second-tier powerhouses and 10 strength ability users. The squad totals over 500 members, half male, half female. Handsome guy and sisters, you don't need to worry about safety." The group exchanged strange glances. 10 strength ability users. 50 second-tier powerhouses. Wasn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Folks, let me let you in on a little secret. The nation's #1 Lin Bei is our boss. Don't think twice, just join up. Tonight, we're organizing an entry into the Trial Steel's multiplayer mode. With boss Lin Bei leading us, we're sure to get first place, and everyone will get rewards. Everyone. It was so ridiculous it was funny. During the brief pause for conversation, a large horde of zombies caught up again. The leading man extended his hand. Handsome ladies, don't hesitate. Get on the bus. Joining Phoenix Squad will be the best decision you ever make. Handsome, you don't want these beauties living in fear every day, do you? It's chaotic out here. Under boss Lin Bei's leadership, our squad has strict rules. All relationships are consensual. There's absolutely no coercion. The zombies were getting closer. Tell you what, I have a video of our base on my phone. Let me show you. As he spoke, the man reached into his pocket, then suddenly whipped out a pistol, aimed it at Lin Bei's forehead, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A zero-frame startup. Did you die or not? The next second, the man toppled off his scooter, a bloody hole in his forehead, gushing blood. Lin Bei was speechless. Damn. Using my name, and still trying to ambush me. Unbelievable. Wasn't living a good life better? Why resort to this? A desert eagle appeared in his hand. He pulled the trigger, picking off the 4 men, trying to escape on their scooters one by one. Only the loudspeaker was left, repeating its message endlessly. Bei, do you think the Phoenix Squad they mentioned actually exists? Sure, you asked, glancing at their bodies. I don't know. Lin Bei shook his head. I think it probably does, but not as exaggerated as they claimed. They were probably really recruiting. The reason they suddenly attacked was probably because they thought you were too beautiful and wanted to have you for themselves. Using my name to swindle people and running into me. That's pretty audacious. Recruiting is fine. It's none of my business. Xiao Xia stared at their bodies and sighed. One thought leads to heaven, one thought leads to hell. Why couldn't they just drive off quietly? Forget it, no need to pity such scum. Who knows how many girls they've ruined. Ahead. Thousands of zombies, like a school of piranhas, sensing blood, lunged forward ferociously. Sisters, these. Strands of electricity crackled from Xiao Xia's fingertips, forming a lightning whip. She was about to say she would handle the zombies when Yun's eyes focused, and she swung a blade. What was she doing? Holy shit. The next second, Xiao Xia knew. The heads of countless zombies in front flew off. She couldn't count them, but roughly estimated there were at least 100. You really are a cultivator. Xiao Xia stared at Lin Bei, suddenly blurting this out. Since Lin Bei had taught Yun this identity wasn't a secret to his women. Lin Bei was dumbfounded. Mia, cultivator. Xiao Xia's lips curled into a confident smile. After tonight, it'll be your woman. Don't keep this from me. You've already taught Sister Xiaoyan how to use spiritual energy. You're not going to teach me, are you? I may be the newcomer, but you can't play favorites, I knew it. Sister Xiaoyan is only at the first tier 9-star level, yet she's ranked 4th globally. It's because she's on the path of cultivation with you. No wonder your pills are so miraculous. Lin Bei smiled. This girl actually thought he was a cultivator. Wait. Come to think of it. If he were a cultivator, it would perfectly explain all these miraculous pills he had. It made perfect sense. Alright, he might as well pretend to be one. It would stop them from overthinking. This technique was first understood by Jiang Yu, who then taught us. It's not spiritual energy, it's about releasing the physical strength within your body. You have it too. Strictly speaking, it's a martial arts skill. After consuming Jiang Yu, everyone's martial arts talent doubled, and their learning ability doubled. He Yun Shi Yu and even the low-tiered Wan Un had all learned this skill. This was the benefit of an ultimate bond. But the pills I gave you were indeed concocted based on a recipe passed down from my ancestors. They'll come clean. They'll drop the act. My ancestors were cultivators. I know some techniques and some alchemy. Hearing this, the women felt relieved. No wonder. Although they had never asked, they were always curious. The increase in power and the sheer number of pills were too miraculous. Now they finally had the answer. Why couldn't one's ancestors be cultivators? The apocalypse was already here. See ya, don't attack. There are quite a few zombies here. Sure, you Xiaoyan, you two handle them. First break through to the second tier. Leave the rest to Wan In. Seeing the zombie horde getting closer, Jiang Yu glanced at the lightning whip in Xiao Xiye's hand and said, the higher the evolution level, the less energy one gains from ordinary zombies. For this zombie tide, made of common zombies, it was more beneficial for lower-level individuals to kill them. Xiao Xiye's long whip vanished. She had habitually intended to handle most of the zombies herself, leaving the rest for those nearby, but these people were not the ordinary evolvers in her squad. Shua. He Yun and Shi Yu did not charge forward either. They stood in place, pouring out all their internal energy. With each slash, they consumed a strength recovery pill. After downing a dozen pills, they both advanced to Tier 2, Star 1, matching Jiang Yu's level. Only Wan In was left behind. Xiao Xiye was utterly stunned. They were leveling up far faster than she had imagined. Just standing there unleashing ultimate moves wave after wave without any concern for pill consumption. She felt incredibly fortunate for her choice. She wasn't envious. Because she too now had the right to squander like this. She was also Lin Bei's woman. Here, Lin Bei tossed a mineral water bottle to Xiao Xiye, filled to the brim with strength recovery pills. Use these for now. I'm stepping out. Once the zombies here are cleared, take the girls to continue near the police station. Sure, you stay alert and watch the surroundings. Don't worry with me here, no surprises. Sure, you gave her guarantee. Her spatial perception ability was activated at maximum capacity. After 3 days of heavy rain, both her and Lin Bei's spatial abilities had reached level 3, greatly expanding their perception range. At full power, she could detect every fly within a 500-meter radius. Of course, she focused most of her attention on Xiao Xiye. Though Xiao Xiye had become one of their own tonight, she wasn't there yet. Her strength posed a threat to Wan In and the others, so Shi Yu naturally couldn't let her guard down. In the apocalypse, not a single moment of carelessness was allowed. No one knew if she was faking it. No one knew her true intentions. Jiang Yu was also keeping an eye on Xiao Xiye. Before the apocalypse, even the best of friends could betray you, let alone someone who had experienced betrayal herself. She naturally wouldn't trust Xiao Xiye, whom she had only met a few times. They were both friends and strangers. Admiring her didn't mean letting down one's guard. Xiao Xiye noticed. Since Lin Bei left, He Yun, Xiao Yu, and Shi Yu kept glancing at her from time to time. She understood they were wary of her, and she wasn't angry about it. On the contrary, she was quite pleased. It showed they were cautious enough, not letting their guard down because of her words or her kiss with Lin Bei. In the apocalypse, this was a rare and valuable trait. She genuinely wanted to integrate into their small team. How could she resent this? Time would prove everything. She looked at the full bottle of strength recovery pills in her hand. Being Lin Bei's woman was truly blissful. The pills she had once treasured, the ones that saved her squad on that rainy night. He had casually given her a full bottle. With this, she was confident she could protect her team. On the other side, Lin Bei reached the villa district in minutes. Standing before a certain villa, he took a light sniff. The aroma of meat, fish, and steamed rice filled the air. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The appearance of the trial steel had shattered the dreams of countless men who tried to lure and control beautiful women with food. But for Lin Bei, it made no difference. He relied on far more than just food. Strength recovery pills were the true addiction. He was certain these girls had already tasted the sweetness and couldn't stop. He stepped forward and entered the villa. In the living room, 10 girls were scattered around with 3 large pots on the floor, one filled with braised pork and radish, one with braised silver carp, and one with green vegetable and pork rib soup. Each girl held a bowl of rice, eating and chatting cheerfully. Lin Bei swept his gaze over them. Tier 1 star 9. Tier 1 star 9. Tier 1 star 9. He paused. Good heavens. All 10 of them. Each at Tier 1 star 9. He had underestimated these girls. He knew that shortly after he left, a torrential rainstorm had raged for 3 days and nights. Not only had they met his requirements, they had far exceeded them. Just imagining the hardships they endured those 3 days was enough. Excellent. They were worthy of becoming his secret squad. Wan In, on the other hand, was lagging behind. Not because she wasn't diligent, but because he was around. He wanted to enjoy himself. With a flick of his fingers, a mountain of food appeared beside them: stacks of steak sausages, large egg tarts, 30 braised pig trotters, and 100 plates of golden fried rice. He Tao was eating peacefully when food suddenly appeared beside her. After a moment of surprise, she was overjoyed. This familiar food meant her master had arrived. Looking around, she spotted Lin Bei sitting on the sofa. Excitedly, she knelt before him, reporting their achievements. Master, we have all completed your assessment and exceeded it. Now all of us are tier 1 star 9. Are you satisfied? Satisfied. Lin Bei waved his hand, and a ring landed steadily in her palm. He Tao trembled with excitement as she saw the ring in her hand. Could it be that master was proposing to her? Oh my god. Happiness came too suddenly. She wasn't mentally prepared yet. What to do? Master proposed to me. What to do? Oh. She was about to faint with joy. I do. Master, I do. Am willing, am so willing. He Tao stared at Lin Bei, her eyes turning into heart shapes as she imagined lying or leaning in the arms of her handsome master. She was as excited as a bubble teapot. Lin Bei, what are you willing for? That's a spatial ring. Drop blood to bind it, then use your mental power to scan, store, and retrieve items. Inside are your supplies for the next 3 days. Besides food, there are 500 black pills to restore physical stamina and 30 green pills, healing pills. Even if you're not killed on the spot, they can regenerate lost limbs. He Tao's eyes dimmed for a moment. It wasn't a proposal, but soon they brightened again. 5,000 pills. Master's generosity was beyond imagination. And there were 30 life-saving pills. She pricked her finger to bind the ring, then slipped it onto her left ring finger. It sparkled and shimmered. Hee. It wasn't a proposal, but that was fine. This was a ring from Master. She would just pretend he had proposed. Hee. Master, would you like to join us for a meal? The dishes we made are quite tasty. He Tao extended the invitation, and the other women stared at him with eager, excited eyes. These days, under He Tao's relentless brainwashing and manipulation, their admiration for him had overflowed. They dreamed of becoming his women. While brainwashing them, He Tao had also inadvertently brainwashed herself, making her desire to be Lin Bei's woman even stronger. No, you eat slowly. With that, he snapped his fingers, and a cup of bubble tea appeared beside each woman. Your progress has truly exceeded my expectations. Your hard work has earned my respect. Your sweat will not disappoint you. This comfortable environment and delicious food are your rightful spoils. Chicken soup for the soul. Let them drink a bowl of it. No, Master, you're wrong. One of the girls retorted. Lin Bei frowned. Was his chicken soup not good enough? The girl continued, everything we have today, the ability to live in this big villa and eat delicious food in comfort, is all because of Master's grace. If not for you, Master, we would have been tied up and used as tools. You gave us all this, you granted us new lives. It's all you're doing. That's right. It's not that we worked hard, but that you, Master, worked hard. It's because of your efforts that we live this life. Lin Bei, I didn't work hard at all. What the hell? How thoroughly had He Tao brainwashed these girls? Master, are we now worthy of being your people? Worthy of your favor? He Tao asked eagerly, her eyes full of anticipation. As her words fell, a pair of sparkling limpid eyes stared straight at him. No, Lin Bei's icy voice shattered their illusions. With your current strength, you've merely earned the right to catch my glance. When you've progressed enough to warrant my full attention, come and ask that question again. It's still too early. At those words, their excitement only grew. They had improved, they had advanced in their master's eyes. They now possessed the qualification for him to glance their way. With just a little more effort, just a smidgen more, they could fulfill their wish and become his. Master, since we've passed your trial, could you tell us your name? He Tao asked, her voice brimming with hope. Lin Bei. At the name, the girls leaped with excitement. He Tao's voice trembled as she asked, Master, are you the Lin Bei who ranks first globally? It's me. Lin Bei's expression remained impassive. Global first. Honestly, it didn't feel that significant. Wasn't it only natural to claim the top spot with a cheat-like advantage? Holy crap. Our master is actually Lin Bei, the global #1. I thought he was strong, I thought he ranked highly, but I never imagined he was Lin Bei himself. Oh my god, we belong to Master Lin Bei, we're Master Lin Bei's team. Our luck is off the charts. Sisters, we've hit the jackpot. We're candidates to be Master Lin Bei's wives. Countless people around the world dream of being his woman, and we have the best shot. Our master is Lin Bei. With the strength of Master Lin Bei, the global #1, our mere 1-star 9th tier means nothing. It's dog's hit. Sisters, we must work even harder. We must pin down. We must make Master Lin Bei truly look at us. Strive. Fight. The girls were ecstatic. Seriously, what could be more thrilling than this? The global #1. In this era where the strong rule, did they even grasp the weight of those words? Did they understand the significance of the name Lin Bei? If the internet were still up, Master Lin Bei could casually post a video saying he wanted a wife, and countless exquisite women would message him. Many aloof goddesses and others' eyes would come crawling. What woman could resist being moved by Master Lin Bei? Immense power, youthful handsomeness, deep resources. Every single point was an irresistible charm to women. Master, give us our next trial goal. Also, Master, what level must we reach to qualify as your people at? He Tao asked, her voice quivering. Lin Bei fell silent. A trial goal. What damn trial goal was needed now? These girls were practically itching to go out kill zombies and level up to 2nd or 3rd tier just to throw themselves into his arms. He wondered what kind of brainwashing He Tao had done to turn these sweet little nurses into this. But it was fine. Truly fine. Lin Bei tapped his fingers rhythmically on the sofa. When you can become an asset to me, that's when you'll level up. Ask yourselves honestly, do you think you're worthy of me right now? The 10 women lowered their heads. Sure, they were all at 1-star 9th tier with considerable combat power. But compared to their master, the global #1, they were far too distant. Seriously, he was the global #1, not the cities, not the provinces, not even the nations. He was the world's best. Master, may I see just how vast the gap in strength is between me and the global #1? He Tao asked, gathering her courage. You may. Master, forgive my impertinence. He Tao rose. She stomped her foot. Like a flash of lightning, she arrived before Lin Bei. Her delicate little fist, like a runaway car, carried terrifying impact force. Lin Bei extended a single finger to block her fist. Her punch came to an abrupt halt. It could advance no further. Impossible. This is impossible. He Tao was horrified. She was after all a 1-star 9th tier with strength 10 times the human limit. Such terrifying power was stopped by a single finger from her master. She thought he'd use his spatial ability against her, but he didn't even bother. Just one finger. Just one finger. It was unimaginable how terrifying her master's strength truly was. Compared to him, she was like a toddler just learning to walk, attacking an adult with all its might. What level had her master reached? His power was so terrifying. Master, you are truly incredible. He Tao stepped back, the fervor in her eyes burning even brighter. Though she hadn't uncovered his full strength, this mere glimpse of the tip of the iceberg made her realize that his terrifying power was far beyond what she could ever fully comprehend. The remaining 9 also gazed at him with blazing eyes. The stronger their master was, the happier they became, and the more they adored him. Putting aside He Tao's brainwashing, what woman wouldn't love a powerhouse? Now you have a goal and motivation to move forward. Reaching this level in just 3 days of torrential rain proves your determination and effort to grow stronger. You don't need another trial goal. I'm satisfied with your resilient character. I take back my earlier words. You are not trash. I hope when we meet again you will continue to surprise me. With that, Lin Bei left the place. Given their current mental state, his usual rhetoric was unnecessary. Now he just had to wait for the bonds of the fitness enthusiasts to emerge among them. Having enjoyed so many days of leisure, it was time for him to get to work. His current level was 2nd tier 3-star. 5 days of inactivity was no excuse. With his physique and strength bonuses already in place, it was now time to rapidly boost his base level. With his current strength, he was capable enough to pull off some truly audacious moves. Hey, buddy, flying solo. Not long after leaving the Villa district, a stranger on an electric scooter hailed him from afar. The man stopped a short distance ahead and said, buddy, interested in joining our True Dragon squad? We've got plenty of beauties and perks, stewardesses, accountants, teachers, you name it. Our captain's incredibly strong and strength ability user. Tonight, he's leading us into the Trial Path's multiplayer mode. Want to join? No thanks, Lin Bei refused. These people were quick. How long had it been since the Trial Path appeared, and recruitment was already rampant on the streets? In the past, encountering a lone stranger meant first thinking of killing them for their supplies. But now everyone was trying their best to recruit. There was no other reason. Deep down, everyone knew that as their levels rose, so would their appetites. The issue of food sources would eventually crush them. But with the appearance of the Trial Steely, they no longer needed to rob or kill for supplies. The food problem was completely solved. Now their concern was how to secure a good ranking on the Trial Steel. Individual rankings depended on personal skill. But multiplayer was different. They could outnumber others. The emergence of the Trial Steel was in every aspect a great boon for humanity. But it also meant that this apocalypse was far from a simple zombie crisis. Brother, join us. Truly, we don't want anything from you. In the Trial Path, now killing zombies earns points to exchange for food, no need to scavenge everywhere. A stable shelter, doesn't that sound good? Together we'll surely achieve a great team ranking. With more people, even a zombie tide would be nothing. Could it be? You're worried about the women at home. Brother, no need to fret. The situation is different now. Unity is the key to survival. Join us, and no one will lay a hand on them. Our squad shares plenty of public resources. We won't covet what's claimed. Really, I swear on my life. If I've spoken a single false word, may I be devoured by zombies tomorrow. The man continued his recruitment. No wonder. Since the apocalypse broke out, anyone daring to walk the streets alone must be formidable, perhaps even possessing an ability. Recruiting him would surely earn a reward from the boss. Not for the boss or the team, but for himself. He hoped his squad's ranking would be high. What if the rewards were excellent? No thanks. Lin Bei refused again and turned to leave. Brother, listen to me. The man clung on like a stubborn plaster, determined to persuade him. Brother, if you keep following me, you'll face the consequences. Lin Bei left after dropping that warning. If he couldn't shake him off, he'd eliminate him. Brother, think it over. Our base is at the Fondo Kindergarten in the east of the city. Do come. Through wind and rain will await you there. Our team is truly great. The man knew he had annoyed him, so he stopped and shouted from a distance, afraid to follow and lose his life. TSK, Lin Bei shook his head. This apocalypse was becoming more and more interesting. Time to take action. Level up. Level up. Strive. 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 Alone he arrived at a vast empty square. The zombie numbers around were manageable, a few thousand scattered about. He needed to lure them all in. Next the real show begins. Boom. Lin Bei took out a generator and 20 or 30 large speakers from his spatial backpack, connected the circuits, and started the generator. Before the music even played, the roar of the engine attracted a horde of nearby zombies charging faster than 100-meter sprinters. Boom. 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 100 meters away, a massive zombie 3 meters tall, with a terrifying physique, charged forward with heavy steps, each footfall shaking the ground. Its speed far surpassed ordinary zombies, knocking them aside like toys along the way. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. A big catch. Another muscle freak. Likely a fitness influencer who injected excessively for views before the apocalypse and mutated after death. Plenty of such people existed chasing beast-like muscles. He pursued muscles too. But lean muscle sufficed. Protein. The three-turtle muscle freak, its pitch-black pupils gleaming with excitement, stared at Lin Bei. Keep your head down. Lin Bei produced a desert eagle, opened a spatial wormhole, and pressed the muzzle almost against its forehead, firing wildly. One shot wasn't enough. 10, 100. Of course. The apocalypse had only been around for about 10 days, so these zombies hadn't evolved to ignore bullets at close range. A few shots took it down, and a surge of energy flowed into his body through the spatial wormhole. Killing zombies with firearms yielded energy. However, if the distance was too great, the energy dissipated into the surroundings, absorbed by nearby creatures. But for him, it was no issue. With the spatial wormhole, he absorbed energy almost point-blank. Boom. The massive body collapsed motionless. Lin Bei drew a Tang saber and swung, unleashing his inner strength while swallowing a rejuvenation pill. In the trial path, he dared not use this move. But in reality, he used only this one. Thousands of zombies surged from all directions at the engine's roar, forming a vast whirlpool from above. Lin Bei stood at its center, a single white dot shrinking on the verge of being swallowed. Come! Tornado devastates the parking lot. Gripping the blade, Lin Bei swept 360 degrees, an invisible blade radiating outward. The nearly engulfed white dot re-emerged. He swallowed a handful of rejuvenation pills, unleashing wave after wave of inner strength without restraint. The number of zombies he killed skyrocketed. 50, 100, 200, 500, 1,000, 2,000. The kill rate jumped by hundreds per second. He turned on the speakers to play music. The rain outside keeps falling for 3 days and nights, just like my beloved you. Within 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, 600 meters. Countless zombies simultaneously lifted their heads toward the sound. After a moment's pause, they charged like piranhas scenting blood. Food. Food. Delicious fresh food. The rain still falls. Is your heart afraid? Listening to music felt right. Scanning the endless sea of corpses around him, Lin Bei cracked his neck, blood boiling. He slaughtered tirelessly like a human machine. The rejuvenation pills, which had dwindled after giving 5,000 to He Tao, now replenished. Yo, corpse liquor, can you take my blade? Supernova slash. Trash. Pathetic. He discovered a new species in the tide, but a single strike decapitated it. Without Jiang Yu, had never dare this. The speakers had attracted tens of thousands of zombies. Jiang Yu was absolutely crucial. Oh no. Actually, among the women by his side so far, except for Lin Wanan, who came out of nowhere, which one wasn't crucial? Tens of thousands of zombies. A medium to large zombie tide. Second order 4 stars. Awesome. Time passed. Second order 5 stars. Ever since mastering this technique, Head wanted to try it. The leveling speed far surpassed chasing and hacking zombies. His base level increased. His strength skyrocketed. Efficiency soared again. Beyond the mountains lie higher peaks halfway up. Is now all my hopes and love. Your love comes from the wilderness. Dear patrons, please take a close look. Moon shadows sink, dangers lurk layer upon layer. Second order 6 stars. Awesome. With each level, his inner strength grew denser. Countless zombie corpses littered the ground around him. Hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands. Damn, this kid's stamina is endless. How is he so insane? Who is he? Could he be Lin Bei, ranked first globally, playing a real-life trial path? Killing like this, he's bound to become the future boss of Salt City. On a nearby high-rise, countless eyes stared in terror at the figure below. The music from so many speakers attracted a massive horde of zombies, naturally drawing many evolvers as well. Initially, they thought the man below was a fool, a madman who would soon be consumed by the tide. But 10 minutes passed. He still stood firm. Moreover, he grew fiercer with each fight. Though they didn't know his ability, they could see that with every swing, more zombie heads flew. The onlookers showed varied expressions. Envy, jealousy, joy, gritted teeth, and icy glares. Second order 7 stars. Exhilarating. Lin Bei roared aloud, powers surging endlessly within him. Not only did his rank break through consecutively, but his power ability ascended to LV3, and even his physique ability rose a level to LV2. Press forward with all his might. Charge! 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 There were still many zombies. Boom! Just then a not allowed sound came from about 100 meters behind him, and a shell with a fiery tail shot toward him at breakneck speed. Damn, a sneak attack. No martial virtue. TCH in the apocalypse, who cares about martial virtue? I was thinking of taking a shot myself. If we let him keep killing like this, his rank will leave us far behind. But the higher the rank, the less energy you get from killing ordinary zombies. That guy probably gets next to nothing now. True, but look at how many he's slaughtered. Sure, each kill yields little, but the sheer volume adds up. Fair point. Who knows what rank he's at now? On the rooftop, countless eyes were fixed on that shell. Such an existence sent chills down their spines. The apocalypse had only just begun, and he could already face a horde of over 10,000 alone. If he kept developing, what would become of them? Lin Bei, busy clearing zombies, curled his lips into a faint smile. Since he dared to flaunt his power openly, he wasn't afraid of ambushes. There were many onlookers, so he decided to give them a little shock. He turned and extended a hand. In an instant, the shell speeding through the air with its fiery trail froze mid-flight, motionless, a bizarre sight. What the hell? What ability does he have? Not only does he have eyes in the back of his head, but how can he do this? What's going on? I don't understand. Lin Bei clenched his hand in the air. Boom! The shell, eerily suspended, exploded without warning, creating a brilliant, dazzling firework. Countless fragments scattered in all directions, yet none flew toward Lin Bei. This guy's cheating. Magnetic ability. No, if it were magnetic, then what about that slash that killed zombies from a distance? I'm lost. Me too. This guy's too insane. The flames dissipated. Lin Bei's gaze fell on a window on the 13th floor of a building about 100 meters away. A man carrying a rocket launcher wore an expression of terror and panic. The moment their eyes met, his legs gave way, and he nearly tumbled out of the window. Danger! 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 He knew this move was risky, but the odds of success were high. He didn't want such a monster to exist in his city. After all, he had ambushed him. But he never expected the shell to be discovered so soon, let alone controlled and detonated by some unfathomable power. The most critical point. He was exposed. Run. In 0.01 seconds, he made his decision. At such a distance, if he fled fast enough, he might survive. That man was surrounded by zombies. He couldn't possibly catch up. He also decided. Tonight, he would flee this city. No, he would flee this province. He would escape far, far away. He had sought to take another's life, so how could that person spare him? Yet just as he steadied himself to turn and run, he realized a horrifying truth. He couldn't move. It was as if an invisible force had locked every inch of his skin. No matter how he strained, no matter which angle he tried, he couldn't budge an inch. What's happening? Cold sweat poured down, soaking his back. His eyes fell on the man in the midst of the dense zombie horde below. At some point, the man's clenched fist had reopened. Seeing this, his pupils shrank sharply, and his hair stood on end in terror. Move. Move, damn it. Crack. Crack. The man could clearly hear the sound of his own bones breaking. Even with all his might, he still couldn't move a fraction. Move? Why can't I move? Move, damn it. Crack, crack. Countless bones throughout his body had fractured. But it was utterly useless. At this moment, regret flooded his heart. Why had he chosen to ambush him? That guy. Why isn't he running? No way is he that bold. Caught red-handed and still staring back. Could he be a big shot too? Maybe, just maybe, he wants to run, but can't. Remember how that guy froze the shell midair? Maybe he's frozen that man too. No way. Come on, the straight line distance between them is at least 100 meters. He's already killed so many zombies. Does he still have the power to control someone 100 meters away? Is he even human, or a god? Lin Bei sneered. He clenched his hand. The man's pupils contracted repeatedly. No. 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 Aya. Aya. Everyone watching this scene felt their pupils shrink sharply. The man by the window, rocket launcher on his shoulder, twisted like a wrung-out towel. Blood and flesh were squeezed out forcibly. Then he fell limply from the window to the ground, devoured by countless zombies. The next second, their hair stood on end. For no other reason. Because the man below swept his gaze over them one by one. Beyond those brazenly standing on the rooftop, even those who thought they were well hidden met his eyes. Impossible, how did he find me? Holy shit. Run. My god. Damn, one look from him, and I pissed myself. Even when I first saw a zombie, I wasn't this scared. How is this man so terrifying? Whoosh. 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 Figures fled the scene, as if escaping death, terrified that the man below might crush them without reason. None knew if they'd be next. In the apocalypse, crushing someone to death required no reason. If one was needed, he thought, this was enough. They were grateful. Grateful they hadn't lost their heads, and struck first grateful they had held back, grateful that someone had become a case study revealing the man's eerie methods. A bunch of clowns. Lin Bei scoffed. He continued clearing the zombies swarming around him, tossing handful after handful of rejuvenation pills into his mouth. The energy he gained from killing an ordinary zombie was pitifully low now. But that didn't matter. In the apocalypse, zombies were never in short supply. I'm sold out, I'm no longer living. You will never fade away. Damn. Unbearable. The fire was lit. After listening to over a dozen battle anthems, Lin Bei swallowed more rejuvenation pills. With a push of his foot, a blade appeared in his left hand alongside the one in his right. He leaped, his figure darting through the zombie horde like a ghost. Dual-wielding blades. Close combat was still the most satisfying. Blade biting into flesh. Thrilling, thrilling, thrilling. Now using his chi to kill zombies was far more efficient than melee and safer too. But with his surging strength and the influence of those battle anthems, he only wanted to fight freely. That guy. What rank is he even at? Those still lurking in the shadows were utterly stunned. Among them were plenty at the second order, but no matter how many stars they had, none could match his speed or strength. Some could barely even track his movements. This was just too damn exaggerated. Damn it. Could it be? Was he at the third order? Really? It was too insane. Earlier, a 2-meter tall, sturdy gray zombie had appeared. Judging by its speed and strength, it was at least second order. A defensive mutant zombie with formidable resilience. Even point-blank blasts from heavy weapons could only inflict minor wounds. But he had cleaved it in two with a single slash. Even the appearance of a second-order defensive mutant zombie failed to slow him down. It was as if under his blade it was no different from an ordinary zombie. In just a few minutes, over 10,000 zombies had been slaughtered by him. Thump! Lin Bei's heart pounded violently, and his powers surged once more. Thanks to the zombies drawn by the music, he had successfully reached second order 8 stars. Power. Feels so good. Ha! Bang! In his excitement, he crushed the hilt of his blade to dust. His strength had now reached an appalling level. Status. Owner Lin Bei. Level 2 star, 8th rank. Storage space, 1000 cubic meters. Ability space, SS level LV3 passive spatial backpack. Capacity 100 cubic meters. Strength level LV3 4-fold. Physique level LV2 3-fold. Speed 290. Strength 295 4. Spirit 290. Physique 293. Pet Silver Moon 2 star 2nd rank. Items Rejuvenation Pill 1st grade 3100 Healing Pill 2nd grade 100 SS level Steak 1500 Supreme Honey Glazed Sausage 1500 Supreme Golden Fried Rice 100 Premium Egg Tart 900 Dismantler 1. Registered members Jiang Shiyu 2 star 1st rank Space LV3. He Yin 2 star 1st rank Strength LV3 4-fold Amplification. Lin Wanan 1 star 8th rank. Jiang Yu 2 star 2nd rank Physique LV3 4-fold Amplification. Overall benefits Charisma 2, Strength 5, Martial Arts Talent 2, 5-fold return of consumable supplies. Stretching his body, a series of crackling sounds emanated from his joints. Oh, Wanan is improving quite fast. Already at 8 stars. Indeed. With so many high-level individuals around her, simply capturing a few formidable zombies for her to slay rapidly narrows the gap. I need to find her a new ability soon. More precisely, select one that she fancies. Once Wanan has it, it's as good as having it myself. Wrap it up. He had nearly cleared this area of zombies. Stowing the speakers into his spatial backpack, the sound attracted more distant zombies, but scattered in small numbers, totaling only a few hundred, barely piquing his interest. A few casual slashes. Chi surged from the blade's tip, channeling through spatial wormholes to instantly annihilate clusters of minor zombies. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. A trivial task, and why leave them for others? Satisfied? No. Today he would push through to 3rd rank in one go. Over 10 days since the apocalypse erupted, he had spent the first 5 days lazing at home, then 3 days in the downpour. 8 days of idleness in total. If he didn't strive now, even he would find it unbearable. He took a step. His figure vanished from the area, flickering repeatedly to arrive before a shopping mall a few kilometers away. He replicated the same tactic. With the emergence of the trials, stealing more and more squads would inevitably form. He needed to elevate his level as much as possible until ordinary zombies could no longer provide him any energy. Only by being sufficiently powerful could he safeguard all that he possessed. Another wave of zombie hordes numbering in the tens of thousands. 2 star 9th rank. A bit more. It was precisely the trial steal's appearance that subtly hinted to him that zombies might not be the true antagonists of this apocalypse. Even more formidable entities had yet to emerge. Of course, this might be overthinking. Perhaps the trial steel was simply meant to resolve humanity's food crisis and foster unity. Not enough, still not enough zombies. Bang. His heart pounded violently once more. 3-star first rank. After slaughtering countless waves of zombies and luring wave after wave, relying on the meager energy each zombie provided, perseverance paid off. He had successfully reached 3rd rank. The power within him roared. At this moment he had become a humanoid monster. High rank. High multipliers. Lin Bei. Don't eat beef. Owner Lin Bei. Level 3-star first rank. Speed 360. Strength 365-4. Spirit 360. Physique 363. This power. Who else can match this? He realized. From 1st rank each star doubled the base. From 1st rank 9-star to 2nd rank 1st star the increase was 5-fold, from 10-fold to 15-fold. At 2nd rank each star doubled it twice. From 2nd rank 9-star to 3rd rank 1st star the increase was 5-fold, from 31-fold to 36-fold. Following this pattern, starting from 3rd rank each star would triple the base. Perhaps ordinary zombies couldn't provide energy anymore. Rather, as his body grew more formidable, the enhancement effect from common zombies became negligible, hence the absence of any sensation. Unstoppable. Truly unstoppable this time. Time to return. Select candidates. Train a new squad. With a single step his figure flickered 100 meters away. 100 meters per step without relying on spatial wormholes. This was spatial leap or flash step, akin to a markless flying thunder god technique. After upgrading his spatial ability to level 3, his mana capacity had vastly increased. Many ingenious and useful tricks had been developed. The earlier feat of killing from a distance was a spatial compression technique he had devised through understanding. As long as creativity flowed, abilities would naturally multiply. By the time he arrived at the police station it was noon. Prominent signs were hung on the station's fence and gates spaced every few meters. Anyone with eyes could see them. They read, "Unauthorized entry will be treated as an act of hostility. Proceed with caution." Nice. Good security awareness. But, does it work? With a flash he stepped into the station. "Mr. Lin, please stand still. They'll come to fetch you immediately." Within seconds of entering the fence a woman's voice emanated from a small speaker on a nearby utility pole. Fairly alert. Able to detect intruders promptly. Through Lin Bei's spatial perception, he detected numerous hidden cameras densely scattered. From the coverage of this area, they likely provided a 360-degree, unobstructed surveillance of the station. Not bad. They used their brains. In the apocalypse, achieving this with limited resources was commendable, especially without foreknowledge of the catastrophe. Before long, a girl bearing a resemblance to Xiaoxia trotted up to him, extending her jade white hand. "Mr. Lin, hello. I'm Xiao Shiran, Xiaoxia's sister. My sister asked me to escort you. Given our squad's special nature, without my guidance, unnecessary conflicts or troubles might arise." "Hello." Lin Bei offered a symbolic handshake, glancing at her bonds. No ability. No supreme bond. Ordinary. Has fitness enthusiast. No gourmet. Has untouched innocence. Decent. Whether she had the gourmet bond didn't matter. The food rewards from the system counted as specialty dishes. Feeding her enough would likely trigger it. She piqued his interest, but not significantly. "They haven't returned yet." "Not yet." Xiao Shiran led the way, stealing glances at him. After all, this was the world's top-ranked individual bearing all sorts of miraculous items. How could she remain indifferent while walking beside him? His sister said he was somewhat handsome. How could that be merely somewhat handsome? If he were just a little handsome, who else would dare claim to be extraordinarily handsome? Of course, naturally handsome readers of tomato novel are exempt, especially those who support the platform with their love. She continued, "There's a square nearby where a lot of zombies have gathered. My sister led the others to clear them out and level up." Oh. Lin Bei surveyed the surroundings. The area was much larger than an average police station with many buildings. Along the way, many women stared at him with curiosity and suspicion, their eyes tinged with varying degrees of disgust. Of course, there were also those who were excited, like Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai, who often followed Xiaoxia, as well as Xiaoqing and Xiaobai Jiang, yes, close friends, and some other girls, all of whom knew his true identity. Although many were named Lin Bei, the presence of He Yun and Zhang Yu among the top ranks made it clear that the top-ranked Lin Bei was the one before them. Xiao Shiran also noticed several hostile glances, afraid Lin Bei might take offense, and quickly said, "Mr. Lin, please don't mind their looks. Our team consists entirely of female members, and we've been spreading awareness about the greed and ugliness of men in the apocalypse. Some girls were nearly assaulted by men before we arrived. As stories spread, it led to their extreme misandry. Rest assured, my sister instructed that you prefer peace. I won't let them disturb you or your companions. They'll make sure to brief them properly later. It's fine. I enjoy liveliness. Ask your sister when she'll return. Before she does, gather all your members so we can get acquainted." Lin Bei stared at a girl who had just walked out of a building, a playful smile curling at his lips. Such an existence here. Interesting. Very interesting. Enjoy liveliness. Didn't you say you preferred quiet? Why the sudden change? Xiao Shiran asked curiously. I just like it now. Any problem? No problem. How could I dare to object? You're number one in the world, so you can do whatever you want. I'm just an insignificant ant. How could I challenge you? Xiao Shiran muttered inwardly. But soon, she noticed Lin Bei staring intently at Lu Ruyan, who had just emerged from the building. Her brows furrowed instantly. His raised lips and scrutinizing gaze were exactly the signs she had described to the women as a man setting his sights on a woman. Didn't he already have several women? Why was he so greedy? No, she couldn't let him take advantage of the team members. Allowing a man to join had already caused dissent, which they had ways to manage. But if Lin Bei were to claim one of them, it would destabilize the team's morale, leading to its collapse. Mr. Lin, Xiao Shiran said respectfully. As I mentioned, the girls here are deeply averse to men. If we gather everyone for introductions, there might be unpleasant remarks and words. For your sake and your companions, I advise against it. I'm not taking your advice. Lin Bei replied without hesitation, his eyes locked on Lu Ruyan's graceful figure as his smile widened. Introducing everyone will only benefit you. Huh, benefit? Ridiculous. He clearly had his eyes on Lu Ruyan. It would only bring harm. This guy was too blatant. Couldn't he at least tone down that lecherous grin? Did he think no one could read his mind? Could it be that even the world's top-ranked powerhouse was just a disgusting man driven by his lower half? Should she refuse? Absolutely. But she dared not. Lin Bei was the global number one, and with Xia absent, offending him would bring no good. Wait, Xia had said that although Lin Bei liked beautiful women, he had extremely high standards. Why was he acting this way from the start? He didn't even know anything about Lu Ruyan. It seemed Xia had been deceived by him. It wasn't that he wasn't interested in Xiaoqing and Xiao Bai, but that he didn't fancy them. Not to boast, but Lu Ruyan lived up to her name. Her figure and looks ranked among the top 3 in this team. Very well, Mr. Lin. He'll follow your orders. Let me first take you to the quarters we've prepared for you. Xiao Shiran continued, leading the way, planning to secretly inform her sister and let her decide. Lin Bei withdrew his gaze. He grew even more anticipatory of the upcoming gathering. Lu Ruyan's appearance had truly exceeded his expectations. Xiao Shiran led him to a small building on the edge of the police station. Mr. Lin, this is where you'll stay. It's been cleaned and has beds, blankets, air conditioning. Everything you need. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Lin Bei seemed indifferent to such details. Please rest here. They'll contact my sister to see when she'll return. Lunch is ready inside. Please eat, and I'll inform you as soon as I hear anything. Xiao Shiran left. Lin Bei glanced around and stepped into the small building. It was 5 stories high, a newly built police dormitory with all necessities and plenty of rooms. The corridor had been converted into a living room with a table laden with food. He didn't even glance at it. He dared not eat food prepared by unknown hands, especially after seeing Lu Ruyan's bond. This small police station truly harbored hidden talents. Outside, Xiao Shiran walked a distance before pulling out a walkie-talkie to call Xiao Xia. Only her sister could receive this signal. At that moment, Xiao Xia was swinging a lightning whip, clearing zombies. Her pocket walkie-talkie crackled. What's up? Xiao Shiran recounted her encounter with Lin Bei and her suspicions. Xiao Xia laughed dismissively after hearing it. She downed a few rejuvenation pills, went all out, and electrocuted dozens of zombies with one whip strike. My dear sister, you're overthinking. Lin Bei would never set his sights on Lu Ruyan. Since he wants to gather everyone for introductions, do as he says. Call everyone back, not a single one missing. Lu Ruyan was indeed pretty with a good figure. But compared to Wan and Shiyu and the others, she fell short. Although Wanan was exquisite, she had no abilities. From interactions with the women, Lin Bei learned that Wanan had joined under duress, essentially taken in reluctantly. That meant Lin Bei still only took the initiative with exceptional women. His interest in Lu Ruyan could only mean there was something unusual about her. Really, I'm not lying, sister. My gut tells me Lin Bei is definitely interested in Lu Ruyan. Trust me, we can't let him take advantage of our own. You and I can come up with an excuse to fool the others, but Lu Ruyan is different. They had already devised an excuse. It was simple. Besides Xiao Xia, Lin Bei was also one of the founders of this team. Given the chaotic outside world, his stay here was justified and reasonable. They could tell the others his name was Lin Bei, the world's number one. Not only would they not feel uncomfortable, but they would also be delighted and relieved. But if he touched any of the members, the situation would change. Xiao Xia felt somewhat speechless, yet she understood her younger sister's concerns. You've had more contact with him, or have I? You know him better, or do I? Just listen to him and gather everyone. I suspect something unwelcome has infiltrated our team. You mean Lu Ruyan is the problem? Xiao Shiran was no fool. But she pressed on. We've been with her for so long without noticing anything. How could Lin Bei spot her issue with just a single glance? That's too far-fetched, sis. I still think Lin Bei has his eyes on Lu Ruyan. Men in the apocalypse are far greedier than you imagine. You need to find a way to keep him from corrupting the others. If word gets out the team you've painstakingly built will fall apart. Xiao Xia curled her lips. It wouldn't be that easy to break apart. Besides, Lin Bei was no ordinary man. He was a cultivator. If he sensed something wrong, then there must be a problem. Alright, I understand. He'll figure it out. Just do as I say and gather everyone. We'll head back soon. With that, Xiao Xia ended the conversation lest her sister ramble on about irrelevant things. Was Lu Ruyan a problem? Definitely. Though Lu Ruyan had a good figure and appearance, she was still a notch below Xiao Xia. Lin Bei hadn't even batted an eye at her, let alone at Lu Ruyan. What she feared now was whether Lu Ruyan being the problem was the best-case scenario. What she dreaded was a bigger issue lurking within the team. Meanwhile, Lin Bei wanted to laugh. He had intended to eavesdrop on when Shiyu and the others would return, only to overhear Xiao Xiren's worries about him. He shook his head. Was he an upright man, really that lustful in appearance? Did he seem that greedy? Counting Xiao Xia, he had only 5 wives. Compared to the other men out there, that was far from excessive. Xiao Xiran followed Xiao Xia's orders and gathered everyone. Soon they were all assembled in the small square of the police station. Their strength was modest, mostly clearing zombies nearby to level up, ensuring they could return quickly if danger struck. As for the women, besides fending off zombies, they also had to guard against men. What? A man came and brought by Xiao Xiran. Seriously, weren't we told no men are allowed here? How can she break the rules like that? A connection? My own brother can't get in, so why can Xiao Xiran bring a man? Yeah, my husband is still outside. If family can come in, I want to bring my brother too. It's way more comfortable here than out there. The news of a man's arrival spread quickly. The crowd buzzed with chatter. One woman stepped forward to confront Xiao Xiran. Xiran, what do you mean by openly bringing a man back? Everyone turned to look at her. Xiao Xiran sighed. She knew this would happen. She recited the prepared explanation. Everyone, the man I brought today is not a connection. He is the founder of this team. He and my sister created this sanctuary for all of you. Given the chaos outside, we specially invited him back to oversee things. At this, the crowd's expression softened. Oh, so he and CF founded the team. I thought he was just some freeloader. Too bad, I was hoping to bring my brother in. Most were reasonable, but soon suspicion arose. Wait, who's to say this isn't a made-up excuse? When we joined, it was clear that it's an all-female team. No mention of a male founder. Now suddenly one appears. We suspect this is a lie to let him in. Don't you agree, sisters? The momentum shifted instantly. That makes sense. I think so too. Besides, we're all women here. A man would be inconvenient. Make him move out. Make him move out. I agree, he should move out. Xiao Xiran frowned. Damn. Her excuse had been dismantled immediately. Before she could salvage the situation, the women continued. Even if what you say is true and he founded the team, with Xia, rules are rules. No men are allowed here. As one of the founders, he should abide by them. He can stay in the building across the street. If we're in danger, he can still come right away. Hey, wouldn't you know it? Xiao Xiran was speechless. They wouldn't let him stay, but still expected his protection. That was the height of audacity. Yes, staying across the street is the same. Exactly. My brother lives over there. Many of our male relatives do. Let him stay there to keep them safe. It's a win-win. Xiran, tell him to move across the street. As one of the founders, I'm sure he'll understand. That's right, have him move. Xiran, didn't you sisters always say we're all equals? I believe you, and he will respect our wishes. I trust you. Me too. Xiao Xiran was stunned. She had barely spoken a word, and yet things had spiraled like this. The sisters before her looked at her with expectant eyes. What? What was she supposed to do? Make Lin Bei move across the street? That place had no electricity, no hot water, nothing. Lin Bei was the world's top powerhouse. Wouldn't that be a blatant insult? So all of you want me to stay across the street? Just as she was at a loss, Lin Bei's voice chimed in from beside her. She turned to see him standing there with a smile. That's right. Handsome Xiran says you're a founder. You know the rules. Move across the street. You'll be with the other male relatives, just a road away. You can still come quickly if something happens. Yeah, we're all women here. It's inconvenient with a man around. Lin Bei laughed a hearty, unrestrained laugh. 9. 6 to the max. Quite a crowd. He scanned the group. About 100 women, some pretty, some average. Hey, race the deal. Those who want me across the street stay put. Those who want me here come stand by me. There were a few familiar faces. To avoid collateral damage. What do you mean by that? You don't want to leave? An older woman about 30 shouted loudly, sisters, don't go over there. Let's see what he does. As a founder, he wants to break the rules. A man living among women. Who knows what he'll do? What if he peeps on us showering or steals our underwear? What if he makes a move on us at night? Exactly. Xiran, you've been telling us how bad men are, how vile and cunning. He's a man too. Who knows what he's planning? What if his original intention in founding this all-female team was impure? He can't stay here, right? If he has a clear conscience, he'll move across the street. Yes. Clear conscience means moving across the street. Lin Bei's smile grew wider. Interesting. Truly interesting. Finally, he had encountered these gods. Since the apocalypse began, the women had met. Shiyu, He Yun, Jiang Yu, Xiao Xia, Lin Wanan, even Wanan who offered herself. All had self-awareness. But these speakers, elite, the elite of the elite. Xiao Xia had let them live too comfortably, sheltered them too well. Even after all this time in the apocalypse, they could still utter such astonishing remarks. Lin Bei ignored them. His gaze fell on Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai Jiang, yes, two close friends. He raised an eyebrow at them. They exchanged a glance and ran forward with smiles. Lin Bei was here, so Jiang, you must be too. They had nearly fallen victim to men before and knew better than anyone the vile nature and tactics of men in the apocalypse. But it wasn't absolute. Take Lin Bei, for instance. He had a few wives, but they were all willing. Shiyu and He Yun were devoted to him, which showed how well he treated them. What are you two doing? Don't go. The older woman stopped them. He's clearly trying to divide us. Can't you see that? No one else moved, and you two go running over. Are you so desperate for a man that you hope he'll satisfy you? How disgraceful. Get back here and stand still. At these words, many women cast disdainful glances at the two. Xiao Qing and Xiao, by having graduated and entered the workforce, were not ones to tolerate such behavior. Xiao Qing broke free and slapped her in return. What are you yelling for? Whether I go or not is none of your damn business. Who do you think you are to boss me around? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. My own parents never scolded me like that. Calling me a bitch. What kind of twisted creature are you to bark like that? Screw you. Xiao Bai also slapped her. Exactly, you're the cheap one. It's been days into the apocalypse, and you're still putting on this innocent act. Who are you trying to fool? With a face like that, do you really think any handsome guy would want you? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You're nothing but a misshapen mess. Get out of our sight. In the apocalypse, everyone was on edge. Being cursed at for no reason naturally invited retaliation. The simplest form of verbal abuse. The ultimate form of satisfaction. Then the two hurried over to Lin Bei, asking with concern, "Has Sister Xiaoyu arrived?" Lin Bai's gaze was peculiar. "Xiaoyu will be here soon." "Great." Xiao Qing noticed Lin Bai's look and, slightly embarrassed, tucked a strand of loose hair behind her ear. "We were just provoked by that old hag, so we lashed out. We're usually very composed." Xiao Bai nodded in agreement. The older woman, who had been slapped twice, glared at them venomously. "So that's it. You two know him. See, sisters, I told you he had ulterior motives. He's already hooked too. We must not let him stay here. If your husbands outside find out you're living with a man, they'll surely be displeased." Hearing this, many women frowned. It made sense. Just then Xiao Xie returned with several women, walking unhurriedly to the crowd. Xiao Shiran quickly ran to her sister and whispered an account of everything that had happened. After listening, Xiao Xie scanned her team members, especially the older woman. With their evolved hearing, they had caught much of the conversation on the way. She had indeed said no men were allowed here, but she made the rules, and she could change them. Xiao Bai was right. It had been days into the apocalypse, and these people still had no clue who was in charge. She had spoken of equality, but was it truly equal? How much had she given for these people, and how much had they given back? Where was the equality? She had wanted to protect kind-hearted women from harm, not to shield shameless ones. Her team needed a purge. People should know their place. If they had objections, they could voice them, and she would understand. But inciting others was a problem. It's fine. Let him do what he wants. Just watch quietly for now. Xiao Xie patted Xiren's hand to comfort her. At this moment she feared nothing. Surrounded by powerhouses, Lin Bei, the world's #1, was the top among them. One an aside for now. She had no superpowers yet, but her enhanced strength made her a force to be reckoned with, equivalent to a high-level strength user. And Lin Bei had promised to find her a power, making her a future powerhouse. Jiang Shiyu, He Yun, and Jiang Yu. Each was a formidable leader in their own right. In one morning, He Yun and Jiang Shiyu had caught up in evolution level. Except for Wan In, who was still at second-order 1-star, everyone else was at second-order 3-star. Jiang Yu and she had long been at second-order 3-star, but Jiang Yu had let others take the zombies so they could catch up. She wasn't foolish enough to compete for kills. Rising several stars in a morning was astonishing. But with rejuvenation pills, the speed was this fast. When He Yun was at first-order 9-star, she was already among the top globally. Now at second-order 3-star, even she dared not oppose her. One slight touch might send her to meet her ancestors. Only Lin Bei could match her strength. The older woman saw Xiao Xie's arrival and demanded, "Xiao Xie, you're just in time. This man cannot stay here. No matter who he is, he must leave. You personally promised everyone that no male members would be allowed. Sisters, am I right?" "Yes, that's right." As the crowd voiced their agreement, Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai hurried over to Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai. Besides them, several other women approached, including Lu Ruyan, who had caught Lin Bai's eye earlier. Not many, but not few either, over 20. Facing the crowd's reaction, Xiao Xie smiled calmly. "You're right. I did say that once. But now I'm making a change. No other man except him may set foot in my team's territory." At these words, many women's expressions shifted. Xiao Xie had always treated them as equals, discussing everything together. This was the first time they had seen such an attitude. Quite a few silently walked over. How many fools were there these days? When the leader spoke, going against her was asking for trouble. That was true before the apocalypse, let alone now. What the hell? Seeing more people crossing over, the older woman shouted, "We agreed that if anyone opposed something, we'd vote on it. Majority rules, fair and just. But now you're making decisions alone. Where's the fairness? Where's the justice? This dictatorship of yours. Do you still see us as sisters? Sisters, we can't give in. If we bow once, we'll bow every time. Today she brings one man in, who knows how many she'll bring next. How can our safety be guaranteed? This precedent cannot be set. Right, no precedent. If it happens once, it'll happen again. We agreed on an all-female team. What's with bringing a man in? A woman who had walked over returned to echo the sentiment. Xiao Xia, unless you promise us that this is the only man you'll bring, I won't agree to him staying here either, a plump woman at the front called out. Yes, you must promise us. Right, what if you bring more men later? Who knows if you'll do that? Without asking us, you let a man into our team. If something goes wrong, can you take responsibility? Many of these women were single. One man was tolerable, but they feared more would follow. In the apocalypse, who knew if they'd have ill intentions? They had all heard about Xiaoqing and Xiaobai. Responsibility. Xiao Xia laughed, a hint of mockery and disdain in her smile. She had merely brought one man back, and so many objected. Who had been protecting them all these days? Who had provided food and shelter? Who had let them sleep peacefully every night? Without her, these people would be nothing. They'd have been ruined long ago. And they dared to question her. What right did they have? Didn't they even have that basic self-awareness? The apocalypse had been raging for so long, and they still hadn't faced reality. Xiao Xia swept her gaze across the crowd. What I just said was a notice, not a request. You have 1 minute. Those who agree to let him join come over here. Xiao Xia understood. If she revealed Lin Bei's name now and told them he was the world's #1, many would be more than willing to have him join. But that would be because of his strength. They would think having Lin Bei made them safer, not out of respect for her as their leader. There was no need to tell them that. She admitted it. In the more than 10 days since the apocalypse began, her mentality had changed considerably. She still wanted to protect the weak and kind-hearted girls, but the way they interacted could no longer be the equal footing of before. Long-term equal treatment had made some of them take advantage. A strict hierarchy was necessary for better management. Look at Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai. They were also rescued by her, just like these others. Yet those two girls were very sensible. They took the initiative on trivial matters, did whatever she said without refutation, and always put her first. And then look at these people. Ridiculous, wasn't it? Xiao Xia, just give up. I won't let you be a dictator. We are all equal, we all have human rights. What gives you the right to have the final say? The old sister was still going on. Without even glancing at her, Xiao Xia swept her gaze over the remaining women who hadn't moved. Some came over one after another, but many stayed where they were. The plump sister asked loudly, Xiao Xia, is it that hard to give us a promise? As long as you guarantee you won't bring any other men back in the future, and swear an oath, we are still willing to trust you and come over to support you. That's right. If you swear, we'll still follow you. We've seen everything you've done. Bringing one man is still within our tolerance. You've given so much, breaking the rule once isn't the end of the world. Many women behind the plump sister chimed in agreement. To this, Xiao Xia merely cast a faint glance and spoke in a tone dripping with contempt. I give a guarantee. I swear an oath. Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve to have me guarantee or swear for you? Have I been giving you too much face all along? Xiao Xia showed no mercy. Saying this was also to make the others understand that the era of equality was over. Starting today, no starting now, she would make everyone under her submit to her. Those who were sensible and self-aware would not find her words harsh. But those who refused to submit naturally couldn't hold back. As soon as she said this, the plump woman's eyes bulged, and she was nearly fuming. I paid so many taxes, and this is the kind of person I've been supporting. Is there no justice? No law? Sisters, do you see? This is Xiao Xia's true face. She doesn't respect us at all. Does she really think we can't survive without her? Can't we make it in this apocalypse on our own? She was just lucky to awaken lightning powers. Without you, we can still live just fine. Sisters, am I right? Yes. She's way too arrogant. Exactly. So she's just a bit stronger than us. Does she really think she's the boss? And calling us, what are we? What kind of person is she herself? Does she really think she's someone important? Insulted by Xiao Xia, they grew agitated. I never said I was someone important, but I have self-awareness. Since you claim you can live just fine without me, the door is right there. If you don't leave, I'll look down on you. Xiao Xia's temper flared. Damn it. She had really given them too much face. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiran was also panicking. Their well-functioning team was about to fall apart. She turned to look at Lin Bei. It was all because of him. She was stunned when she saw Lin Bei. With such a huge internal conflict, this guy was actually munching on sunflower seeds, looking like a spectator. As the source of the conflict, he had nothing to say, and on top of that, and he could still snack so contentedly. Want some? Seeing her look, Lin Bei held out a handful of sunflower seeds. It'll be. Thanks, no. Xiao Xiran refused with a dark face, then asked, Mr. Lin, this team is my sister's life's work. She has put so much into it. You wouldn't want her hard work to fall apart because of you, would you? Lin Bei pulled out a handful of peanuts, shelled a few, and popped them into his mouth, his eyes scanning the crowd ahead. It's fine. It won't fall apart. At the root, it's a few troublemakers and their echoers that stirred things up. Among these people, there are quite a few interesting ones mixed in. Interesting ones. Xiao Shiran frowned and looked again at the crowd. She knew Lin Bei was implying something, but these were all normal women, she couldn't see anything. What exactly is mixed in? She asked impatiently. Her sister had also said there might be problems in the team. What exactly was the problem? Everyone was being cryptic. Would it kill them to speak plainly? Lin Bei didn't answer her. He placed a handful of peanuts into He-Yun's outstretched palm, then asked the women beside him, which ones do you think are the ones? They'll go first. They'll call out one wolf directly. The old sister stirring things up is definitely one. He-Yun chewed on peanuts as she continued. The plump sister's speech is just pure dumb. Sister Sieyes made her too comfortable, so most of her thinking is still stuck in the pre-apocalypse days. But the old sister is different. She's been stirring things up frantically, too deliberate. Good brother, you have no grudge with her, yet she's dead set on getting you out. This conflict was basically started by her. Shiyu nodded. I agree with Xiaoyan. The reason the old sister is going to such lengths to get you out is probably that she's afraid you're too strong and hard to deal with. Whether they buy the excuse that you're one of the team's founders or not, they all know Xiao Xia's character. The fact that she made an exception to invite you is enough to prove your strength. That should be why she's doing everything she can, even stirring up conflict to get you out. Not bad. Pretty much what I thought. Master, what about you? Anything to add? Lin Bei looked at Jiangyu. They've said it all. What else can I say? If you ask me, we might as well wrap this up and eat. I'm hungry. After eating, we can rest a bit. We still have to kill zombies this afternoon to level up. Jiangyu stretched lazily, not particularly interested in gossiping. Lin Bei curled his lips. Some people actually didn't like gossip. And Bao, which ones do you think? Wanning glanced over. Many. The plump sister isn't one, but the old sister is. Behind the plump sister and the old sister, I feel several are. Among those who came to our side, there are also a few. Oh. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised. He could see the bonds, so he knew who was which, but he didn't expect Wanan to also notice. How did you figure it out? What was all this? Standing beside them, Xiao Shiran was completely baffled. What was what? She couldn't understand a single word. What exactly was it? Because Lin Bei had cast a spatial barrier, their conversation couldn't be heard by others. Lin Wanan blinked. It's very simple. Haven't you noticed? Many of them aren't breathing. And as for the old sister, aside from the issues in her speech, she was slapped hard twice, but her cheeks didn't even flush. That's clearly not a living person. Not alive. Xiao Xiren's pupils contracted. What did that mean? If they weren't alive, what else could they be? Zombies? But they all seemed like normal people. Pondering this, she looked over. She stared at each person's chest, examining several in succession, and indeed found that, as Lin Weiner had said, there was not the slightest rise and fall. Breathing naturally causes the chest to move. Even if the movement is faint, she would have noticed it. But many people's chests remained utterly still. When they stood there without speaking, they were like corpses. No. This. She thought she must have seen wrong, rubbed her eyes, and stared for a long time. Their chests truly showed not even a trace of movement. Lin Weiner shrugged. Maybe they forgot to breathe. Normal living people sometimes forget to breathe too, but it doesn't last long. The Bodis mechanisms force you to resume breathing subconsciously. But beings that don't need to breathe don't have to. What? Are they oi? Xiao Shiran was utterly bewildered. He said, brother told Sister Siya this morning. Didn't she tell you? They are corpse people. Half human, half corpse. Zombies that retain human memories. Corpse people. Xiao Xiren's eyes widened. Zombies that retain human memories. Such beings exist. How is that possible? By eating zombie flesh. Eating zombie flesh. Xiao Shiran frowned deeply. Though she wasn't afraid of zombies, the mere thought of their appearance disgusted her, let alone eating their flesh. Ridiculous. Utterly and preposterously absurd. But wait, isn't eating zombie flesh the same as being bitten by one? Lin Weiner thought for a moment, and said, maybe it's like snake venom. If a venomous snake bites you, you get poisoned, but if you drink the venom, you're fine. Venom itself is just a protein that the body digests and absorbs. Perhaps zombie flesh works the same way. It gets digested and absorbed. However, the zombie virus is too powerful, so it still transforms the body into a zombie, but consciousness is preserved. Hearing Weiner's explanation, Xiao Shiran understood. She then asked, since they've become zombies with human consciousness, do they also evolve by feeding on humans like regular zombies? Probably, Lin Bei said uncertainly. I've only encountered this once. If they've turned into zombies, they likely behave the same way. He cracked a melon seed. Suddenly an idea struck him. Right, both zombies and corpse people evolve by feeding on humans. We could keep a few penned up. When we run into idiots, instead of killing them for nothing, we can just feed them to the zombies. Since killing our own kind gives us no energy, we can raise the level of the corpse people or zombies first, then kill them. Feasible. Very feasible. They had encountered too many idiots these past few days. There would surely be more in the future. Resources needed to be used wisely. Jiang Yes' eyes lit up. Anything about leveling up and growing stronger piqued her interest. That's a great suggestion, but where would we keep them confined? Raising zombies or corpse people is extremely dangerous. One wrong move, and it could backfire. We need a place that's absolutely safe and secure. Otherwise we won't be able to sleep at night constantly worrying about them breaking out. Jiang Shiyu said, I once watched an anime. I think I can create a space that can hold living beings. Nothing is safer than a space. Unless the opponent also has spatial abilities, brute force alone won't work. Anime. A space to hold living beings. Holy Kemui. Bei, you're also a fellow villager. Shiyu was startled, not expecting Lin Bei to have watched the same anime. Ja-Any, so you are a fellow villager. What do you think, Bei? Kemui. Does it seem plausible? Yes, Lin Bei nodded, very much so. I thought about creating Kemui before, but with a second level ability, I didn't have enough energy. Now that I'm at level 3, I should be able to pull it off. As he spoke, Lin Bei began to experiment. Developing skills was both difficult and simple. He didn't have to worry about energy consumption, so he could keep trying and failing until he found the right direction to advance. They'll try too, Shiyu said. They set to work immediately. Come on. Who among the fellow villagers wouldn't want Kemui? That's Kemui. Meanwhile, the plump sister, already agitated from Xiao Xie's retort, grew even more heated. Fine, I'll leave. What's the big deal? Do you really think we can't survive without you? How ridiculous. Sisters, let's all go together. With that, she turned and strode toward the door. The girls standing behind her stared at her back, exchanged glances, but not a single one followed. Come on, Sister Ajin, are you serious? Are you really leaving? Are you sure about the situation outside? The women who had moments ago demanded guarantees and oaths from Xiao Xie now had faces full of dismay. Just a short distance away beyond the patched iron gate, a horde of zombies had gathered. Pale, withered, even mutilated arms reached through the bars, clawing wildly. To be fair, they could handle these zombies. But what about after? Food wasn't a concern, but how would they sleep at night? What if they encountered a zombie tide? Or a high-level zombie on the road? In an instant they regretted it. Come on, why aren't you leaving? The plump sister stopped when she saw no one following. Still seething with anger, she couldn't think straight. Xiao Xie has already said that much. Are you still planning to stay? We've all killed countless zombies. We can survive without her. Let's go. The women exchanged glances again. Should they move? No. No one followed her. The plump sister was furious. Furious that her sisters wouldn't leave with her. What would they face outside? Wasn't it just zombies? Wasn't it just men? Wasn't it just the ever-present danger? Wasn't it just the fear of being surrounded by zombies? Wasn't it just the worry of being targeted by others? Wasn't it just... The more she thought, the uglier her expression became. Just her, and these few sisters. It seemed they really weren't enough. There were too many variables outside. If they truly left this police station, they might be dead in a few minutes. But, she had already said those words to Xiao Xie. Wouldn't staying mean losing face? Which was more important, face or life? Both. She wanted both. Since none of you are leaving, I won't leave either. Let's just trust Xiao Xie this once. After all, she has done so much for us. Breaking the rules once won't hurt. It's just one man. No big deal. As she spoke, she walked back. Seeing this, Xiao Xie sneered. Seriously, go back to Gotham. Batman says he won't hit you anymore. What does that mean? Ian was confused. It means she's a clown. The plump woman's face reddened. Being called a clown in public was hard to swallow, but to survive she chose to pretend she hadn't heard. She endured it. Because Xiao Xie genuinely wanted her to leave. And she didn't dare to. She had no choice but to endure. There was no other way. Kemui was starting to take shape. Lin Bei, seeing that the argument had died down, stretched and scanned the crowd. I'm giving some of you a chance. Step forward and you might live. Stay hidden and you will die. I think those people know exactly what I'm talking about. At these words, Lu Rian, standing among the crowd near Lin Bei and his group, felt her pupils contract slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Had the news leaked? It shouldn't have. She must be overthinking. Perhaps some forces from other groups had infiltrated. People like them could never betray their own. She casually swept her gaze around. Good, none of her people had slipped up. There was another possibility. This man was bluffing them. Impossible. The next second, Lu Rian's heart shuddered as she saw the tip of a blade emerge from the chest of the older sister, who had been deliberately stirring up conflict. Thick black blood oozed out slowly, yet the woman herself seemed oblivious. Exposed. They were exposed after all. Her fists clenched involuntarily. She had clung to a sliver of hope, but the appearance of that blade made it clear they had truly been found out. How? Where had they slipped up? Had someone they converted in secret leaked the information? That shouldn't be. Once transformed into corpse puppets, their craving for humans rivaled a cat's yearning for fish. Former comrades were no longer companions. They were fragrant prey in their eyes. She knew this all too well. She had no mind to dwell on who struck the blade or how it was done. With a thought, she pressed the hidden button inside her. She wasn't foolish enough to believe others were exposed while she remained safe. Even if she wasn't caught yet, this older sister's exposure meant Xiao Xie would inspect everyone later. She would be found out then. She had to notify him early, or they might all be finished here. What's that stench? A girl standing beside the older sister frowned, sniffing the air. She traced the source of the smell, and her pupils contracted sharply. She glanced at the exposed half of the blade, then at the older sister's unchanged expression. Swallowing hard, she backed away, involuntarily, terror filling her eyes. What are you doing? You look like you've seen a ghost, the older sister asked, puzzled by her reaction. Lee, sisterly, do you really not feel anything? Your heart has been pierced. And your blood, why is it black? Why does it stink? Are you human or a zombie? The girl retreated as she spoke, her gaze thick with fear and wariness, as if expecting the woman to pounce at any moment. At her words, many turned to look. Everyone's pupils constricted. Some couldn't understand. How could a living person have no reaction to a pierced heart, and why was their blood black? Zombies were mindless after all. Others were terrified. They hadn't expected someone in the team to act. Some couldn't help but glance at Lin Bei. Given what he had just said, it was clear this newly joined man had seen through their identities. Perhaps he was the one who had struck. They never imagined they would be exposed so abruptly, leaving them at a loss. What the hell? The woman called Sisterly lowered her head. The sight before her stunned her. A sharp blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and her white t-shirt was stained black by her blood. Who did this? Her first instinct was to spin around. From the angle, it had to be someone behind her. But when she turned, no one was there. Everyone had backed far away, and she had no idea who had struck. Xiao Xia narrowed her eyes. Just as she suspected. Earlier, when Chiron had called her, she had vaguely guessed that corpse puppets might have infiltrated the team. These people might have been forced to eat zombie flesh, or done so willingly due to starvation. Whatever the reason, their presence in her squad was no good intention. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Lin Bei's voice was calm as he slowly raised his hand and closed it in the air towards Sisterly. In an instant, the living person, with a blade stuck in her chest, collapsed into a puddle of mud spreading across the ground. Holy shit! Xiao Chiron cursed. She knew Lin Bei was strong, but she never imagined he had reached such a level. Sister Li's evolution rank wasn't high, but whether she was human or not, she was still a 1-star 8th level being. And he had crushed her to death with a single gesture from a distance. Not just Xiao Chiron. Everyone present except for Shiyu and her group stared at Lin Bei as if he were a monster. The apocalypse had erupted just over 10 days ago. It wasn't short, but it wasn't long either. Had a monster truly grown to such a degree? Could he kill with a mere wave of his hand? Salon. A young girl couldn't help but scream. Lin Bei almost burst out laughing. He glanced at Xiao Xia. Even this far into the apocalypse, someone would still scream at such a sight. It was clear Xiao Xia had sheltered them too well. As the girl kept shouting, she noticed no one else reacted, and flushed red, falling silent. This was the apocalypse after all. Wasn't this normal? Lin Bei swept his gaze over the others. In that second, those who had been swayed by Sister Li into opposing his stay were filled with regret. A few girls who had been egged on by the stout woman to demand Xiao Xia swear an oath felt the same. The shift in the situation left them panicked. They watched those around them warily, while looking to Xiao Xia for help. They were afraid of the people beside them, and even more afraid that the man would deem them zombies and crush them. Only now did they realize how terrifying the man Xiao Xia had brought was. Had he been plotting against them? Ridiculous. Would such a strong man even take an interest in them? They also understood that Xiao Xia had genuinely been looking out for them. Who knew how much effort she had spent to convince such a powerhouse to join? Yet they had misunderstood her intentions. Don't kill me. I'll confess everything. I didn't choose to become this. I was forced to. Don't kill me. Under Lin Bei's gaze, many corpse puppets couldn't bear the pressure and stepped forward, kneeling before him. They weren't sure if they had been exposed, but they didn't want to end up like Sisterly, crushed into mush. They were still young. They weren't afraid of the zombies outside. Why wouldn't they have a strong will to survive? Tell me, Lin Bei said. If I tell you everything, will you? One rather pretty girl tried to bargain, but before she could finish, she turned into mush, like Sisterly, splattering onto her clothes. A fresh, foul stench instantly filled the air. Gulp. At this sight, the kneeling women trembled violently. Though they didn't need to breathe, they still felt fear and dread. They scrambled to recount their ordeals. He was too domineering. He wouldn't even let someone plead for their life. I was forced, I really was. It was all her doing, one woman said, pointing to another kneeling beside her. She quickly continued, she and I went out to kill zombies together. She drugged me, fed me zombie flesh, while I was unconscious, turning me into this inhuman state. She even made me eat my own kind. I haven't done anything wrong. Believe me, I haven't. Bullshit. You haven't done anything wrong. After she turned you came after me. I trusted you as my best sister, and you ruined me. Sister Yue, don't listen to her. She's the one who did this to me. Sister Yue. One dragged another down. Without Lin Bei needing to point out the wolves, the kneeling ones had already pulled out, most of them tracing the chain upward. Soon a small clique was exposed. When the lower-ranked ones implicated 3 women, these 3 didn't continue pointing fingers. Instead, they fell silent with grim expressions. Everyone understood. This must be the source. Xiao Xia frowned at the sight of them. You 3, weren't you the ones I rescued from the start? Were you also forced to eat zombie flesh?